What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 1. 3 months. The specific quality of 3 months was different from the specific quality of 1 month or 2. 1 month was still the immediate aftermath of the operational residue, the systems still running at elevated capacity, the body and mind both doing the thing they did when significant things had happened recently, and had not yet fully settled into the category of things that happened rather than things that are happening. 2 months was the settling, the machinery standing down, the specific relief and specific disorientation of standing down after extended operational tempo, the relief of the pressure lifting and the disorientation of discovering that pressure had become load-bearing, that the structure of daily life had been organized around it, that its absence required reorganization. 3 months was something else. 3 months was ordinary. Not in the diminishing sense, not the ordinariness of something that had been significant and had become less so with time. The ordinariness of a life that had absorbed what happened to it and had continued, and was now simply the life that had absorbed those things and continued. The difference between a person who had been through something and a person who was still going through it. Carrie was a person who had been through something. She was standing in the Silver Quill's back room at 9 in the morning on a January Thursday making a list. Not an operational list, a building list. The infrastructure project had acquired, in the 3 months since Missouri, the specific quality of something that was no longer an idea, and not yet a thing but was in the specific territory between those two states, where most of what determined its eventual shape was decided. The territory of meetings and documents and conversations, and the particular kind of disagreement that arose between people who agreed on the destination and had different views on the route. The list was people who needed to be talked to this week. She wrote them down. The Compact's representative who had been in Seattle since October and had made the transition from visitor to resident without anyone quite nodding the exact moment of the shift. The Harrow Pac's liaison Vincent Harrow had formalized the engagement 3 weeks ago, and the specific person he had chosen to represent the Harrow Pac's interests in the building conversations was someone Carrie needed to meet properly. Jimmy's contact at the Burns Parliament, who had been providing intelligence with the specific calibration of useful but managed that Jimmy tracked with professional satisfaction. She wrote down Priya Anand. Priya had been in Seattle since October. The assessment of what had been attempted on her had been completed. Amber had done it, with a consultant from the Compact's magical practitioners, over 3 careful weeks in November. The conclusion had been that Hessa Vane's theriamantic working had not done lasting damage to Priya's magical architecture, which was both a relief and something more complicated. The reason it had not done lasting damage was that Priya's capacity had been significant enough to resist it, significant enough that the working had registered the resistance, significant enough that Hessa Vane, currently bound to the Silver Quill's threshold in the back room's adjacent space, had considered the resistance interesting rather than prohibitive. Priya had opinions about being considered interesting by Hessa Vane. Carrie had been present for the expression of some of these opinions, and had concluded that Priya Anand at 14 was approximately as formidable as Priya Anand would be at 34, and the world should probably prepare accordingly. She added a note beside Priya's name, re-education framework, what she wants versus what's available. She wrote down Tobias. Tobias, whose mother had stayed in Seattle for 2 weeks in November before returning to their home pack, and whose relationship with his original alpha had arrived at something she could only describe as a productive détente not resolved, not friendly, but honest in the way that Tobias had wanted it to be honest, and that was more than most people got. He was at school in Seattle now, a supernatural-adjacent school that the Walker Pack had connections with, and he had been at the Saturday kitchen table conversations since the first one in November, and had brought ideas to every one of them. His ideas were, consistently, better than anyone had anticipated. Not because he was exceptional in a way that felt performed, because he had been inside a situation that the infrastructure was being built to address, and he knew what it had needed and what it had not had, and he spoke to that directly without embellishment. Ray, the name, Carrie added beside Tobias's name. We need to decide. They had been not deciding the name for 8 weeks, not from avoidance from the specific difficulty of nomming something that was still becoming what it was. You named a thing when you knew what it was. They were still learning what it was. She wrote down Mary. Mary was in the back room. She had been in the back room for the last hour, at the table with Danny Voss, in the specific quality of conversation that Carrie had been watching develop over 3 months, and had stopped trying to describe because it did not fit neatly into the categories she had. Not friendship exactly, not mentorship. Something that was its own thing, two people who had been in the same constructed community for their entire lives, who had been in the same building in Missouri, who had made different choices at different speeds, and had both ended up at the Silver Quill's back room table, and had found, in the process of that ending up, something between them that was worth the ending up. Danny Voss was 23 years old and had been formally submitted and assessed through the compacts process, and had come out of that process with the specific quality of someone who had been taken apart structurally and put back together without the parts that had not been hers. She had questions. She had a great many questions, and she was working through them with the specific tenacity of someone who had been given permission to ask questions for the first time and was not wasting the permission. Mary was answering the ones she could, referring the ones she could not to Amber or Carrie or Jimmy, depending on their category. Carrie could hear them through the open doorway, not the specific words, the quality. The quality of two people working through something difficult and being honest about the difficulty. She added a line to her list. Check with Amber Ray, Danny's formal assessment completion next steps. You're making the list again, Lilith said. Carrie looked up. Lilith was in the doorway between the back room and the hallway where Carrie was standing with her list. She had come from the front of the Silver Quill with 2 coffees and the quality of someone who had been here since 8 and was settling into the morning. I'm always making the list, Carrie said. I know. Lilith handed her a coffee. Anything on it that needs me specifically. Everything on it needs you specifically. She held the coffee. The Harrow liaison meeting is Thursday afternoon. I know, Mike confirmed yesterday. And the Burns Parliament contact. Jimmy is handling the Burns contact, Lilith said. We discussed this Monday. You agreed. I agreed, and then I added it to the list anyway. I can see that. Lilith looked at the list. Take it off the list. Jimmy is handling it. Carrie crossed it out. Lilith looked at the list for a moment, then at Carrie. The full quality of her attention was the thing that rooms oriented toward in its specific Carrie-directed configuration, which was different from the general version and had been different for 3 months and was still something Carrie was learning how to simply receive rather than manage. Priya, Lilith said. Yes. The education conversation. I've been putting it off. I know you've been putting it off. Lilith's expression held something that was not quite amusement and was not it. Why? Because Hessa is the most qualified person in the Silver Quill for certain aspects of it, and Priya has complicated feelings about that, and I have complicated feelings about that, and I keep wanting to find an alternative before having the conversation. Have you found an alternative? No. Then have the conversation, Lilith said. Complicated feelings and all. Priya is 14 and she has more capacity in her right hand than most practitioners have in their whole working life, and she deserves an education that is adequate to what she actually is. She held Carrie's look. Have the conversation. Yes, Carrie said. Okay. Today. Today, Carrie confirmed. Lilith looked at the list, the name. I know. We've been not deciding it for 8 weeks. I know. Tobias has been very patient about not deciding it. Tobias has been very patient about everything. Carrie held her coffee. He's 15. He shouldn't have to be this patient. No, Lilith agreed. He shouldn't. She paused. What does he want to call it? Carrie had asked him this on Saturday. He had been quiet for a moment, the specific Tobias quiet of someone organizing a precise answer, and then he had said, something that means home, but not home. Something that means the thing you find when you've been running and you don't know if you're going to find it. She had held it for 4 days. Something that means the thing you find when you've been running and you don't know if you're going to find it, she said to Lilith. Lilith looked at her, the expression doing the thing it did when it was receiving something and deciding what to do with it. We should tell him about the silver quill, Lilith said. How you found it. He knows, Carrie said, the shape of it. The full version, Lilith said, the specific version. Amber's threshold pulling a supernatural individual in crisis toward sanctuary. She held Carrie's look. The light that was on. The light that was on. The silver quill's lights that Amber kept on through the night, 30 years of it. The specific habit of a hearth witch who had been running a threshold that received people who needed it, and had made the receiving structure structural. Alina's thing, Carrie said slowly. The frequency. It was because she was leaving the light on, for whoever came. She held Lilith's look. She was running the signal continuously because someone might need it, and she wanted it to be there when they did. Yes, Lilith said. That's the name, Carrie said, or the shape of the name. She looked at Lilith. Something that means the light that's on. The thing that's running so that if you need it, it's already there. Lilith looked at her. The signal. Maybe, Carrie said, or something simpler. She held the coffee. Something that Tobias would have understood at 15 on a road in Washington state, not knowing if he was going to find anything. They stood in the Silver Quill's hallway, in the January morning light. The threshold, Lilith said, quietly. Carrie looked at her. Amber's magic is threshold magic, Lilith said. The Silver Quill is a threshold. Alina's frequency was she was trying to be a threshold, a place where people could cross from what they were into something different. She held Carrie's look. The thing you're building is a threshold, a place you can come to when you've been running and you don't know if you're going to find anything. She paused. The threshold. Carrie held the word. The threshold, the thing that received you at the end of running, the place that was already lit when you arrived, the specific quality of a door that was open. Yes, she said, that's it. Tell Tobias. Today, she said. Good. Lilith picked up her coffee. Come into the back room. Mary and Danny are almost done and Amber said she'd be here by 9:30. She paused. There are things to do. There are always things to do, Carrie said. Yes, Lilith said. Isn't it good? The back room at 9:30. The specific quality of the silver quill's back room at 9:30 on a January Thursday morning established itself. The operational day beginning. The people gathering in the specific way they had been gathering for 3 months. Not the crisis gathering of October, not the extraction gathering of that specific Thursday afternoon. The ordinary gathering of people who had a project and were working on it. Mary and Danny finished their conversation at the table. Mary looked up when Carrie came in with the expression that had been settling into something specific over 3 months, still not quite named, still arriving, but closer to settled than it had been in October. Danny looked up with the quality she had developed since the Silver Quill's front room on a midnight in October, the quality of someone who had made a significant choice and was living inside the choice and finding, incrementally, that the inside of it was livable. She was not yet at ease. She was learning the shape of ease. Morning, Carrie said. Morning, Mary said. Danny nodded. She was still working on the specific social territory of morning greetings with people she had submitted to and been assessed by and was now in daily contact with. It was improving. Amber had told Carrie privately that Danny Voss had the specific quality of someone who had been taught that the relationships available to her were hierarchical and was learning, slowly, that the available categories were broader than she had been taught. How's the frequency? Carrie said to Mary. The question she asked most mornings. Settled, Mary said, the answer she gave most mornings. It hasn't come back. She paused. I'm used to it now, it's just how it sounds. She paused. There's something else, though, she looked at Carrie. Since last week. Something faint. She paused. I don't know what it is yet. Carrie looked at her. Something new, Carrie said. Something faint, Mary said. Not the old frequency, something different. She held Carrie's look. I'm going to figure out what it is. Okay, Carrie said. Tell me when you do. Obviously, Mary said. Amber arrived at 9:32. She came through the silver quill's back entrance, the one that opened onto the alley, which she used on mornings when she had been at a specific errand rather than coming from the front. She had the quality of someone who had been doing something specific and had concluded it and was ready for the next thing. She looked at Carrie, the Priya conversation. "Today," Carrie said. "Good," she set down what she had been carrying. "I've been thinking about it since Tuesday and I have a proposal." She looked at the room, when everyone is settled. Tobias appeared in the doorway at 9:38. He had taken to arriving at the Silver Quill in the mornings on the days he did not have school, which was most mornings, which had produced the specific situation of a 15-year-old who was more regularly present in the Silver Quill's back room than some of the pack members were in the pack house. Nobody had discussed this arrangement formally. It had simply become true. He looked at Carrie. "Did you decide?" She had not told him yet. She had been going to tell him and had been waiting for the moment, and the moment was apparently now, in the specific way that moments arrived not when you were ready, when they were ready. "The threshold," she said. He looked at her. "For what we're building," she said, "the threshold." She held his look, because of what a threshold is, what it receives, what it's been lit for. Tobias was quiet for a moment. The specific Tobias quiet. The organizing a precise answer quiet. Then, "Yes," he said, "that's it." Something in his expression not dramatic, the quiet arrival of something that had been looking for a home and had found one. 15 years old and 4 days of running, and 7 weeks in a facility and 3 months of kitchen table conversations, and this was the morning the thing they were building had its name. "Yes," he said again, "that's exactly it." The Priya conversation happened at 10:30. Amber had asked Priya to come to the back room at 10:30, and Priya had arrived at 10:28 with the quality of someone who had been told there was a conversation and had decided to arrive early enough to establish positional advantage. She was 14 years old and had been in captivity for 7 weeks and had been in Seattle for 3 months and had been in close proximity to both Amber Silver and Hessa Vane during those 3 months. The specific effect of this combination was a 14-year-old who was in possession of more magical literacy than most people twice her age and had opinions about all of it. She sat at the back room table and looked at Carrie and Amber with the expression of someone who had a reasonable idea of what this conversation was going to be about and had been thinking about it for longer than they had. "The education conversation," she said. "Yes," Amber said. "I've been waiting for this for 6 weeks, Priya said. "I've been thinking about it." She looked at the table. "I have specific things I want." "Tell us," Carrie said. "I want to understand what happened to me," Priya said. "Specifically, the working Hessa Vane attempted. I want to understand it fully, not the cleaned-up version, the full technical version. What it was trying to do. Why didn't it work? What the resistance I apparently have looks like from a practitioner's perspective." She looked at Amber. "You know this. I want you to tell me." "Yes," Amber said. "I can do that." "And I want to learn from someone who can actually teach me what I need to know," Priya said. "Not what is appropriate for my age. What I actually need." She paused, which means she stopped. The expression of someone who had been building toward something and had arrived at the part that was difficult to say. "Which means Hessa Vane has knowledge that I need, and nobody else in the Silver Quill has." "The back room." "Yes," Amber said, "she does." "I have complicated feelings about that," Priya said. "I want that noted." "Noted," Carrie said. "But I also," Priya paused. "I have been listening to her from outside the door sometimes when she talks to Amber about magical things, about the work she did for me, about the theory." She paused. She's the word that appeared to cost her something good. At the theory, at explaining things. She looked at Carrie. "I hate that she's good at it." "Yes," Carrie said. "I know the feeling." "I want to be her student on very specific terms," Priya said. "Terms that I set. Not her. Terms that I can revise at any time. Terms that include the right to stop at any point and for any reason." She held Carrie's look. "And I want you to give me a present. At least at the beginning. Someone who is not Amber." She paused. "Someone who Hessa is," she searched for the word. "Someone she's more careful around." Carrie looked at her. Priya was 14 years old and had been through something that most people never went through, and was sitting at the back room table with a proposal she had been building for 6 weeks that was simultaneously the most pragmatic and the most courageous thing Carrie had encountered in 3 months. Yes, Carrie said, I'll be there. Thank you, Priya said, simply. The word landed and she moved on from it immediately, the way she moved on from things that mattered quickly without dwelling, because dwelling was not how Priya Anand operated. The threshold, she said. Tobias must have told her in the hallway. Is that what we're calling it? Yes, Carrie said. Good name, Priya said. I want to be part of it, she looked at Carrie, when I'm old enough. You're already part of it, Carrie said. Priya looked at her. The assessment of the multi-layered kind that went below the surface, receiving something. Okay, she said, good. Hessa Vane. She was in the adjacent room. The space that was technically the Silver Quill's storage room and had been, since October, the space that Hessa Vane occupied. It was a functional room, a chair, a table, a window that looked onto the alley, the specific quality of a space that was not a cell and was not a home, and was something in between that had no adequate single-word description. She had been there for 3 months. Carrie had spoken to her 11 times in those 3 months. She kept account not from hostility, but from the specific awareness that 11 times was a specific number, and that she was tracking the quality of those encounters as a data set. Each conversation was its own thing. Hessa did not perform reform, did not perform cooperation. She was pragmatic, and she was intelligent, and she was in a situation she had not intended to be in, and she was managing it with the specific quality of someone who had a great deal of experience managing situations she had not intended to be in. She had provided information about the awakening's magical architecture. She had provided the information about the Theriamantic binding's renegotiation possibility, the knowledge that constructed shifters had more agency over their own nature than anyone had understood. She had provided, in the 4th conversation, something Carrie had not expected, a detailed assessment of what the Voss-constructed leopards who were now in the Compact's processing system were likely to need in terms of magical support as the command architecture was released. Not offered freely, negotiated. The terms were specific and included regular updates on what the information had been used for and whether it had been useful, which was its own specific thing Hessa Vane wanted to know if her knowledge was doing something. In the 11th conversation, 2 weeks ago, Hessa had asked, the girl, Priya, how is her training progressing? It hasn't started yet, Carrie had said. Why not? Complicated feelings. A pause, hers or yours? Both. Hessa had been quiet for a moment. Then, tell her I know I don't deserve her trust. Tell her I am not asking for her trust. Tell her I am asking for the opportunity to give her what she needs because I have it and she should have it, and those 2 things are true regardless of everything else. Carrie had delivered this to Priya, exactly as stated. Priya had received it with the expression of someone encountering a thing she had not expected and was recalibrating around. She said that, Priya had said, exactly that. Exactly that. She didn't ask for my trust. No. A long pause. Okay, Priya had said, I'll think about it. She had been thinking about it for 2 weeks and had arrived at the back room this morning with a proposal. Carrie went to see Hessa at 11. The adjacent room. She always knocked, which Hessa had noted in their 2nd conversation with the specific quality of someone nodding something they had not expected and filing it. Come in, Hessa said. The room. The chair, the table, the alley window. Hessa in the chair in the specific quality of someone who had been in this room for 3 months and had made what peace with it she was going to make. She looked at Carrie. Priya, she said. Yes, Carrie said. She wants to proceed. On specific terms she has set. She held Hessa's look. I'm going to be present, at least initially. Something in Hessa's expression. Not quite the professional neutrality, something underneath it. Something that was not performed. Yes, she said, that's appropriate. She has complicated feelings about learning from you, Carrie said. I want you to know that. She's not going to hide them, and I'm not going to ask her to. No, Hessa said, she shouldn't hide them. They're accurate feelings. She held Carrie's look. I did something to her without her knowledge or consent, in a facility where she was being held against her will, for my own purposes. She paused. The complicated feelings are the correct response to those facts. Carrie looked at her. This was the thing about Hessa Vane, the thing she had been learning over 11 conversations. She did not regret it. She did not perform anything. She assessed situations with the specific accuracy of someone who had spent decades in a discipline that required honest evaluation of what was and was not working, and applied that same assessment to her own actions. She had not said she was sorry. She had not said she had changed. She had described what she had done accurately and without mitigation and had made her current position clear. She had knowledge, Priya needed it, the knowledge should be transferred. Whether this constituted something like the beginning of accountability, Carrie could not yet determine. She was watching it the way she watched all things, with the full quality of her attention and without rushing the conclusion. She's going to push you, Carrie said. In the conversations, she's going to ask you things that are uncomfortable. Good, Hessa said. She should. If she doesn't ask uncomfortable questions, she won't learn what she needs to learn. She paused. I was taught by someone who did not ask the uncomfortable questions, and I see the result of that in my own practice. A pause. Amber trained under the same teacher. The difference in their outcomes is instructive. Is it? Carrie said. Yes, Hessa held her look. Amber asked the uncomfortable questions despite the teaching environment not encouraging them. I did not. She paused. Priya will ask them. She's already asking them. She was asking them at 14 in the facility, and she hasn't stopped. She paused. I am not going to discourage that. Okay, Carrie said. She stood in the doorway for a moment. Hessa, she said. Yes. The romantic renegotiation is working, she said. The one you told Amber about, that constructed shifters can renegotiate their binding. She held Hessa's look. You're the only person who can perform that work. Yes, Hessa said. There are people in the compacts processing system who need it. Danny, the Missouri contacts. Eventually more as the constructed packs that Aldrich and people like Aldrich built become fully understood, and the individuals in them begin to want options. She held Hessa's look. The threshold is going to need to be able to offer that. I don't know how to make that possible with you in this room. Hessa looked at her. That, she said slowly, is a problem I have also been thinking about. And I don't have a solution that resolves all the variables simultaneously. She held Carrie's look. But I have a proposal, if you want to hear it. Yes, Carrie said, I want to hear it. Hessa told her. Carrie listened. The proposal was not simple. It was specific and contained and addressed most of the obvious objections and left a few unaddressed that they would need to work through. It was the kind of proposal that a pragmatic and intelligent person in an untenable situation came up with when they had been thinking about it for 3 months and had arrived at the version that was actually possible rather than the version they would have preferred. When Hessa finished, Carrie was quiet for a moment. I'll bring it to Amber and Mike, she said, and the compact's representative. She held Hessa's look, and to Priya. Yes, Hessa said, Priya's answer matters the most. She paused. Tell her that her answer matters the most. I will, Carrie said. She went back to the back room. At noon, Jimmy arrived. He came in through the Silver Quill's front door with the quality of someone who had been doing intelligence work since early in the morning and had arrived at a point where the intelligence required in-person delivery. He found Carrie at the back room table with Lilith and Amber and the list that had grown since 9 o'clock. He sat down. He opened his laptop. He looked at the room with the neutral that was his default. 2 things, he said. Tell me, Carrie said. The Harrow liaison, he said. The person Vincent is sending. I have a preliminary read on them. He turned the laptop toward the table. Her name is Jonna Reeves, 41, Wolf Shifter. Former Harrow Pack Inner Circle, she was in the room for most of the operational decisions during the awakening period. He paused. She submitted to the compacts process in November and came through it with a complete record of everything she knew. She did not protect Harrow. He held Carrie's look. She told them everything. Everything, Carrie said. Everything, he paused. Vincent sent her specifically. I think this is his way of demonstrating that the Harrow Pack's engagement with the Threshold is not contingent on the Compact taking a favorable view of their awakening involvement. He paused. He's not asking for forgiveness. He's accounting. Carrie held this. What's the second thing, she said. Jimmy looked at his laptop. The neutral shifting fractionally, the specific upgrade that meant the second thing was the more significant one. Burns, he said. My contact at the Parliament flagged something this morning. He paused. Frederick Burns has been reaching out to the constructed packs currently in the Compact's processing system. He looked at Carrie. Not overtly. Not through official channels. Through the Parliament's intelligence network, which is extensive through back channels that technically don't violate any of the terms of the Parliament's agreement with the Threshold. He paused. He's been offering them something. I don't know specifically what yet. He paused, but the pattern of the outreach suggests he's building something. The back room was quiet. Of course he is, Lilith said. Yes, Jimmy said. Of course he is. Carrie looked at the table. The list. The morning's conversations, the name they had arrived at, the proposal Hessa had made, the Harrow Pack's accountable sending of Jonna Reeves. And Frederick Burns, building something in the background the way he always built something. Can your contact find out what he's offering? She said. Working on it, Jimmy said. I should have something by Friday. Okay, she said. Let me know the moment you have it. Obviously, Jimmy said. He closed his laptop. I looked at the room. The neutral holding something that was becoming, over 3 months of backroom Thursdays, recognizable as something approaching not warmth. Jimmy Park did not do warmth as a professional register, but a specific quality of investment. He was here because the intelligence mattered, and because the thing being built was worth the intelligence being applied to it. The name, he said. Tobias told me in the hallway. Yes, Carrie said. The Threshold, Jimmy said. He held it for a moment. The data analyst quality of someone running a name against its reference and finding the fit accurate. Good name, he said. It'll register well, in the communities we're trying to reach. Yes, Carrie said. That's what we thought. I'll update the documentation, he said. He went back to his laptop. At 1:30, the back room had its second wave of the day. Mary had left after the morning conversation and had come back with Sira Ackhafer, who was in Seattle for a long weekend. Adiz had business with the Compact. Sira had claimed the specific right of someone who had been kidnapped and recovered from it to determine her own schedule, and the schedule had included 4 days in Seattle. She had arrived yesterday evening and had already been to the Silver Quill twice and the Pack House once, and was showing no signs of running out of places to go. She came into the back room with the quality of 17 years old in January, which was a specific quality. The energy that had been in her at the safe house 3 months ago, focused, now rather than raw, the tenacity that had survived the facility finding its proper expression. She looked at Carrie, the Threshold. News travels. Tobias texts, Sira said. He texted me at 9:46 this morning. She sat at the table with the ease of someone who had sat at this table enough times to have an established position in it. I have opinions. Tell me, Carrie said. The name is right, Sira said. But the thing it's describing the people it's for. I want to make sure you're including the ones who don't look like Tobias. She held Carrie's look. I mean, Tobias is a 15-year-old wolf shifter who was kidnapped by a constructed PAX operation and escaped and is now rebuilding in Seattle. That's a clear category. The Threshold is obviously for him. She paused. But it's also for the Danny Vosses. The people who were inside the machinery and made choices inside it and got out and are now somewhere complicated. She held Carrie's look. Make sure the door is for them too. Yes, Carrie said, it is. Good, Sira looked at the table, then at Mary, and the people like Mary, who came in on the wrong side and changed direction. She paused. The door needs to be for them from the beginning, not after some waiting period, from the beginning. Yes, Mary said, quietly. Okay, Sira said. Good, she looked at Carrie. I want to work on it, properly. When I'm 18 and out of secondary school, she held Carrie's look. I want to be part of this. You already are, Carrie said. I mean, you already are, Carrie said. What you just said is the door being for Danny and for Mary from the beginning. That's in the framework now. Because you said it. She held Sierra's look. When you're 18, come work on it properly. Until then, keep saying the things you say in the way you say them. She paused. That's also working on it. Sierra looked at her. The expression of someone receiving something and deciding to actually receive it rather than deflecting. Okay, she said. And tell Tobias, Carrie said, that I said he should stop texting people about the name before I've had a chance to. He's 15, Lilith said from her position at the table. He was excited. I know he was excited, Carrie said. He can be excited and I can tell him not to text Sierra about things before I've. You're not actually annoyed, Lilith said. I'm not actually annoyed, Carrie confirmed. Tell him anyway. I'll tell him, Sierra said. He'll be very sorry and then he'll do it again the next time. Yes, Carrie said. That's what I expect. Sierra looked at the table, then at the doorway that led to the adjacent room. The doorway that was sometimes open and sometimes closed, and that everyone in the Silver Quill had a specific relationship with. How is she? Sierra said quietly. Not asking who, asking about Hessa Vane. Still there, Carrie said. Still bound. Yes. Sierra held this. The expression complex in the way it was complex whenever this topic arrived the 14-year-old she had been protecting in the facility, the specific attention Hessa Vane had paid her, all of it still present. She asked about me, Sierra said. Mary told me, in October. Yes, Carrie said. She didn't ask if she wasn't performing. Sierra held Carrie's look. Mary said she could tell the difference. Yes, Mary said, I could. I don't know what to do with that, Sierra said. I don't know what that means because she paused. I don't know what it means for anything. I just stopped. I know she asked. Yes, Carrie said. She asked. Okay, Sierra said. That's when she paused. I don't know what to do with it yet. You don't have to do anything with it yet, Carrie said. It can just be a thing that's true. Sierra looked at her, the full Sierra assessment. Okay, she said, okay. At 3 in the afternoon, the Silver Quill was quieter. The morning's wave had dispersed. Mary and Danny gone, Tobias back at school for his afternoon classes, Sierra out with the specific purposefulness of someone who had made a list of Seattle things to do in 4 days and was executing it. Jimmy had left after delivering his intelligence with the promise of Friday's update. Mike had come and gone, a brief appearance. The specific efficiency of an alpha checking in on something operational and departing when the check was complete. Lilith was in the front of the Silver Quill. Carrie was at the backroom table with Amber, and the specific quality of the two of them in the backroom together was the version that was not crisis, not extraction, not significant work. The ordinary version, Amber with her tea, Carrie with her list. The threshold, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said. It's the right name. Yes, she held the list. How long until it's ready to formally exist, in a structural sense? That depends on the compact's willingness to recognize it, Amber said, which depends on the representative's report. She paused, which depends on how Thursday's meeting with Jonna Reeves goes. She held Carrie's look. The compact is cautious about the thing you're building. They understand why it needs to exist. They are less certain about the governance structure. Because we're not a pack. Because you're not a pack and you're not a coven and you're not an institution they have existing frameworks for. Amber held her tea. You're something new. Institutions find new things difficult. She paused, but not impossible. The representative, Carrie said. He's been in Seattle for 3 months. He's been present for the Thursday conversations since November. She held Amber's look. What does he actually think? Amber's expression held something, the assessment quality. He thinks, she said carefully, that you are building something that the compact should have built 20 years ago and didn't. And he thinks. She paused. He thinks the person building it is not who he expected. What did he expect? An elder. Amber held her look. An established alpha. A senior practitioner. Someone who had been in the community for decades. She paused. Someone who had gone through the appropriate channels and had accumulated the appropriate standing. She paused. Not a 22-year-old trueblood who arrived in Seattle at 10 years old with nothing and built something that has changed the community's landscape in 3 months. Carrie looked at the table. "Does he have a problem with it?" she said. "No," Amber said. "He has recalibrated." She paused. "He watches you very closely in the Thursday conversations, not suspiciously. The way a practitioner watches something they did not anticipate and are trying to understand." She paused. "I believe he is going to recommend formal recognition." She held Carrie's look. "I believe the question is what conditions he attaches." "Tell me what you think the conditions will be." Amber told her. Carrie listened. 3 conditions, Amber thought 2 navigable, 1 that would require conversation. Carrie thought about the conversation the 3rd condition would require and decided it was a conversation she was prepared to have. "Okay," she said, "Thursday." "Thursday," Amber confirmed. They sat in the back room. The afternoon light through the back windows, January light, lower than October, the specific quality of a Pacific Northwest winter afternoon that was not quite gray and not quite gold, and was doing its best with what it had. "Mary's new frequency," Carrie said, "the faint thing she mentioned this morning." "I know," Amber said. "What do you think it is?" Amber held her tea. "The assessment quality is the one that went below the surface." "I think," she said carefully, "that Mary is not receiving a signal from outside herself." She held Carrie's look. "I think she is producing one." Carrie looked at her. "Alina built the frequency over decades," Amber said, "as an act of deliberate magical will from inside a binding. It required extraordinary effort and produced what it produced." She paused. "Mary has been immersed in that frequency for her entire life. She has been receiving it, processing it." She paused. "And since Alina's release, since the binding came down and the frequency stopped, something in Mary has been paused, filling the absence, with something of her own." "She's generating a frequency," Carrie said. "A very faint one," Amber said. "Not deliberately. Not yet. But present." She held Carrie's look. "I think Mary White may have more specific capacity than she knows. The kind that develops through extended exposure to a very specific kind of magical working." She paused. "The kind that, with the right support and education, could become significant," Carrie said. "Yes," Amber said, "significant." Carrie looked at the table. "Tell her," she said. "Yes," Amber said. I wanted to tell you first." She held Carrie's look. "Because it changes certain things about the threshold. What it can do, who is in it." She paused. "Mary has been thinking she was going to be a member of the threshold, someone who does the work, who reaches the communities, who opens the door for people who need it." She paused. "I think she may also be someone who, in time, is a practitioner in her own right." Carrie sat with this. "Mary White. I am 25 years old. The person whose family had left a door unlocked, who had stood outside the Silver Quill for an hour in the rain, who had submitted and turned and told them everything, who had been listening to Alina's frequency her whole life and had, since Alina's release, apparently begun to make her own." "The chain," Carrie said quietly. "Yes," Amber said. "Alina was trying to repair something. She built a chain. The chain reached me." She held Amber's look, "and then it kept going." "Yes," Amber said, "I believe so." The back room, the afternoon light, the smell of lilac and mint. Carrie was not humming. She had not been humming since Missouri, not the continuous underlying humming of the song running beneath everything. She hummed it occasionally, as she had told Lilith she would, when something was quiet and she was not thinking about it. When it arrived whole and complete, and she let it be there, and it did not require anything of her except to be received. She received it now, briefly in the back room of the Silver Quill, and let it go. "Okay," she said, "tell Mary, and then bring her to Thursday's conversation." She held Amber's look. She should be there for everything from now on. "Yes," Amber said, "she should." At 4:30 Carrie left the Silver Quill. Not for the pack house, not yet. She walked. The Capitol Hills streets in January at 4:30, the light almost gone already, the specific quality of the Pacific Northwest's early winter dark arriving with the particular gentleness it had. Cold. Not aggressively cold, the Seattle cold that was relentless rather than sharp. She walked 3 blocks and stood at the corner of the street that had the specific quality of a street she had stood on before. 3 months ago, October, Kane Holt's second visit, the silver quill at midnight, the silver of the city in the aftermath. She looked at the corner, the specific ordinary geography of a Capitol Hill intersection doing its Thursday afternoon. She thought about 3 months, the specific quality of 3 months and what it had contained, the Missouri Drive, the name, the morning's conversations, Tobias, Priya, Hessa's proposal, Jimmy's Burns' intelligence, Sierra's door being open from the beginning. Mary generates a frequency. She thought about what came next. Jonna Reeves on Thursday, the compact's conditions, Burns's outreach to the constructed packs, whatever Burns was offering and what it meant for what the threshold was building. She thought about Kane Holt. Jimmy had told her yesterday in the specific Jimmy way, information delivered with the neutral that did not quite cover what was underneath, that Kane Holt had asked to see her again. Still in compact custody. Still talking. Still sitting with something the Silver Quill's front room had given him and had not been able to resolve. She had not decided yet. She was still not deciding. She held it the way she held things she was not ready for, with the awareness that the not ready was not the same as the not ever, and that the difference would become clear when it became clear. "You are going to have to decide about Kane," Lilith had said on Monday. Not pushing, reporting a fact. "I know," Carrie had said. "Not today," Lilith had said, "but soon." Soon, Carrie had confirmed. She stood at the Capitol Hill corner and looked at the early winter dark. She was 22 years old, and 3 months ago she had been afraid, and now she was not afraid, and the not being afraid was its own specific quality, not the absence of something but the presence of something, the specific presence of someone who had been through things, and had come out of them with the full picture, and was standing in the early winter dark in Seattle working on what came next. She was building something, the threshold, the door that was open, the light that was on. She was doing it with people she had chosen, and people who had chosen her, and people who were in the process of arriving at their choice, and people she had not yet met who would arrive with their own needs and their own histories, and would find the door open when they got there. She was going to figure out Kane, not today, but soon. She was going to find out what Burns was offering and what it meant. She was going to meet Jonna Reeves on Thursday and have a compact conversation about the third condition. She was going to be present when Priya Anand began learning from Hessa Vane on terms that Priya had set. She was going to tell Mary what Amber had told her and watch Mary's face when she received it. She was going to go home to the pack house and eat dinner at the table with the people who had been eating dinner at that table with her for 12 years. She was going to do all of it. She turned and walked back toward the Silver Quill to get Lilith before they headed home. She was not humming. And then she was. The whole song, beginning to end, her father's love song, the complete thing. She let it be there. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 2. Jonna Reeves arrived on Thursday at 2 in the afternoon. She came to the Silver Quill rather than the pack house, which was the first thing Carrie noted. The choice of location was deliberate. The compact's representative had suggested the Silver Quill, and Jonna Reeves had accepted without asking for alternatives, which meant either she had done her research and understood the Silver Quill's significance, or she had accepted without needing to understand it, and either version was information. She was 41 and a wolf shifter, and she had the specific quality of someone who had been in difficult rooms for a long time and had learned what difficult rooms required. Not hardness precision. The specific precision of someone who understood that most situations had load-bearing elements, and that identifying the load-bearing elements quickly was the skill that determined outcomes. She looked at the Silver Quill's front room when she came in. Not casually the assessment quality, the rapid taking in of a space. She looked at the shelves and the specific unlabeled section, and the cats conducting their inexplicable business, and the warm low lights, and the smell of lilac and mint. That was simply what the Silver Quill smelled like. Something in her expression, Brief, the specific quality of someone encountering something they had not expected and were integrating. She looked at Carrie. "You're younger than I expected," she said. "I know," Carrie said. "Come in." The back room. The Thursday configuration is not the full inner circle, not the crisis configuration. The specific assembly of people that the meeting required. Carrie at the head of the table. Not the Walker pack head. She had been sitting at this position since November, and it had settled there without formal designation. The way positions settled when the person in them was doing the thing the position required. Lilith to her left. Field operations and the Walker pack's future alpha, and the person who asked the questions Carrie did not think to ask because they came from a different angle. Mike beside Lilith. The alpha. The weight of his presence in the room was specific and not requiring explanation. When Mike Walker sat at a table, things that had been uncertain became certain, not through force, but through the specific gravity of a person who had been making consequential decisions for 20 years and wore that history visibly. Amber at the counter, not the table at the counter. The silver quill's position. Her presence was the specific kind that did not take up space at the table and was more present for that. The compact's representative Elias. She had started thinking of him by his first name in November when the representative had begun to feel like a title for someone who had been at enough Thursday tables to have become a person at the table's right side. He had been here for 3 months, and he had the quality he had had since October. Cautious, genuinely engaged, recalibrating continuously. Jimmy, present but peripheral, intelligence function. He was at the back of the room with his laptop in the way of someone who was there to inform rather than to participate. Jonna Reeves, across from Carrie. She had sat without being directed to her position, which meant she had assessed the room and identified the correct position on her own. This was also information. "Thank you for coming," Carrie said. "Thank you for the meeting," Jonna said. She said it without the performance of politeness, the flat delivery of someone who meant it as a statement rather than a courtesy. "I've been reading about the threshold for 6 weeks. I wanted to understand it before I came." "What did you read?" Carrie said. "What Jimmy Park has shared through the intelligence exchange." She glanced at Jimmy, "which is thorough. And what I've heard from the Harrow Pack members who are in the Compact's processing system." She paused. "And what Danny Voss told me in November." The room received this. "You spoke to Danny," Carrie said. "I requested access through the Compact's representative," Jonna said. "She agreed to speak with me. I wanted to hear her account of what happened in the Silver Quill's front room in October, from her perspective." She held Carrie's look. "She described you telling Kane Holt the truth about what the bond was, in the middle of a fight." She paused. She said it was the moment she decided. "Yes," Carrie said. "She said you told him in advance what you were capable of and asked for his consent before using it." Jonna held her look. She said that was not what she expected from the other side of a fight. "It's what I believe in," Carrie said, specifically. Jonna looked at her, the assessment quality, running. "I know," she said. "That's why I'm here." She held Carrie's look. "The Harrow Pack chose the awakening. I participated in that choice. I was in the rooms when the decisions were made. I provided analysis that supported those decisions." She said it with the specific flatness of someone reading from a record they have verified and will not contest. "I did not manufacture or falsify. I provided my honest assessment of a situation to people I was loyal to, and the assessment contributed to something terrible." She paused. "I've been sitting with that for 3 months." The back room was quiet. "What have you concluded?" Mike said. The first thing he had said, the serious tone present in it. Jonna looked at him. The assessment ran on Mike the same way it had run on the Silver Quill's front room and on Carrie. She held his look for a moment, the specific moment of someone deciding how to speak to a man who carried the specific weight Mike Walker carried. "That the honest analysis of a situation is not sufficient," she said. "That honest analysis in service of wrong conclusions is still wrong conclusions." She paused. "That I was loyal to the Harrow Pack, and the Harrow Pack was loyal to the awakening, and I told myself that loyalty and analysis were my function, and everything else was outside my function." She stopped. Everything else was the children in the facility. The room held this. That's a hard thing to sit with, Lilith said. Yes, Jonna said. It is. She held Lilith's look. I don't expect it to be easy. I expect to be held to account for it for the rest of my professional life. She paused. What I want to know is whether there is a professional life that consists of something other than being held to account. Whether there is something I can actually do. She looked at Carrie. That's why I'm here. Carrie looked at her. Jonna Reeves was 41 years old and had been in difficult rooms for a long time and had just said the true thing in the most direct version available to her. Not performing contrition, not performing reform, asking a specific question that she needed an answer to. Whether there was something she could actually do. Yes, Carrie said. There is. She held Jonna's look. Whether you can do it here depends on what you're willing to do and what you're not. She paused. But the answer to the underlying question is yes. Something in Jonna's expression. The brief thing beneath the precision. Something receiving. Tell me what you need to know, Jonna said. Tell me about the Harrow Pack, Carrie said. Specifically, the individuals, not the leadership of the people. What they are, what they need, what they're carrying. She held Jonna's look. The Harrow Pack is one of the first cases the threshold needs to understand if we're going to serve the communities that chose the awakening out of legitimate grievance and got out. She paused. You know them. Tell me. Jonna told her. She spoke for 23 minutes. Not a speech or an account. The specific account of someone who had observed a community closely for years and could describe it accurately. She described the Harrow Pack the way Jimmy described intelligence, not with embellishment, with precision. The specific individuals, the specific griefs, the specific way the plain-sight consensus had cost them real things: the land, the sun, the specific history of a pack that had been asked to contain itself in ways that had compounded over decades into something that Aldrich Voss had found and recognized and offered an answer to. She described Vincent Harrow, his grief, which was real, his ideology, which was a wrong answer to a real question, his choices, which had produced terrible outcomes from genuine motivation. His current position is the specific difficulty of an alpha who had to hold a fractured pack together while also accounting for what the pack had done, and who was doing both simultaneously with insufficient support. She described the individuals in the compact's processing system, the ones who had believed, the ones who had followed, the ones who had not believed but had followed anyway because following was what they knew, the ones who were angry at the awakening for failing, the ones who were angry at themselves for being part of it, the ones who were simply frightened and did not know what came next. She described what they needed, not abstractly specifically, specific people with specific situations. When she finished, the back room was quiet in the specific quality of rooms that have received a great deal of accurate information and are processing it. How many? Carrie said. In the compact's processing system from the Harrow Pack specifically. 17. Jonna held her look. In the Harrow Pack still operating under Vincent's leadership and trying to figure out what that means. 42. She paused. In other packs that had formal or informal affiliation with the awakening who have reached out to Vincent since October and who are watching what the Harrow Pack does and whether there is a way forward. Unknown, but present. There's a category you're not nomming, Lilith said. She said without accusation the operational observation of someone who had been tracking the account and had identified a gap. Jonna looked at her. Yes, Jonna said. There are people in the Harrow Pack who have not submitted to the compact's process and who have not formally disengaged from the awakening's ideology. She paused. Who are waiting to see if the way forward that Vincent is demonstrating is actually a way forward or is capitulation dressed as accountability. How many? Mike said. 8, I think, Jonna said. Possibly 12. She held Mike's look. Vincent knows who they are. He's chosen not to push them. He believes that pushing produces the wrong outcome. She paused. I believe he's right, but I want to be honest that they exist. Yes, Mike said. Good. Elias, the compact's representative, had been listening with the specific quality of his listening, the cautious engagement, the continuous recalibration. He looked at Jonna. The intelligence exchange with the compact, he said. You gave us everything. Yes, Jonna said. including operational details that implicated people you have relationships with. Yes. Why? Jonna looked at him. The precision settled into something that was not quite the same quality it had been at the start of the meeting, something slightly more open. Because the alternative, she said, was continuing to prioritize loyalty to people over accountability to what was right, and I had already determined that this was the error that led to where I ended up. She paused. The only way to stop making the error was to stop making the error. She paused, even when it cost me something. Did it cost you something? Elias said. Yes, Jonna said, several relationships that were significant. She paused. Vincent was not among them. He had already arrived at the same place. She paused. That helped. The back room. Carrie was watching Jonna Reeves with the full quality of her attention. The True Blood's specific awareness of constructed shifters was not present here. Jonna was a legitimate wolf shifter. No the romantic architecture. No seams. What Carrie was reading was simply the person. The specific frequency of someone who had been through something significant and had not come out the same way they went in and was standing in the change without pretending it was not there. Jonna, she said. Yes. The threshold is not a therapy program, Carrie said. It is not an accountability structure. It is not a place where people come to be assessed. She held Jonna's look. It is a place where the door is open, where the light is on. She paused. The people you described, the 17 in the compact system, the 42 in the Harrow pack, the unknown number watching, they don't need to earn the door. She held Jonna's look. But they need to know the door exists. Yes, Jonna said. That's your job, Carrie said. If you want it. She held Jonna's look. Making sure they know the door exists. Being the person who can reach them because you've been in the same rooms. Speaking the language they speak. She paused. Not on behalf of the threshold as an institution. As a person who has been where they are and found a way forward. Jonna looked at her for a long moment. That's the job, she said, not a question. That's the job, Carrie confirmed. I want it, Jonna said. Good, Carrie said. Then let's talk about what it looks like practically. The conversation ran for another 40 minutes. The practical questions: structure, authority, relationship to the compact's processing system, how the threshold engaged with people who were still being formally assessed versus people who had completed the process. Jonna asked specific questions and received specific answers, and asked follow-up questions that revealed the depth of the reading she had been doing for 6 weeks. At one point, Lilith asked her something about the Harrow pack's internal communication structure that produced an answer that ran for 4 minutes and contained 3 pieces of information that Jimmy was visibly nodding and would not have been available without this specific conversation. At another point, Mike asked her one question about Vincent Harrow. A single question. The serious tone present and Jonna's answer said more about Vincent Harrow and what he was trying to do than anything in Jimmy's preliminary read had provided. Elias, throughout, was taking notes. His cautious engagement was shifting, she could see it. The specific quality of the compact's representative encountering something that was exceeding his expectations in the specific direction he had been told to look for. When the practical conversation concluded, there was a brief silence. The compact's recognition, Carrie said. To Elias directly, I know there are conditions. Elias looked at her. The assessment. 2 straightforward ones, he said. One that requires conversation. He paused. The first is governance documentation, a formal structure that defines how decisions are made within the threshold, how accountability functions internally, and how disputes are resolved. The compact needs to understand how the thing works before it can recognize it officially. We've been working on that, Carrie said. We'll have a draft by next Thursday. Good, he paused. The second is a formal relationship definition with the Walker Pack. The compact understands that the threshold originated in Walker Pack infrastructure. They need clarity on where the pack's authority ends and the threshold's autonomy begins. Also workable, Mike said. The serious tone. The threshold is not a Walker Pack operation. It is what it says it is. The Walker Pack provides support and infrastructure because this is the right thing to do. He paused. Independence is real. Yes, Elias said. I've communicated that to the compact. I believe they accept it. He paused. The third condition is the one that requires conversation. The back room was quiet. Tell me, Carrie said. The compact is concerned, Elias said carefully, about the threshold's relationship with Hessa Vane. The room received this. Specifically, he continued, the compact has concerns about a formally recognized supernatural community institution having an ongoing operational relationship with a practitioner who is currently under a threshold binding as a consequence of crimes committed during the awakening. He paused. They understand the practical arguments for the relationship. They are concerned about the signal it sends. Carrie held his look. What signal, she said. That accountability is negotiable, he said. That if you have useful knowledge, the consequences for how you used it can be managed around. That's not what the relationship is, Carrie said. No, Elias said, I know that. I've been here for 3 months and I've watched the relationship. I know what it is. He held her look. The compact does not have 3 months of observation. They have reports. What do they want? Lilith said. They want clarity on the terms of Hessa Vane's situation, Elias said. Specifically, is the threshold binding indefinite? Is it punitive? Is it restorative? What is the path through it if there is one, and who determines when it ends? He paused. The compact wants to know if this is justice or if it is management, and they want to know who is making that determination. The back room. Carrie looked at the table. She had been thinking about Hessa Vane's proposal for 3 days. The proposal Hessa had made specific, contained, addressed most of the obvious objections. She had been going to bring it to Mike and Amber and the compact before the Jonna Reeves meeting. She had not had the time. She had the time now. Can I have 20 minutes? She said to Elias. He looked at her, of course. She looked at Amber. Come with me. The adjacent room. Hessa was at the table. She looked up when Carrie and Amber came in. She read the quality of the visit, not the routine 11 conversations quality, something else. The compact, she said. Yes, Carrie said. The third condition, Hessa said. You knew there would be a third condition, Carrie said. I expected it. She held Carrie's look. My existence is inconvenient for an institution trying to establish itself as a legitimate community resource. She said it without self-pity, the flat accuracy of someone assessing a situation. I am a liability. That's not how we frame it, Carrie said. I know how you frame it, Hessa said. I also know how the compact frames it. She held Carrie's look. Tell me what they want. Clarity, Carrie said. Is this punitive? Is it restorative? Is there a path through it? Who decides? Hessa was quiet for a moment. My proposal, she said, from Tuesday. Yes, Carrie said. Tell Amber. Hessa looked at Amber. She held Amber's look for a moment, the specific quality of these two looking at each other, which was 20 years of diverged paths and shared teacher, and the specific weight of what they were to each other, which was complicated in a way that had not simplified in 3 months, and probably would not simplify in any convenient timeline. The binding, Hessa said, is Amber's working, not the compacts, not the thresholds. Amber set the terms. Amber is the one who can modify or end them. She held Amber's look. I am not asking Amber to modify or end them on any particular timeline. She paused. What I am proposing is that the terms be made explicit, written, that the conditions for modification or ending be stated clearly, and that the determination be made by Amber in consultation with Carrie and with Priya. She held Amber's look. Priya specifically. Because Priya is the person I am most accountable to in this room, and she should have a formal role in determining what accountability looks like. Amber looked at her. You're giving Priya authority over your situation, Amber said. I'm giving Priya a formal voice in it, Hessa said. There's a difference. But yes, substantially, she held Amber's look. She deserves it. What I did to her specifically deserves the authority that comes from having been the subject of it. She's 14, Amber said. She's 14, and she has more capacity than most practitioners 3 times her age, and she's been thinking about this with more rigor than I anticipated since October. Hessa held Amber's look. She's not going to make a careless determination. She is constitutionally incapable of carelessness. A pause. I know because I spent 7 weeks trying to assess her, and it was the most difficult assessment I have ever done. The adjacent room. Carrie watched the two of them. The 20 years of diverged paths in the room with them not resolved, not reconciled, but present and being worked with rather than avoided. And the romantic renegotiation worked, Carrie said. The practical part of your proposal. I will provide the work, Hessa said. Full documentation. Everything the threshold needs to have knowledge regardless of what happens to me. She held Carrie's look. I will train whoever needs to be trained to perform it. She paused. Within the silver quill. In conditions that Amber determines. With Priya present if Priya chooses. She paused. And I will be present for the cases where it is needed as a consultant, as a practitioner for as long as I am here and on terms that Amber sets. In exchange, Carrie said. There is no exchange, Hessa said. I am not negotiating immunity or reduced terms. I am proposing a way to be useful from inside this situation rather than simply existing in it. Then what do you want? Amber said. Hessa held her look. I want the work to matter, she said. That is the only honest answer. She paused. I have spent 20 years doing work that I told myself mattered, and that contributed to something terrible. I want the work I do from here to matter in the other direction. She paused. I am not asking you to believe this is a transformation. I am asking you to give me the conditions in which it can be demonstrated over time. The adjacent room was very still. Amber looked at Hessa Vane for a long moment. I'll bring this to Priya, she said. Today. Yes, Hessa said. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, Amber said. Priya's answer is what it is. I know, Hessa said. I'm prepared for that. They went back to the back room. Carrie presented the proposal to the room. The full version of Hessa's words, not summarized. She had learned that summarizing Hessa Vane reduced the accuracy, and the accuracy was the thing the proposal depended on. When she finished, the back room was quiet in the specific way. It had been quiet when Jonna Reeves finished speaking about the quality of rooms that have received accurate information and are processing it. Elias looked at the table. His cautious engagement at a specific pitch, the pitch that had been building since October and had arrived somewhere. The compact's concern is about the signal, he said slowly. Whether accountability is negotiable. He held Carrie's look. What you're describing written terms, conditions for modification, Priya Anand with formal authority is not the signal they're concerned about. It's the opposite signal. He paused. It's the signal that accountability is real and specific and held to by the people inside it. He paused, including the person being held to account. Yes, Carrie said. That's what I'm saying. I'll take it to the compact, he said. The full version as you've presented it. He held her look. I believe they will accept it. When Carrie said. 2 weeks, he said, possibly less. Good, she said. She looked at Jonna Reeves, who had been present for the Hessa conversation with the quality of someone integrating information they had not anticipated. That's what the threshold does, Carrie said, with everything. She held Jonna's look. The door is open. But the door being open doesn't mean there are no walls. It means the walls are honest. She paused. Hessa Vane's situation is honest. The terms are real. The accountability is real. Priya's voice in it is real. She held Jonna's look. That's how we do everything. Jonna looked at her. Yes, she said. I see that. She paused. That's what Danny Voss was trying to tell me when I spoke to her in November. She held Carrie's look. She said the thing that was different about the Walker pack and the threshold was that the walls were honest. She paused. I didn't fully understand what she meant until right now. The back room. Mike's hands are flat on the table. The serious tone in his expression. Not directed at anyone specifically, the specific quality of it when he was receiving something that was being done correctly and was acknowledging it internally. Amber at the counter with the expression that was not quite the very still thing, and was not it. Lilith beside Carrie, looking at Jonna Reeves with the expression of someone arriving at a conclusion. Thursday conversations, Lilith said. We hold them weekly. The thresholds building conversations. She held Jonna's look. You should be here next week. Yes, Jonna said, I'd like that. After Jonna left at 4:30, the back room held its residue. The specific quality of a significant meeting concluded that the air in the room was different from how it had been at 2 o'clock, the information and the decisions having changed the texture of the space. Elias stayed for 20 minutes after Jonna's departure. He spoke to Carrie about the compact's recognition timeline, the documentation they would need, the specific language that would make the governance document work for the compact's requirements without making it something the threshold was not. He was precise and useful, and he had the quality, as he always had in the Thursday conversations, of someone who had started from one position and had been arriving at another over 3 months and was now somewhere he had not expected to be. Elias, Carrie said, before he left. He looked at her. The work you've been doing here, she said, the 3 months. She held his look. Is that the compact's position or yours? He was quiet for a moment. Both, he said. They're not in opposition. He held her look. But I will tell you that when I arrived in October, I was here to assess a situation and report to the compact on whether formal recognition was advisable. He paused. And I will tell you that my assessment has been significantly revised in the 3 months since. He paused. I am no longer reporting on whether recognition is advisable. I am reporting on what conditions will make recognition most effective. He paused. That is a different thing. Yes, Carrie said, it is. He looked at the room. The silver quills back room at 4:30 on a Thursday in January. The specific warmth of it. The smell of lilac and mint. Tell Amber, he said, that I'll be in touch tomorrow about the governance documentation specifics. I'll tell her, Carrie said. He left. At 5 o'clock, Amber went to see Priya. Priya was upstairs. She had a room at the Silver Quill that had become hers in the specific way that rooms became people's when they spent enough time in them. She was not the upstairs room's original occupant. That was the room that knew what it was for, the guest room, the room Carrie had used on the significant nights. Priya had been given a different room, slightly smaller, with a south-facing window and a desk that she had immediately covered in the specific organized chaos of a 14-year-old, engaged in intensive magical study. Amber knocked. Come in, Priya said. The room, the organized chaos. Priya at the desk with the quality of someone who had been doing something and had stopped to acknowledge the interruption and was ready to return to it if the interruption did not merit sustained attention. She looked at Amber, the multi-layered assessment, reading the quality of the visit. Hess's proposal, she said. You knew about the proposal, Amber said. I knew there was a proposal. Priya held Amber's look. I could hear pieces of the conversation from Tuesday through the wall. She paused. The walls are not as thick as the Silver Quill thinks they are. I'll note that, Amber said. Tell me what she proposed. Amber told her. The full version Hess's words, not summarized, which Amber had adopted from Carrie's approach after observing its accuracy. Priya listened with the full quality of her attention, not interrupting, processing. When Amber finished, Priya was quiet for a moment. She's giving me authority over her situation, Priya said. A formal voice in it, Amber said. There's a difference. She used the same distinction with you, Priya said. I know, but substantially, yes, she looked at the desk. She's doing it because she believes I'll exercise it rigorously. She paused. She's not doing it as a performance. No, Amber said, she's not. She could have made the proposal without including me, Priya said. The compact's concern is about the signal. Written terms and conditions and your authority as the binding practitioner would have addressed the compact's concern. She paused. She added me because she believes it's the right thing to do. She held Amber's look, not because it makes her look more accountable, because she thinks I should have it. Yes, Amber said. I hate that she's right about that, Priya said. I know, Amber said. Priya looked at the desk, the organized chaos, the 14-year-old in a room that had become hers in a building that was a sanctuary. I'm not going to make it easy for her, she said. I know, Amber said. I'm going to ask her some uncomfortable questions. I'm going to hold the terms strictly. I'm going to stop. I'm not going to pretend the complicated feelings aren't there. No, Amber said, you shouldn't. And I am going to take the education, Priya said. On my terms. That has not changed. She held Amber's look. But I'm going to take it with the full picture of who she is and what she did and what that means. She paused. And I'm going to use the voice she's given me in the way it deserves to be used. Yes, Amber said. Rigorously, Priya said. Yes, Amber said, rigorously. Priya looked at the window. The January dark arrived outside. When she said, whenever you're ready, Amber said. Monday, Priya said. I'll be ready Monday. I'll tell her, Amber said. Tell her, Priya paused. Tell her I heard what she said, about asking for the opportunity rather than the trust. She held Amber's look. Tell her I understood it. Yes, Amber said, I'll tell her. Carrie was in the front of the silver quill when Amber came back downstairs. She was standing at the window. The Capitol Hill street in the January dark, the specific quality of a Thursday evening in January, the city's pace different from October's, the cold settled in, the specific ordinary texture of a city in winter. She had been thinking about Burns. Jimmy had said Friday for the update on what Burns was offering the constructed packs. It was Thursday evening, and she was already thinking about it because thinking about Burns was unavoidable once you started. He was the kind of problem that occupied the background processing regardless of other demands. She was also thinking about Kane. The not deciding had been going on for 3 months. It was not avoidance. She had been clear with herself that it was not avoidance. It was the specific wait for the right conditions, the same way the extraction had been the right conditions and Missouri had been the right conditions. But 3 months was beginning to feel like the conditions might be arriving. Priya said Monday, Amber said. Good, Carrie said, without turning from the window. She said to tell Hessa she heard what she said. Amber came to stand beside her, about asking for the opportunity. Good, Carrie said. That's when she paused. Good. They stood at the Silver Quill's front window, the January evening, Capitol Hill Street. Elias is going to recommend recognition, Carrie said. Yes, Amber said. The third condition is going to be resolved. Yes, Amber said. Jonna Reeves is the right person for what the threshold needs to do with the Harrow Pack communities. Yes, Amber said. She held Carrie's look. What are you not saying? Carrie held the window. Burns, she said. I keep thinking about Burns. Yes, Amber said. What specifically? What he's offering the constructed packs, she said. Jimmy will have the update tomorrow, but I've been thinking about what it could be that Burns would be offering. She held Amber's look. He's smart. He doesn't offer things that aren't compelling. He doesn't reach out through back channels unless what he's offering is something the front channels can't provide. She paused. What do the constructed packs need that the threshold can't offer? Amber was quiet for a moment. Speed, she said. The threshold is built carefully. The compact is cautious. The recognition process takes time. She paused. Burns can move faster. Yes, Carrie said, but that's only part of it. She held Amber's look. He's also offering them something else. Something the threshold specifically can't offer because of what the threshold is. She paused. The threshold is honest walls. That's what Jonna said Danny Voss told her. Honest walls. She held Amber's look. Burns's walls are not honest, but they're also not constraining. She paused. He's offering them the option that doesn't require accountability. The Silver Quill's front room. The smell of lilac and mint. The warmth. Not all of them will take it, Amber said. No, Carrie said, but some will, and the ones who do will be stopped. They'll be in Burns's network, which means they'll be in whatever Burns is building, which means the threshold needs to move faster, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said, without sacrificing the honest walls. That's a difficult combination, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said, it is. She looked at the street. Kane, she said. Yes, Amber said. He asked to see me again. I know, Amber said. Jimmy told me. He's been in compact custody for 3 months. He's been talking. He's sitting with something. She held Amber's look. What I said to him in the Silver Quill's front room about the bond, about what Aldrich built, about having to decide who he is without the project. She paused. He's been sitting with it. Yes, Amber said. He has information about Burns, Carrie said. From when Aldrich was running the coalition, from the inside of those relationships. She held Amber's look, not the Compact's version of that intelligence. Kane's version. You're thinking about seeing him because of Burns, Amber said. Partially. Partially, Carrie said. She looked at the window. Partially because I said to him that he would have to decide who he was without the project, and I think he has been deciding, and I want to know what he's decided. She paused, not for the threshold, for she stopped. For yourself, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said, for myself. Amber was quiet for a moment. The bond is gone, she said. 3 months clean. Yes, Carrie said. You have the full picture of what he is, Amber said. What was done to both of you. What he chose to do with what he inherited. She held Carrie's look. You have the full picture and you're still thinking about it. Yes, Carrie said. Then the conditions might be arriving, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said. I think they might. She stood at the Silver Quill's window and looked at the Capitol Hill Street in January and thought about the person she had been in October, not afraid, but not yet fully herself, and the person she was now. 3 months of building. 3 months of the Walker pack house and the Thursday tables and the name and Priya and Jonna Reeves and Mary's new frequency and all of it. 3 months of being entirely herself. Not tonight, she said. No, Amber said, not tonight. But soon. Yes, Amber said, soon. The door of the Silver Quill opened. Lilith, coming in from wherever she had been in the afternoon she had left after the Jonna Reeves meeting for a Walker pack operational matter, and had been returning things to the standard operational state that Donna had been managing, while the threshold meetings ran in the foreground. She looked at Carrie and Amber at the window. What did I miss? She said. Priya said Monday, Carrie said. Elias is recommending recognition. Jonna Reeves is the right person for the Harrow communities. She held Lilith's look, and I'm going to see Kane. Lilith looked at her. The full quality, the present thing, the expression that had been underneath the sister's script for years and was simply there now, in the Silver Quill's front room in January, receiving what Carrie was saying and doing the specific assessment of someone who knew her completely. Okay, Lilith said. When? Not tonight, Carrie said, but soon. I'm coming, Lilith said. I know, Carrie said. Not in the room necessarily, Lilith said, but there, where you are. I know, Carrie said. That's where you always are. The Silver Quill, the January evening, the smell of lilac and mint. Lilith came to stand beside her. The default arrangement. The confirmed arrangement. The arrangement was the same whether they were in the front room or the back room or the Capitol Hill Street or the Walker pack house or a landing window with the October trees outside. Burns, Lilith said. Jimmy's update is Friday. Yes. We'll know more tomorrow. Yes. And until then. Until then, Carrie said, we go home. She was humming. She did not notice. The whole song, beginning to end, running underneath the January evening with the specific ease of something that was simply part of her now present without requiring anything, complete without being finished, hers. Yes, Lilith said, let's go home. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 3. Jimmy's update arrived at 9 in the morning. Not at the Silver Quill at the pack house. He came to the kitchen the way he came to the kitchen when the intelligence was the kind that needed to be delivered in person rather than through the channel, which was its own piece of information before he said a word. Carrie was at the kitchen table with coffee, Lilith across from her. Mike had already been up for an hour. He had the quality of someone who had been processing the operational morning since before it was reasonable to call it morning, which was Mike Walker's standard operating procedure and had been for as long as Carrie had known him. Donna was there. She had come in at 8 with the pack's weekly operations summary and had stayed because she had looked at Jimmy's text on her own phone when he sent the arrival notification and had made the operational assessment that she should be present. Jimmy sat down. He opened his laptop. He looked at the room with the neutral. "Burns," he said. "Tell us," Mike said. "What he's offering the constructed packs in the compact's processing system," Jimmy said, "is intelligence." He paused. "Specifically intelligence about other constructed packs. Ones that the compact has not yet identified. Once Aldrich Voss built in the 11 years the Awakening Coalition was operational." He held Carrie's look. "Burns has identified at least 6 additional constructed communities, possibly more." The kitchen was quiet. "6, Lilith said. "Confirmed 6, Jimmy said. "My contact at the Parliament flagged 3 of the conversations, the ones that were most explicit. The intelligence Burns is providing gives the constructed individuals in the compact system what no one else is providing them right now." He paused. "Community. The knowledge that they are not the only ones, that there are others in the same position." "That's significant," Amber said. She had come in at 8:30 and was at the counter, in the position that was hers in the Walker Pack kitchen as it was hers in the Silver Quills back room. For constructed individuals who have just learned what they are, the isolation of that knowledge is considerable. "Yes," Jimmy said. "Burns knows this. He's offering connection to a broader community at exactly the moment when the compact's process feels most isolating." He paused. "It's a precise intervention." "What does he want in return?" Carrie said. "Nothing explicit yet," Jimmy said. "That's the specific Burns methodology. He provides something valuable without nomming a price. The price becomes evident later when he's positioned himself as indispensable." He paused. "But I can infer the direction." He pulled up something on his laptop. The 6 constructed communities he's identified reach them too, not just providing their existence as intelligence to the compact's processing individuals, reaching them directly. He held the room's attention. "He's building a network of constructed communities that have their primary relationship with Burns rather than with the compact or with the threshold." "He's building the threshold's competition," Donna said. "Flat, operational." "He's building something that looks like the threshold from the outside," Jimmy said. "The same function connects constructed communities, providing support and information, building relationships across communities that didn't previously know each other existed." He paused. "Different architecture, different walls." "No accountability," Carrie said. "No formal accountability," Jimmy said. "Burns doesn't do formal accountability. He has mutual interest." He held Carrie's look. "His network is connected by interests he manages. The threshold is connected by something else." He paused. "The question is which one the constructed communities choose when they have access to both." The kitchen. Mike's hands are flat on the table. The serious tone in his expression, the full weight of it, which meant he was treating this with the full weight it warranted. "The 6 communities," he said. "Where?" "Geographically dispersed," Jimmy said. 2 on the East Coast, 1 in the Midwest, 1 in the Southwest." He paused. 2 internationals, 1 in the UK, 1 in Germany. He held Mike's look. "Aldrich was more ambitious than we understood. The Voss operation in Missouri was the center of the network, but it was not the whole of it." "The compact knows about these," Carrie said. "They know about one of the East Coast ones," Jimmy said. "That's it. The other 5 are Burns' intelligence exclusively at this point." He paused. "Which means Burns has leverage over the compact as well as over the constructed communities." He paused. "He can provide this intelligence to the compact, or he can continue to hold it and develop his own relationships with those communities first." He held the room's attention. "He will provide it eventually. He always does eventually. The timing is what he manages." The kitchen was quiet. Carrie looked at the table, the coffee in her hands, the specific quality of intelligence arriving and reorganizing the picture around it. 6 communities, possibly more. Constructed individuals who did not know they were constructed, possibly, who had been running on the romantic architecture their whole lives, who might have the beginnings of true bloodings in their lines, who had never encountered Alina's frequency because Alina's frequency had been specific to the Voss line, who were, right now, either already in Burns' network or about to be offered a place in it. "Hess is working," she said, to Amber. Amber held her look. "Yes." The Thuriamantic renegotiation, the documentation, the training. She held Amber's look. We need to move on that faster than Monday. I know, Amber said. I was thinking the same thing. Priya said Monday, Lilith said. Priya said Monday for her education conversation with Hessa, Carrie said. That doesn't have to be the same as when Hessa begins documenting the renegotiation working. She held Lilith's look. Those can run in parallel. Does Hessa know about the 6 communities? Amber said. Not yet, Carrie said. She will have thoughts, Amber said. Specific thoughts. She has knowledge about the awakening structure that Jimmy doesn't have yet. She held Carrie's look. She was inside the coalition's magical architecture. She knew what Aldrich was building and how it was built. She paused. She may know about communities beyond the 6. The kitchen was very still. Of course she might, Donna said, in the specific tone of someone arriving at a conclusion that was professionally relevant and personally irritating. Yes, Amber said. She's been sitting in that room for 3 months, Donna said, and she has intelligence that is directly relevant to an active threat, and she has not. She hasn't been asked, Carrie said, not specifically, not about the awakening's broader structure. She held Donna's look. She was asked about what she knew about the facility, about the Thuriamantic architecture, about Priya, not about the coalition's full scope. That was an oversight, Donna said. Yes, Carrie said, it was mine. She held the kitchen's look. I'll address it today. The room accepted this. Mike's expression, not judgment, the acknowledgement of someone who had made operational assessments that required revision and understood this was how accurate assessments worked. The compact, Jimmy said, they need the 6 communities' information. Burns providing it first gives him leverage over the compact as well, if we can provide it. We provide it through Hessa, Carrie said, if she has it. We provide it to Elias today, before Burns can time the delivery to his advantage. She held Jimmy's look. Can you have everything you currently know about Burns' outreach in a format I can give to Elias by noon? Yes, Jimmy said. I'll have it by 11. Good. She looked at Mike. The 6 communities, she said. Even if Burns provides them to the compact today, the compact's process is slow. The communities need outreach now, not the compact's outreach. Someone who speaks the language. She held Mike's look. Jonna Reeves. Mike held her look. She was just here yesterday. She's the right person for this, and we know it already. She held his look. The Harrow Pack has contacts. Jonna has been doing this kind of outreach in the Harrow communities for 3 months. The language she speaks is the language these communities need to hear. She paused. Not the threshold reaching out to them as an institution. Jonna reaches out to them as a person who has been where they might be. She'd have to travel, Mike said, potentially internationally. Yes, Carrie said, we'd have to work out the logistics. She held his look. But the direction is right. Mike was quiet for a moment. The serious tone worked. Talk to her, he said. Today, present the full picture. Let her decide. He held Carrie's look. It's her decision. Yes, Carrie said, I know. And Carrie? Yes. Kane, he said. He has intelligence about Burns from inside the coalition. This is the moment to use it if you're going to. He held her look, not pushing, reporting the operational reality, the way he reported things. I know, she said. The conditions are arriving. Yes, he said, they are. She went to see Hesser at 10. The adjacent room. The knock. The specific quality of the Thursday knock that was different from the Hesse has said something that needs to be addressed knock that was different from the this is significant knock. This was the this is significant knock. Hesse read it when she opened the door. Come in, she said. Carrie came in and sat at the table across from Hesse and looked at her directly. I have an intelligence update, she said. That's relevant to your knowledge base and I want to ask you questions about it. She held Hesse's look. This is an intelligence conversation, not an accountability conversation. Those are different. Yes, Hesse said, they are. She held Carrie's look. Tell me. Carrie told her about Burns, the outreach to the constructed packs in the compact system, the 6 communities. The parallel network is being built with constructed communities and different walls. Hesse listened with the quality that she always listened with, the professional assessment, the specific evaluation of a practitioner receiving information about her area of expertise, not performing neutrality, genuinely processing. When Carrie finished, Hesse was quiet for a moment. 8, she said. Carrie held her look. Not 6, Hesse said. 8 constructed communities. Possibly 9. She held Carrie's look. I knew of 8. 2 that Aldrich had in development that were not yet complete when I was fully involved in the coalition's operations. Those 2 may have been completed since, or they may have disbanded when the Missouri operation collapsed. She paused. I don't know their current status, but they existed. Where? Carrie said. 1 in Australia, Hesse said. 1 in South Africa. She held Carrie's look. Aldrich was thinking in terms of the awakening as a global project. The American operation was the model. He was building toward replication. The adjacent room. You've known this for 3 months, Carrie said. No one asked me the right question, Hesse said. Not about the coalition's broader structure. The questions were about the facility, the romantic architecture, and Priya. She held Carrie's look. I answered what was asked. I did not volunteer what was not asked. Why not? Carrie said. Hesse held her look. Because, she said, I was still establishing what my position was, what the terms were, whether the people I was dealing with were operating in the way they appeared to be operating. She paused. I have been in rooms where people appeared to be one thing and were another. I was in those rooms for 20 years. She paused. I needed time to determine that the silver quill was what it said it was. And now, Carrie said. Now I'm telling you, Hesse said. 8 communities. Possibly 9. The Australian one was the most developed of the 2 in-progress ones, a bear shifter line, not leopard. The South African one was an earlier stage wolf shifter, possibly bear. I'm less certain about the species. She paused. I can give you everything I know, today, in writing if you want it. Yes, Carrie said. I want it in writing. I'll have it by noon, Hesse said. Okay, Carrie held her look. One more thing. Yes. Burns, she said. What do you know about him? From inside the coalition. Hesse held her look for a moment. The assessment ran not on the question, Carrie understood, on the situation. The specific evaluation of someone determining how much to give and in what order. Burns provided the awakening with logistics and intelligence, she said. He was never ideologically committed. He was useful and he knew he was useful and he managed that knowledge carefully. She paused. What I know about Burns from inside the coalition is that he is the most intelligent person I encountered in that context, and the only one who was consistently operating on a longer timeline than Aldrich. She paused. Aldrich thought for decades. Burns thinks in generations. What does he want? Carrie said. Ultimately, if you had to name it. Hesse thought for a moment. To be the person who controls the information that determines what the supernatural community becomes, she said. Not to lead it, not to govern it. To be the person without whom the people who lead and govern cannot function. She paused. He is building a position that is immune to whatever ideological shifts occur because his function is structural rather than ideological. She paused. A world where the supernatural community is openly known is a world where Burns' intelligence network is worth significantly more than it is now. A world where the community remains hidden is a world where Burns' intelligence network is the primary means of inter-community communication. She held Carrie's look. He wins in either scenario. He is building to win in either scenario. Which means, Carrie said. Which means the threshold is not competition to Burns in the way that Aldrich's project was competition to the compact, Hesse said. Burns does not oppose the threshold. He is trying to embed himself in the threshold's growth, because the threshold's growth is the kind of thing Burns profits from regardless of the outcome. She paused. He wants to be inside the thing that succeeds, not to be the thing that succeeds. He agreed to the terms we set, Carrie said. The accountability terms. He accepted them. Yes, Hesse said, because they were better than the alternative of being outside the thing you're building. She held Carrie's look. Do not mistake his acceptance of your terms for his agreement with your values. They are different. I know, Carrie said. Do you, Hesse said, not unkindly, the flat assessment of someone checking a variable. Yes, Carrie said. Lilith said the same thing in October. I trust his interests. Not him. She held Hesse's look. What I need to know is whether his interests are currently aligned with what the threshold needs or whether they've diverged. They're currently aligned, Hesse said. The threshold's growth benefits him. The constructed communities network he's building benefits him more if it eventually connects to the threshold than if it remains separate. She paused. He will offer you the 8 communities. Possibly the 9. He'll offer you the connection to the ones he's been building relationships with. She paused. The prize will be a formal role in the threshold's intelligence structure that gives him more access than the terms you currently have with the Parliament provide. He's going to try to renegotiate, Carrie said. He's going to try to expand, Hesse said, from his current position toward something with more structural authority. She held Carrie's look. Don't let him. The terms you have are the right terms. Hold them. How do I hold them, while also benefiting from what he knows about the 8 communities? Carrie said. Hesse held her look. You go around him, she said. You use what I'm giving you today. You provide Elias with the 8 communities before Burns can time his delivery. You reach out to Jonna Reeves, and you get people with the right language in front of those communities before Burns' network has fully established itself there. She paused. Burns are good. He is not faster than the threshold can be if the threshold moves today. We move today, Carrie said. Yes, Hesse said, today. Carrie looked at her, the woman who had been in this room for 3 months, who had done what she had done, who was giving her this intelligence the way she gave everything precisely, without performance, because it needed to be given and she had it. The document by noon, Carrie said. Yes, Hesse said. And Hesse? Yes. Thank you. Hesse looked at her. The neutral that was the professional composure and the thing underneath it. Yes, she said. Don't thank me until you see if it actually helps. I think it will, Carrie said. Yes, Hesse said, so do I. By 11 Jimmy had the Burns outreach documentation formatted for Elias. By 11:30 Hesse had given Carrie 4 pages of handwritten notes on the 8 communities' locations, species lines, approximate population sizes, stage of development at the last point of Hesse's direct knowledge, names of the awakening contacts who had been managing the development of each. By noon Carrie was on the phone with Elias. She gave him everything. The Burns outreach intelligence from Jimmy, Hesse's 8 communities, the names, the locations, the contacts. She did not manage the delivery, she gave it all at once, the way Amber had taught her to give things that needed to land with their full weight. Elias was quiet for a long moment after she finished. 8, he said. Possibly 9, she said. 2 of them were in development when Hesse's information was current. Their status is unknown. How long have you had this? He said. The Burns intelligence since this morning, she said. Hesse's communities document since 11:30. Hesse Vane has known about 8 constructed communities for 3 months, he said. She was not asked the right question, Carrie said. I take responsibility for that. The question was asked and answered today. A pause. I see, he said, the specific quality of someone integrating a significant recalibration. Elias, she said. Yes. Burns is going to offer you this intelligence, she said. He may offer it today. He may offer it next week. He will time the delivery to maximize his leverage. She held the phone. He's already been in contact with some of these communities. The ones he can reach first he's building relationships with before the compact can establish formal contact. She paused. If the compact moves today before Burns delivers his version, you get there first. I understand, he said. The recalibration completed into something operational. I'm going to need to make several calls immediately. Yes, she said, I know. Carrie? Yes. The intelligence from Hesse Vane, he said. The compact is going to have questions about how reliable it is, given its source. I know, she said. I've thought about this. She held the phone. Hesse Vane's intelligence has been reliable on every point where we've been able to verify it. The facility location, the watcher rotation, the theriamantic architecture, the renegotiation is working. She paused. She has not provided inaccurate intelligence since October. The compact can weight that as they choose. She paused, but they should know that the source's reliability record is clean. Yes, he said, I'll communicate that. A pause. The recognition timeline, he said. I said 2 weeks. I think he paused. I think this changes the timeline. In which direction, she said. Faster, he said. The compact needs the threshold to be formally operational. The constructed communities need somewhere to go that is not Burns' network. He paused. I'll push for 10 days. Thank you, she said. Don't thank me yet, he said. Let me make the calls. He hung up. Jonna Reeves was at a hotel in Capitol Hill. She was staying in Seattle for the week she had said as much after Thursday's meeting. Something about needing time to think and Seattle being a better place to think than the Harrow Pack's current territory, which was 2 states away and full of people who needed things from her. Carrie called her at 12:30. I need to meet with you, she said. This afternoon if possible. Tell me why, Jonna said. The directness, no performance. 8 constructed communities, Carrie said. Possibly 9. Burns is building a network. We need to move faster than we planned. A pause of approximately 2 seconds. Where, Jonna said, and when? The Silver Quill, Carrie said. 2 o'clock. I'll be there, Jonna said. She was there at 1:50. The Silver Quill at 2 o'clock held Carrie, Lilith, Jonna, and Mary. Not the full inner circle. Carrie had made the specific decision about who this conversation needed and who it did not. Mike knew what was happening. Donna was coordinating logistics. Jimmy was updating his intelligence picture based on the morning's information. Amber was in the adjacent room beginning the documentation conversation with Hessa about the renegotiation working. The people this conversation needed were the people who were going to do the work of reaching the 8 communities. That was Carrie, Lilith, Jonna, and Mary. Mary had arrived at 2 with the quality of someone who had been told something was happening and had come immediately without asking for more information than that. This was a Mary White thing. She had developed the specific quality of arriving for things without requiring full advance briefing. Carrie had come to rely on it. She laid out the full picture. The 8 communities, their locations, their current relationship with Burns' network, the compact moving today to establish formal contact, the need to reach them through language they could receive rather than through institutional process alone. Jonna was listening with the quality she had brought to Thursday's meeting, the precision, the assessment, the rapid identification of load-bearing elements. The Australian community, she said. Bear shifter line. Who was the awakening contact? Name in Hessa's document, Carrie said. She slid the document across the table. A woman named Bridget Calloway, based in Melbourne. Jonna looked at the name. Something in her expression is the brief thing beneath the precision. I know that name, she said. From the Harrow Pack's awakening involvement, Lilith said. From before that, Jonna said. She held the document. Bridget Calloway's pack had contact with the Harrow Pack 12 years ago, a territorial dispute that was resolved through mediation. She held Carrie's look. I was involved in the mediation. She paused. She is someone who will receive a contact from me differently than from an institution she has never encountered. Yes, Carrie said. That's why you're in this room. Jonna held the document, reading the full 8 pages. Her eyes moved with the specific quality of someone filing information rapidly. The South African one is different, she said. Earlier stage, wolf and possibly bear. The awakening contact is someone I don't know. She paused. Vincent might. His pack has international contacts. She held Carrie's look. I'd need to involve him. Yes, Carrie said. Do that. The 2 European ones, Jonna said. The UK and Germany. Within the compact's existing network, they have established supernatural community contacts in both countries. She held Carrie's look. The compact reaching them through existing channels is probably more effective than me reaching them through personal contact. My personal network doesn't extend to Europe. Who does it extend to? Lilith said. North America, Australia, limited contact in Japan through a pack alliance from 8 years ago. She held Lilith's look. If there are communities in Japan I don't know about, I might have a door. Note that, Carrie said to Mary. Mary had been at the table with the qualities she had developed over 3 months present, filing, not interrupting the load-bearing conversation but tracking everything in it. She noted it. The American communities, Jana said, 2 East Coast, 1 Midwest, 1 Southwest. These are the ones Burns has been most actively working. He's had 3 months of relationship building with at least some of them. She held Carrie's look. We're behind. Yes, Carrie said. How far behind? Depends on the specific community and how responsive they've been to Burns' outreach. She paused. Some of them will have already formed a primary attachment to what he's offering. Those are harder. She paused. Some of them will be in the same position as the communities I encountered through the Harrow Pack's post-awakening situation, wanting a way forward, but uncertain that one exists. She held Carrie's look. Those are reachable. How do you know which is which? Mary said. Jana looked at her. The assessment running this was the first time Jana had encountered Mary directly. The read was brief. Something in Jana's expression arrives at a conclusion. You were a Voss pack, she said. Yes, Mary said. You know how it feels when Burns' kind of offer arrives, Jana said, versus the threshold's kind. Yes, Mary said. Tell me, Jana said. Mary looked at her. The expression of someone being asked something that they have the specific knowledge to answer and are deciding how to give it. Burns offers you connection without accountability, Mary said, which sounds appealing when you've just been told that everything you thought you were is something that was done to you without your consent. She paused. The accountability feels like another thing being done to you, like another structure being imposed. She held Jana's look. The thresholds framing paused, honest walls. The compact says it differently, but Danny is the one who said it to me correctly. She paused. The walls aren't being imposed on you. You're choosing them, because they're what lets you be actually free, rather than just unmanaged. That's the distinction, Jana said. That's what I need to be able to communicate. Yes, Mary said, but you can't explain it. She held Jana's look. You have to demonstrate it. The people who have chosen the threshold need to be visible to the communities Burns is reaching. She paused. Danny, the submitted Missouri contacts. The people who went through the compacts process and came out the other side are in the Thursday conversations. She paused. They're the argument. She held Jana's look. Not a program, not a proposal. The people. Jana looked at her. Yes, Jana said, you're right. I know, Mary said. I've been thinking about it since Carrie told me about the idea in October. She paused. The frequency Alina built reached people because it was continuous. It was just there, running all the time, not asking for anything. She held Jana's look. The threshold needs to be like that, not reaching out with a pitch, just there, continuously, so that when someone needs it they can find it. The Silverquill's front room was quiet. Lilith was looking at Mary with the expression she used when she was receiving something she had not anticipated and was integrating it. Carrie was looking at Mary and thinking about what Amber had told her. I think she is producing one. The frequency. The thing Mary was generating in the absence of Alina's signal. Faint, getting stronger. The frequency, Carrie said, quietly, to Mary. Mary looked at her. That's what you're describing, Carrie said. A frequency. Something continuous. Something running underneath that people can find when they need it. Mary held her look. Yes, Mary said, I think so. She paused. I've been thinking about how Alina did it, what it required. The specific she was inside a binding and she found a way to project something through it that reached people in the line. She paused. She used the Rheomantic architecture itself as the carrier. The thing they built to contain her was the thing she used to reach through. She paused. What if the threshold did the same thing? Using the network Burns is building the communities he's connecting as the carrier for something different. The room. He connects them, Jana said slowly, and then the threshold is the signal running through the connections he makes. He builds the infrastructure, Lilith said, and the signal it carries is ours. Burns becomes the carrier, Carrie said, whether he intends to or not. The Silver Quill's back room in January. The 4 of them at the table. The specific quality of something being understood simultaneously by everyone in the room. That, Jonna said carefully, is either the most brilliant thing I've heard in 3 months, or it's going to create problems I can't anticipate yet. Both, Carrie said. Probably both. Definitely both, Lilith said. But it's the right direction, Mary said. She said it with the specific certainty of someone who had been living inside the problem long enough to recognize the solution's shape. Elena was inside the binding. The binding was wrong. The thing she built inside it was right. The two things were true simultaneously. She held the room's look. Burns' network is being built for the wrong reasons. The thing running through it can still be right. The room held this. Okay, Carrie said. Here's what we did today. What they did today. Jonna called Vincent Harrow from the Silver Quill's back room at 2:45. The call lasted 18 minutes. At the end of it, Vincent had committed the Harrow Pax contact network to the international outreach effort of the South African community, and a community in New Zealand that neither Hess's document nor Jimmy's intelligence had identified, that Vincent knew about through a PAC alliance from 15 years ago. The New Zealand community was the 9th, possibly the actual 9th. Vincent's contact there had been quiet for 8 months but was reachable. Jonna made 2 more calls before 4 o'clock. Bridget Calloway in Melbourne did not answer. Jonna left a message that was precise and personal, and that Carrie, listening from across the table, thought was exactly the right message to leave for someone who had known Jonna through a territorial mediation 12 years ago and was now in a constructed community that had just learned what it was. The East Coast community Jonna had the clearest read-on from Burns' outreach pattern, which Jimmy had mapped received a call from Mary. Mary called them. Not Jonna, not Carrie, Mary. Because Mary was the person who could make that call correctly. A 25-year-old constructed leopard shifter from the Voss pack who had been where they might be and had found the door open when she arrived. Who could say, I know what this feels like without performing it, because it was simply true. She spoke for 11 minutes. Carrie heard the quality of the call from across the table without hearing the specific words. The quality of someone giving their honest account to someone who needed it, and the quality, on the other end, of that account landing. When Mary ended the call, she put the phone down and looked at the table. She wanted to know if the door was actually open, Mary said, or if there were conditions. What did you tell her? Carrie said. That there are honest walls, Mary said, but those honest walls are what let the door be actually open. She paused, and that I would be there when she came through it. Is she going to come through it? Lilith said. I don't know, Mary said. I think she might. She held the table's look. She said she'd heard about the threshold from someone in Burns' network. She said the way it was described made it sound like another institution trying to manage them. She paused. I told her it wasn't. She paused. She said she'd think about it. That's enough for today, Carrie said. Yes, Mary said. That's enough for today. At 4:30, Elias called back. The compact is moving on the 6 communities they now know about, he said. The Australian and South African ones are being handled through international liaisons. It will take longer. He paused. Burns called the compact this morning. He paused. Before I had finished my calls. What did he offer? Carrie said. The 6 communities he's identified, Elias said, in exchange for a formal advisory role in the compact's process for recognizing constructed community situations. He paused. The compact declined. They declined, Carrie said. They had the 8 from you, Elias said. They did not need what Burns was offering. A pause. He was surprised. He was not expecting the compact to have the information already. He paused. He called me directly approximately 30 minutes after the compact declined his offer. What did he want? Carrie said. To know how the compact had the intelligence, Elias said. I told him the compact has multiple intelligence sources and did not specify further. He paused. He concluded it was Jimmy Park. He doesn't know about Hessa Vane's contribution. Good, Carrie said. Let's keep it that way for now. Yes, Elias said. I agree. He paused. Carrie. Yes. Burns called me for a different reason as well, he said. He has a message for you specifically. The Silver Quill's back room. Tell me, she said. He said, Elias said, to tell you that the constructed communities need someone who will actually reach them, and that the threshold is not moving fast enough, and that he is filling the gap the threshold is leaving, and that he would prefer to fill it in cooperation with the threshold rather than in competition with it. He paused. He said to tell you he will call you directly tomorrow. He will, Carrie said. Yes, Elias said. Tell him, Carrie said, that I'll take the call. Yes, Elias said, I'll tell him. She ended the call. The back room. Jonna and Mary are still at the table, Lilith standing at the window. He's going to try to renegotiate, Lilith said, without turning from the window. Yes, Carrie said. Hessa said, don't let him. Yes. You're not going to let him. No, Carrie said, but I'm going to hear what he says first. She held Lilith's look, because Hessa also said he's the most intelligent person she encountered in the coalition, and he thinks in generations. She paused, which means what he says will be worth hearing even if the terms he proposes are not. Lilith looked at her, the full quality. Okay, she said, tomorrow. Tomorrow, Carrie confirmed. Jonna was looking at Carrie with the assessment quality. Running. You're not afraid of him, Jonna said. No, Carrie said. He's useful and he's careful and he's operating on long timelines. She held Jonna's look. The thing he doesn't account for is that the threshold is also operating on a long timeline. She paused, a longer one than his. Why longer? Jonna said. Carrie held her look. Because what he's building is infrastructure, she said. Infrastructure serves whoever controls it. She paused. What we're building is something people belong to. She paused. Those things have different durabilities. Jonna looked at her. Yes, she said, they do. At 5, Mary left. She had the quality, going out the Silver Quill's front door, of someone who had done something significant that day and was going to think about it and come back tomorrow and do it again. Not exhausted. The specific occupation of someone who had discovered that the thing they were doing was the thing they were for. Jonna stayed another 20 minutes, finishing the conversation about Bridget Calloway's contact protocol and the Harrow Pack's South African outreach and the timing of Vincent's call to New Zealand. She was precise and thorough, and she left with a list of calls to make and people to contact, and the specific quality of someone who had been waiting for the job that consisted of something other than being held to account and had found it. At 5:30, Carrie was alone in the back room. Not entirely alone, Amber was in the adjacent room with Hessa, the documentation conversation about the renegotiation running. She could hear the low professional quality of 2 practitioners discussing a worker's mechanics. Lilith had gone to the front of the Silver Quill. The cats were conducting their business. She sat at the back room table with the day's notes and the Hessa document and Jimmy's intelligence summary and looked at all of it. The 8 communities, the Harrow Pack's international contacts, the Burns call tomorrow, Elia's 10-day recognition timeline, Priya on Monday, Mary's frequency. The threshold. She thought about what Mary had said. Elena was inside the binding. The binding was wrong. The thing she built inside it was right. The 2 things were true simultaneously. She thought about the frequency running through Burns' network, about the door being open, about the light that was on. She thought about Kane. The conditions had been arriving all week. The Burns intelligence from Jimmy this morning. Hessa's 8 communities. The specific way everything was moving faster than it had been moving and requiring her to be more complete in her picture of things than she had been. Kane had been inside the awakening structure for his entire life. He had the specific knowledge of someone who had not just been part of it, but had been its designated inheritor, had been brought into rooms that even Hessa had not been brought into, had heard conversations that no one else in the Compact's custody would have been present for. He was also, separately and in a different register, a person who had been told in the Silver Quill's front room that he was going to have to decide who he was without the project, and had been sitting with that for 3 months. Both things. She picked up her phone. She called Jimmy. The Compact custody facility where Kane is held, she said. Can you arrange access for Monday? A pause. Yes, Jimmy said. I can have it by the end of day. Do that, she said. Monday afternoon. I'll confirm tomorrow, he said. Thanks, she said. She set the phone down. Lilith appeared in the back room doorway. Monday, she said. She had heard. Of course she had heard. Monday, Carrie said. I'll be there. I know. Carrie looked at the table, not in the room. Not unless you want me in the room. I'll let you know, she said. Okay, Lilith said. She came into the back room and sat across from Carrie at the table. The default arrangement adjusted for the table not side by side, but facing each other, which was its own configuration that they had been in enough times to have a specific quality in. How do you feel, Lilith said, about Monday? Carrie held the question. Ready, she said, I think. She held Lilith's look. The conditions are here. She paused. I'm not doing it for the threshold, not primarily. I'm doing it because I said something to him in October and I want to know what happened. She paused. And because he has information that matters and I can ask for it honestly only if I see him honestly. She held Lilith's look. Both things are true. Yes, Lilith said. Both things are true. They sat at the back room table. The silver quill in the January early dark, the smell of lilac and mint, the low professional conversation from the adjacent room. The cats conduct their business in the front. Tomorrow, Lilith said, Burns calls. Yes, Carrie said. What are you going to tell him? Carrie thought about it. Hess's read of Burns, the most intelligent person in the coalition, thinking in generations, building for structural position rather than ideological victory. The constructed communities he had been reaching. The network he was building. The offer he had made to the compact and the compact's decline. I'm going to listen, she said, and then I'm going to tell him that the terms hold. She held Lilith's look, and I'm going to tell him something else. What? That the thing he's building and the thing we're building are not in competition in the way he thinks they are, she said. That the network he's building is valuable. That the connections he's making are real. She held Lilith's look. And that if he is going to be inside the thing that succeeds, which is what he wants, the threshold is what succeeds. And the threshold succeeds because of the honest walls. She paused, not despite them. Lilith looked at her. You're going to try to make Burns believe in the honest walls, she said. I'm going to tell him what the honest walls are and let him determine whether he believes in them, Carrie said. That's different. She held Lilith's look. He's going to think in generations. Fine. So am I, and in generations the thing that lasts is the thing people belong to. She paused. I'm going to ask him which one he wants to be part of. And if he chooses wrong, Lilith said. Then we know, Carrie said, and we manage accordingly. She held Lilith's look, but I don't think he will. Why not? Because Hessa said he wants to be inside the thing that succeeds, Carrie said, and I believe the threshold is going to succeed. She held Lilith's look, and I think he believes it too. That's why he's been operating inside the terms we set rather than outside them. She paused. He's not testing the limits. He's extending his position within them. She paused. There's a difference. Lilith held her look for a long moment. Okay, she said, tomorrow. Tomorrow, Carrie confirmed. The silver quill. It's January dark outside, the warmth inside. She was humming. She noted it. The complete song, beginning to end, running underneath the January Friday evening in the back room of the silver quill. She let it be there. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 4. Burns called at 10 in the morning. Not 9:10. The specific choice of timing, Carrie noted, of someone who had decided that calling at 9 would look eager and that calling at 10 would look measured. Frederick Burns was always making these calibrations. She had been watching him make them for 3 months from a distance and was about to watch him make them from a foot away, which was a different and more informative experience. She was in the silver quill's back room. Lilith was in the front. Amber was at the counter. Jimmy had sent a message at 9:45 saying he was available on secondary comms if needed, and she had sent back a single word. Noted. Mary had arrived at 9 and was at the table with the quality of someone who had decided to be present for this without being asked, and had correctly assessed that her presence was appropriate. The phone rang. She answered. "Miss Summers," Burns said. His voice was what she had expected from the intelligence picture, and was also different from what she had expected in the specific way that people's voices were always different from what you anticipated, slightly warmer in register than the person his operational history suggested, which was either natural or deliberate, and she was not yet certain which. "Mr. Burns," she said. "Thank you for taking my call." "You asked through Elias," she said. "That was the correct channel." A brief pause. "I note you said correct rather than appropriate." "They're different," she said. "Correct means it was the right procedural choice. Appropriate would mean I thought it was fitting given our relationship." She held the phone. "I don't know yet if appropriate is the right word." Another pause. "Shorter, fair," he said. "Let me tell you why I called." "Please." "The company declined my offer yesterday," he said, "which means you provided them with equivalent or superior intelligence before I could." He paused. "The source of that intelligence is interesting. Jimmy Park's network is good but not good enough to have identified all 8 communities, which means you have another source." He paused. "I'm not going to ask you to confirm that. I'm nodding that you have it." "Noted," she said. "What I want to tell you," he said, "is that the community outreach I've been conducting is not in competition with what the threshold is building. I want you to understand that as a statement of fact, rather than a position I'm adopting for strategic advantage." "Tell me why those are different," she said. He was quiet for a moment. She heard something in the pause, not hesitation, calculation, the specific quality of someone deciding how honest to be. "Because," he said, "a strategic position can be abandoned when it stops serving the strategy. A statement of fact cannot." He paused. "The threshold and the Burns Parliament's network are not in competition because they are not trying to do the same thing. I know what I'm trying to do. I've watched what you're trying to do for 3 months. He paused. "They are different things." "Tell me what you're trying to do," she said. "Build a position that is structurally necessary regardless of how the supernatural community's political landscape develops," he said. "Information brokerage. Connection facilitation. The specific function of knowing where things are and making sure the right things reach the right places." He paused. "What you're trying to do is build a community. A place people belong to." He paused. "Those are not competitive functions. They are complementary ones." "Yes," she said. "They are." She held the phone. "They are also functions with very different values embedded in them. My function has honest walls. Yours doesn't." He was quiet. "Define honest walls for me," he said, "in terms I can work with operationally." She thought about this. Mary's formulation. Danny Voss's formulation through Jonna. The specific thing she had been watching develop across 3 months of Thursday conversations. "Honest walls," she said, "means that the structure you're inside is visible, and the terms are real, and the people who set the terms are accountable to them as much as the people subject to them." She held the phone. "In the threshold, everyone is subject to the same accountability, including me. I'm not exempt from it because I built it." She paused. "Burns Parliament's network doesn't work that way. The terms are invisible and adjustable, and the accountability is mutual interest rather than principle." "Mutual interest is reliable," he said. "It can be modeled and predicted." "Yes," she said, "until the interests diverge, and interests always diverge eventually." She held the phone. "Principle doesn't diverge in the same way. Principle is what holds when interests push in different directions." He was quiet for a longer moment. "You're 22 years old," he said, not unkindly, the flat observation of someone nodding a variable. "Yes," she said. "You're describing a structural model that most institutions spend decades trying to build, and most of them fail at," he said. "I know," she said. "We're not going to fail at it." "Why not?" "Because we understand the difference between walls that are imposed and walls that are chosen," she said. "And because the people building it have been inside the thing it's designed to address and know what it actually needs." She held the phone. "And because we have Alina Voss's example." She paused. "She built something real from inside a binding using nothing but the architecture of the thing constraining her. She did that for decades with no guarantee that it would ever reach anyone." She paused. "I have considerably more resources than Alina did. Another silence, longer. "You're going to ask me something," Burns said. "Yes," she said. "I'm going to tell you something first." "Tell me." "The terms hold," she said. "The ones you agreed to when you entered the threshold's intelligence structure. They are not negotiable." She held the phone. "I know you called Elia's with a different offer. I know the compact declined. I know you're going to try to find another angle." She paused. "There isn't one. The terms are the terms." "And if I build outside the terms," he said. "Then you build outside the threshold," she said. "And the threshold builds without you." She held the phone. "You've assessed that being inside the thing that succeeds is better than being outside it. I believe that assessment is correct. So I'm telling you clearly, the thing that succeeds has honest walls. You cannot be inside it and outside the walls simultaneously." He was quiet. "What do you want to tell me?" he said. "After the terms." "I want to tell you," she said, "that the network you've been building is valuable. The connections between the constructed communities are real. The relationships you've been developing are genuine in the sense that they exist and people have responded to them." She paused. "You've done something in 3 months that would have taken the compact a year. That's real." She held the phone. "But the network you've built runs on mutual interest rather than principle, which means it's currently connected by you. When you're not holding it together, it disperses." She paused. "What I'm offering is to make those connections permanent. To give the communities you've reached somewhere they actually belong rather than somewhere they're temporarily located." She paused. "The network becomes the thresholds. The connections become real. And you become the person who built the infrastructure that the threshold uses, which is a legitimate and valuable function with long-term structural importance." He was very quiet. "In exchange for what?" he said. "In exchange for operating within the terms you already agreed to," she said, "and for providing the threshold with full intelligence on the communities you've been developing relationships with. Names, contacts, current status, what they need." She paused, "And for one more thing." "Name it." "Transparency about what you're doing as you do it," she said. "Not retrospective reporting. Real time. When you initiate contact with a community that the threshold has interest in, we know before you do it." She paused. "Not so we can stop you. So we can coordinate. So the communities are receiving a coherent message rather than 2 different ones from 2 different directions." He was quiet for a long moment. "You're asking me to operate as a partner rather than an independent asset," he said. "Yes," she said. "That's a significant change from the current terms." "Yes," she said. "It is." She held the phone. "But the current terms were built for a different phase of what the threshold is. We're past that phase." She paused. "The question is whether you want to be a partner in what we're building or whether you want to maintain independence that will eventually position you outside the thing that succeeds." He was silent for several seconds. This was unusual, she noted. Frederick Burns did not have long silences. His silences were the calibrated kind, the pause that was itself a communication. This silence had a different quality, not performance, actual processing. "I need to think," he said. "Yes," she said. "Take the time you need." She held the phone. "I'll be available when you're ready to continue the conversation." "How long will the offer hold?" he said. "It's not an offer," she said. "It's a description of what is available." She paused. "That doesn't expire. The question is only whether you want it." Another silence, shorter. "I'll call you Monday," he said. "I'll be available," she said. He hung up. The Silver Quill's back room. Mary was looking at the table. Amber was at the counter doing the not quite very still thing. Lilith had come in from the front room at some point during the call and was standing in the doorway with the expression of someone who had heard enough to understand the shape of it. "He's going to think," Mary said. "Yes," Carrie said. "Is that good?" "Yes," Carrie said. "Burns doesn't think when he already knows the answer. He thinks when the answer isn't clear yet." She held the phone for a moment before setting it down. "The answer isn't clear yet because I gave him something he didn't expect." "The honest wall's framing," Lilith said, from the doorway. "The invitation," Carrie said. "That's different from what he expected." She held Lilith's look. "He expected negotiation. I didn't negotiate. She paused. I told him what was available, and I told him the terms were real, and I told him he could be a partner or not. She paused. He's not used to people who aren't trying to get something from him. You are trying to get something from him, Mary said. Yes, Carrie said, but not through negotiation. Through clarity. She held Mary's look. The difference is that negotiation treats the terms as movable. Clarity treats them as fixed and asks whether he wants to be inside them or outside them. She paused. He can model negotiation. He's been doing it his whole career. She paused. Clarity is harder to model because it doesn't have the moves he's built his practice around. Amber turned from the counter. Hessa told you he was the most intelligent person in the coalition, she said. Yes. She also said he thinks in generations. Yes. What does he think, Amber said, when he thinks in generations about what you just offered him? Carrie held the question. He thinks, she said slowly, that the threshold is either going to fail or it's going to be significant. If it fails, being a partner in it costs him something he can absorb. If it's significant, she paused. If it's significant, then its intelligence infrastructure is a generational position. She paused. He's calculating whether the downside of the honest walls is outweighed by the upside of being structurally embedded in something that might be the most important thing built in the supernatural community in a generation. And Amber said, and I think he's going to conclude that it is, Carrie said, because I think he's been concluding that since October, and this is the call where he decides whether to act on that conclusion. She paused. The honest walls are not the obstacle. The honest walls are the reason the threshold is worth being inside. Mary looked at her. You think he understands that, Mary said. I think he's in the process of understanding it, Carrie said. Which is different, but is enough for now. The weekend. Saturday was the kitchen table conversation. The weekly Thursday table moved to Saturday version that had been the default, since Tobias's school schedule made Saturdays more reliable than Thursdays for full attendance. Tobias arrived with ideas. This was consistent. He arrived with ideas every Saturday, the specific organized accumulation of a 15-year-old who had been thinking about one thing intensely all week and was ready to deliver the thinking. This Saturday's ideas were about the Threshold's peer support model. He had been working on it since November. The specific gap he had identified the place between the Threshold's formal programming and the informal reality of people who had been through similar things and could reach each other in ways that formal programming could not. He had been developing a framework. He had diagrams on paper that he set on the kitchen table with the quality of someone presenting something they had worked on carefully and were ready for the full force of the room's attention. The room gave him the full force of its attention. Mike asked structural questions. Donna asked operational questions. Jimmy asked intelligence questions, specifically how the peer support model created or resolved information security concerns about who knew what about whom in the Threshold's network. Amber asked the magical architecture questions, which overlapped with the structural questions in ways that required careful navigation. Carrie listened. She asked 3 questions at the end, specific ones, about the model's relationship to the Burns network, and whether the peer support framework needed to be threshold exclusive or could function across the different structures the constructed communities were embedded in. Tobias answered the first 2 immediately. The third took him 4 minutes of working through the question out loud before he arrived at the answer, which was that it probably needed to be permeable rather than exclusive, and here was why. The reason was good, better than good. Write it up, Carrie said. I have it written up, he said. He produced another document from his bag with the specific quality of someone who had anticipated this response. The kitchen table received the document. Lilith, beside Carrie, was reading it with the quality of someone who would finish it in 7 minutes and have specific notes. She had been reading Tobias's documents with this quality since November and had developed, Carrie noted, a specific calibration for when to push back on his framing and when to let it stand. The calibration was accurate. After the structured conversation, the kitchen did what it did, dispersed into the ordinary Saturday quality, people finding their own rhythms, the table clearing and reforming around different conversations. Tobias found himself in a conversation with Donna about the operational interface between the peer support model and the compact's formal process. This was Donna initiating it, which was its own piece of information. Donna's operational interest in a 15-year-old's framework was a specific kind of acknowledgement. Carrie was at the counter, getting more coffee, when Tobias appeared beside her. "The threshold's name," he said. "I've been thinking about it." "Good," she said. "It should be findable," he said. "Not just the name, the actual thing. If someone is in a constructed community and they've just learned what they are and they're trying to find something," he paused, "they should be able to find us. The way I found the silver quill." He held her look. "But I found the silver quill because someone told me about it specifically. Someone in my pack who had been here." He paused. "Not everyone has that." He paused. "Some of them have nobody who has been here. Some of them are the first in their community to know what they are." He paused. "Those are the ones Burns is reaching, because Burns is reachable." "Yes," Carrie said, "I know." "How do we become as reachable as Burns without becoming Burns?" he said. It was the right question. The specific right question was the one that the Saturday kitchen table conversations had been building toward without quite articulating. Tobias had articulated it. "I don't know yet," Carrie said, "but I know that's the question." She held his look. "Keep thinking about it." "I will," he said. "I have an idea, but it's not ready yet." "When it's ready," she said. "When it's ready," he confirmed. He went back to the Donna conversation. Carrie stood at the counter with her coffee and looked at the Saturday kitchen and thought about reachability and honest walls, and whether those two things were in tension, or whether the tension was itself the answer. Lilith appeared at her elbow. "He's right," Lilith said. "Burns is reachable, we're not." "We're working on it," Carrie said. "We need to work faster," Lilith said. "Yes," Carrie said, "we do." Sunday was quiet. The specific quality of a quiet Sunday in the Walker Pack house is not empty, the occupied quiet of a house that had its people in it doing the things people in houses did when there was not a crisis requiring operational response. Someone cooking, someone reading. The third-floor resident engaged in her perpetual engineering student activities. A pack member in the back garden doing something with the late winter garden that probably did not need doing, but that the doing of was apparently satisfying. Carrie was in her room. She had been in her room for 2 hours, not hiding thinking, the specific thinking that required a room and no operational demands. She was thinking about Monday, about Kane. She had the full picture of what she was going into. 3 months of being entirely herself, the bond gone, the memories complete, the song whole and present in her body, the threshold building. Lilith beside her in every register. Mary's frequency is growing. All of it real and constructed on a foundation that was not manufactured, not enough, but was the actual thing she had always been underneath what was installed. She was going into a room with the person who had been on the other end of the bond's architecture. The person who had come to the silver quill in October, expecting to find someone who would respond to his presence, the way the bond had been designed to make her respond with the pull, the compulsion, the manufactured draw toward the thing declared to be hers. Who had found instead a 22-year-old leopard shifter, looking at him like a problem she had already solved, and was explaining the solution to. She thought about what she had said to him. The bond is not a connection between us. It is a mechanism. She thought about the crack in his expression when she said it. You're going to have to decide who you are without the project. She thought about him in compact custody for 3 months. Talking. Not cooperating in the formal sense of talking. Saying things to assessors that he had not been asked to say. Jimmy's read. He's sitting with something. She did not know what he had decided. She was going to find out. She was also going to ask him about Burns, about the coalition's structure that he had been inside, about what he knew that the compact didn't know yet and that Hess's document had not been covered. She was going to do both things simultaneously and honestly, the same way she had done everything since October, not managing, simply present with the full picture. She thought about what the full picture of Kane Holt looked like. He had been declared her mate at 10 years old. He had been told that the bond was real and natural, and that she was his. He had been raised by a man who used people instrumentally, and had used him instrumentally, and whom he had killed when he discovered it. He had spent his entire life as the inheritor of a project he had not designed, and had not been asked whether he wanted. None of this excused what he had done. She was clear about that. The 14 captives, the constructed pack members who had not chosen what they were, the 12 years of bond poisoning, the hunting, the coming to the silver quill. But she was also clear that the full picture included the things that had been done to him, as well as the things he had done. She had been thinking about both for 3 months, and had not simplified either. She did not know if that was the beginning of something, or simply an accurate assessment. She was going to find out. Lilith knocked on the door at 3. "Come in," Carrie said. She came in with the quality of someone who had been moving through the Sunday house, and had arrived at the conclusion that the room was the right place to be. She sat on the end of the bed, not beside Carrie, the specific position of someone who was present but giving space, which was the Lilith Sunday register. "Thinking about Monday," she said. "Yes." "Tell me what you're thinking." Carrie looked at the ceiling, the third-floor room, the window with the trees outside bare now. January trees, the specific skeleton quality of deciduous trees in winter when the structure was visible without the covering. "I've been thinking about the full picture," she said. "What happened to him as well as what he did." She held the ceiling. "I'm not," she paused. "It's not forgiveness. I'm not there. I don't know if I'll get there. But I'm trying to hold the whole picture rather than just the part that's convenient." "That's the right thing to do," Lilith said. Yes, she held the ceiling. It's also the thing that makes it complicated. She looked at Lilith. It would be easier if he was simply the thing he appeared to be in October. The person who declared me property and built 12 years of attempting to retrieve me. She paused. He is that person. And he's also a person who was told he was that from before he could consent to it. She paused. Both things are true, and holding both things is harder than holding just one. Yes, Lilith said. I don't know what I want from Monday, Carrie said. That's the honest answer. She held Lilith's look. I know what I want to ask him. I know what I want to understand. I don't know what I want from the outcome. Does Monday need an outcome? Lilith said. She thought about this. No, she said. I think that's what I've been assuming, and I think it's wrong. She held Lilith's look. I don't need Monday to resolve anything. I need Monday to be a conversation. That's it. She paused. A conversation where I see what is actually there rather than what I've been imagining for 3 months. Yes, Lilith said. That's right. They sat in the third-floor room, the January afternoon outside, the bare trees. I want to tell you something, Lilith said. Yes. The Burns call yesterday, she said. I heard most of it from the front room. I know. What you said about clarity versus negotiation, she said. About giving him a fixed point rather than a movable one. She held Carrie's look. That's what you did with Kane in October. In the Silver Quill's front room. She paused. You didn't negotiate with him. You gave him the truth and let him do something with it. She paused. He's been doing something with it for 3 months. Yes, Carrie said. That's what you're going to do Monday, Lilith said. The same thing, not negotiation. Clarity. She held Carrie's look. You're going to tell him what is true and let him do something with it. Yes, Carrie said. That's exactly what I'm going to do. Lilith held her look for a moment. Okay, she said. Then you're ready. Yes, Carrie said. I think I am. The third-floor room. Sunday afternoon. The bare winter trees outside the window. She was humming. She noticed it and let it continue. The complete song, beginning to end, running underneath the January afternoon with the specific ease of something that was simply part of her. I can hear the whole thing now, Lilith said. Quietly. Every time you hum it, I know where it starts. Yes, Carrie said. It sounds different, Lilith said. From the middle version. Not better or worse. Complete in a different way. Yes, Carrie said, it is. Tell me something about them, Lilith said. Your parents. Something I haven't heard yet. Carrie thought. My father had a specific thing he did when he was working through a problem, she said. He went quiet in a particular way. Not the reading quiet, the thinking quiet. My mother always knew the difference. She'd leave him to it for exactly the right amount of time, and then she'd bring him coffee and sit down and he'd start talking. She paused. He never asked her to do it. She just knew when the time was right. Yes, Lilith said. That sounds like them. It does, Carrie said, doesn't it? She thought about Harry's summers in the chair with the thinking quietly, and Valerie, summers with the coffee, and the specific calibration of someone who knew exactly when the time was right. She thought about the two of them, the specific ordinary extraordinary reality of two people who had known each other deeply enough that the knowing was structural. She thought about Lilith across from her, with the Sunday afternoon quality. He would have liked you, she said. Lilith looked at her. He would have watched you, Carrie said, and noticed things and kept what he noticed. And eventually he would have said one thing in a serious tone. She held Lilith's look. He would have said that you were the right person. Lilith was quiet for a moment. And your mother, she said. My mother, Carrie said, would have known from the first week. She held Lilith's look. She always knew where the exits were. She always had the full picture. She paused. The full picture of you and me has been visible for a while. She paused. She would have known. Yes, Lilith said. I think she would have. The room, in the afternoon, the bare trees. I miss them, Carrie said. The first time she had said it plainly. Not the grief version, something more specific. I have the memories and the song and I know what they were, and I miss them. She held Lilith's look. Both things. Yes, Lilith said. Both things. She crossed to the bed and sat beside Carrie rather than at the end. The adjustment, the default arrangement applied to the bed, the specific proximity that was Lilith's register for the moments when space was not what was needed. They sat on the third-floor bed in the January afternoon, and the bare trees were outside the window, and the song was running underneath everything, and the missing was present alongside everything else. It's okay, Lilith said, to miss them while having everything else. I know, Carrie said. I'm learning that. You're doing well at learning it, Lilith said. I'm learning from good people, Carrie said. Lilith put her arm around her shoulders. The same gesture as in the Silver Quills hallway in October, the first time she had made it without any of the performance that had surrounded it before the specific easy motion of someone who had been wanting to make this gesture in this register, and was making it now, and would keep making it. Carrie leaned into it. The afternoon continued. Monday morning. She woke at 6:30. The specific quality of waking on a day when something significant was scheduled, not anxious, alert. The operational alertness of a body that had been told something was happening and was ready. She lay in bed for 10 minutes. I took stock. The bond, still gone, still clean. The memories present. The song there underneath complete. Herself entirely. The structure that was simply hers. She was ready. She got up, went downstairs. The kitchen at 6:30 in the morning, Mike at the counter with coffee, which was the specific configuration that meant he had been up for at least an hour, and had concluded that the morning warranted being in the kitchen when she came down. He looked at her, the assessment, the serious tone in his expression, the fraction of it, the indicator setting. Coffee, he said. Yes, she said. He poured it, set it on the counter beside her, did not say anything else for a moment. Today, he said, finally. Yes, she said. What time? 2, she said. Jimmy confirmed the access. Lilith is going. Yes, not in the room. She held the coffee, unless. Unless, he said, the acknowledgement of a variable she was leaving open. I don't know what I'll find when I get there, she said. I don't want to predict the room before I'm in it. No, he said. You shouldn't. He looked at his coffee. Carrie. Yes. The serious tone, full weight. He was told a story about who he was supposed to be for his entire life, Mike said. And the story was wrong. He held her look. You know something about that? Yes, she said, I do. That doesn't excuse what he did with the story, Mike said. You know that too. Yes, she said. But you know something about what it costs to find out the story was wrong. He held her look. And that's why you're the right person for this conversation. He held her look. Not because you owe him anything, Because you understand something he needs someone to understand. She looked at him. The frequency, the weight and the stillness of the serious tone in the specific register that had always reached her. Yes, she said. Good, he said. He picked up his coffee. The transition is the practical mic resuming. Donna has the PAC's operational schedule. I'll be available if you need anything. I know, she said. Thank you. Yeah, he said. She drank her coffee. The compact custody facility was in a nondescript building in a nondescript part of the city that was the specific kind of nondescript that communicated careful deliberateness rather than simple lack of character. The supernatural community's institutional infrastructure tended toward this aesthetic visible to those who knew what to look for, invisible to those who didn't. She arrived at 1:50. Lilith was with her. They had driven in the specific comfortable silence of people who did not need to fill silences. Lilith driving, Carrie at the window, the city moving past with its January quality. At the facility entrance, Lilith stopped. Here, she said. Yes, Carrie said. She looked at Lilith, the full quality, the expression that was present and fully itself, no performance of calm, no performance of confidence, simply Lilith. I'll be outside, Lilith said. I know, Carrie said. She went in. The room was institutional. She had expected institutional compact custody was not a place designed for comfort. A table, 2 chairs, fluorescent light that was doing its institutional best, a window that looked onto an interior courtyard rather than the outside. The room was clean and functional and held the specific quality of a space that had been used for significant conversations and carried none of them visibly, but held all of them in the air. She sat down. She waited. The door opened. Kane Holt in compact custody looked different from Kane Holt in the Silver Quill's front room in October. Not physically the same person, same build, same specific quality of someone who had been physically capable their whole life and had maintained it. What was different was the quality of his presence. In October, he had come through the Silver Quill's door with the specific momentum of someone who had decided the outcome before the encounter. Now, he came through the custody room's door with the quality of someone who had not decided anything for 3 months and was aware of it. He sat across from her. They looked at each other. The last time they had been in the same room, she had been telling him truths he had not wanted to receive. The crack in his expression as they landed. His submission in the end not choosing exactly, the running out of momentum. 3 months. Miss Summers, he said. The same opening as Burns. She noted the parallel without commenting on it. Kane, she said. He looked at her. The assessment was different from the Silver Quill version, which had been the assessment of someone planning a retrieval. This was something else. The specific quality of someone trying to determine what kind of room they were in. You came, he said. You asked, she said. I asked through the compact. He held her look. I wasn't certain you'd respond. I said I would see you when the time was right, she said. I didn't say it in those words, but I said it. She held his look. The time is right. He looked at the table for a moment, then back at her. The bond, he said. Gone, she said, 3 months. I know, he said, I felt it. He paused, when it happened. He paused, October after the Silver Quill. He held her look. He stopped. I don't have the right word for what it was. Tell me what you have, she said. He was quiet for a moment. Like losing an argument I hadn't known I was making, he said. Something I had been treating as an axiom became not an axiom. He paused. Everything I had been building on the bond, what it meant, what I was owed, it was he stopped. Gone. And then I was sitting with the question of what was actually left. What was left, she said. He held her look. I don't know yet, he said. That's the honest answer. He paused. I've been trying to find out for 3 months. She looked at him. This was not what she had expected, and also exactly what she had expected. The specific combination of someone who had been stripped of their operating framework and was doing the actual work of figuring out what came after rather than either collapsing or replacing the framework with a new one immediately. Tell me what you've been working through, she said. He looked at her. The wariness is not gone, present but managed. Why, he said. Because I said you were going to have to decide who you were without the project, she said. And I want to know what you've decided. She held his look, not for operational reasons, for the reason I said. He held her look for a long moment. Then he told her. He spoke for 40 minutes. She did not interrupt. She asked 3 questions, at points where the account required clarification, and received answers that were more direct than she had anticipated. He did not perform the telling. He was not constructing a version designed to produce a particular response. He was describing what he had been working through with the specific quality of someone who had been alone with something for 3 months and had finally found a room in which to say it. What he had been working through. The bond, what it had been, what he had believed about it. The specific architecture of a life built on the belief that the bond was natural and real, and that what he felt was genuine feeling rather than manufactured claim. Learning that it was not genuine. Not from Carrie. He had believed her in the silver quill, she noted. He had believed her immediately, which said something about the degree to which some part of him had always known, but from the compact's assessors, who had explained the variamantic architecture of the forced bond in clinical detail. Learning it was manufactured had not been a relief. It had been grief. The specific grief of discovering that something you had organized your entire emotional life around was not what you thought it was. He had killed his father. This was the part he returned to, not with guilt exactly, with something more specific and more complicated. He had killed his father because his father had been using Carrie as a component and had been using him as the delivery mechanism, and he had found out and had responded with the specific violence of someone who had been betrayed by the only authority they had ever known. But the killing had not resolved the question it was supposed to resolve. It had just removed one person from the picture and left everything else. What did you think it would resolve, she said. The first question. He was quiet for a moment. The question of who I was, he said. If I removed the person who had made me his instrument, I would be myself. He paused. That was the idea. He held her look. It didn't work that way. No, she said, it wouldn't. He told her about the coalition. What he knew of its broader structure more than Hesse knew, more than the compact had yet. He told her without being asked for it, she noted, which meant he had been holding it and had decided on his own that this room was the room to give it. She filed it. She would give it to Elias later. The specific communities, the specific contacts, the specific timeline of Aldrich's plans that extended further than even Hesse's document had covered. He told her about growing up in the Voss compound. Not performing sympathy, she was not asking for his sympathy, and he was not asking for hers. He was describing the specific architecture of a childhood that had been built to produce a particular outcome. The project that had been handed to him as an identity. When did you first think it was wrong, she said. The second question. He was very quiet for a long moment. When you ran, he said. When you were 10, he held her look. My father told me it was a complication, a setback. He paused. I was 14. And I thought if she ran, then the bond wasn't what we said it was. He paused. I didn't say that. I filed it somewhere and kept the official version and stopped looking at the file. He paused. I looked at it again in October. He held her look. In the silver quill, when you looked at me like something that had been resolved. She held his look. You were not a complication to my father, he said. You were a component. I was a tool for acquiring the component. He held her look. I have been trying to figure out for 3 months what I am when I am not a tool for acquiring a component. She held his look. What have you found, she said. The third question. He was quiet for the longest pause of the conversation. Someone who made choices I cannot take back, he said. The facility. The hunters in Seattle, October. He held her look. I cannot take them back. The compact has made clear that I will be held to account for them. He paused. I'm not asking you to mitigate that. I'm not asking you for anything. He held her look. I'm telling you because you asked and because you told me in October that I would have to decide who I was without the project, and I've been deciding, and this is part of what I've decided. Tell me the rest, she said. That I want to be accountable for what I did, he said. Not as a strategy, because it's the right thing and because he paused. Because the project was built on the idea that the people we were using were not real enough to have claims on us. And I believed that. And they are real and they have claims, and I owe them the acknowledgement of that. He paused. All of them, including you. The compact custody room, the institutional light, the window onto the interior courtyard. She held his look. I know, she said. I know that's what you've decided. She held his look. I'm not forgiving you, she said. I want to be clear about that. I'm not there. I don't know if I'll get there. She paused. But I see what you're doing. And I'm telling you that I see it. She paused. Because you asked me to see it in October when you asked to see me again. That's what you were asking for. He looked at her. Yes, he said. That's what I was asking for. Okay, she said, I see it. Something in his expression. Not relief, something older than relief. The specific quality of something that had been held in tension for 3 months finding a small release. Not resolution. Release. The information you gave me today, she said, about the coalition's structure. I'm going to give it to Elias. Yes, he said, I know, that's why I gave it. He held her look, not to negotiate, because it's useful and because the compact should have it. Yes, she said, thank you. Don't thank me, he said. It's accountable behavior. It shouldn't require thanks. She held his look. You've been thinking carefully, she said. 3 months, he said. There's not much else to do. No, she said, I suppose not. She stood up. The meeting was complete not because she had a checklist, but because the room had said what it needed to say, and there was nothing left to force. I may come back, she said. Not soon, not with a specific agenda. She held his look, but I may come back. He looked at her. Okay, he said. The threshold, she said. What we're building. It's for people who have been where you've been and are trying to figure out what comes after. She held his look. I'm not saying it's for you. I don't know if it is. The compact's process has to run. She paused. But when the compact's process is done, the door is open. The conditions are what they are for everyone. She held his look. I'm telling you because you should know it exists. He held her look for a long moment. A door that's open, he said. Yes, she said. With honest walls. She held his look. He had heard the phrase somewhere from the compact's assessors, from something in the intelligence that had circulated. Yes, she said, with honest walls. He nodded. Once. The specific nod of someone receiving something that requires processing and acknowledging its receipt before beginning the processing. I'll think about it, he said. Take the time you need, she said. She went to the door. Miss Summers, he said. She turned. He held her look. The crack from October was not there. Something on the other side of it was. Something that was not yet a name but was building toward one. The bond, he said. When it went, he paused. What was left on your side? She held his look. Everything that was actually mine, she said. He held her look. Yes, he said. I'm beginning to understand what that means. She went through the door. Lilith was outside. Not at the facility entrance down the block, at the corner, in the specific position of someone who had been standing for an hour, without finding it uncomfortable because she had decided to be there, and had been there. She looked at Carrie when she came out. Carrie walked to her, stopped in front of her. The January afternoon outside the compact custody facility was cold, clear, the specific quality of a Seattle winter afternoon that had decided to be honest about what it was rather than performing anything. How was it, Lilith said. What it needed to be, Carrie said. Lilith held her look. That's a non-answer. Yes, Carrie said, I'm still processing. She held Lilith's look. He's doing the work, the real version. She paused. I don't know what that means yet. I don't know where it goes. She paused, but it's real. Okay, Lilith said. And he had intelligence about the coalition, Carrie said. Structural intelligence. I need to call Elias. Yes, Lilith said. After. After what? After you eat something, Lilith said. You haven't eaten since this morning. Carrie paused. That's true. There's a place 2 blocks from here, Lilith said. Come on. They walked. The January afternoon. 2 blocks. The specific ordinary geography of a city doing its Monday. Carrie was humming. She didn't notice. Lilith noticed. She always noticed. She reached for Carrie's hand. Found it. They walked. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 5. Burns called at 9 on Monday morning. Not 10 this time. 9. She noted the shift in timing without making it a thing. It was information, the same way the 10 had been information on Friday. On Friday, he had been calibrating. On Monday, he was ready. She was at the Silver Quill. She had been there since 8, which had become the default morning configuration, the pack house for sleeping and the first coffee, the Silver Quill, for work. The two spaces had developed their specific functions over 3 months, and the functions were accurate to what each place actually was. The pack house was home. The Silver Quill was where the threshold lived. She answered on the second ring. Mr. Burns, she said. Miss Summers, he said, I've been thinking. Yes, she said, you said you would. I want to tell you what I concluded, he said, and then I want to ask you something. Tell me. You're right that the threshold is likely to be significant, he said. I've been watching it for 3 months and the trajectory is consistent. The way it handled October, the way it handled the compact process, the Jonna Reeves recruitment, the Hessa Vane situation. He paused. All of it is consistent with something that is being built to last rather than to address an immediate crisis. He paused. Things built to last are worth being inside. Yes, she said, they are. The honest walls, he said. I've been thinking about this specifically. He paused. My instinct is that honest walls are structurally fragile, that the accountability requirements create friction that slows the organization down, and eventually either the organization adapts by loosening the walls or it fails because it can't compete with organizations that don't have them. He paused. That's my historical read of how institutions work. Tell me what changed your reading, she said. I talked to Frederick Ashworth, he said. She held the phone. The Ashworth coven, the establishment of witches, was complicated. Their relationship with Amber was professional and slightly cool. He called you, she said. I called him, Burns said. I wanted an outside assessment of the threshold from someone who had been watching it, but was not inside it. He paused. Ashworth is careful, and he is not easily impressed. He paused. He told me the threshold was the first thing he had seen in 40 years of supernatural community politics that was building accountability into its structure rather than managing around the need for it. He paused. He said it was either going to fail in the first 2 years because it was too principled to be practical, or it was going to be the most significant thing built in the community since the compact itself. He paused. He said he was betting on the second. Ashworth said that, she said. Yes, he paused. I have never heard Ashworth bet on anything. He held the phone. He also said something else. Tell me. He said the honest walls are not structurally fragile, Burns said. He said they are structurally stronger than walls that are managed around because they don't require the ongoing energy of maintenance. You don't have to remember what the cover story is. You don't have to track who knows what version of the truth. The honest walls just are. He paused. He said institutions fail not because they're too principled, but because they lose track of what their principles actually are. The threshold has been operating for 3 months, and you already know exactly what your principles are. He paused. That is rarer than it sounds. She held the phone. What do you want to ask me? She said. I want to ask you, Burns said, what being a partner actually means in practice. Specifically, not in the abstract. He paused. I accept the terms. I accept the transparency requirement. I want to understand what the day-to-day of that looks like before I formally agree to something I don't have complete visibility into. She had been thinking about this since Friday. Not assuming he would call, she had not assumed, but thinking about what the answer was if he did. A weekly communication, she said. To me or to Jimmy Park, your choice. What outreach you've conducted, what communities you've engaged with, what the current state of those relationships is. She paused. Not a report to the threshold. A conversation. You call Jimmy or you call me and you tell us what you're doing and we tell you what we're doing and we find the places where the work overlaps and we coordinate there. A conversation, he said, not a report. There's a difference, she said. A report is one-directional. A conversation goes both ways. She paused. You get intelligence in return. What the threshold knows about the communities you're working with. What the compact knows. What the constructed communities are telling us that they may not be telling you. She paused. You are better positioned as a partner than as an independent because you have more information as a partner. He was quiet for a moment. And the communities I've been developing relationships with, he said. The ones where I am currently the primary contact. Do they become threshold communities, or do they remain in Burns Parliament's network? Both, she said. He was quiet. Explain, he said. The Burns Parliament's network is a legitimate infrastructure, she said. It connects communities. It provides intelligence and logistical support. Those are real functions that the threshold does not duplicate and should not duplicate. She paused. What the threshold provides is different. Community. Belonging. The specific thing that the Parliament's network cannot provide because it runs on mutual interest rather than principle. She paused. The communities in your network can also be threshold communities. They are not mutually exclusive categories. She paused. What matters is that they know the threshold exists, that the door is visible to them. She paused. You make sure they know the door exists. The threshold makes sure the door is open when they come to it. He was quiet for a longer moment. You are describing a relationship in which the Burns Parliament is the outreach arm of the threshold, he said. Not accusatory, the flat identification of a structure. I am describing a relationship, she said, in which the Burns Parliament does what the Burns Parliament does best, and the threshold does what the threshold does best, and the two things are complementary rather than competitive. She held the phone. You are not the outreach arm. You are a partner with an independent function. She paused. The distinction matters because the outreach arm serves the institution. The partner serves the shared goal. What is the shared goal? He said. That the communities who need the threshold can find it, she said. That the door is visible and open. She paused. You want to be inside something significant. I want those communities to be able to come home. She paused. Those goals are different and compatible. He was quiet. Then, I talked to Mary White, he said. She held the phone. When she said, Saturday, he said, she called the East Coast community on Friday. I was in contact with that community. They told me about the call. He paused. I reached out to Mary White directly on Saturday. She didn't tell me, Carrie said. She told me she was going to tell you, he said, after the weekend. He paused. I wanted to talk to her without the conversation going through you first. I thought he paused. I thought she would give me an accurate read of what the threshold actually was, unmediated. And she said, She's interesting, Burns said. The flat acknowledgement of someone who encountered people who surprised him rarely and was nodding it when it happened. She described the threshold in a way that none of the documentation or intelligence had captured. He paused. She said it was a frequency, something running continuously, something you could find when you needed it rather than something that came to find you. He paused. I've been in the business of information brokerage for 20 years. I understand frequencies. I understand continuous signals. He paused. She understands something I don't yet, about how the threshold actually works. Yes, Carrie said, she does. She's not a practitioner, he said. Not yet, Carrie said. A pause. She's going to be significant, he said. Yes, Carrie said, she is. She told me something else, he said, about Alina Voss. Carrie held the phone. She told you, she said. She volunteered for it, Burns said. I don't think she was supposed to, but I don't think she regrets it. He paused. The frequency Alina built. The chain. The way it ran through the constructed communities for decades trying to reach the true blood. He paused. She told me that the threshold is trying to build something that works the way Alina's frequency worked. Continuous. Present. Something people can find when they need it rather than something that goes looking for them. He held the phone. She said Alina used the binding itself as the carrier. The thing constraining her was the thing she transmitted through. He paused. She said the threshold was trying to do the same thing with the Burns Parliament's network. The Silver Quill's back room. She told you our strategy, Carrie said. Yes, Burns said, she did. She held the phone. Thinking about Mary on Saturday, talking to Burns directly, telling him the strategy that had been formed in the Silver Quill's back room on Friday. She thought about Alina's frequency, the way it had run through the constructed line and had been detectable by anyone in that line who was ready to receive it. Alina had not chosen who received it. She had simply run it and trusted that the ones who needed it would find it. Mary had run something through Burns on Saturday. Not deception. Mary was incapable of deception in the specific way of people who had been shaped by Alina's frequency their whole lives and had internalized its honesty. She had given Burns the strategy because she had assessed that Burns receiving it honestly was better than Burns receiving a managed version. "Is Mary White going to be a problem for you?" Burns said, not threateningly, the genuine question of someone trying to understand the landscape. "No," Carrie said. She made a judgment call. It was her call to make. She held the phone. "Do you want to tell me what you concluded from what she told you?" "Yes," he said. "That's what I wanted to ask you about." "Ask." "If the strategy is to use the Burns Parliament's network as a carrier for the threshold signal," he said, "then the partnership you're describing is not the Burns Parliament providing outreach for the threshold. It is the Burns Parliament becoming the infrastructure through which the threshold operates." He paused. "That is a more significant role than what you described on Friday." He paused. "And it requires a different kind of commitment from me." "Yes," she said, "it does." "You were not going to tell me this directly," he said. "I was going to let you arrive at it," she said, "through the partnership, through working together and understanding how the work actually functioned." She paused. "I did not think you would arrive at it in 48 hours. "Mary White," he said. "Yes," Carrie said, "Mary White." He was quiet for a moment. "If the Burns Parliament is infrastructure through which the threshold operates," he said slowly, "then the Burns Parliament's function is more significant than it currently is. The intelligence value of being essential to the most significant thing built in the supernatural community in a generation is," he paused, "generationally significant." "Yes," she said, "that's correct." "And the honest walls apply to the Burns Parliament in this configuration." "Yes," she said, "the same walls, the same terms, the same transparency." She held the phone. "The Burns Parliament does not operate with different rules because it is essential. It operates with the same rules because the rules are what make the whole thing work." He was quiet for a long time. Not the calibrated pause, the actual processing. "I need to talk to my council," he said. "The Parliament doesn't make decisions of this scale without the council." "Yes," she said, "of course." "How long do I have?" he said. "The compact's recognition is in approximately 10 days, she said. "I would prefer the Parliament's formal position to be established before recognition so that the recognition accurately reflects the structure of what the threshold is." She paused. 8 days. 8 days, he said. "Yes." A pause. "Mary White," he said again. Not a repetition of the specific quality of someone who had noted something and was nodding it again because it continued to be relevant. "Yes," Carrie said. "She knew what she was doing when she called me Saturday," he said. "She knew I was building a picture of the threshold from the outside, and she decided to give me a more complete picture." He paused. "She calculated that a Burns Parliament that understood the threshold accurately was better for the threshold than a Burns Parliament operating on incomplete information." He paused. "She is 25 years old, and she made that calculation in real time and executed it without checking with you first." "Yes," Carrie said, "that's Mary." "She's going to be a problem for a lot of people," Burns said. "The flat acknowledgement of a professional assessment." "She's going to be very useful for the right people," Carrie said. "Yes," he said, "I think she is." He ended the call. Mary arrived at the Silver Quill at 10:30. She came through the front door with the quality she sometimes had, the quality of someone who had done something and was arriving to account for it. Not apologetic. Present. She looked at Carrie. "Burns called you this morning," she said. "Yes," Carrie said. "I told him things on Saturday that I should have told you I was going to tell him," Mary said. "Yes," Carrie said. "I made a judgment call," Mary said. I thought a Burns who understood the strategy accurately was better than a Burns who was operating on incomplete information. She held Carrie's look. I still think that, but I should have told you I was going to do it. Yes, Carrie said, you should have. I'm sorry, Mary said. The specific delivery of someone who meant the apology rather than performing it. Carrie held her look. Sit down, she said. Mary sat. Carrie sat across from her, the back room table, the morning light. What did he say to you, Carrie said, on Saturday? He called me, Mary said. He said he knew I had called the East Coast community and he wanted to know what I had told them. She paused. I told him what I had told them. And then I told him about Alina. She paused. About the frequency, about the strategy. She held Carrie's look. I told him because he is one of the most intelligent people I have encountered, and operating on incomplete information is dangerous when the person is that intelligent. She paused. A Burns with the full picture is navigable. Burns operating on partial information and building incorrect models is a different problem. Yes, Carrie said. I've been thinking the same thing. Mary held her look. You're not angry. No, Carrie said. You made a legitimate judgment call. The outcome may have accelerated his decision significantly. She held Mary's look. But you should have told me first. Not to get permission. Because we are doing this together, and doing things together means the significant moves don't happen without the other people knowing. Yes, Mary said. I understand that. She held Carrie's look. It won't happen again. Okay, Carrie said. Tell me what else he said. Mary told her. The Saturday conversation, Burns' questions, her answers, the specific things she had told him, and her reasoning for each one. She delivered it with the precision she had been developing over 3 months, not elaborating, not minimizing, the accurate record. When she finished, Carrie held the account. He said you were going to be significant, she said. He said that, Mary said. He's right, Carrie said. Mary held her look. Amber told me something, she said, last week, about the frequency. She paused, that I might be generating one. Yes, Carrie said. She told me she was going to tell you. She told me Friday, Mary said, after the Jana conversation. She held Carrie's look. I've been thinking about it since. She paused. I don't know if it's true. I don't know how to determine if it's true. She paused. But I've been aware of something since Alina's release. Something that is different from Alina's frequency and might be something I'm producing. She held Carrie's look. I can't tell if it's real or if I'm pattern matching because Amber told me to look for it. Amber thinks it's real, Carrie said. I know, Mary said. But Amber is very good at finding things she's looking for. She held Carrie's look. I want independent confirmation. Yes, Carrie said. That's the right instinct. She held Mary's look. Who would you trust to assess it independently? Mary thought. Not Hesse, she said. Not because I don't trust her work, but because Hesse's assessment would be useful, and I don't want it to be useful yet. I want to know if it's real before I think about whether it's useful. Yes, Carrie said. That's the right order. The Ashworth Coven, Mary said. If Frederick Ashworth assessed it, I would believe the result either way. Carrie held her look. Elias, she said. He has a relationship with Ashworth. He could arrange an assessment. Would Ashworth do it? Mary said. He told Burns the threshold was the most significant thing he'd seen in 40 years, Carrie said. I think he would do it. She held Mary's look. I'll ask Elias today. Thank you, Mary said. She held the table for a moment. Then I looked up. Carrie, she said. Yes. The frequency I might be producing, she said. If it's real. She paused. Alina used the romantic architecture as the carrier. She ran her signal through the thing that was constraining her. She paused. I don't have the romantic binding anymore. The command architecture was released after Missouri. She held Carrie's look. So what would I use as a carrier? The back room was quiet. Carrie looked at her. This was the question she had not thought to ask, and Mary had arrived at on her own. What are you thinking? She said. The Burns Parliament's network, Mary said. That's what the strategy is. Use Burns' network as the carrier for the threshold signal. She held Carrie's look. I told Burns that on Saturday, and I've been thinking about it since. She paused. Alina's frequency ran through the constructed line because Alina was inside the romantic architecture. She used the architecture she was part of. She paused. I'm part of the threshold. And the threshold is going to be inside Burns' network. She paused. If I am producing something, if there is a frequency, then the network is already the carrier. She paused, because I'm inside it. The back room. Amber had come in at some point during the conversation. She was at the counter with the very still thing. Mary, Amber said. Mary looked at her. That, Amber said, is what I have been trying to work out how to say to you for the last week. She paused. You just said it yourself. Mary held her look. Something in her expression is the arriving quality, the specific quality of someone who has been approaching something and has just arrived at it. I'm going to need the Ashworth assessment, she said, even more now. Yes, Amber said, you are. Because if I'm carrying something, Mary said, and if the network is the carrier, and if the threshold is going to be inside the network, she paused. The reach of whatever I'm producing is much larger than Alina's reach was. She held Amber's look. Alina reached the constructed leopard line. If this works the way I think it might work. It reaches every community in Burns' network, Amber said, regardless of line. The back room. Carrie looked at Mary. Mary looked at Carrie. We need to be very careful, Mary said, about what I'm producing. If anything, she paused. Because if it's real and it reaches that broadly, then what it carries matters enormously. Yes, Carrie said, it does. I don't want to produce something wrong, Mary said. The way Alina's working was wrong. Even though she used it for something right. She held Carrie's look. I want to produce something right from the beginning. Yes, Carrie said, that's the right thing to want. How do I ensure that? Mary said. By being exactly what you are, Carrie said. By continuing to do what you've been doing. She held Mary's look. Alina's frequency was a signal running through a wrong structure. What you might be producing is different because you're not in the wrong structure. You're in the threshold. She paused. The structure is right. The signal reflects the structure it runs through. She held Mary's look. The honest walls. Mary held her look for a long moment. The honest walls, she said. Yes, Carrie said. They're not just for the people coming through the door, Mary said slowly. They're what the signal is made of. The back room was very quiet. Amber set down what she was holding. Yes, she said. That is, she paused. That is exactly right. Elias came to the Silver Quill at noon. He came because Carrie had called him at 11 with 3 things. The Kane intelligence from Monday's conversation, which she transmitted in full, the request for Ashworth to assess Mary's frequency, and an update on Burns' likely decision timeline. He sat at the backroom table with the quality of someone who had been managing a significant amount of information since October and was managing a significant amount more now, and had developed, over 3 months, the specific capacity to receive large quantities of significant information without becoming visibly overwhelmed. He processed the Kane intelligence first, read the document Carrie had prepared from Monday's conversation, asked 2 clarifying questions, made notes. This is extensive, he said. The coalition's structure as Kane understood it goes significantly beyond what we had. Yes, she said. He was the designated inheritor. He was in rooms Hessa wasn't in. She held his look. He gave it without being asked and without conditions. I noted you said he was accounting, Elias said, in summary. Yes, she said. The compact will need to factor that into the ongoing assessment of his situation, Elias said. I know, she said. I'm not asking for that to change his situation. I'm reporting accurately. Yes, he said. I know. He made another note. Ashworth, he said, the assessment of Mary White's frequency. If it's real, I need to know before the compact's recognition, Carrie said, because it changes what the threshold is. In what way? Elias said. She told him what Mary had worked out in the back room an hour ago. The carrier, the Burns network, the potential reach. Elias was quiet for a moment. If that's accurate, he said carefully, then the threshold is not an organization with a network. He paused. It is a signal with an infrastructure. Yes, Carrie said. That's one way to frame it. How do you frame it? He said. A door, she said. That can be found. She held his look. The framing matters less than whether it's real, which is why I need Ashworth. I'll call him today, Elias said. He'll want to assess in person. He paused. He's in Seattle until Wednesday. I believe he will do it tomorrow if I ask correctly. Ask correctly, she said. I'll tell him, Elias said, that the threshold may have something that operates the way Alina Voss's frequency operated, but is not theriamantic in architecture. He paused. That will get his attention. Yes, she said, I think it will. He made the call while they were sitting there. Not stepping out, making the call at the table in the silver quill's back room, which was a compact's representative thing Carrie had not seen before, but which felt correct for the moment. She heard Ashworth's voice on the other end, older, precise, the specific quality of someone who had been in the supernatural community's institutional life for long enough to have accumulated the weight of it visibly. She heard Elias' framing. She heard the pause on Ashworth's end. Tomorrow at 10, Ashworth said, silver quill. Yes, Elias said. He ended the call. Tomorrow at 10, he said to Carrie. Thank you, she said. He looked at her for a moment. The cautious engagement at the pitch it had been at since the Hesse conversation on Thursday. The recognition, he said. The compact is meeting Friday to finalize the terms. I'll present the full picture of what the threshold is, including the Burns Parliament situation, and he paused, and the Mary White situation as a pending assessment. He paused. If Ashworth confirms the frequency tomorrow, I will have his assessment for the Friday meeting. Good, she said. The recognition will be formal on Monday, he said. If the Friday meeting goes as I expect. He held her look. 10 days, as I said. Yes, she said. He gathered his materials, stood. Carrie, he said. Yes. Kane Holt's intelligence, he said, combined with Hesse Vane's document from Friday. The complete picture of the coalition's structure paused. It's more than we had. Significantly more. He held her look. The compact has been working from an incomplete picture for 3 months. This changes the work considerably. Yes, she said, I know. Both of them gave it to you, he said, not to the compact. To you, he held her look. I want you to understand that that is not a coincidence. That is a pattern, he paused. People give significant things to people they trust to use them correctly. He paused. I am nodding that pattern. Thank you, she said. Yes, he said. Good day. He went. Tuesday at 10, Frederick Ashworth came to the Silver Quill. He was 71 years old and had been in the supernatural community's institutional life since before most of the people in the Silver Quill had been born. He moved through the Silver Quill's front room with the specific quality of someone who had been in many significant spaces and was assessing this one against a long comparison set. He looked at the shelves, the unlabeled section, the cats, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint. He looked at Amber. Silver, he said. Ashworth, she said. The specific quality of the exchange professional, slightly cool, the 20 years of institutional history between them, present without being dramatized. He looked at Carrie. Miss Summers, he said, I've been wanting to meet you. Yes, she said, come in. He came into the back room. He sat at the table with the quality of someone who had sat at important tables for 50 years and had developed the specific art of sitting at them without making a production of it. Mary was there. Ashworth looked at her. The assessment is thorough, professional, the specific quality of a senior practitioner reading someone they had not encountered before. You're the one who might be producing it, he said. I might be, Mary said. I don't know. That's the right answer, he said. Tell me what you've noticed. Mary told him. The account she had given Amber and Carrie, the faint signal, the quality of it, the difference between it and Alina's frequency, the uncertainty about whether she was generating it or pattern matching because she had been told to look for it. She told it precisely, without elaboration, with the specific honesty of someone who was aware that accurate information served her better than a favorable presentation. Ashworth listened. He asked 4 questions. The questions were technical. the kind that required specific knowledge of magical architecture to answer, and that could not be answered by someone who did not have the genuine experience they were claiming to describe. Mary answered all four correctly. Not perfectly, she said I'm not certain about this part on the third question, which was accurate, and Ashworth's expression acknowledged the accuracy of the uncertainty. When the account was complete, he was quiet for a moment. May I, he said. He extended his hand palm up, not touching the practitioner's gesture of requesting assessment permission. Yes, Mary said. She held her hand over his, not touching the same proximity that generated the True Blood's read of constructed shifters, translated into the practitioner's register. Ashworth was quiet for approximately 90 seconds. Carrie watched. The back room was very still. Amber was not moving. Lilith, who had come in at 9:50 and was at the back of the room, was holding the quality of stillness she held when she had decided the right function was presence rather than participation. Ashworth lowered his hand. Yes, he said, it's real. The back room. What is it, Mary said. Something I have never encountered before, he said, which is why he paused. Not something I say often, he held Mary's look. Alina Voss built her frequency through the Rheomantic architecture. It was a specific magical signal running through a specific constructed structure. He paused. What you're producing is not the Rheomantic. It is not running through an external structure. He paused. It is an intrinsic signal, something that is simply part of what you are. He paused. The closest analogy I have is a practitioner's ambient magical signature. Every practitioner has one. It communicates things about the practitioner to anyone sensitive enough to receive it. He paused. Yours, as he paused again, it is not a practitioner's ambient signature. It is something different, something that is specifically communicating. He held Mary's look. What it communicates is that I don't have precise language, an orientation, a direction. He paused. The sense of something that is open, that is waiting, that can be found. Mary held his look. The door, she said, quietly. Yes, he said, if you want to use that language. He paused. Your signal is you are communicating the existence of the door to anyone sensitive enough to receive it. He paused. Anyone in the supernatural community who is looking for something. He paused. Not everyone can receive it. The sensitivity required is specific. He paused. But those who can receive it, those who are looking for what you're describing, will find it. The back room. Can it be amplified? Amber said. From the counter, the professional question. Ashworth looked at her. Yes, he said, through the right infrastructure. He paused. The Burns Parliament's network is the right infrastructure. He looked at Carrie. I heard what Ms. White told Mr. Burns on Saturday. He told me when I spoke to him Sunday. He held Carrie's look. She is correct. The network is the carrier. She is inside the network. The signal propagates through the carrier. He paused. If Burns formalizes the partnership, and the network becomes what you're describing, the reach of what Ms. White is producing, as he pauses, I would need to model it, but it is not small. What does the modeling require? Carrie said. Data about the network's composition, he said, which Burns would need to provide. He held Carrie's look. I imagine you are working on that. Yes, she said. He has 8 days. Ashworth held her look for a moment. The compact's recognition, he said. Monday, she said. I will provide my assessment to Elias today, he said, in writing, with my recommendation that the recognition accurately reflects what the threshold is. He paused, which includes the Mary White situation. He paused. The compact should understand that they are not recognizing an organization. They are recognizing, he paused, something that operates through principle rather than through structure. He paused. The principle is the structure. Yes, Carrie said, that's right. He looked at Mary again. You were a Voss pack, he said. Yes, Mary said. Alina Voss ran her frequency through the Voss line for decades, he said. And you were in that line. He paused. And now you are producing something of your own. He held her look. She spent decades trying to build what you are building naturally. She built the chain, Mary said. I'm at the end of it. Not the end, he said. A link. He held her look. The chain continues through you. Mary held his look. Yes, she said, I think it does. Ashworth left at noon. The back room held the residue of his departure, the specific quality of a significant assessment having been made, and the room recalibrating around its implications. Mary was at the table. She had not moved since Ashworth left. She was holding the account of the assessment with the quality of someone processing something that was larger than they had anticipated. Carrie sat across from her. "How do you feel?" she said. "Like something decided," Mary said, "without me having made the decision." She held Carrie's look. "I didn't choose to produce this. It's simply that she paused. It's simply what I am now." She paused. Since Alina released, she held Carrie's look. "I've been thinking about Alina since Saturday, about what she did, the decades of it." She paused. "I used to feel the frequency as something external, something running through me that came from outside." She paused. "Now there's something running through me that comes from inside." She paused. "It's different." "Is it better?" Carrie said. Mary thought. "It's mine," she said. "That's the difference." She held Carrie's look. "Alina's frequency was not mine. It was hers and it ran through me and I received it." She paused. "This is mine." She paused. "That's a big thing, to have something that's mine." "Yes," Carrie said, "it is." They sat at the back room table in the January midday light. "Burns is going to call you," Mary said, "before the 8 days." "Yes," Carrie said, "probably Thursday." "He's going to agree," Mary said, "not because I told him the strategy. He was going to agree because of the honest walls." She held Carrie's look. "I think he's been wanting to agree for longer than we've realized. He just needed the full picture before he could say yes." "Yes," Carrie said, "that's what I think too." "He's going to be useful," Mary said, "in ways that are uncomfortable." "Yes," Carrie said. "The uncomfortable, useful things are often the most significant," Mary said. "Yes," Carrie said, "they are." She held Mary's look. "You told him the strategy on Saturday because you made a judgment call that a Burns with the full picture was better than a Burns with a partial one." She held her look. "You were right, and you should have told me first." She paused. "Both things." "Yes," Mary said, "both things." "The Saturday call," Carrie said. "Going forward. If you have a judgment call that involves moving pieces that are not yours alone, tell me first. Not to get permission, because we're building this together." "Yes," Mary said, "I understand." "Good," Carrie said. She looked at the table. The midday light through the back windows, the silver quill holding them. "The frequency," she said. "The thing you're producing." She held Mary's look. "What does it feel like, from the inside?" Mary thought. "Like caring," she said, specifically. She paused. "Like I care about the people who are looking for the threshold. I care whether they find it. I care whether the door is open when they get there." She paused. "And caring as she paused, it's not contained in me. It goes somewhere." She held Carrie's look. "It goes out from me and it's looking for the people who need it and it doesn't come back until it's found them." She paused. "That's the best way I can describe it." Carrie held her look. "Alina cared too," she said, "about the people she had hurt. She cared for decades from inside the binding." "Yes," Mary said, "I know." She paused. "The chain started with her caring." She held Carrie's look. "And it continues with me caring." She paused. "It's not magic, not exactly, it's just real," Carrie said. "Yes," Mary said, "it's just real." Thursday Burns called at 11. Not 9. Not 10. 11, the specific timing of someone who had concluded the decision and was calling at the hour that communicated readiness without urgency. "I talked to the council," he said. "And?" She said. "The council's formal position is that the Burns Parliament will operate as a partner to the threshold under the terms you described." He paused. "Full transparency. Weekly conversations. Real-time notification of outreach." He paused. "The communities in the Parliament's network become threshold communities concurrently with the Parliament's function, and the thresholds function running in parallel in those communities." He paused. "The Parliament provides the infrastructure. The threshold provides the signal." "Yes," she said, "those are the terms." "There is one addition the Council is requesting," he said. "Tell me." "A formal liaison position," he said. "Someone from the Burns Parliament who attends the threshold's Thursday conversations and someone from the threshold who attends the Parliament's monthly council sessions." He paused. "Mutual transparency rather than unilateral reporting." She held the phone. Who would the Parliament's liaison be? She said. That is the Council's decision, Burns said. Not mine. But I expect it will be someone with an intelligence function. He paused. And who would the Threshold's liaison to the Parliament be? She thought. Mary White, she said. A pause. Yes, Burns said. I thought it might be. He paused. The Council will accept that. Good, she said. There's something else, he said. I've been in contact with Frederick Ashworth since Sunday. He shared his assessment of Ms. White's frequency with me yesterday. Informally. He paused. I want you to know that I am aware of what the frequency means for the network's function. He paused. And I want you to know that the Council is aware as well. And she said. And the Council's position is that this makes the partnership more significant, not less, he said. The Parliament's intelligence function has always depended on the quality of the signals running through the networks it maintains. He paused. The signal Ms. White is producing as he pauses. It is not intelligence in the traditional sense. It is something else. He paused. Something the Parliament has not had access to before. He paused. The Council considers it the most significant aspect of the partnership. Yes, she said. I thought they might. We are in agreement, Burns said. Yes, she said, we are. He was quiet for a moment. Miss Summers, he said. Yes. The honest walls, he said. I told the Council what you said, about the walls being what makes the threshold worth being inside. He paused. The Council's reaction was that he paused. Skeptical. In the way that people who have spent their careers in networks that run on mutual interest are skeptical of structures that run on principle. He paused. I told them that the skepticism was appropriate, and that the honest walls were also real, and that they needed to operate on the assumption that both were true simultaneously. Both are true simultaneously, she said. Yes, he said, I'm learning that. He paused. It's a different model than I'm used to. Yes, she said, it is. I'll send the formal agreement to Jimmy Park, he said, for review. Send it to Jimmy and to Elias, she said. The compact should see it before recognition. Yes, he said, of course. He ended the call. She set the phone down. Lilith was in the doorway of the back room. She had been there since approximately the middle of the call with the quality of someone who had determined that this was the right place to be for this. He agreed, she said. He agreed, Carrie confirmed. Mary as the liaison, Lilith said. Yes. She's going to be in the Parliament's monthly council sessions, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said, with her frequency. In a room full of people who run networks, she held Lilith's look. The chain continues. Lilith held her look. Yes, she said, it does. She crossed to the table, sat across from Carrie. The specific quality of the mid-morning silver quill, the warmth, the smell, the light through the back windows doing its January best. Monday, Lilith said, recognition. Yes, Carrie said. The threshold is formally going to exist, Lilith said. It has been existing, Carrie said. Monday it will have a name on paper. Yes, Lilith said, but that's not nothing. No, Carrie said, it's not nothing. They sat at the back room table. The silver quill. January morning becomes January midday. Carrie was not humming. She noticed that the song was present underneath, complete, but she was not humming it. She was simply in the room with Lilith and the silver quill around them, and the thing they had built together becoming something that would be written down on Monday with a name. My parents, she said. Lilith held her look. They would have liked this, she said. Not the institution of it, not the formal recognition. She paused, the door, the thing that's running, the frequency. She held Lilith's look. My mother would have known where all the exits were, and my father would have been in the chair noticing things, and they would have paused. They would have been glad of it. Yes, Lilith said, I think they would. I want Carrie to pause when recognition happens Monday. I want the threshold to know who the silver quill is and what Amber did and what the chain was. She held Lilith's look, not as mythology, as actual history. She paused. Alina built something. Amber maintained something. My parents made a choice. Mary received a signal and learned to produce one. She paused. That's the actual history of the threshold. She held Lilith's look. It should be known. Yes, Lilith said, it should. I'm going to write it down, Carrie said, before Monday. The full account. She paused, not the governance documentation, the story. Yes, Lilith said, do that. Carrie looked at the table, the midday light. She began to hum. The whole song, beginning to end. Her father's love song, complete, ran underneath the January midday in the back room of the Silver Quill that had been a sanctuary for 12 years, and was now also the place where the threshold lived. There it is, Lilith said, softly. There it is, Carrie said. The Silver Quill, Thursday midday, the beginning of what came next. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 6. She wrote it on Saturday. Not the governance documentation Lilith and Jimmy had been working on since November, and it was complete and had been reviewed by Elias and would be presented to the compact on Friday alongside Ashworth's assessment and Burns' formal agreement. The documentation was done. What she wrote on Saturday was the story. She wrote it at the Silver Quill's back room table. Amber was in the front of the shop running the ordinary Saturday morning customers. Coffee, the cats conducting their inexplicable business in the specific way of Saturday mornings in the Silver Quill that were different from weekday mornings in the quality of their ordinariness. Lilith was at the pack house, coordinating the week's operational wrap-up with Donna. Jimmy was doing whatever Jimmy did on Saturday mornings when the intelligence picture was stable and did not require his continuous attention. Mary was upstairs. She had been upstairs since 8. She had come to the Silver Quill early, before Carrie arrived, and had gone to the room that had become hers in the way rooms became people's, and had closed the door with the quality of someone who also had something to work through this morning. Carrie sat at the back room table with a blank document on her laptop and thought about where to start. Not with Alina. The history of the threshold was not the history of Alina's binding that was true, and it was important, but it was not the beginning. The beginning was earlier than that, and it was not the Voss family's preservation of the banned texts, and it was not the Old War. The beginning was a specific night on a lake in Missouri, when 2 people looked at each other across a formal gathering and understood that they had run out of time. She started there. She wrote for 4 hours. The account was not long. She was not writing a comprehensive history of the supernatural community or an academic treatment of the Reomancy or a detailed operational record of the events of October. She was writing the specific story of the threshold, what it had grown from, who had made it possible without knowing they were making it possible, what the chain was and where it ran and where it had arrived. Harry and Valerie Summers, the specific quality of 2 people who had understood what they had and had chosen accordingly. The door was left unlocked. The song carried forward. Alina Voss, the working that had been wrong, the decades inside the binding doing what could be done, the frequency running through the constructed line trying to reach someone who could receive it, the sabotage work that made the seams visible, the journal's last margin note. Amber Silver, 30 years of the Silver Quill, the threshold that received people who needed it, the 12 years of quiet counterwork. The lilac and mint that was Amber's magic expressing itself, and was also, somehow, a connection to the woman who had sent her daughter through a door in Missouri. Mary White, the hand in the dark on a cold night, the 13 years of filing the wrong choices under survival, the hour outside the Silver Quill in the October rain. The submission was the first free choice. The frequency Alina had been running through her whole life and that she had, after Alina's release, begun to produce on her own. Tobias Grant, 4 days running, asking about Sira before asking for water. Is this real? Priya Anand, I'm not her student, held as certainty for 7 weeks. The most significant thing said in the chapter of anyone in the story. Danny Voss at the wall of the Silver Quill's front room. Kane, it's enough. And I want to know. Jonna Reeves at the Thursday table. Is there something I can actually do? All of them, the people who had found the door or were working toward it or were learning that the door was for them. All of them are part of the chain. All of them the threshold. And the 2 of them. She did not write herself and Lilith into the account except at the necessary places. She was the true blood who had closed Alina's binding. She was the person building what was being built. She was the daughter of Harry and Valerie Summers. Lilith was the field operations lead, and the future alpha and the person who had been beside her for 12 years and was beside her now, and would be beside her in everything that came after. She wrote them in the necessary places and left the rest to be what it was. At noon, she read what she had written. It was not long, 12 pages. The story of the threshold in 12 pages is not comprehensive, not academic, not the full weight of all of it. The essential shape. The chain from Alina to Mary, the door that was open, the light that was on. She thought about what Ashworth had said. The principle is the structure. She thought about what Burns had said. I'm learning that both are true simultaneously. She thought about what Mary had said. The honest walls are not just for the people coming through the door. They're what the signal is made of. She saved the document. She sent it to Lilith, to Mike, to Amber, to Mary, to Jimmy and Donna and Tobias and Priya, all of them, the full inner circle of the threshold, everyone who was building it. With a note that said, read it this weekend. Tell me if there's anything wrong or missing. The story is everyone's. Then she closed the laptop. She was humming, the full song beginning to end. She let it continue. The responses came back through Saturday afternoon and Sunday. Lilith texted it too. It's right. Don't change anything. Mike's response came at 4, not a text call. He did not say much. He said, your father would have liked how you wrote this. And then your mother would have known immediately that it was the right thing. And then he was quiet for a moment and said, good work, and hung up. Amber's response was a note slipped under the silver quill's back room door while Carrie was in the front with a customer on Saturday afternoon. The note said, the chain is described correctly. Alina would have recognized herself in it. I believe she would have been glad. And then, underneath that, in Amber's handwriting, which was precise and distinct and 30 years of practiced intention, you were always exactly enough. I am still telling you now. Mary came downstairs at 3 on Saturday. She sat at the back room table across from Carrie with the expression of someone who had been reading something and was still inside it. The part about the hand in the dark, she said, that's what you remember from that night. Yes, Carrie said. I was 13, Mary said. I thought you were asleep. My mother sent me to bring you to the door and I found the room dark and you standing at the window looking out. She paused. You knew something was happening. You were 10 and you knew. Yes, Carrie said. I think I did. I took your hand, Mary said, because you were 10 and it was dark and you were about to go somewhere and I didn't know where. She paused. I didn't think about it. I just took your hand. Yes, Carrie said. You said I had forgotten this until I read it just now. Mary paused. You said thank you, in the dark, before we reached the door. She paused. You were 10 years old and you said thank you. Carrie looked at her. I don't remember that, Carrie said. I don't have that in the memories. She paused, but I believe it. Yes, Mary said. You would have said it. She held Carrie's look. The history of the threshold is right. The chain is described correctly. She paused. I want to add one thing. Tell me. Not in the document, Mary said, just between us. She held Carrie's look. Alina ran her frequency for decades not knowing if it would reach anyone. She ran it because it was the right thing to do even without knowing if it would work. She paused. I want to do what I do the same way, not because I can see where it's going, because it's the right thing to do. She held Carrie's look. The frequency I'm producing, I'm not going to try to direct it. I'm going to be what I am and let it go where it goes. She paused, the way Alina did. Yes, Carrie said, that's right. I wanted you to know that, Mary said, before Monday. Thank you, Carrie said. Mary looked at her. The settled expression fully arrived now at something that was not quite peaceful, but was the thing that was on the other side of the working through. The person who had found out what she was when she was free. We're okay, Mary said, the two of us, you and me. Yes, Carrie said, we are. I wasn't sure in October, Mary said. When I came to the Silver Quill, I wasn't sure what we would be. Neither was I, Carrie said. And now, Mary said. Now we're what we are, Carrie said. Which is not what we were at 13, something else. Something we built in the last 3 months. She held Mary's look, something real. Yes, Mary said, something real. She went back upstairs. Tobias texted Sunday morning. I read it. The part about Sierra is right. She got me out and that should be in the record. Thank you for putting it in. And then, the name is right too. The threshold. Reading it, I understood why it was the right name. And then, I have the idea ready. The reachability thing. Can I bring it to Saturday's table? She replied, yes, bring it. Priya sent a voice message. Carrie listened to it twice. The 14-year-old's voice was precise, considered, with the specific quality of someone who had thought about what they were going to say before recording it. The history is accurate, Priya said. I want to note that what happened to me in the facility is accurately described, and that it belongs in the history because accurate history is what prevents things from being managed into something more comfortable than they were. A pause. The Hesse section is also accurate. I want to note that. A pause. The honest walls. I've been thinking about what it means that the walls are what the signal is made of. I think it means that the threshold is only as honest as the people building it, which is a significant responsibility. A pause. I wanted to say that out loud. We should be aware of that. Carrie listened to the voice message twice and then sent back. We are aware of it. Thank you for saying it out loud. It belongs in the record too. Priya replied with a single thumbs up, which Carrie recognized as the highest form of acknowledgement available in Priya's specific communications register. Donna's response came Sunday evening. Not a text. She appeared at the Silver Quill's front door at 6, which was after closing, and Amber let her in without being asked, because Amber's threshold understood that Donna Ray's at the Silver Quill's front door at 6 on a Sunday evening was the correct configuration for this specific purpose. She sat at the back room table. She had printed the document. It had notes in the margins in her handwriting, precise, operational, the specific annotations of a tactical mind working through a story rather than a plan. 2 things, she said. Tell me, Carrie said. The operational elements need dates, she said. When the history is part of the threshold's formal record, it needs to be anchored in a specific time. She slid the printed document across the table. I've marked where. She paused. The second thing. Yes. Sierra Ackhafer is not sufficiently in this history, she said. She got Tobias out. That's in there. But she is also the person who she paused. She told Carrie the true thing about Lilith in the recovery room. She paused. That is part of the threshold's history because it is part of your history and your history is the chain. She held Carrie's look, not the specifics. The fact that someone who had been through something terrible used what came after it to push someone she had just met toward a true thing. She paused. That belongs in the history of the threshold. Carrie held her look. Yes, she said, it does. I've noted where, Donna said. She stood up. Good document. She picked up her coat. Don't change your voice, it sounds like you. She left. Carrie looked at the printed document, Donna's margin notes, the places where dates needed to be anchored, the note about Sierra. She opened the laptop. She added what needed to be added. The dates are specific, precise, the Donna influence making the account more accurate. The Sierra addition, not the specifics, the fact. Someone who had been through something terrible and used what came after it to push someone toward the true thing. The chain. She read the full document one more time. 12 pages, the story of the threshold, accurate. She saved it. She closed the laptop. She was humming. Friday the Compact met. She was not there. The Compact's formal session was not a threshold event, it was the Compact's institutional process, and her presence would have been inappropriate. Elias presented the full picture. The governance documentation, the Ashworth assessment of Mary's frequency, Burns' formal agreement with the Parliament's council approval, the Hesse Vane situation's written terms, the Jonna Reeves engagement with the Harrow communities. He was in the meeting for 4 hours. She waited at the Silver Quill, not anxiously the specific quality of someone who had done what could be done, and was waiting for the institutional machinery to reach its conclusion. Amber made tea. Mary was at the table working through the logistics of the Parliament liaison role. She was going to begin the following week. Lilith came in at 2 with the quality of someone who had been managing pack business all morning and had decided the afternoon was silver quill time. At 4:15, Elias called. Unanimous, he said. She held the phone. Monday at 10, he said, the formal recognition. I'll have the document ready. The compact's seal. He paused. Carrie. Yes. The compact's chair, he said. She asked me to tell you something. He paused. She said this is the first time in 40 years that the compact has recognized something that it did not build and does not control. He paused. She said she considers that a significant development. He paused. She said to tell you that the compact is watching what the threshold does with that. Tell her, Carrie said, that the threshold is aware of the responsibility. Yes, Elias said, I'll tell her. He hung up. The silver quill's back room. Amber, Mary, Lilith. Unanimous, Carrie said. Lilith held her look. The expression is present, fully itself. Monday, she said. Monday, Carrie confirmed. Sunday evening. The pack house. The specific quality of a Sunday evening in the Walker pack house in January, when something significant was arriving the next morning, was not the crisis quality, not the operational readiness quality. Something more personal. The house held the people in it with the specific warmth of a structure that had absorbed years of significant things and knew how to hold them. Dinner was full. All of the pack who were at the house. Tobias had been at the pack house most of the weekend, his school's schedule permitting. In the specific way he had been at the pack house more since the name was decided. Priya, who had come for Sunday dinner because Sunday dinner at the pack house had become part of Priya's architecture without anyone formally arranging it. The dinner was not a celebration. It was Sunday dinner, the specific ordinary quality of a family eating together on a Sunday evening, loud in the wolf shifter way. The third-floor resident sustains herself on pasta and her third coffee of the day. Someone had made a dessert that was more ambitious than the circumstances required and was better than expected. After dinner, Carrie found herself in the kitchen doing the dishes. She did not need to do the dishes. The dishwasher was available. She was at the sink with her hands in warm water because it was grounding, and because the morning was significant and she wanted to be grounded. Tobias appeared beside her. He appeared in spaces where she was doing ordinary things and stood there with the quality of someone who had something to say and was finding the right moment for it. She had come to recognize the quality. She waited. I have the idea, he said, the reachability thing. I told you it wasn't ready yet, it's ready. Tell me, she said. Not tonight, he said. Tomorrow, after recognition. He held her look. I want to tell you when the threshold exists on paper as well as in practice. He paused. It feels right. Okay, she said, tomorrow. He was quiet for a moment. Carrie, he said. Yes. My mother called, he said. She wanted to know about Monday. I told her about recognition. He paused. She said she wanted to come to Seattle for it. He paused. I told her it wasn't a ceremony. It was the compact signing of a document. He paused. She said she didn't care. She wanted to be here. He held Carrie's look. I told her she could come. Yes, Carrie said. Of course she can come. She's arriving tomorrow morning, he said, before the signing. Good, Carrie said. He held the look for a moment. She wants to meet you, he said. She said he paused. She said the person who told her son that he was real deserved to be met properly. Carrie looked at him. I'll be there, she said. Yes, he said. I know you will. He went back to the dining room. Carrie stood at the sink with her hands in the warm water and thought about Alina Tobias coming to Seattle to be present for the day her son's here was officially recognized on paper. The chain reaches one more person without being asked to. She was humming, beginning to end. Monday morning. She woke at 6:30. The specific quality of waking on a significant day, not the operational alertness she had woken with on the Cane Monday. Something different, quieter. She lay in bed and took stock. The bond gone, the memories present, the song complete, herself, entirely herself. The threshold, going to have a name on paper at 10 o'clock. She thought about Harry and Valerie Summers. She did this most mornings not as a ritual, simply because they were present in her in a way that was ongoing rather than occasional. She thought about the specific quality of two people who had made a choice in the dark and had sent a love forward with it that had traveled 2,000 miles and 12 years and had arrived here. She got up. The silver quill at 9:30. Everyone arrived the way people arrived for significant things, not dramatically, simply present. Mike and Donna and Jimmy. Amber behind the counter where she always was. Lilith beside Carrie where she always was. Mary at the table with the quality of someone who was carrying a frequency she did not try to manage and did not try to direct and was simply herself with it. Tobias with Alina Tobias, his mother, who had arrived at 8 and had come to the Silver Quill rather than the pack house, because Tobias had correctly assessed that the Silver Quill was the right place for her first impression of what they were building. She was 41 and a wolf shifter, and she had the quality of someone who had spent 3 weeks believing her son had chosen to leave and had never stopped knowing that was wrong and had been right. She looked at the Silver Quill's front room, the shelves, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint, and something in her expression settled. She looked at Carrie. "Here it is real," she said. "Yes," Carrie said, "it is." Alina Tobias held her look for a moment. Then she put her hand briefly on Carrie's arm briefly, specifically, the gesture of someone communicating something that did not require elaboration, and went to sit beside her son. Priya was in the front of the Silver Quill. She had come down from upstairs at 9 and had positioned herself near the shelves in the unlabeled section with the quality of someone who had determined the correct position for this morning and had taken it. Danny Voss was there. She had come not because she was formally part of the inner circle, she was not yet, but because Carrie had included her in the document circulation, and Danny had appeared at the Silver Quill's front door at 9:15 with the quality of someone who had read the history and had understood that her presence was appropriate. Jonna Reeves was there. She had driven from where she was staying in Seattle with the quality of someone who had decided this was a Thursday table conversation regardless of what day it was. Hessa Vane was not there. She was in the adjacent room, which was where she was. But Carrie had gone to the adjacent room at 9 to tell her the recognition was happening at 10, and Hessa had held her look and said good, and had meant it in the specific flat way that Hessa meant things without performance, as a statement of fact about what was good. Elias arrived at 9:55. He had the compact's document, a physical document, signed by the compact's chair. With the specific weight of institutional paper that had been used for significant things. He set it on the back room table and looked at the assembled people. At 10 o'clock, he said, the threshold becomes officially recognized by the supernatural community's governing compact. He paused. The recognition acknowledges the threshold as an independent community institution operating under its own governance with formal partnership relationships with the Walker Pack, the Burns Parliament, and the compact itself. He paused. The recognition does not control the threshold. It acknowledges what already exists. He held the room's attention. "Are there any questions before I sign?" The room was quiet. "No," Carrie said. "Sign it." He signed it at 10 o'clock. The room after was itself. Not celebrating exactly. Not performing the significance of the moment. Simply being in it. The Silver Quill's back room at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning in January with the compact's recognition document on the table and the people who had built the thing it recognized present in the room. Amber made tea. She always made tea. The specific Amber silver expression of having done something significant, she made tea and was at the counter, and the Silver Quill was what was around her, and that was how she held things. Mike said something to Elia's operational, specifically, the next steps in the compact's relationship with the threshold. Donna was taking notes. Jimmy had his laptop. Alina Tobias was talking to Mary in a quiet corner of the back room. Carrie could see the quality of the conversation specific, real, two people who had found a common register and were using it. Mary had the quality she had when the frequency was running without her managing it, simply present, simply herself, whatever signal she was producing going where it was going without her directing it. Tobias was standing with Priya near the back room door. They were in one of their specific conversations the two of them had developed, over 3 months, the kind of conversation dynamic that existed between people who were both precise and both impatient with imprecision, which produced exchanges that moved fast and covered significant ground in short periods. Jana was talking to Danny. Also specific, also real. Jana had the quality of someone who was doing the job she had described, making sure people knew the door existed, and Danny had the quality of someone who had come through the door and was learning, incrementally, what was on the other side of it. Lilith was beside Carrie. "How do you feel?" Lilith said. "Like something became real," Carrie said. "That was already real." She held Lilith's look. "Elias said it correctly. The recognition acknowledges what already exists." She paused. It was already the threshold. Now it has a name on paper. "Yes," Lilith said. "Both things matter." "Yes," Carrie said. "Both things matter." They stood in the back room of the Silver Quill. Monday morning. The compacts document on the table. The room was full of people who were building something. Tobias appeared at her elbow. "Now," he said. She looked at him. "The idea," he said. "The reachability thing," I said after recognition. He held her look. "It's after recognition." "Yes," she said. "Tell me." He sat at the table. She sat across from him, Lilith beside her. The room orientation was not because anyone announced it, but because people who were building something together recognized the specific quality of a building conversation beginning. Tobias took a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. Folded, the specific way of someone who had been carrying something and had been waiting to unfold it. He unfolded it. "The problem," he said, "is that the threshold is findable if you know it exists. If someone tells you. If you're already in a community that has contact with the threshold." He held the paper. "The problem is the people who don't have that, who are the first in their community to know what they are, who doesn't have anyone who has been here." He held Carrie's look. "Burns is reachable to those people because Burns has a network, and the network has nodes, and the nodes have contact with communities that are isolated." He paused. "The threshold doesn't have that yet." He paused. "But it is something Burns doesn't have." "Tell me," she said. "Mary's frequency," he said, "and the Burns Parliament's network as the carrier." He held her look. "Ashworth said the frequency reaches anyone sensitive enough to receive it. Anyone in the supernatural community who is looking for something." He paused. "The frequency is already running. Through the Parliament's network. Through every community Burns is connected to." He paused. "But receiving a frequency and knowing what it is are different things." He held Carrie's look. "Most people who receive Mary's frequency don't know what they're receiving. They feel something, a sense that something is open, that something can be found, and they don't have a name for it." He held her look. "What if they had a name for it?" The room was quiet. "How?" Lilith said. "Everyone who has been through the threshold," Tobias said. "Danny, the Missouri contacts, Jana, the people from the facility." He held the room. "Every one of them has encountered the frequency directly, Mary in person or through contact with the threshold's community. They know what it is." He held Carrie's look. "What if they talked about it? Not to the threshold's inner circle, to their own communities, to the people in the communities Burns is connected to." He paused. "Not as outreach, as ordinary conversation. The way you talk about something that changed something for you." He paused. "The frequency is running. The people who know what it is talk about it. The people in those communities who are sensitive enough to receive it recognize what they've been feeling." He paused. "They follow it to the threshold." The back room. "The frequency becomes its own outreach," Jana said. From across the room. She had been listening. "Yes," Tobias said, "but not marketing, not a program. The natural propagation of." He held the paper, "of something real." He paused. "Because the people talking about it are not employees of the threshold. They are people who were changed by it." He paused. "The way Mary's mother was changed by Alina's frequency. The way she left a door unlocked." He held Carrie's look. "The chain continues through the people who have been touched by it, naturally, without being directed." Carrie looked at him. 15 years old. 4 days running. 7 weeks in a facility that had been built to contain him. 3 months in Seattle becoming someone who thought about infrastructure and peer support models and the reachability problem with the specific precision of someone who had been inside the problem and understood its architecture from the inside. That's the idea, she said. Yes, he said. It's not a program, she said. No, he said. It can't be a program. If it's a program, it becomes marketing. He held her look. It has to be people being honest about what happened to them and what they found. He paused. The way Mary called the East Coast community. He held Carrie's look. She didn't call the program. She called with her honest account. He paused. Multiply that by everyone who has been through the threshold. He held her look. That's the frequency propagating naturally. Elena multiplied by everyone in the line, Amber said, from the counter. Tobias looked at her. Yes, he said, that's exactly it. The back room of the Silver Quill, Monday morning. The compact's recognition document on the table. The room held something that was more than it had been 30 seconds ago. Write it up, Carrie said. I have it written up, Tobias said. He produced a second piece of paper from his jacket pocket. Mary, from the corner where she had been talking to Elena Tobias, was looking at him with the expression of someone receiving something that confirmed what they had already been sensing. That's why the frequency is what it is, Mary said, quietly. It's not just me, it's everyone who has encountered the threshold. I'm the source, but every one of them is a propagation point. Yes, Tobias said, that's what I mean. I didn't know that, Mary said, about myself, that I was the source. She paused, but it makes sense. She held the room's look. Elena was the source in the Voss line, and the frequency ran through everyone in the line even though Elena was the one generating it. She held Carrie's look. I'm generating it, but it runs through everyone who has been touched by the threshold. She paused, even the ones who don't know what they're carrying. Yes, Carrie said. The room. Burns was going to see this. He was going to receive the written version from Jimmy before the end of day, and he was going to understand immediately what it meant for the Parliament's network. The carrier became more significant than they had understood when they discussed it on Thursday, not just the propagation of the threshold's signal, but the propagation through the propagators. The frequency ran through the people, and the people carrying it into communities that the threshold had never directly contacted. He was going to call. She would take the call. The terms would hold. Tobias, Elena Tobias said. She had moved from the corner. She was standing near her son with the expression of a woman who had been watching him for 45 minutes and had completed an assessment. He looked at her. This is what you've been doing, she said. Not a question. The statement of someone updating a model that had been running on insufficient data. Yes, he said. Since October, she said. Since before October, he said. Since the facility, he held her look. I had time to think there. I thought about what would have made it different. He paused. If someone had known what was happening and reached us before it got to the facility. He paused. That's what the threshold is trying to build. The thing that makes it different. He paused. The thing that reaches people before. Elena Tobias held her son's look. Yes, she said, I see that. She sat down at the table beside him. The specific motion of someone deciding to be in a place rather than adjacent to it. Tell me more, she said. He told her. The morning continued into the afternoon. People stayed not because they had been asked to, because the room had the quality of a room that people did not want to leave. Jonna was on the phone at some point with Bridget Calloway, who had called back. The conversation lasted 20 minutes, and Jonna's expression throughout had the quality of someone hearing something they had hoped to hear. Danny found herself in a conversation with Tobias about the peer support model that had started as a logistical discussion and had become something more specific, the two of them working through what it looked like for someone who had been inside the Voss pack structure to help someone who had been inside the Harrow pack structure. Different architectures, shared questions. Priya came to find Carrie at 1 o'clock. I've been thinking about Hessa's proposal, she said. The training, the renegotiation is working. She held Carrie's look. I want to observe the first session, before I'm formally her student. She paused. I want to see her work before I commit to learning from it. Yes, Carrie said. That's the right approach. Can you arrange it? Priya said. Yes, Carrie said. This week if you want. Wednesday, Priya said. 2 o'clock. I'll tell Hessa, Carrie said. Tell her, Priya said, that I'm observing, not participating. She held Carrie's look, not yet. Yes, Carrie said. I'll tell her exactly that. Priya went back to the unlabeled section. One of the cats had found her and was winding around her ankles with the impartial feline affection of a cat that had decided someone was acceptable. Priya looked at the cat with the expression of someone who had not had time for cats in the last several months and was discovering that they had missed having time for cats. She picked it up. It allowed this. At 2:00, Mike stood up from the table. He had been at the table for most of the morning, not operational, not managing anything, simply present. The specific Mike Walker presence that did not require a function to be real. He looked at the room, at the people in it, at the compact's recognition document on the table, at the silver quills back room that had been a sanctuary for 30 years and was now also the room where the threshold had been born. He did not make a speech. Mike Walker did not make speeches. He said, in the serious tone full weight, the frequency to the room. You built a good thing. And then he picked up his coffee and drank it, and went to talk to Jonna about the Harrow Pack's international contacts. Carrie watched him go. She thought about Harry's summers in the chair, the thinking quietly that Valerie had always known how to read, the voice that selected each word, the serious tone. You built a good thing. She thought about what it meant to have received that, from this man, in this room. She was not going to cry. She was 22 years old and she was entirely herself, and she was in the silver quills back room on the day the threshold became official, and she was not going to cry. She almost cried. Lilith appeared beside her, having seen, having known. Yes, Lilith said, quietly, simply. Yes, Carrie said. At 3, Alina, Tobias left to catch her flight home. She said goodbye to the room not formally, the specific warm efficiency of a wolf shifter who had assessed the situation and had determined that the people in it were the right people for her son to be with, and was implementing the practical motion of leaving with that knowledge. She stopped at Carrie on her way out. Next time I come to Seattle, she said, I want to hear the full story. The chain, what you told Tobias about where the threshold came from. She held Carrie's look, all of it. Yes, Carrie said, I'll tell you. Good, Alina, Tobias said. My son is becoming something important. I want to understand what he's becoming part of. Yes, Carrie said, you should. She held Carrie's look for a moment, the same brief specific gesture, her hand on Carrie's arm. Thank you, she said, for telling him here was real. It is real, Carrie said. I know, Alina, Tobias said. That's why I said thank you. She left. Tobias watched her go. He had the quality, watching his mother leave, of someone who was holding a thing carefully, not grief, not loss. Something more complex. The specific quality of 15 years old and a mother who had spent 3 weeks thinking the wrong thing and who was going home now, and who was going to be called on Thursday the way she was called every Thursday, and who was going to come back to Seattle in the spring. She liked it, he said, to no one specifically. Yes, Carrie said, she did. He nodded, the specific Tobias nod of someone receiving information and filing it. Good, he said. He went to find Priya and the cat. At 4, the silver quill began its natural dispersal. Not announced the room releasing the people in it, the way rooms did when what had needed to happen had happened. Jonna left with a list of calls and the specific quality of someone who had work to do and was going to do it. Danny left with Donna. They had a logistics conversation to continue, and Donna had determined that it should continue over coffee somewhere that was not the silver quills back room, which had been occupied long enough for one day. Jimmy had been on his laptop for the last hour in the specific background processing, mode occupied when the intelligence was updating in real time and required periodic attention. He left at 4:10 with the flat acknowledgement of someone whose data was telling him something and who needed to follow it. Tell me tomorrow, Carrie said. Yes, he said, tomorrow. Elias took the recognition document at 4:15. He would file it with the compact, the copy that would be in the compact's records, the copy that was the official acknowledgement. He would send Threshold's copy digitally. The physical copy would be printed and framed if the Threshold wanted it displayed. We'll decide, Carrie said, where to put it. Yes, he said, of course. He held her look, Carrie. Yes. The compact's chair, he said. I called her after the Friday meeting to give her the full update. He paused. She asked me a specific question. Tell me. She asked, he said, whether the threshold was the beginning of something or the end of something. He paused. I told her I believed it was the beginning. He paused. She said she hoped I was right. He paused. She also said he stopped. She said the supernatural community had been managing the Theriamancy question since the old war by not talking about it, by building the plain sight consensus over the top of it and hopping the foundation held. He paused. She said the threshold was the first thing she had seen that was trying to address the foundation rather than manage around it. He paused. She said she didn't know if it would work. He held Carrie's look. She said she thought it was the right thing to try. Tell her, Carrie said, that I think so too. Yes, Elias said, I'll tell her. He left. At 4:30, the silver quill was down to the people. It always held at the end of a day. Amber, behind the counter. The ordinary end-of-day silver quill operations running around her closing preparations. The cats fed. The specific 30-year routine of a bookstore becoming its overnight self. Mary, still at the back room table. She had been there for most of the day and had not left and did not appear to be leaving. She was not working on anything specific. She was simply there, in the specific way she was sometimes simply there. The frequency running without her directing it, and the room receiving it without nomming it. Lilith beside Carrie, where she always was. And Carrie. She stood in the doorway between the back room and the silver quill's front room. The two spaces visible from where she was standing were the back room with the table, and the people, and the compact's recognition document's absence now that Elias had taken it. The front room with the shelves, and the warmth, and the smell of lilac and mint, and the late January afternoon light coming through the front windows. She thought about the first time she had come through the silver quill's front door. She had not been able to come through it herself. She had been 10 years old and she had been running for she did not know how long. Long enough. She had collapsed 3 blocks from the silver quill and Amber had found her and had carried her in. She had regained consciousness in the back room on the floor, the specific scratch of the back room rug against her cheek, and the first thing she had smelled was lilac and mint, and her leopard had gone to the lower gear before she was fully conscious. 12 years ago. She looked at the front room, the shelves, the unlabeled section, the cats in their various positions, the late afternoon light. She thought about the threshold, about what it was going to be. She thought about the history she had written 12 pages, the chain from Alina to Mary, the door that was open and the light that was on. She thought about what Priya had said in the voice message. The threshold is only as honest as the people building it. She thought about what Mary had said on Saturday. The honest walls are what the signal is made of. She thought about Tobias's idea. The frequency propagated through the people who had been touched by the threshold. The chain multiplying. Alina multiplied by everyone who had been changed by what Alina started. She thought about the compact chair. The first thing is trying to address the foundation rather than manage around it. She thought about Harry Summers in the chair with the thinking quietly and Valerie Summers who always knew when the time was right. She thought about the song, her father's love song, which had been a lullaby and then had been a thread and then had been a completion and was now simply what it was. Present. Hers. She began to hum. The whole song, beginning to end, standing in the doorway of the silver quill's back room on a Monday afternoon in January. There it is, Lilith said, softly, beside her. There it is, Carrie said. Amber, at the counter, heard it. She did not turn around. She simply held very still for a moment the specific very still thing, the expression that was not quite the very still thing and was not it, and then continued what she was doing. Mary, at the table, heard it. She looked up. She looked at Carrie in the doorway with the expression that had been developing since October and had arrived at something settled and permanent. The two of them, the hand in the dark, the 13 years, the submission in the rain, the chain that had always been running between them through Alina's frequency and was now something else, something of their own making. The history you wrote, Mary said, I want to add one more thing. Tell me, Carrie said. Not in the document, Mary said. Just in the record between us. Tell me, Carrie said. In the dark, Mary said. When I took your hand and brought you to the door. She held Carrie's look. You said thank you. She paused. And then you ran. She paused. And I stood at the door and I watched you go. She paused. And I thought you were going somewhere I couldn't follow. She held Carrie's look. I was wrong. Yes, Carrie said. You were wrong. I followed, Mary said. It took me 13 years. She held Carrie's look. But I followed. The silver quill. The late afternoon. The song runs underneath everything. Yes, Carrie said. You did. She left the silver quill at 5. Lilith beside her. The default arrangement. Capitol Hill in January at 5 o'clock. The dark arriving. The cold settled in. The specific quality of a city at the end of a working day doing the ordinary work of becoming its evening self. Home, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. They walked. Capitol Hill Street. The specific familiar geography of it, the silver quill's block, the turn toward the route they had been walking for 3 months, the city around them doing its city things unbothered. She was humming. She did not notice. The song is complete and present and runs underneath the January evening without requiring her attention. Lilith was listening. She always listened. At the corner, Lilith stopped. One thing, she said. Carrie looked at her. Your parents, Lilith said. They sent a love forward in the dark and it traveled 2,000 miles in 12 years and it arrived. She held Carrie's look. I want you to know that I know that. She paused. That what you're building is made of what they gave you. She held Carrie's look. The door is open because of the door they left open. She paused. I wanted to say that out loud, before we went home. Carrie held her look. The full quality of Lilith's looks. The present thing. The thing that had been underneath the sister's script for years and was simply itself now. Yes, Carrie said, it is. She reached for Lilith's hand. Found it. They walked home. The song continued. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 7. The week after recognition had a different quality. Not dramatically different. The silver quill was still the silver quill. The Thursday table was still the Thursday table. The operational machinery of building the threshold continued in the specific way that building things continued when you were past the significant moments and into the sustained work. But different in the way that things were different after something had been made official, the slight shift in how people stood in the space, the specific quality of conversations that were now happening inside a recognized structure rather than alongside one. The threshold had a name on paper. The work continued. Tuesday, Jimmy's intelligence update arrived. She had told him Monday to tell her tomorrow, and tomorrow was today. And he appeared at the Silver Quill's back room at 9 with his laptop and the neutral at a specific calibration. Burns, he said. Yes, she said. He received Tobias's written idea yesterday evening, Jimmy said. Through the normal channel, I forwarded it as part of the weekly communication. He paused. He called his counsel into an emergency session last night. Carrie held her coffee. An emergency session, she said. 2 hours, Jimmy said. I have this from my contact at the Parliament who monitors the council's scheduling. He paused. The agenda item was described in the scheduling system as Threshold Partnership Scope Reassessment. He paused. The session concluded at 11. No communication from Burns since. He's going to call, Carrie said. Yes, Jimmy said. Today, I think. What did the council conclude? She said. I don't have direct intelligence on the session's content, Jimmy said. My reading from the circumstantial data, the emergency timing, and the scope language is that Tobias's idea changed the Parliament's assessment of what the partnership means. He held her look. The carrier model they understood from Thursday's call. What they did not understand was the propagation model. He paused. The frequency running through the people who have been touched by the threshold, and those people carrying it into communities the threshold has never directly contacted. He paused. If the council understood that model on Monday evening. The Parliament's network becomes exponentially more significant than they thought it was on Thursday, Carrie said. Yes, Jimmy said, the network is not just a carrier. It is a carrier that generates its own carriers. He held her look. For an intelligence network that runs on information propagation, that is. Very significant, Carrie said. Generationally significant, Jimmy said. The specific Jimmy flat delivery of a very large statement. She held the coffee. He's going to want to renegotiate, she said. Possibly, Jimmy said, or he's going to want to reframe what the current terms mean given what he now understands them to include. He paused. There's a difference. Yes, she said. There is. She held the coffee. Renegotiating is asking for different terms. Reframing is asking for a different understanding of the same terms. She paused. Which do you think it is? Jimmy was quiet for a moment. I think, he said carefully, that Burns is intelligent enough to know that renegotiating the terms now would be the wrong move. He agreed to them. The compact's recognition is partly built on them. Walking them back would be, he paused. Structurally costly. He paused. I think he's going to call and ask for a conversation about what the terms mean in light of new information. He paused. Which is the version that is compatible with the honest walls. Yes, she said. That's what I think too. She set the coffee down. When he called, she said, I'll take it with you as a present. On speaker. She held his look. You should be in the room for the Burns conversations going forward. Jimmy held her look. The neutral with something underneath it, the specific professional acknowledgement of someone being given trust they had not expected and were integrating. Yes, he said, okay. Burns called at 11. She was at the back room table. Jimmy beside her, laptop open, the specific ready quality of someone who had been told to be in the room and was prepared to be useful. Lilith at the back of the room, she had come in at 10:30 with the quality of someone who had determined that this was a room she should be in for reasons that were both professional and personal. She answered on the second ring, put it on speaker. Miss Summers, Burns said. Mr. Burns, she said, Jimmy Park is present. A brief pause. Good, Burns said. The flat acknowledgement of someone who approved of the practice of nomming who was in the room. Your council met last night, she said. Yes, he said. I was going to tell you. He paused. The written version of Tobias Grant's idea changed the council's understanding of the partnership scope. He paused. I want to have a conversation about what the current terms mean in light of that. She looked at Jimmy. He nodded the confirmation that this was what he had predicted. Tell me what changed in the council's understanding, she said. The carrier model, Burns said. We understood on Thursday that the Burns Parliament's network was the carrier for the threshold signal. Mary White's frequency propagating through our infrastructure. He paused. What we did not understand about what the written document made explicit is that the propagation is not terminal at the end of the network's nodes. He paused. It continues through the people in those communities. Who carries it into communities we have not yet contacted? He paused. The Parliament's network is not the end of the propagation path. It is the beginning of it. Yes, she said, that's accurate. Which means, Burns said, the scope of what the partnership makes possible is significantly larger than what we assessed on Thursday. He paused. And the Parliament's role in that is correspondingly more significant. He paused. The Council's concern is that the current terms were negotiated against a smaller understanding of the scope. They want to know whether those terms are still the right terms given the actual scope. The terms are still the right terms, she said. He was quiet. Tell me why, he said. Because the terms were not negotiated against a scope assessment, she said. They were negotiated against a principle. She held the phone. Transparency. Honest walls. The Burns Parliament operates within the thresholds framework rather than alongside it. She paused. The principle doesn't change when the scope changes. The terms don't need to expand because the scope expands. She held the phone. What changes is that the partnership is worth more than the Council understood. Which is good news for the Parliament, not a reason to renegotiate. Burns was quiet for a longer moment. The Council's position, he said carefully, is that a partnership whose scope has expanded significantly should have terms that reflect the expanded scope. Counsel's position, she said, is the position of people who run networks built on mutual interest and who adjust terms when the value of a relationship shifts. She held the phone. The threshold doesn't work that way. The terms are the terms because they reflect what the partnership is, not what it's worth. She paused. What it's worth to the Parliament has increased. What it is has not changed. She held the phone. Transparent communication. Shared goal. Partner function rather than competitive function. She paused. Those things are as true now as they were on Thursday. He was quiet. You're not going to move, he said. No, she said, I'm not. The council is going to push, he said. I want you to know that. There will be a formal communication requesting expanded terms, probably this week. I know, she said. I'll receive it and I'll respond with what I just told you. And the Parliament's formal response to that response, he said, will be what it is, she said. The terms hold or the partnership ends. She held the phone. I don't want the partnership to end. I think you don't want the partnership to end. But I'm not going to move the terms to keep it. She paused. The terms are what make the partnership worth having. A long silence. Then Burns said something she had not expected. The council doesn't understand the honest walls yet, he said. The way you described them. The principle being the structure rather than a constraint on the structure. He paused. I've been trying to explain it to them. I'm not sure I've succeeded. He held the phone. I would like you to explain it to them directly. She held the phone. You want me to address the Parliament's council, she said. Yes, he said. Not this week. When the formal communication has been sent and received and the council has had time to consider your response. He paused. I think hearing it from you directly will be more effective than hearing it from me. He paused. Because you will say it correctly, and I will not. She looked at Jimmy. His neutral at a pitch, she could not quite read the specific pitch of someone processing something unexpected. Why won't you say it correctly? She said. Because Burns said I've spent my entire career in networks that run on mutual interest. The language I use to explain things is the language of mutual interest. He paused. What you're describing is something different. A structure where the principle is load-bearing rather than the interests. He paused. I understand it. I cannot articulate it the way you articulate it because I don't have the history with it that you have. He held the phone. You built it. You should explain it. She held the phone. Yes, she said. I'll address the council. Good, he said. I'll arrange the timing after the formal communication process concludes. He paused. 2 weeks, probably. 2 weeks is fine, she said. One more thing, he said. Yes. Tobias Grant, he said. His written idea, the propagation model, he paused. How old is he? 15, she said. Burns was quiet for a moment. He was in the facility for 7 weeks, Burns said. Yes, she said. And he came out thinking about propagation models, Burns said. He came out thinking about what would have prevented the facility, she said. The propagation model is the answer he arrived at. Burns was quiet for another moment. I want to meet him, he said. That's Tobias's decision, she said. I'll ask him. Yes, Burns said. Of course. He paused. Tell him he paused. Tell him the council read his document and they had an emergency session about it. He paused. I think he should know the effect his thinking is having. Yes, she said. I'll tell him. She ended the call. The back room, Jimmy, Lilith. He wants you to address the council, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. Because he can't explain the honest walls in a way the council will receive, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. He's telling his council that the terms are non-negotiable by bringing in the person who set them to explain them, Jimmy said. That's when he paused. That's Burns using the situation to do internally what the situation requires. Yes, Carrie said. He's using his position inside the threshold to move his council toward the threshold's terms rather than moving the threshold toward the council's terms. She held the room's look. He's choosing which direction to push. The honest walls, Lilith said. The honest walls, Carrie confirmed, running through Burns. She picked up her coffee. Tell Tobias about the emergency session, she said to Jimmy, and tell him Burns wants to meet him. Frame it as Tobias's decision entirely. Yes, Jimmy said. I'll tell him at Saturday's table. Good, she said. Wednesday at 2, Priya observed Hessa's first working session. Carrie was present. She had said she would be, and she was. The adjacent room held 3 people. Hessa at the table with her materials, not the grimoire, which was gone, but the specific working notes she had been developing since October, the practical documentation of the renegotiation working. Priya in the chair she had chosen, not across from Hessa, at a 90-degree angle, the position of an observer rather than a student. Carrie at the back of the room in the doorway's threshold, which was the position that communicated present without imposing. Hessa had been told, Priya is observing, not participating. She had acknowledged this with the flat nod of someone who understood the terms. The session was not what Carrie had anticipated, and exactly what made sense in retrospect. Hessa did not perform for Priya. She did not explain what she was doing in the way of someone who was aware of being watched. She simply worked. The specific quality of a practitioner doing what practitioners did, the quiet concentration of someone engaged with a work that required sustained attention. She was working through the renegotiation workings documentation, not performing it, mapping it. The specific notations of someone who knew a work in their hands and was translating that embodied knowledge into language someone else could use. Priya watched. She was 14 years old, and she was watching a witch who had done something to her work, and her expression was the specific expression that Carrie had been watching develop over 3 months. The complicated feelings present and the assessment running simultaneously. Hessa worked for 40 minutes without speaking. At 41 minutes, she set down what she was writing and looked at Priya. You have a question, she said. Yes, Priya said. Ask it. The notation you used in the 3rd segment, Priya said. The one that references the binding's anchor architecture. She held Hessa's look. That's the same notation Alina Voss used in her journal. I've seen Amber's transcription of the relevant pages. She paused. You trained in the same lineage. Yes, Hessa said. My teacher's teacher was Alina Voss's student. She held Priya's look. The notation is traditional within that lineage. Which means the renegotiation working is built on Alina's foundational framework, Priya said. Yes, Hessa said. The framework that Alina used for the original Theriamancy. The renegotiation working uses the same architecture in reverse, not to bind, but to release and reshape. She held Priya's look. Alina built the constraint. The renegotiation working is built from the logic of the constraint's inverse. She built the key into the lock, Priya said. Hessa held her look. Yes, she said. That is, she paused. That is a precise description. Did she know, Priya said, when she built the original working, that the inverse would function as a release? I don't know, Hessa said. The journal would have told us. It's gone. She held Priya's look. What I know is that the inverse exists and functions. Whether Alina knew, she paused. It's the kind of question that can't be answered now. But it might have been deliberate, Priya said. She might have built the escape into the thing she was building. Yes, Hessa said. It might have been. Priya held the look. She built the seams too, Priya said. The visible places in the architecture. She did that deliberately. She held Hessa's look. She spent decades making the thing she built easier to undo. Yes, Hessa said. Which means, Priya said, she spent decades trying to repair the damage she did, through the only means available to her. Yes, Hessa said. That's what the evidence suggests. Priya held the look for a long moment. You did something to me, she said, in the facility. Yes, Hessa said. You were assessing my capacity, Priya said, for your own purposes. Yes, Hessa said. Are you going to spend decades trying to repair that? Priya said. The adjacent room was very still. Hessa held Priya's look. I don't know how long I have, she said. I'm going to spend the time I have trying to. She held Priya's look. If that's not sufficient, I understand. Priya held the look. It might not be sufficient, she said. I want to be honest about that. Yes, Hessa said. That's appropriate. But Priya said it's more than nothing. She held Hessa's look. Alina built the escape into the lock. She didn't know if it would ever be used. She built it anyway. She paused. That's what you're doing. She held Hessa's look. I'm not saying it resolves anything. I'm saying I see what you're doing. Hessa looked at Priya for a long moment. Something in her expression. The neutral that was the professional composure and the thing underneath it, which Carrie had been watching develop over 3 months. Thank you, Hessa said. The flat delivery was not performed. Real. Don't thank me, Priya said. I'm observing, not participating. She looked at the working notes. Show me the 4th segment. Hessa showed her. At the end of the session, Priya stood up and looked at Carrie in the doorway. Next Wednesday, she said, same time. I'll be here, Carrie said. And tell Amber, Priya said, that I want to begin working through Alina's lineage texts. The ones Amber has from the Ashworth Coven archive. She paused. I want to understand the foundational framework before I learn the inverse. I'll tell her, Carrie said. Good, Priya said. She went upstairs. Carrie stood in the adjacent room doorway. Hessa was still at the table, gathering the working notes with the specific economy of someone concluding a session that had gone differently than anticipated. Hessa, Carrie said. She looked up. She built the escape into the lock, Carrie said. Yes, Hessa said. Did your teacher know, Carrie said, that Alina had built it in, the inverse? Hessa held her look. My teacher's teacher, she said slowly, told me that the lineage's foundational framework had a specific quality that other frameworks did not. A reversibility. She paused. She described it as a feature of Alina's particular genius, that the things Alina built had their undoing built into them. She held Carrie's look. I was trained to think of this as a theoretical property. Something interesting about the framework's architecture. She paused. I did not think of it as deliberate. She paused, until Priya said it just now. She built it in deliberately, Carrie said. I believe so, Hessa said. Yes. She knew, Carrie said, that the thuriomancy was wrong when she was building it. She held Hessa's look. She built the exit into it because she knew it was wrong and she was hoping someone would eventually use it. Yes, Hessa said. I think that is what happened. The adjacent room. Carrie held this. Alina Voss, the woman who had preserved the texts, who had performed the thuriomancy, who had built the seams, who had built the reversibility, who had been bound to her own grimoire and had spent decades doing what she could from inside it. She had known it was wrong from the beginning. She had built the undoing into the thing she was building because she had known, even as she built it, that the undoing would eventually be needed. She was trying to fix it from before she finished it, Carrie said. Yes, Hessa said, I think so. Carrie held the adjacent room with her eyes. The chair, the table, the alley window, Hessa's working notes. The threshold, she said, the renegotiation is working. The thing Priya is going to learn. She held Hessa's look. Alina built the exit. We're using it. Yes, Hessa said. Thank you for finding it, Carrie said. Hessa held her look. It was always there, she said. I didn't find it. I understood what I was looking at. She held Carrie's look. That's a smaller thing. No, Carrie said. It isn't. She went back to the silver quill. Thursday, the formal communication from the Burns Parliament arrived. It came through the proper channel to Jimmy, who forwarded it to Carrie with a note that said simply, as predicted. She read it. The council's position stated formally and specifically. The partnership's scope had increased beyond what the original terms reflected, and the Parliament requested a revision process to align the terms with the actual scope of the relationship. The language was careful. Not aggressive, the specific formal language of an institution making a position known in a way that preserved its ability to back down if necessary. She wrote the response herself. She had been thinking about it since Monday's call. She knew what she wanted to say, and she knew how to say it, and she wrote it with the specific quality of her father's influence, selecting each word, saying the exact thing rather than the approximate thing. The response was 3 paragraphs. The first paragraph acknowledged the council's position and the legitimacy of their assessment that the scope had expanded. The second paragraph explained, clearly and without apology, that the terms were not scope-dependent. They were principle-dependent, and that the principle had not changed. The third paragraph said this: "The threshold is built on the understanding that honest walls are not a constraint on what we do, but the structure through which we do it. The Burns Parliament's partnership with the threshold is valuable to the Parliament precisely because the threshold operates through principle rather than through managed interest. Revising the terms to reflect the expanded scope would change what the terms are from an expression of principle to an expression of negotiated value, and would thereby change what the threshold is. The threshold is not willing to become a different thing in exchange for a more comfortable relationship with the Parliament. What we offer is what we offer. The question is whether the Parliament wants it." She sent it to Jimmy for review before sending. He read it. He sent it back with one note: "Send it." She sent it. Burns called Friday morning. The council read the response, he said. "Yes," she said. The third paragraph, he said. The council found it and he paused, clarifying. "Good," she said. "There will not be any further formal communication," he said. "The council has concluded that the terms are what they are and that revising them would be paused. Counterproductive." "Yes," she said, "it would be." "The council chair," he said, "wants to meet you. Separately from the address I requested. Before the address." He paused. "She wants to understand what the threshold is before the council hears your explanation of it." He paused. "She said she prefers to receive significant information with context rather than without it." "Who is the council chair?" Carrie said. "Her name is Constance Beaumont," Burns said. "She is 68 years old and she has been on the council for 30 years and she has been chair for the last 12. He paused. "She is the reason the Parliament has survived as long as it has." He paused. "She is also the person in the Parliament who most resembles in her operational philosophy what you are describing as honest walls." He held the phone, not identical, but closer than anyone else in the council. "She's been pushing for this from the inside," Carrie said. "Possibly," Burns said. "She has been," he paused. "She has been asking questions for a long time that the council has not been ready to answer." He paused. "I think your response to the formal communication answered some of them." "Arrange the meeting," Carrie said, "before the council address." "Yes," he said. "I'll send the details to Jimmy." "Thank you," she said. "Miss Summers," he said. "Yes." "The third paragraph of your response," he said. The council chair read it 3 times. He paused. "She said to tell you that she will be bringing a question." "Tell her," Carrie said. "I'll be ready for it." She ended the call. Friday afternoon, she went to the Silver Quill. Not for a meeting, not for anything operational. She went because the Silver Quill was where the threshold lived and she wanted to be there. She sat in the armchair in the front room. The armchair that Tobias had claimed in October and that had become his in the way rooms became people's, and that she returned to when she needed to simply be somewhere without a function. The Silver Quill's front room, the shelves, the unlabeled section, the January afternoon light, the smell of lilac and mint. She was not humming, she was simply there. Amber appeared at some point, not intruding. Appearing in the way, Amber appeared in spaces when she had assessed that the right thing was to appear in them. She sat in the chair beside the armchair, not saying anything, present. They sat in the Silver Quill's front room in the January afternoon. The ordinary customers doing their ordinary browsing. The cats in their various positions. The specific warmth of a building that had been receiving people for 30 years. "The week," Amber said, eventually. "Yes," Carrie said. "Priya," Amber said. She built the escape into the lock. "Yes," Carrie said. "Elena," Amber said. "Yes." Amber held her tea. "I knew Elena's lineage," she said, abstractly, through the texts I have from the Ashworth archive. She paused. "I did not know that she had deliberately built reversibility." She held her tea. "Knowing changes something about how I understand what happened." She paused, not the facts, the shape of the facts. "She was trying to fix it from before she finished it," Carrie said. "That's what I keep thinking about." "Yes," Amber said. "She was." She held the tea. "And then she was bound and she kept trying from inside the binding." She held Carrie's look. She spent her entire life trying to fix something she knew was wrong, and she never had enough freedom to do it completely. She paused, and then the true blood came and finished it for her. Yes, Carrie said. I think, Amber said carefully, that Alina knew the true blood would come. She held Carrie's look, the reversibility she built into the framework, the seams she maintained, the frequency she ran for decades. She paused. She was building toward someone she hadn't met yet and couldn't know for certain would arrive. She held Carrie's look. The way I kept the silver quill lit without knowing who would eventually need it. The front room. The way my parents kept me until they couldn't keep me, and then sent me forward with everything they had, Carrie said. Yes, Amber said, the same thing. They sat in the silver quill's front room. The threshold, Amber said. The chain from Alina to Mary. She held her tea. There's something I haven't said yet that I want to say. Tell me, Carrie said. Alina built the chain, Amber said. It ran through the constructed line and it reached you. She paused. But the chain ran through more than the constructed line. She held Carrie's look. It ran through the silver quill. Through me. She paused. I don't know how. I don't know the specific mechanism. But something about Alina's frequency and the silver quill's threshold and what Valerie Summers carried. She paused. The chain ran through me too. Without my knowing. She held Carrie's look. I have been part of Alina's repair project for 30 years, without knowing it. Carrie held her look. You were the link between the constructed line and Seattle, Carrie said. The silver quill was the point where the frequency arrived and became accessible to someone who could receive it and act on it. Yes, Amber said, I think so. Which means, Carrie said, the threshold is not just the chain from Alina to Mary. She held Amber's look. It's the chain from Alina through Amber to me, and then through Mary and outward. Yes, Amber said, through all of us. Through every person who was a link without knowing it. She held Carrie's look. Valerie Summers, Mary's mother, Father Dominic, Adiz Akaffer. She held Carrie's look. Sira, who told you the true thing you needed to hear. She paused. The chain is longer than the 12 pages you wrote. It's every person who held something open or passed something forward without knowing they were part of something larger. Carrie held this. I need to add that to the history, she said. Yes, Amber said, you do. The chain is not only the people who knew what they were doing, Carrie said. It's everyone who held a door open or left a light on or said a true thing, whether they knew what they were building toward or not. Yes, Amber said, that's the threshold. That's what it's built from. The front room, the January afternoon, the smell of lilac and mint. Carrie looked at the silver quill around her. 30 years, she said. You've been here 30 years. Yes, Amber said. Before you knew I was coming, Carrie said. Long before, Amber said. You were holding the door open, Carrie said. Yes, Amber said, I was. She held Carrie's look. I have been doing the thing the threshold does for 30 years, before it had a name. She paused. You gave it a name and a structure, but the thing itself was always here, Carrie said. Yes, Amber said, I was always here. She set down her tea. She reached over and put her hand briefly on Carrie's specific amber gesture, brief and real, the one that communicated what did not require elaboration. The document, she said, when you add this part, the chain that includes the people who didn't know they were part of it. She held Carrie's look, including the silver quill's 30 years. Yes, Carrie said, I will. And include your parents, Amber said, not just the night they sent you through the door. The years before, the specific people they were, the love song that became a lullaby. She held Carrie's look. They were part of the chain before the chain reached them, before you were born. She paused. They were the kind of people who held doors open and left lights on. That's who they were. That's why the chain ran through them. Carrie held her look. Yes, she said. She was humming. She did not notice, beginning to end. Amber heard it. The expression, not the very still thing. Something older than that. Something that had been in Amber Silver's face since the first morning 12 years ago when a 10-year-old had regained consciousness in the silver quill's back room, and the smell of lilac and mint had been the first thing she registered. The expression of someone who had been holding a door open for 30 years and was watching the person who had come through it stand in the light. Yes, Amber said very quietly. To the song, in the afternoon, to the chain that ran through all of them. Yes. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 8. Constance Beaumont arrived on a Wednesday. Not at the Silver Quill, she had requested neutral ground, which was the specific request of someone who understood that locations carried meaning and who wanted a conversation that was not weighted by either party's territory. She had suggested a hotel lobby in Capitol Hill that had the specific quality of a space that was designed for conversations of moderate significance and had been hosting them long enough to have the ambient quality of a place where people said real things. Carrie arrived early. This was deliberate. She wanted to be in the space before Beaumont arrived, to have the room in her body before she needed to be in it fully. She sat in a chair near the window and looked at Capitol Hill doing its Wednesday morning and thought about what Burns had told her. She is the reason the Parliament has survived as long as it has. She has been asking questions for a long time that the Council has not been ready to answer. She said to tell you that she will be bringing a question. Carrie had been thinking about what the question would be for 5 days. She had not arrived at a certain answer. She had arrived at a range of likely questions and had thought through each of them and had concluded, as she usually concluded in these situations, that the best preparation was to simply be present and answer accurately rather than to build an elaborate anticipatory structure. Constance Beaumont was 68 years old and had been chair of the Burns Parliament's Council for 12 years. She arrived at 11 o'clock precisely, not early, the specific timing of someone who is punctual as a professional standard rather than as a social performance. She was small, not fragile compact, the specific quality of someone whose physical presence was more significant than their size suggested. Gray hair worn short, the kind of face that had been navigating significant rooms for long enough that the navigation was simply how the face moved. She looked at the hotel lobby with the brief assessment quality and found Carrie at the window and crossed to her without needing to be directed. She sat. She looked at Carrie. "You're younger than I expected," she said. "I know," Carrie said. "People keep saying that." Something in Beaumont's expression. The brief thing beneath the assessment was something that was not quite amusing and was not it. "How old are you?" she said. 22, Carrie said. "I was 22 once," Beaumont said. "I was not building things." She held Carrie's look. "I was learning how things were built so I could work within them." "Different approach," Carrie said. "Very," Beaumont said. "Tell me about yours." Carrie told her. Not the governance documentation version, not the formal institutional account. The story. The 12 pages she had written on Saturday, condensed, with the specific quality of someone who had been telling the chain's story often enough in the last weeks to know which parts were load-bearing and which could be compressed without losing accuracy. Alina, the theriamancy, the binding, the frequency, the seams. Harry and Valerie Summers, the song, The Door. The Silver Quill, Amber, 12 years. Mary White, The Hand in the Dark, 13 years, the submission in the rain, the frequency she was now producing. The threshold, what it was trying to be. Beaumont listened the way people who had been in significant rooms for a long time listened, not performing attention, actually paying it. She did not interrupt. She asked no questions during the telling. She held her tea and listened, and when Carrie finished, she was quiet for a moment. "The honest walls," she said. "Yes," Carrie said. Frederick described them as structurally stronger than managed networks because they don't require maintenance, Beaumont said. He said the Parliament's current structure requires continuous energy to maintain the cover story. She held Carrie's look. "He's right. It does." She paused. "We spend a significant portion of our operational capacity on internal consistency management, making sure the different things we're telling different people don't contradict each other." She paused. "The honest walls eliminate that cost." "Yes," Carrie said. "The Council's resistance," Beaumont said, "is not about the terms. Not really." She held Carrie's look. "The Council is resistant because the honest walls require them to operate differently. To say the same thing to everyone." She paused. To not manage the message based on what each party needs to hear. She held Carrie's look. That is a significant operational change for people who have been in managed networks their entire careers. Yes, Carrie said, I know. The question I'm going to ask you, Beaumont said, is the question I've been carrying for 30 years. She held Carrie's look. It is not a hostile question. It is the question I have not been able to answer to my own satisfaction, and that I am hoping you can answer. Ask it, Carrie said. Beaumont held her tea. The honest walls require honesty from the people inside them, she said. You've said this. Priya Anand said in the voice message you shared with the council the threshold is only as honest as the people building it. She held Carrie's look. What happens when someone inside the honest walls is not honest? When someone who is committed to the principle violates it? She held Carrie's look. Not Burns' council, not the parliament, someone in the threshold itself. She held Carrie's look. What is the mechanism for that? How does the threshold hold its own people to account? The hotel lobby, Wednesday morning, Capitol Hill outside the window. Carrie held the question. This was the question she had not fully anticipated, and had been approaching from the edges of her thinking for weeks without arriving at it directly. Tell me what failure looks like to you, she said, specifically. Beaumont held her look. Someone in the threshold's inner circle who withholds information that should be shared, who makes a judgment call that prioritizes their own assessment over the collective decision-making process. She held Carrie's look. Someone who does what Mary White did on Saturday 2 weeks ago, makes a unilateral move that affects the collective without consulting the collective first. Carrie looked at her. You've been briefed on the Saturday call, she said. Frederick told me, Beaumont said, as part of his account of how the partnership has been developing. She held Carrie's look. He described what Mary White did as a judgment call that turned out to be correct. She paused. I am asking what happens when the judgment call turns out to be wrong, or when the person making it is not operating from genuine principle, but from something else: personal interest, fear, self-protection. She held Carrie's look. The honest walls require honesty. What is the enforcement mechanism when honesty fails? Carrie held the question for a long moment. You've been asking this, she said, because the Parliament has never had an adequate answer to it. The Parliament, Beaumont said, handles violations through mutual interest adjustment. If someone inside the network violates the terms of their relationship with the network, their access to the network's benefits adjusts accordingly. She held Carrie's look. It is transactional. It works within the network's logic. She paused. The honest walls are not transactional, which means the mutual interest adjustment mechanism doesn't apply. She held Carrie's look. So what does? Carrie looked at the window. Capitol Hill, Wednesday morning. She thought about Mary on Saturday, the judgment call, the arrival on Monday to account for it is not apologetic present. I made a judgment call. I still think it was right. I should have told you first. I'm sorry. And then, it won't happen again. She thought about Hessa in the adjacent room. The binding was not a cell and not a home. The written terms and Priya's formal voice in the determination of accountability. She thought about the document she had written. The threshold is only as honest as the people building it. Priya's note, added to the record. She thought about what Amber had said. The principle is the structure. The enforcement mechanism, Carrie said slowly, is the community. Beaumont held her look. When Mary made her judgment call and came in on Monday to account for it, she came because we are building this together, and doing things together means the significant moves don't happen without the other people knowing. She held Beaumont's look. She held herself accountable because the community she belongs to made that the only livable option. She held the look, not through threat, through the specific quality of being in a place where honesty is the structure. Where the alternative to honesty is not punishment, but something more fundamental, the loss of being in the right place. That depends, Beaumont said carefully, on everyone inside the walls sharing that understanding. On the community having sufficient shared commitment to the principle that the social cost of violating it is real. Yes, Carrie said, it does. And if it fails, Beaumont said, if someone is inside the walls and does not share the commitment and violates the principle without the social accountability working, then we address it directly, Carrie said, not through mutual interest adjustment, through the specific conversation that names what happened and what the consequences are. She held Beaumont's look. The Hesse-Vane situation is the model for that. Written terms, explicit conditions, a formal voice given to the person most affected by the violation. She held Beaumont's look. The mechanism is transparency rather than transaction. The violation is named. The consequences are named. The path through the consequences is named. She paused, not as punishment, as accountability. Beaumont held her look. And if the person refuses the accountability, she said. Then they are outside the threshold, Carrie said. The honest walls are what the threshold is. Someone who refuses the accountability of the honest walls is someone who is not inside them. She held Beaumont's look. This is not a threat. It is a description. She paused. The threshold does not hold people inside it. People choose to be inside it. The choice includes accountability. She paused. If someone cannot make that choice, the threshold is not the right place for them. Beaumont was quiet for a long moment. That, she said, is the answer I have not been able to articulate for 30 years. Carrie held her look. You've been asking it because the Parliament has needed it, Carrie said. Yes, Beaumont said. The Parliament has been a managed network for 40 years. We are very good at mutual interest adjustment. She held Carrie's look. We are not good at accountability. She paused. We have never had a mechanism for it that worked within our own logic. She paused. The honest walls work within a different logic entirely. She held Carrie's look. And they answer the question the Parliament has been unable to answer because the honest walls make the question simpler. Yes, Carrie said. The question becomes, are you inside the walls or not? Are you in the place where honesty is the structure or are you not? She held Beaumont's look. It is a simpler question than the managed network question. The managed network question is always, what are the current interests and how do they align? The honest walls question is, are you honest? Are you honest? Beaumont repeated. The flat delivery of someone receiving a formulation and testing its weight. Yes, Carrie said. That's the question the threshold asks of everyone inside it, including me. Including you, Beaumont said. Yes, Carrie said, especially me. Beaumont looked at her for a long moment. How do you hold yourself accountable? She said. The people around me, Carrie said. Lilith, Mike, Amber, Mary, she held Beaumont's look. They are inside the walls with me and they see me. And the thing about honest walls is that they work both ways and the accountability is not one-directional. I am accountable to the community the same way the community is accountable to me. She held Beaumont's look. Lilith will tell me when I'm wrong. She has been telling me when I'm wrong for 12 years. She paused. That is the mechanism, not institutional. Humans. She paused. Real. Beaumont held her tea. Real, she said. Yes, Carrie said. That is the difference. Everything the threshold is built on is real. The chain that led to it is real. The people building it are real in the sense of being fully themselves rather than managed versions of themselves. She held Beaumont's look. The honest walls are real because the people inside them have chosen to be real inside them. She paused. That is the only mechanism that actually works. The hotel lobby, Wednesday morning. Beaumont was quiet for a long time. The council address, she said finally. When you come to speak to the council. She held Carrie's look. Tell them what you just told me. She paused, not the institutional version, this version. She held Carrie's look. The chain, Alina, Valerie Summers, Mary, she paused. Are you honest? That question. She held Carrie's look. Tell them that question and what it means to build something around it. Yes, Carrie said, I will. The council will resist, Beaumont said. Some of them. The ones who have been in managed networks longest and have the most invested in the current structure. She held Carrie's look. I will not be among them. She paused. I want you to know that. I know, Carrie said. Beaumont held her look. How do you know? She said. Because, Carrie said, you ask the question that the honest walls answer. And you've been asking for it for 30 years. She held Beaumont's look. People who ask that question want the answer, even when the answer requires them to change something. Beaumont held her look for a moment. Then she said quietly, in the way of someone saying something they had been waiting to say for a long time. Yes. She left at 12:30. At the door she turned. One more thing, she said. Carrie held her look. The Burns Parliament, Beaumont said, has been what it has been for 40 years. She held Carrie's look. I have been chair for 12 of those years, and I have been trying in that time to move it towards something different. Towards something with honest walls. She paused. I have not succeeded. She held Carrie's look. The Threshold's partnership with the Parliament may be the thing that moves it, not by changing the Parliament directly. She paused. By being something the Parliament is adjacent to long enough that the Parliament changes in proximity to it. The frequency, Carrie said, running through the carrier. Yes, Beaumont said, something like that. She held Carrie's look. I want you to know that I am aware of what you may be doing to the Parliament by partnering with it. I want you to know that I think it is necessary. She paused. And I want you to know that not everyone on the council knows what I know. Some of them think the partnership is purely a value exchange. She held Carrie's look. They will learn differently. When they do, some of them will be uncomfortable. She held Carrie's look. I will manage that. It is my function as a chair. She paused. I wanted you to know. Thank you, Carrie said, for telling me. Yes, Beaumont said. Good day, Miss Summers. She left. Carrie sat in the hotel lobby for 10 minutes after Beaumont left. She was thinking about what Beaumont had said. The Parliament changes in proximity to it. She was thinking about Alina and the binding and the frequency running through the architecture of the thing constraining her. She was thinking about Mary's formulation, Burns' network as the carrier for a different signal. She was thinking about what that meant if it worked. If the Threshold's presence inside the Burns Parliament's network changed the Parliament over time, not by direct pressure, not by institutional demand, but by being what it was close enough and long enough that the Parliament began to answer to a different question, then the Threshold was not just building something for the people who came through its door. It was changing the character of the infrastructure, through which everything in the supernatural community flowed. She thought about the compact chair. The first thing is trying to address the foundation rather than manage around it. She thought about what Amber had said about the chain being longer than the 12 pages she had written. Every person who had held a door open without knowing they were part of something larger. She thought about Harry Summers reading in the chair. Valerie Summers always knew where the exits were. Two people who had been part of a constructed pack that was wrong from the foundation and who had held their daughter open to something better until the last moment they could. She thought about what it meant to be the thing that changed in proximity. She was humming. She had been humming since she left the Silver Quill that morning, beginning to end. She got up and went outside. Vincent Harrow arrived in Seattle on Thursday. Not announced in advance, Jonna had told Carrie on Wednesday evening that he was coming, that he had decided to come himself rather than continuing to work through her as an intermediary, and that he wanted a meeting. Not the Thursday table, a private meeting. Just him and Carrie and whoever Carrie wanted as a present. She said, herself Lilith Mike. He arrived at the Silver Quill at 10 on Thursday morning. He came through the front door with the quality of an alpha in unfamiliar territory, not aggressive, alert. The specific alertness of someone who had been an alpha for long enough that the assessment of a new space was automatic. He was 53 years old, and he had the quality of someone who had been through something significant and had come out of it differently than he had expected to. Not broken changed. The specific quality of change that happened when a held belief met the reality that contradicted it, and the person chose to update the belief rather than defend it. He looked at the Silver Quill, the shelves, the warmth, the smell. He looked at Carrie. Miss Summers, he said. Mr. Harrow, she said, come in. They sat in the back room, Carrie across from Harrow. Lilith beside Carrie, Mike beside Lilith, the specific positioning of someone who was present as an alpha and was communicating his presence without making it the dominant note. Harrow looked at the room, the back room table. The specific quality of the Silver Quill's back room was not ordinary and communicated this without announcing it. Jonna told me about this place, he said. What it is? He paused. She said it was the first place she had been in years where she understood what honest walls meant in practice. He held Carrie's look. She said that to be in it was to feel the difference between a space that is managed and a space that simply is what it is. Yes, Carrie said. That's what the silver quill is. I want to understand something, Harrow said, before anything else. He held Carrie's look. I chose awakening. I made that choice with full knowledge of what the awakening's ideology was and what it was asking me to do. He paused. I chose it because I believed the plain-sight consensus had cost my pack something irretrievable and that the awakening offered an answer to that cost. He paused. I was wrong about the awakening. I have been clear about that. I am not going to defend the choice. He held Carrie's look. What I want to understand is whether the threshold has an answer to the thing that led me to the awakening. The actual question, not the awakening's answer to the actual question. Tell me the actual question, Carrie said. He held her look. The plain-sight consensus, he said, is a collective agreement to hide. We hide because being seen is dangerous. Because the mundane world's response to seeing us has historically been violent. He paused. The agreement was made after the old war. It made sense then. He paused. It has been maintained for generations without being revisited. The world has changed. The supernatural community has changed. He paused. The question is whether the consensus is still right. He held Carrie's look. Not the awakening's answer, forced exposure, artificial catastrophe. The actual question. He held her look. Is the plain-sight consensus still the right answer? And if not, what is? The back room. Carrie held the question. She had known this question was coming. She had been thinking about it since October, since the awakening's first wave, since the compact's cautious recognition, since the conversations with Elias and Ashworth and Beaumont. The question that was underneath the whole thing. The question the threshold was going to have to answer eventually. The honest answer, she said, is that I don't know. Harrow held her look. The honest answer, she continued, is that the plain-sight consensus was built for specific historical reasons that are not the current reasons, and the community has not yet had an adequate conversation about whether the current reasons are sufficient. She held his look. The threshold is not going to tell you that the plain-sight consensus is right. It is not going to tell you it is wrong. She paused. What it is going to do is build the infrastructure that makes a genuine conversation possible. She paused. The conversation that should have happened generations ago, and did not because the community was too fragmented, and too afraid, and too invested in the existing arrangement to have it. What does that conversation look like? Harrow said. It looks like the compact formally engages with the question rather than managing around it, she said. It looks like communities like the Harrow Pack have legitimate channels for expressing the specific costs the consensus has imposed on them, and those costs being weighed, honestly, rather than dismissed as the price of safety. She paused. It looks like the supernatural community deciding together with full information and full voice what the relationship between the supernatural and mundane worlds should be. She paused. Not one faction is forcing it, not catastrophic exposure. The community decides. She held his look. The threshold is part of building the capacity for that decision. That decision might conclude, Harrow said, that the plain-sight consensus should continue. Yes, she said, it might. And if it does, he said, the specific costs my pack has paid are still the costs. They don't become acceptable because the community decided. No, she said. They don't. She held his look. Accountability for those costs acknowledges that they are real and that they matter. That is part of the conversation, too. She paused. The community deciding to continue the consensus does not mean the community can continue to pretend the consensus is cost-free. She held his look. The honest walls apply to that conversation, too. Harrow looked at her for a long moment. My son, he said, who died because mundane humans stumbled onto pack territory and panicked. He held Carrie's look. His name was Daniel. He was 24. Yes, she said, I know. Jonna told me you knew, he said, that you had read the file. He held Carrie's look. I want you to know his name, not as context for my choices, as a person who died. He paused. Daniel Harrow. He was 24 years old and he had been in the pack for 3 years, and he was the person who kept everyone's spirits up during the hard months. He paused. He died because of a structure that the community agreed to without his consent. He held Carrie's look. I want that in whatever conversation the threshold facilitates. His name and what happened to him, not as an argument, as a fact. Yes, she said, it belongs in the conversation. He held her look. The awakening promised me, he said, that Daniel's death would mean something. That it would be the beginning of change rather than just a loss that had to be absorbed. He held Carrie's look. It was a lie. The awakening was using his death the same way it was using everything else as a component. He held her look. What does the threshold promise? Nothing, she said. The threshold doesn't make promises about outcomes. She held his look. What it promises is the process. That the conversation will happen and that Daniel's name will be in it and that it will be heard rather than managed. She paused. The outcome of the conversation is not mine to determine. She held his look. That's the honest answer. He looked at her. That is, he said slowly, the only honest answer available. He paused. I know that. He held her look. I knew it when the awakening made its promises. I chose to believe the promises because the alternative was this. He paused. The specific uncertainty of a process with no guaranteed outcome. He held her look. The honest walls. Yes, she said, the honest walls. He was quiet for a long moment. I'm going to bring my pack to the Thursday table, he said. Not all of them. The ones who are ready for it. He held Carrie's look, starting with the 8 who have not yet submitted and who are watching, waiting to see if this is real. He held her look. I'm going to tell them I think it is real. He paused. I want to be honest with you that my telling them is not going to be sufficient for all of them. He held her look. Some of them are going to need to see it themselves. Yes, she said. That's what the threshold is for. And Daniel, he said, his name, in the conversation. Yes, she said, his name. He looked at the back room, the table, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint. Jonna said this place smells like something, he said. Like something that is simply what it is without trying to be anything else. Yes, Carrie said, it does. I've been in a lot of rooms, Harrow said. That was trying to be something they weren't. He held the room with his eyes. This one isn't. He held Carrie's look. I noticed that. Yes, Carrie said. That's the silver quill. He stood up. The meeting had reached its natural end, not because everything had been resolved, but because what needed to be said had been said, and the rest required time and presence rather than more conversation. Thursday, he said, next week. I'll be there. Yes, she said, we'll be ready. He left. Mike, who had been at the table through the conversation with the full quality of his attention and had not said a single word, looked at Carrie when Harrow was gone. Daniel Harrow, he said, in a serious tone. Yes, Carrie said. His name is in the record, Mike said. Yes, Carrie said, it is. Mike picked up his coffee, drank it, set it down. The motion of a man who had received something and was integrating it in the specific way he integrated things. The 8, he said, the ones who haven't submitted. Yes, she said. They're going to need someone who speaks their language, he said. Someone who has been where they are. Jonna, she said. And Mary, he said, if she's willing. She will be, Carrie said. She always is. Yes, he said, she is. Friday, Tobias heard about the Beaumont meeting. Not from Carrie directly, she had told Lilith and Lilith had told Donna and Donna had mentioned it to Jimmy and Jimmy had mentioned it to Tobias in the way that information moved through the silver quill's orbit. Which was to say, thoroughly and without anyone planning it. Tobias appeared in the back room at 9 on Friday morning with the quality of someone who had been processing something since the previous evening and had arrived at a conclusion. She asked about the accountability mechanism, he said. The question of what happens when someone inside the honest walls isn't honest. Yes, Carrie said. And you said, he said, that the mechanism is the community. The social cost of violating honesty when honesty is the structure. Yes, she said. I've been thinking about that, he said. He sat down at the table with the quality he always sat down with the specific precision of someone who had been building toward a point and was ready to deliver it. It's right, but it requires the community to be strong enough to hold it. He held her look. A small community with weak bonds can't hold the social weight. He held her look. The peer support model I've been building, the propagation idea of both of them, is about making the community strong enough to hold the accountability. He held her look. Not just the service, the bonds. Yes, she said, That's exactly right. I want to add that to the documentation, he said. The governance documentation. A section on community health as a structural requirement. He held her look, not an aspiration. A requirement. The threshold can't function without a community that is strong enough to make the accountability real. He held her look. We need to build community health the same way we build everything else. Deliberately. She looked at him. 15 years old. Building governance theory in the Silver Quill's back room on a Friday morning. Write it up, she said. He produced a piece of paper from his jacket pocket. Already written, he said. She took it, read it. It was good. It was better than good. It was the piece that had been missing from the governance documentation and that she had not known was missing until she read his version of it. This goes in before the council address, she said. Yes, he said. That's why I brought it today. The council address is Thursday, she said. I know, he said. You have 5 days. Yes, she said, I do. She looked at the paper. Community health as a structural requirement. The bonds that made accountability possible. The specific work of building a community strong enough to hold what it needed to hold. Tobias, she said. Yes. Burns wants to meet you, she said. He asked me to tell you. He said the council had an emergency session about your propagation model, and he wants to meet the person who built it. Tobias held her look. Is that my decision, he said. Yes, she said, entirely. He was quiet for a moment. I want to think about it, he said, not because I'm afraid. He held her look. Because I want to know why I'm saying yes before I say yes. He paused. That seems important. Yes, she said, it does. She held his look. Take the time you need. Thank you, he said. He gathered his materials. At the door he stopped. Carrie, he said. Yes. The chain, he said, the one in the history you wrote. He held her look. Alina to Mary. But also the Silver Quill's 30 years, and Harry and Valerie Summers. He held her look. And everyone who held a door open without knowing. He paused. I want to add something to that. Tell me, she said. The facility, he said. Sierra created the distraction. The 40 seconds she bought me, he held her look. She didn't know what she was holding open. She knew I was planning something, and she knew I needed a window, and she made the window. He paused. She held a door open. He held Carrie's look. She's part of the chain. Yes, Carrie said, she is. She's part of the chain, and she doesn't know it, he said. She held a door open, and I came through it, and I came here, and the chain continued. He held Carrie's look. She should know. Yes, she said, she should. She held his look. Tell her. I will, he said. He left. She sat in the back room with his community health document in her hands and thought about Sierra Achafer at 17, creating a distraction she knew would cost her, and the chain continuing through the 40 seconds that cost. She was humming. She let it continue. Saturday, the kitchen table. The full assembly, the inner circle, and the people who had become part of it through the 3 months of building. Tobias with his materials. Mary with the specific quality of someone whose frequency was running and who was simply herself with it. Danny and Jonna. Jimmy with his laptop. Donna with her notebook. Mike with his coffee and his serious tone available when needed. Harrow had called Friday to confirm Thursday. Jonna had been in contact with the first of the 8 Harrow pack members who were watching and waiting for a woman named Riva who had been in the pack for 15 years and who Jonna described as the one the others would follow if she moved. Riva was not at the kitchen table. She was watching from a distance. That was okay. The door was open. Tobias presented the community health section. The room received it with the specific quality of people encountering something that filled a gap they had not known was there. Priya on a call-in because she was upstairs and had been invited to participate remotely because the Silver Quill's Wi-Fi reached the upper rooms. That's right. That's what I said in the voice message. The threshold is only as honest as the people building it. This is the structural version of that. Put it in. Mike said, it's in. The governance documentation was now complete. The section Tobias had added. The dates Donna had anchored. The Sierra edition. The extended chain that included everyone who had held a door open. Jimmy said, "The council address is Thursday. The documentation should be finalized and submitted to Elia's by Tuesday, so the compact has it before the address." Donna said, "I'll have the final version formatted by Monday end of day." "Good," Carrie said. The table conversation moved through the week's operational picture. The Harrow Packs ate Jonna's read of where they were. The Burns Parliament's formal response to Carrie's 3-paragraph letter, which had been received with the specific silence that was the Parliament's way of standing down. The Priya Hessa sessions next Wednesday, continuing. The East Coast community that Mary had called a follow-up contact had been scheduled. At some point during the conversation, Carrie became aware that she was humming. She caught it and let it continue. The kitchen table. The January morning becomes January afternoon. The specific warmth of the Walker Pack house on a Saturday holding the people building something. Tobias noticed the humming. He had been tracking it for 3 months the way everyone in the Threshold's orbit tracked it as a piece of information about the state of things. He did not comment. He noted it in the way he noted things and returned to his materials. Mary noticed. She looked at Carrie briefly with a settled expression and turned back to what she had been saying. Lilith noticed. She always noticed. She reached under the table and found Carrie's hand and held it for a moment, not drawing attention to it, just holding it. The kitchen table continued. The song ran underneath everything. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 9. The Burns Parliament's Council met in a building in Pioneer Square. Not the Parliament's operational headquarters that was in a different part of the city, a nondescript building in a nondescript district that served the Parliament's day-to-day intelligence function. This building was older. The specific older of the Pacific Northwest, not centuries. The region was not that kind of old, but the older of something that had been here since the city's earliest organized decades and had absorbed the weight of everything that had happened in it since. The council chamber was on the 3rd floor. She could feel it before she entered the specific quality of a room that had been used for significant decisions for a long time. Not the silver quill's warmth, not the accumulated intention of a place built around sanctuary. Something different. The accumulated quality of people who had been very good at their particular version of power and had exercised it in this room for a long time. She arrived with Lilith and Jimmy. Not Mike. She had thought carefully about this. Mike's presence would communicate one thing about what she was bringing. She was not bringing the Walker Pack's alpha. She was bringing herself. Her field operations lead because Lilith was always there, and because Lilith's presence communicated something accurate about what the Threshold was. Her intelligence officer because Jimmy's presence communicated something accurate about the quality of the Threshold's information function. 3 people, not a delegation, people. Burns met them in the building's entrance hall. He was in person for the first time. She had been picturing him from the intelligence Jimmy had assembled, and from the specific quality of his voice on the calls, and from what Hessa had told her. The person in front of her was all of those things, and also simply a man mid-60s, the specific quality of someone who had been managing significant things for long enough that the management was simply how he moved through rooms. He looked at Carrie. "Miss Summers," he said. "Mr. Burns," she said. He looked at Lilith. The rapid assessment professional, thorough, the intelligence network-specific way of reading people. Then at Jimmy, who received the assessment with his own specific quality of someone simultaneously reading and being read. "Constance told me," Burns said, "that the meeting on Wednesday was significant." "Yes," Carrie said, "I think it was." She said, Burns said, that you answered the question the Parliament has been unable to answer for 40 years. He held Carrie's look. She did not tell me what the answer was. She said you should deliver it yourself. "Yes," Carrie said, "that's right." "Then let's go up," he said. The council chamber. 12 people around an oval table. The specific oval of a table that had been chosen to communicate that everyone at it had equal standing, which was true in the formal sense, and was complicated by the fact that some people at oval tables had been there for 30 years and others had been there for 3. She assessed the room as she entered. The skill she had been developing over 3 months of significant conversations, the rapid identification of the load-bearing elements, the people whose position would determine the room's outcome, the temperature of the existing positions before she had said a word. Beaumont at the table's center, the chair's position clearly established by how the room oriented toward her, her expression, ready. Burns to Beaumont's right, his expression, watching. The rest of the council, varying positions. 3 who had the quality of people who had already concluded what they thought and were waiting for the presentation to confirm it. 2 who had the quality of people with genuinely open questions. 4 who had the quality of people who had concluded one thing and were prepared to change their conclusion if something sufficiently significant arrived. 3 who had the quality of people who were here because they were here, and who would follow the majority position when it became clear. She had worked with worse rooms. She sat, not at the end of the table. Burns had arranged a chair at the oval's curve, which put her inside the oval rather than opposite it. A specific arrangement. She was in the conversation, not presenting to it. Lilith and Jimmy sat behind her, slightly apart, not presenting, witnessing. "Ms. Summers," Beaumont said, "the council is grateful for your time." "Thank you for the opportunity," Carrie said, not performing gratitude, stating it as fact. "I'm going to ask you," Beaumont said, "to tell the council what the threshold is and why the Burns Parliament's partnership with it matters." She paused, not the institutional version, the actual version. She held Carrie's look. "The one you told me on Wednesday." "Yes," Carrie said, "okay." She looked at the council. 12 people around an oval table in a room that had held significant decisions for a long time. She began. She told them the chain. Elena Voss, the theriamancy, the binding. She told it the way she had been telling it, not performing, not managing the response, simply giving the accurate account. She watched the council receive it. The 3 who had already concluded what they thought received it with the specific quality of confirmation seeking. The 2 with open questions received it with attention. The 4 ready to change their conclusion received it with the specific alertness of people who were getting what they had been waiting for. She told them Harry and Valerie Summers. The door was left unlocked. She watched one of the 3 pre-concluded council members, a man in his 50s who had the quality of someone who had been in intelligence work long enough to have stopped being moved by things, to do something in his expression. Brief, something receiving. She told them the silver quill. Amber, 30 years of holding a door open without knowing for whom. She watched Beaumont hold very still. She told them Mary White, the hand in the dark, 13 years, the frequency. She told them the threshold, what it was, the door, the light, the honest walls. She told Tobias, for days running, asking about Sira before asking for water. She told them Priya, I'm not her student, 7 weeks of captivity held as certainty. She told Danny Voss at the wall of the Silver Quill's front room at midnight, Kane, it's enough, and I want to know. She told them about Jonna Reeves. Is there something I can actually do? She told them Vincent Harrow, Daniel, he was 24. She told them what the threshold was trying to do, not the outcome of the process. Building the capacity for a conversation the supernatural community had been unable to have. The plain sight consensus. The foundation. The honest assessment of what the community had agreed to and whether it was still the right agreement. She told them what the Burns Parliament's partnership made possible. The carrier. The frequency running through the network. The propagation. The door became findable by people who had never been told it existed. She told them precisely, as she had told Beaumont what the honest walls were and what they were not. She told them the question. Are you honest? She held the room. That is the question the threshold asks of everyone inside it, she said, including me. She paused, not as a performance, not as an institutional standard, as the actual question. She held the room's attention. The honest walls are not a constraint on what the threshold does. They are the structure through which it does it. She paused. Everything the threshold is built on is real. The chain is real. The people building it are fully themselves rather than managed versions of themselves. She paused. That is the only kind of building that produces something that lasts. She stopped. The council chamber. 12 people around an oval table. She waited. The first question came from one of the 3 pre-concluded council members. The man in his 50s who had done the brief, something in his expression when she told him about Harry and Valerie Summers. "Miss Summers," he said. His voice had the quality of someone who had been in intelligence work long enough to ask questions with precision. "You've described a model built on principle rather than mutual interest." He held her look. "The Parliament has operated on mutual interest for 40 years. To ask the Parliament to operate within the honest walls framework is to ask it to change its fundamental operational model." He held her look, not its relationship with the threshold. "Its internal model." He paused. "Beaumont told us the partnership doesn't require the Parliament to change internally. But what you've described is the frequency running through the carrier. The signal changing the character of the network suggests otherwise." He held her look. "Is the threshold trying to change the Parliament?" The room was very still. "Yes," Carrie said. The room received this. "Not by force," she said. "Not by institutional demand." She held his look. "By being close enough and long enough that the Parliament changes in proximity to it." She paused. "The way a frequency changes the architecture it runs through over time." She held his look. "I am not going to tell you this is not happening. It is happening. Beaumont knows it is happening. I am telling you because honest walls mean I tell you the true thing even when the true thing is inconvenient." He held her look. "And the Parliament should accept this," he said. "The Parliament should decide," she said, "whether the partnership is worth what it changes." She held his look. "I think it is. I think the change is the point." She held his look. "But the decision is yours." He held her look for a moment. "What does the change produce?" he said. "Specifically, what does the Parliament become if the partnership continues and the frequency runs through the network for a decade? 2 decades. "Parliament that asks the question," she said. "Are you honest?" She held his look, not because it is required to ask it, because it has been adjacent to something built on that question long enough that the question becomes part of its own thinking. She paused. "What that produces specifically, I don't know. I can't model it." She held his look. "What I know is that the managed network model has costs that compound over time. Internal consistency management, the energy of maintaining the cover story." She paused. "The honest walls don't compound that way. They create different costs, the cost of being fully visible, of not being able to manage the message." She paused. "But those costs don't compound. They are simply what honesty costs." She held his look. "I think honest costs are better than compounding ones." He held her look. He did not say anything. He wrote something in the notebook in front of him. The second question came from one of the genuinely open question members. A woman in her late 40s whose quality was the specific quality of someone who had been in intelligence work long enough to understand that the most significant information often arrived in forms that did not look like intelligence. "The frequency," she said, "Mary White's frequency." She held Carrie's look. "You've described it as something she produces naturally. Something that propagates through people who have been touched by the threshold." She held Carrie's look. "What does the frequency communicate? Specifically, what does it tell the people who receive it?" "The existence of the door," Carrie said. "The sense that something is open, that something can be found." She held the woman's look. "Ashworth described it as an orientation, a direction." She paused. "It doesn't communicate content, it communicates availability." "Availability," the woman said. "Yes," Carrie said. "The sense that there is somewhere." She held the woman's look. "People who are looking for something, people who have learned what they are and don't know what to do with it, people who have been inside a structure that was wrong and have gotten out and don't know where to go, they receive the frequency as a sense that something is available to them." She paused. "And they follow it to the threshold." "Can it be misused?" the woman said. "Can the frequency be used to direct people toward something other than the threshold? Something that is not what it claims to be?" The room was very still. "That," Carrie said, "is the most important question anyone has asked me today." The woman held her look. "Mary's frequency," Carrie said, "communicates what Mary is, what she carries in herself." She held the woman's look. "The honest walls, the chain, the specific quality of someone who has been through something and has come out of it committed to building something true." She held the woman's look. The frequency is not separable from the person producing it. She paused. Mary cannot produce a frequency that communicates something other than what she is, because the frequency is not a tool she is wielding. It is simply what she is. She held the look, which means if Mary changes, if she changes, the frequency changes. She paused, which means the frequency is only as trustworthy as the person it comes from. She held the woman's look. And the person it comes from is held to the same accountability as everyone else inside the honest walls. The woman held her look. "Are you honest?" she said. "Yes," Carrie said. "That is the question." She held the look, and the answer determines what the frequency communicates. "And if Mary's honesty fails," the woman said, "the frequency fails." "Yes," Carrie said, "the frequency fails." She held the look, which is why the community health section of the Thresholds governance document exists. She paused, building the community strong enough to hold the accountability, making sure the person producing the frequency is held in a strong enough relationship with others who will tell her when she's wrong. She held the woman's look. The frequency is not the Threshold's primary tool. The relationships are. She paused. The frequency is what the relationships produce. The woman was quiet for a moment. "Tobias Grant's idea," she said, "the propagation model." She held Carrie's look. "He's 15. "Yes," Carrie said. "And he built this," the woman said, "after 7 weeks in the facility." "He built it," Carrie said, "because he understood the problem from the inside. He knew what it felt like to be in a situation the Threshold was trying to prevent." She held the woman's look. He knew what would have reached him and what would not have reached him. She held the look. The propagation model is built on that knowledge. The woman held her look. "He should be here," she said. "Yes," Carrie said, "he probably should." She paused. "He is deciding whether he wants to meet Frederick Burns." She held the woman's look. "He wants to know why he's saying yes before he says it." She paused. "I think he'll come." The woman looked at the table for a moment. "I'll look forward to it," she said. The third question came from one of the ready-to-change-their-conclusion members. A man in his 60s who had the quality of someone who had been watching the other questions and had been building his own. "The honest walls," he said, "the accountability mechanism." He held Carrie's look. "You told Beaumont that the mechanism is the community, the social cost of violating honesty when honesty is the structure." He paused. The Parliament's Council read the governance documentation, the community health section. He held her look. "Tobias Grant's section." He paused. "What I want to know is who decides when the community health is strong enough. Who determines that the bonds are real enough to hold the accountability?" "Good question," Carrie said. "Thank you," he said, without irony. "The answer is everyone," she said. Continuously, she held his look. The Threshold does not have a moment at which it declares itself strong enough. It is always assessing. She held his look. Every Thursday table is an assessment. Every conversation we have with a community we're trying to reach is an assessment. She paused. "Are we strong enough to hold what we're asking people to trust us with?" She held his look. The question is always present. She paused, which is itself a function of the honest walls. She held his look. A managed network can stop asking the question because the management covers the gaps. The honest walls can't stop asking because the gaps are visible. She held his look. Visible gaps that are being addressed are better than invisible ones that are being managed. He held her look. "And if you determine that the community is not strong enough," he said. "Then we say so," she said, "and we address it." She held his look. "We do not expand faster than the community health supports. We do not take on more accountability than the relationships can hold." She held his look. "The honest walls apply to our assessment of ourselves as much as to our assessment of the people coming to us." She paused. "That is the hardest part of building this." She held his look, being honest about our own limits. He held her look. "Are you honest about your own limits?" he said. "I try to be," she said. "I have people around me who tell me when I'm not." She held his look. Lilith Walker behind me. She did not gesture, she held his gaze. "She has been telling me when I'm wrong for 12 years. She will continue to do so." She paused. "That is the mechanism, not institutional, humans." She held his look. "Real." He looked at Lilith. Lilith looked back, not performing present. He looked at Carrie. "Real," he said. "Yes," she said. After the formal questions, there were 7 in total, from 7 different council members. Across 40 minutes, Beaumont called a brief recess. The council dispersed to the room's edges. Burns came to Carrie. "The man who asked the first question," he said quietly. "The pre-concluded one." He held her look. "His name is Elliot Marsh. He has been on the council for 22 years. He has never in 22 years been moved by a presentation." He held her look. "He wrote something in his notebook after you answered his question." He paused. "I have not read it. I am telling you that he wrote it." "Yes," she said. "Beaumont wants you to stay for the vote," Burns said. "After the recess." "The vote," she said. "The council is going to vote on whether the partnership framework holds as described," Burns said. "Whether the terms that were agreed to in January remain the terms." He held her look. "She wants you in the room." "Is that standard practice?" she said. "No," he said, "it is not." "Why does she want me there?" Carrie said. "Because," Burns said, "she believes the council should vote in the presence of what they are voting about." He held her look. "Not to create pressure. To ensure accuracy." He paused. She said, and these are her words, that the honest walls should be visible when the council decides whether they want to be inside them. "Yes," Carrie said. "Okay." She went back to her chair. Lilith appeared beside her during the recess, not an intruding present. "How do you think it went?" Lilith said. "I don't know," Carrie said. "I told the truth." She held Lilith's look. "The rest is theirs." "Yes," Lilith said, "it is." "The woman who asked about the frequency," Carrie said. "The misuse question." She held Lilith's look. "That's the question I needed someone to ask." "Yes," Lilith said, "I noticed." "If no one had asked it," Carrie said, "I would have raised it myself." She held Lilith's look. "The accountability mechanism for Mary is real. The community health requirement is real." She paused. "The frequency being only as trustworthy as the person producing it is the most significant structural fact about the threshold." She paused. "It should be in the governance documentation explicitly." She held Lilith's look. "I'm going to ask Tobias to add a section." "He'll have it written up before you finish asking," Lilith said. "Yes," Carrie said, "he will." She was humming. She did not notice. Lilith did not say anything. The recess continued around them. The recess ended. The council reconvened. The quality of the room had changed in the recess. Conversations had happened at the edges. Positions had been refined or maintained or adjusted. The specific processing that occurred when significant information had been received and people were deciding what to do with it. Beaumont called the room to attention. "The council is going to vote," she said, "on the following question. Does the Burns Parliament's Council affirm the terms of the partnership with the threshold as agreed in January, including the terms as understood in light of the full scope described in today's presentation?" She held the room. "Before the vote," she said, "I want to say one thing." She held the room's attention. "I have been chair of this council for 12 years. I have been on this council for 30. She paused. "In 30 years, I have been asking a question that the Parliament's framework could not answer." She held the room. "The question of how an organization holds its own people to account without a managed incentive structure." She paused. "Ms. Summers answered it on Wednesday." She held the room. "Are you honest? That is the mechanism. Not institutional, not transactional. The question itself." She paused. "I am asking the council to vote not just on the partnership terms, but on whether we are willing to be adjacent to something built on that question." She paused. "Whether we are willing to let that question run through us." She held the room. Vote. The vote was conducted by show of hands. 9 in favor. 2 abstentions. 1 against. The one against was not Elliot Marsh. Beaumont received the vote with the specific quality of someone who had expected this outcome and was receiving it without performing surprise. "The partnership terms are affirmed," she said. "The council's formal position is that the Burns Parliament will operate within the thresholds framework as described." She held the room. The meeting adjourned. She looked at Carrie. "The one who abstained twice," she said quietly as the council dispersed. "They are not opposed. They are uncertain. That is acceptable." She held Carrie's look. "The one who voted against his name is Hadley. He has been on the council for 35 years. He voted against because he believes managed networks are the only sustainable model for intelligence work. She held Carrie's look. He may be right. He may be wrong. I do not know. She paused. What I know is that he is honest about his position. She held Carrie's look. I find that appropriate. Yes, Carrie said. So do I. Hadley Beaumont said, we'll watch the partnership for 6 months and make his own assessment. She held Carrie's look. He told me this before the meeting. She paused. He will be honest about what he sees. She paused. I believe that is also appropriate. Yes, Carrie said, it is. Beaumont held her look. The question, she said, are you honest? She held Carrie's look. I have been asking a version of that question for 30 years. I have never heard it stated so simply. She paused. Elliot Marsh, she said, asked me during the recess what he had written in his notebook. She paused. He said he wrote 3 words. She held Carrie's look. He wrote, the question stands. Yes, Carrie said, it does. Beaumont held her look for a moment. Good day, Ms. Summers, she said. The council will be in touch through Jimmy Park. She left. The building's entrance hall. Burns was waiting. He had the quality, as he always had the calculation running, the positioning, the specific intelligence of someone who was always building something. But underneath it today, in proximity to what had happened in the room upstairs, something that was not calculation. Something that was received. 9-1, he said. Yes, she said. Hadley, he said. He's been on the council longer than anyone except Beaumont. He held her look. His position is the honest one. He paused. He is the managed network in its purest expression. He is very good at it. He held her look. And he told Beaumont he would watch for 6 months and make an honest assessment. Yes, Carrie said. That, Burns said, is more than I expected from him. Yes, she said, me too. Burns held her look. The frequency question, he said. The woman who asked it her name is Ingrid Sahlberg. She has been on the council for 8 years. She is the most precise thinker in the room. He held her look. She asked the question that revealed the most significant structural fact about the threshold. He held her look. The frequency being only as trustworthy as Mary White. Yes, Carrie said. That keeps me awake, Burns said. In the specific way that load-bearing vulnerabilities keep people awake when they understand them clearly. Yes, she said, it should. She held his look. It keeps me awake too. She paused, which is why the community health section exists. Why relationships are the primary tool. She held his look. The frequency is what the relationships produce. The relationships are what we protect. She held his look. If the relationships are strong enough, the frequency is trustworthy. If they fail, the frequency fails. She held his look. That is the structure, visible, present. The gap we are always working on. Burns held her look. I want to meet Tobias Grant, he said. I know, she said. He's deciding. He should know, Burns said, that what he built the propagation model is the reason 9 council members voted yes. He held her look. Sahlberg told me during the recess. She said the propagation model was the first thing she had seen in intelligence work that was not trying to be efficient. He held her look. She said it was trying to be true. Yes, Carrie said. That's what it's trying to be. Tell him, Burns said, when he decides. I will, she said. She turned to go. Miss Summers, Burns said. She turned. He held her look. Frederick Burns, 60 years old, the most intelligent person Hesse had encountered in the coalition, thinking in generations, building for structural position rather than ideological victory. The question, he said, are you honest? He held her look. I have been in networks built on mutual interest my entire career. He paused. I have never asked myself that question as a structural question. He paused. I am beginning to ask it. She held his look. That, she said, is the frequency working. Something in his expression, the brief thing beneath the calculation, something receiving. Yes, he said, I think it might be. Outside. Capitol Hill. The January afternoon, the specific quality of Seattle in late January that was not quite gray and was doing its best with the light available. Cold. Clear. The city is going about its Thursday. She stood on the sidewalk with Lilith and Jimmy. Jimmy had his laptop bag over his shoulder, and the neutral at a specific calibration. She was learning to read as something in the direction of satisfaction. 9-1, he said, the flat delivery. Yes, she said. Hadley watched for 6 months, Jimmy said. I will also be watching for 6 months. He paused, for different reasons. Yes, she said, I know. Solberg, he said, the frequency question. She's the one I want to brief regularly. He held Carrie's look. She asks the right questions. Yes, Carrie said. Arrange it through Burns. Already drafted the request, Jimmy said. She looked at him. Of course you did, she said. Yes, he said. Of course I did. He walked toward where he had parked his car with the specific efficiency of someone who had what he needed and was implementing it. She stood on the sidewalk with Lilith. The city, the January afternoon. The question stands, Lilith said, quietly. Elliot Marsh's 3 words. Yes, Carrie said, it does. Beaumont, Lilith said, 30 years of asking the question, and you answered it in 1 meeting. I didn't answer it, Carrie said. I said it simply. She held Lilith's look. The answer is what the threshold is, what we've been building. She paused. I just said it simply. Yes, Lilith said. That's what you did. She reached for Carrie's hand. Found it. They stood on the Capitol Hill sidewalk in the January afternoon. The frequency, Carrie said. The Solberg question. She held Lilith's look. I'm going to ask Tobias to add a section to the governance documentation. The frequency's trustworthiness being dependent on Mary's. She held Lilith's look. The accountability implications of that. Yes, Lilith said. He'll have it written before Saturday. Yes, Carrie said. He will. She was humming. She noticed that this time she had been humming since the recess. She realized, through the vote, through Burns in the entrance hall, and was humming now on the sidewalk. The whole song, beginning to end. She let it continue. There it is, Lilith said, softly. There it is, Carrie said. They walked. At the Silver Quill that evening. She had gone back not because there was anything operationally requiring her presence, but because the Silver Quill was where the threshold lived, and she wanted to be there after the day. The back room, Amber at the counter, Mary at the table with the quality of someone whose frequency had been running all day and who was simply there with it. Carrie sat at the table across from Mary. The vote, she said, 9-1. I know, Mary said. Jimmy texted. Of course he did, Carrie said. Mary held her look. The settled expression. Something in it that had been present since Ashworth's assessment was a specific quality of someone who had been told what they were and was learning to be it. The frequency question, Carrie said. One of the council members asked whether the frequency could be misused, whether it could communicate something other than what the threshold is. And Mary said, I told them it couldn't, Carrie said, that the frequency is not separable from you, that it communicates what you are. She held Mary's look, and that if what you are changes, the frequency changes. Mary held her look. That's right, she said. Which means, Carrie said, that the frequency is only as trustworthy as you are. Yes, Mary said. And you are held to the same accountability as everyone else inside the honest walls, Carrie said. Yes, Mary said, I know that. I'm going to ask Tobias, Carrie said, to add a section to the governance documentation. The frequency's dependency on your honesty, the accountability implications. She held Mary's look. I wanted to tell you first. Mary held her look. Yes, she said, that belongs in the documentation. She paused. The frequency is what I am. If I stop being honest, it stops communicating honestly. She paused. I want that to be explicit. I want everyone to know that the frequency is not a tool that the threshold controls. It is what I produce. She held Carrie's look. And what I produce depends on who I am. She paused. That is a real responsibility. I want it named. Yes, Carrie said. It will be. Mary held the table, the back room, the silver quill around them. Alina, she said. She ran her frequency for decades without anyone holding her accountable for it, without anyone being able to. She held Carrie's look. She did the right thing with it because she wanted to. She paused. I want to do the right thing with it because I want to and because the community holds me to it. She paused, both. The wanting and the holding. She held Carrie's look. That's stronger than either alone. Yes, Carrie said. That's what the community health section is about. She held Mary's look. That's what Tobias built. He's 15, Mary said. Yes, Carrie said. He understands things that took me 25 years to begin to understand, Mary said. Yes, Carrie said, he does. Because he was inside what the threshold is trying to prevent, Mary said. He knows it from the inside. Yes, Carrie said. Mary held the table. I was inside it too, she said, the Voss pack. The whole of it from the beginning. She held Carrie's look. I understand it from inside as well. She paused, both of us. Understanding from the inside, she held Carrie's look. The threshold is built by people who were inside the wrong thing and got out. She paused. That's not incidental. That's the chain. Yes, Carrie said, it is. They sat at the back room table, the silver quill holding them. The warmth, the smell of lilac and mint. Mary, Carrie said. Yes. The chain from Alina to you, she said. The frequency you were inside for 25 years and that you're now producing. She held Mary's look. I want you to know that I know what that cost. 25 years. She paused. The choices you made inside the architecture. The ones you made to survive and the ones you made against it, and the specific weight of knowing the difference between them. She held Mary's look. You are not the account of what you did in the Voss pack. You are also that, and you are what you've been doing since October, and you are what you're going to do. She held Mary's look, all of it, at once. Mary held her look for a long moment. Yes, she said, I know, she paused. I've been learning that. She held Carrie's look. You have been patient while I learned it. Yes, Carrie said, I have. She held the look. And I'll keep being patient. She paused. Because you did the same for me. The hour outside in the rain. You were patient while I worked out what to do with you. Mary held her look. I wasn't patient, Mary said. I was terrified. Yes, Carrie said, that too. Something in Mary's expression. The settled thing finding its full arrival. The person who had been finding out what she was when she was free. We're okay, she said. Yes, Carrie said, we are. Amber came from the counter. She set 2 fresh cups of tea on the table without being asked, because Amber Silver had been running a threshold for 30 years and knew when tea was needed. She went back to the counter. Carrie wrapped her hands around the mug. The warmth of it. The silver quill's back room at the end of a Thursday that had held the Burns Parliament's council vote, and Beaumont's 30 years and Elliot Marsh's 3 words, and the woman who had asked the most important question, and Burns in the entrance hall beginning to ask himself something. She was humming. The whole song. She let it be there. Mary heard it. She had always heard it through the wall at 10 years old, on the walk from the coffee shop, in the parking lot of the warehouse district, across 3 months of back room Thursday mornings. She heard it now and held her tea and did not say anything because some things did not need to be said, and this was one of them. The silver quill, the January evening, the chain continues. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 10. Tobias decided on Sunday. Not dramatically, he appeared at the silver quill on Sunday afternoon with the quality of someone who had worked through something and had arrived at the other side of it. He sat at the back room table across from Carrie and looked at the table for a moment and then looked up. I want to meet Burns, he said. I know why. Tell me, she said. Because, he said, the propagation model is built on the understanding that the people who have been inside the wrong thing are the ones who know how to reach the people still inside it. He held her look. Burns built a network. I don't know if he built it from inside something wrong. I don't know his history well enough. But he has been addicted to wrong things for a long time. He paused. And he's beginning to ask the question. He held her look. You told me that. The frequency working. He paused. I want to meet him because the propagation model says the people who are changing are the most powerful propagation points. He held her look. If Burns is changing, if the frequency is running through him, then meeting him is not an accommodation. It is work. She held his look. Yes, she said, that's the right reason. I also want to know, he said, what he thinks of the model. From the intelligence infrastructure side, he held her look. The practical implementation, he paused. He understands networks in a way I don't yet. I could learn something from him. He held her look. That is a separate reason that is also honest. Yes, she said, both reasons are honest, both belong. He nodded, the specific Tobias nod. Tell him I'll meet him, he said. At the Silver Quill, he comes here. Yes, she said, he comes here. And you're there, he said. Yes, she said, I'll be there. And Jimmy, he said, Jimmy should be there. Yes, she said, Jimmy will be there. He looked at the table. Burns told you, he said, that the propagation model was the reason 9 council members voted yes. Yes, she said. And Sahlberg said, he said, that it was the first thing she had seen in intelligence work that was trying to be true rather than efficient. Yes, she said. He held the table. I was trying to solve a problem, he said. I wasn't trying to build something true. I was trying to figure out what would have reached me. He held her look. Those turned out to be the same thing. He paused. I didn't know they would be. Yes, Carrie said. That's how it works. She held his look. Solving the right problem produces the right thing, because the right problem is always the true one. He looked at her. That's going in the notebook, he said. Good, she said. He reached into his jacket pocket. He produced a folded piece of paper. He set it on the table. The frequency accountability section, he said. You asked me to add it. She opened it, read it. It was 4 paragraphs long. Specific, load-bearing, precise. It addressed the frequency's dependency on Mary's honesty, the accountability implications, the community health requirements that made the accountability real, and the specific monitoring function that the Thursday table served, not oversight, the continuous assessment of whether the community was strong enough to hold what it was being asked to hold. The 4th paragraph said, the frequency is not a tool the threshold controls. It is what Mary White produces. What she produces depends on who she is. Who she is depends on the relationships that hold her to account. The strength of those relationships is the threshold's primary responsibility, not the frequency, not the network, the relationships. Everything else follows from those. She held the paper. This is right, she said. I know, he said. I wrote it 3 times before it said what I meant. It says what you mean, she said. Yes, he said. She looked at him, 15 years old, the community health section, the frequency accountability section, the propagation model that 9 council members had voted yes because of. Tobias, she said. Yes. When you were in the facility, she said, the 7 weeks. She held his look. What kept you going? He thought about this, the specific Tobias quality of organizing a precise answer. 2 things, he said. 1, the maps, making the maps. The sense that I was doing something with the situation rather than just being inside it. He paused. And 2, Sierra, he held her look, knowing she was watching. Knowing that if I found the window, she would make it. He held her look. The relationship. The knowledge that someone was there, he paused. I didn't have to be alone in it. He held her look. That was the thing that made the maps worth making. The relationships, Carrie said. Yes, he said. That's why the 4th paragraph says what it says. He held her look. I'm not theorizing. I know what relationships are for. She held his look. Yes, she said, you do. She added the section to the governance documentation that evening. Monday, the Harrow Pax 8 began to arrive. Not all at once, 2 on Monday, 1 on Tuesday, the others across the week. Not arriving at the Silver Quill, directly arriving at Jonna Reeves, who had been in contact with each of them through the Harrow Pax channels and who had been building the specific relationships that made arrival possible. The first 2 were Riva and a man named Costa. Riva was 38, 15 years in the Harrow Pack. She had the quality Jonna had described, the one the others would follow if she moved. She moved with the specific, careful quality of someone who had been assessing situations for a long time and had learned to do it without showing the assessment. She came to the Silver Quill with Jonna on Monday morning. Jonna had arranged it, not a formal meeting, not a presentation. A morning, come to the Silver Quill, drink tea, see what it is. Carrie was there, not performing presence, simply there, working at the backroom table on the plain sight consensus document that had been developing since Vincent Harrow's visit. Mary was there. The cats were conducting their inexplicable business. Amber was making tea. Riva came into the backroom doorway and looked at the room. She looked at Carrie. She looked at Mary. She looked at the table with its papers and its coffee and its specific quality of a place where people were building something. "This is it," she said, not a question. "Yes," Carrie said, "this is it." Riva held the doorway. "The others told me," she said, "that it was different from what they expected." She paused. "They told me it smelled like something." "Lilac and mint," Carrie said. "Yes," Riva said, "like something that is simply what it is." She paused. "I wanted to see for myself." "Come in," Carrie said. "Sit down." Riva came in, sat. Amber produced tea without being asked. Riva held the mug and looked at the room and did not say anything for a moment. "Daniel Harrow," she said. "You know his name?" "Yes," Carrie said. "Vincent told me." She held Riva's look. "He was 24. He kept everyone's spirits up," Riva said. "During the hard months." She held Carrie's look. "He was the one who remembered people's birthdays, who showed up when someone was struggling." She held Carrie's look. "He was the one you wanted in the room when things were difficult." She paused. "The awakening told us his death would mean something." She held Carrie's look. "It was the thing that moved me. I didn't care about the ideology. I cared about whether his death would mean something." She held the look. "It didn't." "Not through the awakening." She paused. "Can it mean something here?" "The back room." Carrie held her look. "It can be part of the conversation," she said. "The real one. The one that asks whether the plain sight consensus is still right and what it has cost." She held Riva's look. "Daniel Harrow's name is in that conversation. His death is part of what the consensus has cost." She paused. "That doesn't make it mean something in the way the awakening promised. The awakening's version was a lie." She held Riva's look. "What is real is that his name is in the record, that the cost is acknowledged. That the conversation is happening because of people like him and what happened to them." She paused. "That is not the same as meaning. It is something more honest than meaning." She held Riva's look. "It is an acknowledgement." Riva held the mug. "Acknowledgement," she said. "Yes," Carrie said. "That is not enough," Riva said. "No," Carrie said, "it isn't." She held Riva's look. "But it is where the conversation starts." She paused. "The conversation that should have happened decades ago, that the compact has been managing around." She held Riva's look. "The threshold is building the capacity for that conversation. The honest version of it." She paused. "Where Daniel Harrow's death is in it and cannot be managed out of it." She held Riva's look. "That is what I can offer you." Riva held the mug. "Not enough," she said, "but honestly." "Yes," Carrie said. Riva held the back room with her eyes. "I'm going to be here," she said. "On Thursday." She held Carrie's look, not as a submission, as a presence. She paused. "I'll see what the Thursday table is before I decide what I'm deciding." "Yes," Carrie said. "That's the right way to do it." "The others," Riva said, "the ones who are watching. I'll tell them what I found here." She held Carrie's look. "I'll tell them the truth about what I found." "That's all I ask," Carrie said. Costa, who had come in with Riva and had sat at the edge of the room with the quality of someone who was present, but had decided that Riva's conversation was the load-bearing one, looked at Carrie. "The frequency," he said. "I felt something. When I walked in." He held Carrie's look. "I didn't know what it was. Jonna told me what Mary White produces." He held Carrie's look. "That's what I felt." "Yes," Carrie said. He paused. "It's not urgent. It's not loud." He held her look. "It's like a door being open somewhere you can't quite see." He held her look. "And the feeling that you could go through it if you chose." "Yes," Carrie said. "That's what it is." He held the look. "I'm going to come back," he said, "to find out what's on the other side." "Yes," Carrie said. "Come back." The plain sight consensus document. She had been developing it since Vincent Harrow's Thursday visit. Not alone, Elias had been involved from Monday, his compact's position making him a necessary participant. Lilith had been involved in every draft because Lilith's read of what was load-bearing was the one Carrie trusted most. Mary had contributed the specific perspective of someone who had been inside a constructed community that had been built partly in response to the consensus's costs. The document was not a policy recommendation. It was not a position paper. It was something more like the history she had written about the threshold, the accurate account of what the plain sight consensus was, where it had come from, what it had produced and what it had cost, and what the threshold was building toward in relation to it. She had sent it to Elias on Tuesday. He had sent it to the compact's chair on Wednesday. The chair had called Elias on Thursday morning. She wants a meeting, Elias told Carrie, not with the full compact, with you and her. He paused. She said the document was clarifying. She used the same word Beaumont used about the Wednesday meeting. Clarifying, Carrie said. She said it was the first time someone had named what the compact has been doing as management rather than consensus. Elias held her look. She said the distinction was uncomfortable. He paused. She also said it was accurate. When does she want to meet? Carrie said. Next week, he said. She'll come to Seattle. He paused. She wants to see the silver quill. Yes, Carrie said. Of course she does. Thursday's table. The full assembly plus new people. Rivat and Costa from the Harrow Pack. A woman from the Harrow Pack named Delia who had arrived on Wednesday with the quality of someone who had been the last of the 8 to move and was therefore watching everything most carefully. 2 other Harrow Pack members whose names Carrie had learned, but who were still finding their positions in the space. Vincent Harrow was not there. He was managing the Harrow Pack's internal situation, the ongoing process of a pack that had chosen the awakening and was working out who it was afterward. Jana reported his progress through the weekly communication. It was slow, honest work. The table had the quality that it had been having for weeks, the specific quality of a building conversation with more people in it each time, the gradual expansion of the circle without the loss of the specific thing that made it a circle rather than a room. Tobias presented the governance documentation. The complete version includes the community health section, the frequency accountability section, the Sierra edition, and the extended chain. He presented it with the quality he always presented things: precise, direct, the specific delivery of someone who had built something and was accounting for what he had built. The room received it. Rivat asked a question about the community health section. Specific, operational. She understood governance the way someone understood it who had been in a pack for 15 years and had been watching the pack's internal decisions be made and had developed opinions about how decisions should be made. Tobias answered. The answer took 4 minutes and covered ground that the governance documentation had not yet explicitly addressed the difference between community health monitoring and community health surveillance, the specific quality of checking in with the people inside the honest walls without making the checking in feel like oversight. That's the 4th paragraph again, Mary said. Yes, Tobias said. The relationships are the thing. The monitoring is just the relationships being honest about themselves. Rivat held this. I've been in a pack for 15 years, she said. Packs monitor their members constantly. She held Tobias's look. The difference between monitoring and surveillance is whether the person being monitored knows they're being monitored and agrees it's appropriate. Yes, Tobias said. That's exactly right. He held her look. In the threshold, everyone knows, and everyone has agreed, because accountability is something everyone chose when they chose the threshold. He held her look, not something imposed. Rivat held the table. That is different from the Harrow Pack structure, she said. That is very different from the awakening structure. She held Tobias's look. How do you make sure it stays that way? How do you make sure the monitoring doesn't become surveillance? The question, Tobias said. Are you honest? He held her look, applied to the monitoring itself. He held her look. When the monitoring becomes surveillance, we name it. Specifically, that is the mechanism. And if the people doing the nomming are the ones becoming the surveillance, Rivat said. Then someone else names it, Tobias said. That's why everyone at this table has the same standing. He held her look. No one is above being named. Rivat looked at Carrie. Including you, she said. Including me, Carrie said. Especially me. Riva held the table. "I've been watching this morning," she said. "Since I came in." She held the room's attention. "The way this table runs." She paused. "A 15-year-old presents governance documentation and a 38-year-old questions him, and the person who built the threshold says especially me." She paused. "I have never been in a room that works this way." She held Carrie's look. "I have been in a lot of rooms." "Yes," Carrie said. "I'm going to submit," Riva said. The room. Not dramatically. The flat delivery of someone who had made a decision and was announcing it as a fact. "Not because the room convinced me to," she said. "Because the room is what I was told it was, and that is sufficient." She held Carrie's look. "The door is open. I'm coming through it." "Yes," Carrie said. "Welcome." Costa, from across the table, nodded once. The acknowledgement of someone watching the person they would follow. Delia, from the room's edge, held the table with her eyes. Not yet, still watching. That was okay. The door was open. Friday. She was at the Silver Quill. The morning. The specific quality of a Friday morning in January that was becoming a Friday morning in February had turned without her nodding it precisely, the way months turned when you were building something. She was working on the plain sight consensus document. The section about what adequate conversation looked like the specific conditions under which the supernatural community could actually decide something together rather than have the decision managed for them. She had been working on this section for a week and had not found the right framing. Not because she did not know what she thought, because what she thought was large and she was trying to say it precisely. The compact chair was coming next week. She wanted the section right before then. She set the document aside. She picked up her phone and called Amber. Amber was in the front of the Silver Quill. She could hear her through the wall, the specific quality of Amber managing the morning bookstore. "Back room," Carrie said, "when you have a moment." Amber appeared in 3 minutes. She looked at Carrie and the document and the specific quality of someone who had been working on something that was not coming out right. "The consensus section," Amber said. "Yes," Carrie said. Amber sat. She looked at the document. She read the section in question. "You're trying to describe a process," she said, "for making a decision together. And you're having trouble because the process requires trust and you can't create trust through the process." "Yes," Carrie said. "That's exactly the problem." "The compact chair is going to come next week," Amber said. "And she is going to want to know what an adequate conversation looks like." She held Carrie's look. "And you are going to tell her something true that is not in the document." "Yes," Carrie said. "Tell me what you're going to tell her," Amber said, "and then we'll put it in the document." Carrie held the document. "The adequate conversation," she said slowly, "is not a process that produces a decision. It is a relationship that makes an honest decision possible." She held Amber's look. "The supernatural community has not been able to have the conversation about the plain sight consensus because it has not had adequate relationships. The constructed communities did not know they existed. The compact was managing rather than convening. The packs and covens were operating in their own territories without enough shared context to reason together." She held Amber's look. "The threshold is not building the conversation. It is building the relationships that make the conversation possible." She paused. "The conversation will happen when the relationships are strong enough, not before." "How will you know when the relationships are strong enough?" Amber said. "When the communities can be honest with each other about what the consensus has cost them," Carrie said. "Not just within their own communities, with each other." She paused. "When Riva can say Daniel Harrow's name in a room with the compact's chair, and the chair can receive it honestly rather than managing it." She held Amber's look. "When the costs are known and acknowledged across the whole community, not just within the parts that paid them." She paused. "That is the relationship condition for the conversation." Amber held her look. "That's the section," she said. "That's what you've been trying to say." "Yes," Carrie said. "Write it that way," Amber said. "Yes," Carrie said. She opened the document. She wrote the section as she had said it to Amber precisely, without the elaboration that had been making it wrong, with the specific quality of saying the exact thing rather than the approximate thing. She read it back. Yes, she said, that's it. Amber looked at it. Read it. Your father, she said, when he was working through a problem, the thinking is quiet. Your mother is bringing coffee at the right moment. Yes, Carrie said, I know. That is what just happened, Amber said. Carrie held the document. The specific quality of the silver quill's back room on a Friday morning in February. The warmth. The smell of lilac and mint. Amber at the table who had been doing exactly the right thing at exactly the right moment for 30 years. Yes, Carrie said, thank you. That is what I'm for, Amber said. That is what this place is for. She held Carrie's look. The chain. Yes, Carrie said, the chain. Saturday Burns came to the silver quill. He arrived at 10. Jimmy was there. Carrie was there. Tobias was there. He had come early, which was not unusual, and had been at the back room table with his materials when Carrie arrived at 9. He had not looked up when she came in. He was reading something. She had looked at what he was reading. The governance documentation. His own sections. He was reading his own work. Nervous, she said. No, he said, preparing. Burns came through the silver quill's front door at 10 with the quality he always had, the calibration, the positioning, the specific intelligence of someone who was always building something. He looked at the front room, the shelves, the unlabeled section, the cats, the warmth, the smell. His expression did the thing that everyone's expression did when they encountered the silver quill, the brief something beneath whatever was on the surface. The specific quality of a place registering. He came into the back room. He saw Tobias. The assessment ran. She watched Burns reading Tobias the way he read everything, the rapid evaluation of a person against every available data point. Tobias was reading him back. 15 years old, looking at the most intelligent person Hessa had encountered in the coalition with the specific quality of someone who had decided to be present for this and was being present. Tobias Grant, Burns said. Mr. Burns, Tobias said. They held each other's eyes for a moment. You built the propagation model, Burns said. Yes, Tobias said. After 7 weeks in the facility, Burns said. Yes, Tobias said. I had time to think. Burns held his look. Tell me, Burns said, how you arrived at it. Tobias told him. He told it the way he told everything precisely, with the specific quality of someone accounting for how they had built something. He told Burns about the facility, the maps, Sierra, the 40 seconds, the run, the silver quill. The question is real, the 3 months of thinking about what would have reached him. Burns listened with the full quality of his attention, not performing, actually paying for it. When Tobias finished, Burns was quiet for a moment. The thing you couldn't figure out in the facility, Burns said, was not how to escape. You could figure that out. He held Tobias's look. The thing you couldn't figure out was how to be reached. He held the look. You were inside something wrong, and you were wondering what from outside could reach inside to where you were. Yes, Tobias said. That's exactly right. And the propagation model, Burns said, is the answer you built after the fact. What would have reached you? He held Tobias's look. The frequency running through people who had been inside something wrong and gotten out. Those people are the propagation points. He paused, because they know the specific shape of what being inside the wrong thing feels like. He paused. They can find the people still inside because they know where to look. Yes, Tobias said. Burns held the look. I built a network for 40 years, he said, based on mutual interest and information value and the specific logic of people who are useful to each other staying connected. He paused. It works. It is effective. He held Tobias's look. It would not have reached you in the facility. No, Tobias said. It would not. Because, Burns said, it was not built to reach people who have nothing to offer. People who are inside something wrong and have no information value and no mutual interest to exchange. He held Tobias's look. It was built for people who are already connected and want to be more connected. He paused. Not for people who are isolated and don't know the door exists. Yes, Tobias said. Your model reaches those people, Burns said. Yes, Tobias said. That is what it is for. Burns held the look for a long moment. The council, Burns said, after the address, after the vote. He paused. Ingrid Sahlberg came to me. He held Tobias's look. She said the propagation model was the most significant piece of thinking she had encountered in 30 years in intelligence work. He paused. She asked me to tell you that. Tobias held Burns' look. Tell her thank you, Tobias said. She would like to meet you, Burns said. That is my decision, Tobias said. Yes, Burns said, it is. He held Tobias's look. She knows that. He paused. She wanted me to tell you the door is open on her side as well. Tobias held the look. I'll think about it, he said. The specific Tobias formulation. I want to know why I'm saying yes before I say it. Yes, Burns said. That is the right approach. He held Tobias's look. I want to tell you something else. Tell me, Tobias said. When I read the propagation model, Burns said, I called an emergency council session. You know this. He paused. What I did not tell Ms. Summers, what I am telling you now, is that the session was not primarily about the scope of the partnership. He held Tobias's look. The session was primarily about what the propagation model revealed about the Parliament's network. He held the look. It revealed that the network does not reach the people who most need reaching. He held the look. That has always been true. I knew it was true. I had made my peace with it because the network was built for a different purpose. He paused. Your model made it impossible to make my peace with it anymore. He held the look. I have been thinking about that since Monday. Tobias held Burns' look. What are you going to do with that? Tobias said. Burns was quiet for a moment. I don't know yet, he said. I am asking the question. He held Tobias's look. Are you honest? He paused. Not about other people, about the network I built. He held the look. Whether what I built is what I would build if I were building it honestly. He paused. I have not answered that yet. Tobias held Burns' look. That, Tobias said, is the frequency working. Burns looked at him. Yes, he said. Carrie said the same thing. He held Tobias's look. I believe it. Tobias held his look. I want to tell you something, Tobias said. Tell me, Burns said. The propagation model is not about intelligence networks, Tobias said. It is not about reaching isolated communities for the sake of connecting them to a larger network. He held Burns' look. It is about people who are inside something wrong knowing that there is something right that they can reach. He held the look. The network is the carrier, but the thing being carried is the door. The sense that something is open. He held Burns' look. Mary White's frequency. He paused. The network without the frequency is just connectivity. The frequency without the network has limited reach. He held Burns' look. Together they are something different. He held the look. What they are together depends on what the network is. He paused. Whether it is built to hold what the frequency is carrying. He held Burns' look. Whether the people inside it are honest. Burns held Tobias's look for a long moment. 15 years old, Burns said. Yes, Tobias said. You should not be this capable at 15, Burns said. I was in a facility for 7 weeks, Tobias said. I had time to think about what I needed. He held Burns' look. Most people my age don't know what they need because they haven't needed it badly enough yet. He paused. I knew. Burns held the look. Yes, he said. I understand that. He paused. I'm going to ask Sahlberg to build a section of the Parliament's network specifically designed to reach the people the current network doesn't reach. He held Tobias's look. Using the propagation model's principles, he held the look. I want your involvement, if you're willing. That is my decision, Tobias said. Yes, Burns said, I know. He held the look. I'm asking. Tobias held the table. I want to know what you're building, he said. Before I say yes or no, he held Burns' look. Bring me the proposal, at this table. He held the look, and I'll tell you whether I think it will work. Burns held his look. Yes, he said, I'll bring it to this table. Good, Tobias said. He picked up his pen and went back to his notes. Burns held the back room with his eyes. The table, the warmth, the smell. Carrie across the room, who had been watching this conversation with the quality of someone letting something happen that needed to happen without her involvement. He looked at her. She held his look. The question, he said. Yes, she said, it's working. Yes, he said, I think it is. Saturday afternoon, the kitchen table. The full assembly. Reva was there. She had submitted formally that morning through Donna, who had processed the submission with the specific efficiency of someone who had been processing submissions since October and had the operational capacity for it. Costa was there. Delia was still watching. That was okay. Tobias told the table about the Burns conversation. Not everything was operational. The proposal Burns was going to bring, the Sahlberg interest. Jimmy asked 2 questions. Donna asked 1. The table worked through the implications. At some point during the conversation, Carrie became aware that the room had the specific quality. It sometimes had the quality of people who were building something together and who had forgotten, in the building, that what they were building was significant. They were simply in it, working. She held this. The Silver Quill's back room on a Saturday in February. The table is full of people, the inner circle and the new people finding their positions in it. Tobias with his materials, Mary with her frequency running, Jonna with her contact list, Reva learning the table's specific rhythm. Costa watched the room with the quality of someone who had felt the door from outside and was beginning to understand what was on the other side. And Priya on the call-in, her voice through the laptop Jimmy had positioned at the table's edge, asking a question about the plain sight consensus section that was the most precise question anyone had asked about it. The relationship condition, Priya said. You say the conversation becomes possible when the costs are known and acknowledged across the whole community. But acknowledged by whom? Who does the acknowledging? The compact? The individual communities? Some representative body? The table was quiet. Everyone, Carrie said, the acknowledgement has to be mutual. The communities that paid the costs acknowledge that the costs were real. The communities that benefited from the consensus acknowledge what the consensus cost others. She held the phone. And the compact acknowledges that it has been managing rather than convening. She paused, all of it, simultaneously. No one gets to acknowledge only the parts that are comfortable. That is going to be very difficult, Priya said. Yes, Carrie said, it is. The compact's chair is coming next week, Priya said. She is going to find the section about management uncomfortable. Yes, Carrie said, she is. Are you going to soften it? Priya said. No, Carrie said. Good, Priya said, don't. I won't, Carrie said. Good, Priya said again. The flat delivery of someone who had been inside an experience that the plain sight consensus had contributed to and who had specific feelings about the consensus being handled with accuracy. The table received this. Reva, across from Carrie, held her look. Something in her expression, the specific quality of someone who had been watching to see if the threshold was what it said it was, and had just received a specific piece of confirming data. Daniel Harrow, she said, quietly, to the room. The room received his name. Yes, Carrie said, his name is in the document. I know, Reva said, I read it. She held Carrie's look. I wanted to say it out loud, at this table. She paused, it belongs here. Yes, Carrie said, it does. The table held the name. Costa, across from Reva, had the expression of someone receiving something he had not expected to receive at this table on this Saturday. Not grief, something more specific. The acknowledgement of a specific person. The specific quality of a name being heard by people who had not known the person and were receiving the name as real rather than as history. Tobias was looking at the table. He had been in the facility. He knew what it was to have your specific situation be received as a fact rather than managed as a category. Mary was looking at Carrie with a settled expression. The chain continues. The table was quiet for a moment. Then Donna said, the compact chair arrives Tuesday at 10. The meeting at the Silver Quill. Who's present? The room was reorganized, operational. The work continues. But Daniel Harrow's name was in the room, in the record, not managed out of it. The chain. Sunday evening. She was at the pack house, in the 3rd floor room. The window with the February trees now, still bare but with the specific quality of bare trees in February rather than January. Something in the quality of the light suggested that the season was beginning to turn without yet having turned. She was not working. She was simply in the room with the window and the trees and the evening. Lilith knocked. "Come in," she said. Lilith came in, sat on the bed beside her, the default arrangement applied to the bed. "The week," Lilith said. "Yes," Carrie said. "Rivat," Lilith said. "Yes." "Tobias and Burns," Lilith said. "Yes." "The Compact's chair on Tuesday," Lilith said. "Yes." "How are you?" Lilith said. "The other register." Carrie held the window. "Building," she said. "I feel like I'm building. All the time." She held Lilith's look, not tired of it, inside it. She paused. The specific quality of being inside something that is bigger than you and that you are making happen and that is making things happen in return. She held Lilith's look. "I am inside the thing I'm building, and it is also bigger than me, and both of those are true simultaneously." "Yes," Lilith said. "My parents," Carrie said. "They were inside the wrong thing and they made choices, and one of those choices sent me here." She held Lilith's look. "They were inside something that was bigger than them too." She paused. "The wrong thing. And they did what they could." She held Lilith's look. "I am inside something that is bigger than me and I am doing what I can." She paused. "The difference is the thing I'm inside." "Yes," Lilith said. "The thing is different." "I think about them," Carrie said, "more since October than before." She held Lilith's look, not with grief exactly, with presence. "They are present to me." She paused, more fully present than they were when the memories were behind the glass. She held Lilith's look. "I can think about them and have them be fully themselves rather than shapes." "Is that good?" Lilith said. "It's real," Carrie said, "which is better than good." She held Lilith's look. "Harry and Valerie Summers, fully themselves, in my memory." She paused. "They would have liked the table," she said. "The Saturday table, the Thursday table." She held Lilith's look, both of them. She paused. "My mother would have known where all the exits were, and my father would have noticed things and not said them unless the time was right." She held Lilith's look. "And then he would have said them in a serious tone." "Yes," Lilith said. "What would he say?" Carrie thought. "He would say," she said slowly, "that the threshold is the right kind of right. Not the kind that is right because it is efficient or powerful or because it has institutional support." She paused. "The kind that is right because the people inside it have chosen to be honest with each other." She held Lilith's look. "He would say that is the rarest kind and the most durable." She paused. "He would say it in a serious tone." She held Lilith's look. "And then he would pick up his book." Lilith held her look. "Yes," she said, "he would." She put her arm around Carrie's shoulders, the specific easy motion. Carrie leaned into it. They sat on the third-floor bed, the February evening, the bare trees outside the window with the quality of something beginning to turn. Carrie was humming. Beginning to end. The whole song. "Tell me something I don't know yet," Lilith said. "About them." "My mother," Carrie said, "used to do a specific thing with her hands when she was thinking. She would hold them together, not wringing, just holding. Like she was holding the thought in her hands while she worked it out." She paused. "I saw Amber do the same thing on Tuesday when she was working out the plain sight consensus section with me." She held Lilith's look. Not performed, just the same gesture. The same quality. She paused. "The chain runs in things I can't account for." "Yes," Lilith said, "it does." "My father," Carrie said, "kept a piece of paper in his jacket pocket. Always, not blank paper." She paused. "In case he needed to write something down." She held Lilith's look. In case the thing worth noting arrived when he didn't have anything to write on. She held the look. He was always ready for the worth noting thing to arrive. "Yes," Lilith said, "like Tobias." Carrie held this. "Yes," she said, "like Tobias." She held Lilith's look. "The chain runs through things I can't account for. People I've never met who carried something forward without knowing it was being carried." She paused. "And people I do know who are the blank paper in the jacket pocket, ready for the worth noting thing." "Tobias," Lilith said. "Tobias," Carrie confirmed. "And Priya and Mary." She held Lilith's look. "And you." Lilith held her look. "Me," she said. "You have been the blank paper in the jacket pocket for 12 years, Carrie said. Ready, without requiring the thing to arrive on schedule." She held Lilith's look. "Present without condition." She paused. My father did that for my mother. That is what he was. She held Lilith's look. You are that for me. The third-floor room, the February evening, the bare trees. Lilith held her look. Yes, she said, I am. She leaned her head against Carrie's. The song continued. The evening continued. The chain continued. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 11. The Compact's chair arrived on Tuesday at 9:45. Not 9:45. 15 minutes early, which was information. Either she was the kind of person who arrived early as a matter of professional standard, or she had arrived early specifically for this meeting, or she had been outside the Silver Quill for some period before coming in. Carrie suspected the third. She had been at the back room table since 8:30, and she had felt the specific quality of the Silver Quill's threshold doing something at approximately 9:30, not the hostile intent redirect. The other thing, the acknowledgement of a specific kind of presence outside. Someone who was standing in front of the Silver Quill and taking it in. The door opened at 9:45. Her name was Margaret Voss. Not the Voss family. Carrie had checked this immediately when Elias first told her the chair's name, with the specific alertness of someone whose history included a Voss family that had done terrible things. Margaret Voss was no relation. She was 73 years old, a witch, and had been the Compact's chair for 19 years. Before that, she had been on the Compact's council for 14 years. Before that, she had been a practicing hearth witch in Edinburgh for 20 years. She came through the Silver Quill's front door and stood in the front room and looked at the shelves and the warmth and the smell of lilac and mint. She looked at Amber behind the counter. You're the one who maintained the counterworking on the bond for 12 years, she said. Yes, Amber said. I read your file, Margaret Voss said, when Elia's reports started coming through in October. She held Amber's look. You are the most accomplished hearth witch I have encountered in 50 years of practice. Thank you, Amber said. Would you like tea? Yes, the Compact's chair said. I would. She came through to the back room. She sat at the back room table and looked at the room. Carrie across from her. Lilith beside Carrie. Elias at the table's end had been here since 9, the Compact's representative present for the Compact's chair's visit, the specific institutional acknowledgement of chain of command. Margaret Voss looked at Elias. You've been here since October, she said. Yes, Elias said. Your reports have been accurate, she said. Yes, he said, I've tried. They have been more than accurate, she said. They have been alive. She held his look. Your reports usually read like assessments. These read like someone who was inside something and was trying to communicate what it was like from the inside. She held his look. That is not standard practice. No, he said, it is not. I approved it, she said. I want you to know that. I read each report and I could have asked you to return to standard practice and I did not. She held his look. Because the threshold required the other kind of report. Yes, Elias said, I thought so. She looked at Carrie. The document, she said. The plain sight consensus document. She held Carrie's look. I want to discuss the section about management. Yes, Carrie said. I expected you would. You wrote, Margaret Voss said, that the Compact has been managing the plain sight consensus question rather than convening a genuine community decision about it. She held Carrie's look. You wrote that this management has been a form of institutional dishonesty, not deliberate deception, but the specific dishonesty of choosing not to surface a question the community needs to answer because surfacing it is difficult. She held Carrie's look. You wrote that the Compact's role should be to convene rather than manage, and that the threshold is building the conditions for that convening. Yes, Carrie said, that's what I wrote. It is accurate, Margaret Voss said. The back room was quiet. I want you to know, she said, that I know it is accurate. I have known it for 19 years. She held Carrie's look. I have been the chair of the institution that has been doing the managing. She paused. I want to be honest with you about that before we discuss anything else. Carrie held her look. Thank you, she said, for saying it first. The honest walls, Margaret Voss said. Elias explained them. Beaumont explained them. She held Carrie's look. I read your response to the Parliament's formal communication. The third paragraph. She paused. The question is whether the Parliament wants it. She held Carrie's look. I have been asking myself the same question about the compact. And Carrie said. And I'm here, Margaret Voss said. Which is my answer? She held Carrie's look. The compact wants it, not all of it, not without difficulty. But the compact chair wants it, and the compact chair has been in this position long enough that her wanting it carries weight. She held Carrie's look. I want to ask you something, she said, that I have not been able to ask anyone else. Ask, Carrie said. The management, she said, that I have been doing, that the compact has been doing. She held Carrie's look. It has not been malicious. It has been protective. She paused. The compact manages the plain sight consensus question because surfacing it genuinely risks fracturing the community. The communities that want to end the consensus and the communities that want to maintain it have fundamentally different assessments of what is at stake. She paused. If the conversation happens honestly, some communities may determine that the consensus is wrong and that the cost of maintaining it is too high. She held Carrie's look. And the compact does not know how to manage the consequences of that determination. She paused. That is the honest answer for why we have been managing rather than convening. She held Carrie's look, not cowardice, inability to imagine the path through the consequence. The back room. Carrie held the question she was being given. The path through the consequence, she said, is the threshold. She held Margaret Voss's look, the infrastructure for communities that need to change what they are. The honest accounting of what the consensus has cost. The relationships are strong enough to hold the acknowledgement. She held the look. The compact doesn't need to be able to imagine the path through the consequence. The threshold is building that path. She paused. What the compact needs to do is convene the conversation. The path through the consequence is not the compact's responsibility to have figured out in advance. She held the look. It is the community's responsibility to figure out together. She paused, with the threshold as infrastructure for the figuring. Margaret Voss held her look. You're saying, she said carefully, that the compact has been managing because it believed it needed to have the answer before it could surface the question. Yes, Carrie said, and the compact does not need to have the answer. She held the look. The compact needs to trust the community with the question. Margaret Voss was quiet for a moment. 19 years, she said. I have been a chair for 19 years. She held Carrie's look. I became chair because the previous chair was not managing the question adequately, and the community needed someone who could. She paused. I have spent 19 years becoming very good at managing it. She held Carrie's look. You are telling me that the skill I have built my chairship on is the wrong skill. No, Carrie said. I'm telling you that the skill was appropriate to a period that is now ending. She held the look. The compact managed the question because the community was not ready to hold it, because the relationships were not strong enough, because the constructed communities did not know they existed. She paused. The world the management was designed for no longer fully exists. She held the look. The management was right for that world. She paused. The threshold is building the new world. The compact needs a different skill for the new world. Margaret Voss held her look. What skill? She said. Convening, Carrie said, the specific skill of creating the conditions in which communities can be honest with each other. She held the look, not managing the outcome, creating the conditions. She paused. That is the compact's function in the new world. She held the look. What you've been doing is managing the outcome. What you need to do is create the conditions. Those are different jobs, Margaret Voss said. Yes, Carrie said, they are. Margaret Voss looked at the table. The compact's council, she said, is not going to simply accept this framing. She held Carrie's look. There are people on the council who have been managing this question for longer than I have, who believe deeply that the management is the appropriate response. She paused. They are not wrong about the risks of surfacing the question. She held Carrie's look. They are wrong about whether the risks are manageable through continued management. She held the look. The risks compound. The longer the question is managed rather than convened, the more fracture pressure builds. She paused. I know this. I have known it for years. She held Carrie's look. I have not been able to move the council. You didn't have the threshold, Carrie said. Margaret Voss held her look. No, she said, I did not. She paused. Tell me what you need from the compact, specifically, for the convening to become possible. Carrie had been working on this. The Tuesday section of the document was not what the conversation needed, but what the compact needed to do to make the conversation possible. She told her. The compact needed to formally acknowledge that the plain sight consensus was a managed arrangement rather than a freely chosen ongoing consensus. Not to end the consensus, to acknowledge its actual nature. That it had been agreed to under specific historical circumstances and had been maintained through institutional management rather than continuous, genuine community choice. The compact needed to create a formal process for revisiting the consensus, not immediately, not without preparation, but visibly, with a stated timeline and a stated commitment to genuine community decision-making rather than managed outcome. The compact needed to formally recognize the constructed communities as full members of the community with full standing in the revisiting process, not as cases to be managed, as voices with equal standing. And the compact needed to acknowledge publicly that it had been managing the question rather than convening it, not as an apology, as an honest accounting. The way Hesse Vane's terms were honest. The way the threshold's governance was honest. The compact made the same commitment to honesty that it was asking the community to make. Margaret Voss listened to all of it. When Carrie finished, she was quiet for a long moment. That last one, she said, the public acknowledgement, she held Carrie's look. The compact acknowledged publicly that it has been managing rather than convening. She paused. That will be the most difficult. She held the look. Not because I am unwilling, because the council will resist. She held the look. The institutional instinct is self-protection. Acknowledging management is acknowledging a form of failure. She paused, even if the management was appropriate to its time. Yes, Carrie said, I know. She held Margaret Voss's look. That is why it is necessary. She paused. The honest walls apply to the compact as much as to anyone else. She held the look. The compact cannot ask the community to be honest about the costs of the consensus while being dishonest about why the consensus has been maintained. She held the look. The acknowledgement is not about blame. It is about everyone starting from the same accurate picture. She held the look. The plain sight consensus was managed. That is the accurate picture, starting from there. Margaret Voss held the look for a long moment. She looked at Amber, who had brought tea and had stayed, standing at the counter's edge, not inserting present. The silver quill, she said to Amber, 30 years. Yes, Amber said. You have been holding a door open for 30 years, she said, without institutional recognition, without compact support. She held Amber's look, while the compact managed around the need for what you were doing. Yes, Amber said, that is accurate. The honest walls, Margaret Voss said, apply to me too. Yes, Amber said, they do. Margaret Voss held the table. I will bring the 4 requirements to the council, she said. I will not promise they will be accepted. I will tell you that I will advocate for them with the full weight of my position and my 19 years. She held Carrie's look. I will also tell you that there are people on the council who have been in their positions for longer than I have and who will resist. She paused. I have one specific council member in mind. She held the look. Her name is Councillor Addisa. She has been on the Compact's council for 31 years. She is the person who has been most invested in the management model. She held Carrie's look. She will not simply resist. She will actively work against it. Tell me about her, Carrie said. Margaret Voss held her look. She is not a villain, she said. I want to be clear about that. She has been managing the consensus question for 31 years because she believes the alternative is worse. She paused. She has specific experiences that support that belief. She paused. In the 1990s, there was an attempt to surface the consensus question in a less managed way. It did fracture the community significantly. She held Carrie's look. Addisa was on the compact at the time. She was the one who held the pieces together. She paused. She has spent 30 years ensuring that it does not happen that way again. She held Carrie's look. Her resistance is not political. It is personal and it is grounded in real experience. I want to meet her, Carrie said. Margaret Voss held her look. Why, she said. Because, Carrie said, she understands the specific way the conversation can go wrong better than anyone. She held Margaret Voss's look. I need to understand that. She paused, not to counter her resistance, to build the convening process that doesn't produce the fracture she has been protecting against. She held the look. The threshold is not trying to reproduce the failure of the 1990s. We are trying to build something that does not fail that way. She held the look. She knows where the failure points are. That knowledge belongs in the building. Margaret Voss was quiet for a moment. I will ask her, she said, whether she is willing to meet you. She paused. I will not predict her answer. She held Carrie's look. I will tell you that she is honest, even when her honesty is directed against what you are building. She held the look, which means the meeting, if it happens, will be clarifying. Yes, Carrie said. I'm counting on that. Margaret Voss held her look for a moment. Then she looked at the Silver Quill's back room, the table, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint, the specific quality of a place that had been a sanctuary for 30 years and was now also the place where the threshold lived and where the compact's chair was sitting with tea and a conversation that had gone somewhere she had not expected. I was outside for 15 minutes before I came in, she said. I know, Carrie said. She raised an eyebrow. The threshold, Carrie said. Amber's wards. I felt them register your presence. Yes, Margaret Voss said. I thought they might. She held the back room with her eyes. I was standing outside because I was not afraid. Uncertain. She held Carrie's look. I have been managing the supernatural community for 19 years. I have been in every significant room. I have met every significant person. She held the look. I stood outside the Silver Quill for 15 minutes because I did not know what I was going to find, and I needed a moment with that. What did you find? Carrie said. Margaret Voss looked at the room. The table, Amber at the counter, Elia's at the end of the table. She looked at Carrie. Something that simply is what it is, she said, without trying to be anything else. She paused. In 31 years in the compact, in my practice, in every institutional space I have inhabited, I have not been in many rooms that simply are what they are. She paused. Most rooms are trying to be something. She held Carrie's look. This one isn't. No, Carrie said, it isn't. How, Margaret Voss said. How do you keep it that way? By asking the question, Carrie said. Continuously. She held the look. Are you honest? Applied to this room, applied to the table. Applied to me. She paused. The room stays what it is because the people in it keep asking whether they are. Are you honest? Margaret Voss said. Yes, Carrie said. That is the question. Margaret Voss held her look. I want to bring my full counsel here, she said, before the formal process begins. She held Carrie's look. Not for a meeting, not for a presentation. She paused. I want them to be in this room. She paused. The way I was outside for 15 minutes and needed that before I could come in. She held the look. I want them to encounter what this room is before they encounter what the process requires. Yes, Carrie said, bring them. Some of them will resist even that, she said, including Addisa. Yes, Carrie said, bring them anyway. You're not afraid of the resistance, Margaret Voss said. No, Carrie said, the resistance is information. She held the look. Addisa's resistance, specifically, is the most important information we have about where the process can fail. She paused. I want it in the room. She paused, not to overcome it, to understand it. She held the look. The honest walls are for the people who are uncertain and the people who are resistant and the people who are not ready. She paused. The door is open for everyone. She paused. Not everyone will come through it. She held the look. But the door is open. Margaret Voss looked at her for a long moment. You are 22 years old, she said. Yes, Carrie said. People keep nodding that. Because Margaret Voss said you should not be possible. She held the look, the specific combination of what you are and what you have built and how you have built it. She paused. I have been in this work for 50 years. I have never encountered anything like the threshold. She held the look. The closest I have come is what Alina Voss was building from inside the binding. The same quality. The attempt to repair something from within the architecture of the wrong thing. She held Carrie's look, but Alina was constrained. She was inside the binding. She had only the architecture of what was wrong to work through. She paused. You are not constrained. You are building from the outside. She held the look, with the specific knowledge that comes from having been inside. Yes, Carrie said, that is the chain. The chain, Margaret Voss said. I read the history you wrote. She held Carrie's look. I read it 3 times. She paused. The 4th paragraph of the chain documents the one about everyone who held a door open without knowing. She held Carrie's look. The compact has been managing the community for decades. We have not been holding a door open. She held the look. We have been preventing people from finding the door. She held Carrie's look. Not deliberately. She paused. But the effect is the same. Yes, Carrie said. That is also accurate. Can that be repaired? Margaret Voss said. Yes, Carrie said. The repair is the convening. She held the look. When the compact convenes rather than manages, it becomes part of the chain. She held the look. It has always been part of the chain without knowing it. The compact has held communities together, has maintained enough stability that the threshold could be built. She paused. Without the compact's decades of management, the community would have fractured before the threshold existed. She held Margaret Voss's look. The management was the wrong skill for the current moment. It was the right skill for the decades that preceded it. She paused. The compact held the pieces together long enough for something new to grow. She held the look. That is what you have been doing, holding the pieces together. She paused. Now the new thing is built enough to hold them differently. She held the look. The compact can let it. Margaret Voss held her look for a long moment. She looked at her tea. She looked at the silver quill. She looked at Carrie. I'm going to ask you something, she said. That is not in any document. Ask, Carrie said. The compact chair, she said, for the new world. The world where the compact convenes rather than manages. She held Carrie's look. Should it be me? The back room. Carrie held the question. I don't know, she said. That is the honest answer. She held Margaret Voss's look. You have been managing for 19 years. The skill is very deeply embedded. She paused. Whether you can unembed it and build the convening skill alongside it, I don't know. She held the look. What I know is that you are asking the question, which is the honest walls working. She held the look. The person who should be chair is the person who can hold the question honestly. She paused. You are holding it. That is the beginning. Margaret Voss held her look. That is not a yes, she said. No, Carrie said. It is not. She held the look. It is also not a no. She paused. It is. The question stands. Keep asking it. Something in Margaret Voss's expression. Brief. The specific quality of someone receiving something that was exactly what they needed and exactly what they had been afraid of simultaneously. Yes, she said. All right. She picked up her tea, drank it. One more thing, she said. Yes. Adisa, she said. When she comes, she is going to ask you a specific question. She held Carrie's look. She asks it of everyone she considers a threat to what she has built. She paused. She will ask, what happens to the people who are hurt if the conversation goes wrong? The back room. What is the answer? Carrie said. She doesn't know, Margaret Voss said. That is the problem. She asked it in the 1990s and no one had an adequate answer, and then the fracture happened and she has been asking it ever since. She held Carrie's look. She will ask it of you. I want to know if you have the answer she has been waiting for. Carrie held the question. The answer, she said slowly, is the threshold. She held Margaret Voss's look. The threshold is what happens to the people who are hurt if the conversation goes wrong. She held the look. The threshold exists to hold those people. The door is open. The relationships are there. The infrastructure for people in transition is there. She held the look. The fracture of the 1990s hurt people because there was nothing to hold them when the fracture happened. She paused. The threshold is building the holding capacity before the conversation begins. She paused, not as a precaution, as the reason the conversation can happen differently. She held the look. We build the holding capacity first. Then we had the conversation. She held the look. That is the answer. Margaret Voss held her look. She was quiet for a long time. That, she said finally, is the answer she has been waiting for. Yes, Carrie said, I think so. She will still resist, Margaret Voss said, even having the answer. She held Carrie's look, because the answer requires trusting the threshold, and she has been trusting only herself and the management for 31 years. She paused. Trust is not something she gives easily. I know, Carrie said. The door will be open. She held Margaret Voss's look. She'll come through it when she's ready. She paused, or she won't. She held the look. Both are honest outcomes. Margaret Voss held the look. Yes, she said, they are. She left at 11:30. Not dramatically, she stood and thanked the room in the specific way of someone who had been in significant rooms for 50 years and knew how to conclude them. She shook Elia's hand. She nodded to Lilith. She looked at Amber for a moment. The silver quill, she said. I will recommend to the Compact's Council that it be formally recognized as a heritage site of the supernatural community. She held Amber's look. 30 years of threshold work without institutional recognition. She paused. That is a debt. The work was its own reward, Amber said, but thank you. The debt remains, Margaret Voss said. Good day. She stopped at the back room doorway. She looked at Carrie. The document, she said, the management section. She held Carrie's look. Do not soften it. I won't, Carrie said. Good, she said. It is accurate. It should be accurate in print. She held Carrie's look. The honest walls apply to the compact, too. She left. The silver quill after. Elias looked at his notes. Jimmy, who had been at the back of the room, was looking at his laptop with the specific quality of someone updating a significant amount of data simultaneously. Lilith was beside Carrie. The Compact's Council is coming here, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. Addisa, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. She's been holding the fracture question for 31 years, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said, and the threshold is the answer. She held Lilith's look. I need to tell Tobias. Why Tobias specifically? Lilith said. Because, Carrie said, the answer to what happens to the people who are hurt is the threshold. And the threshold works because of what Tobias built. She held Lilith's look. He was the person the holding capacity was for. He knows what it needs to be. She paused. He should know that the thing he built is the answer to a question that has been stopping the community from having the most important conversation it needs to have. She held Lilith's look. For 31 years. He's going to be very still when you tell him, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said, he is. She sent him a message at 11:45. Come to the silver quill this afternoon. Something you should know. He replied in 4 minutes. On my way. She had not said anything in the afternoon. He was coming now. She expected this. Tobias arrived at 12:15. He came into the back room with the quality he always had, the organized precision. He sat at the table across from Carrie. He looked at her. Tell me, he said. She told him, the Addisa question. What happens to the people who are hurt if the conversation goes wrong? The fracture of the 1990s. The 31 years of asking without an adequate answer. She told him what she had said. The answer is the threshold. She held his look. The threshold exists to hold those people. The door is open. The infrastructure is there. She paused. The fracture of the 1990s hurt people because there was nothing to hold them when the fracture happened. She paused. We build the holding capacity first. Then we had the conversation. She held his look. The answer to the question that has been stopping the community's most important conversation for 31 years, she said, is what you built. The peer support model. The community health section. The propagation model. She held his look. What you built because you knew what the holding capacity needed to be. She held his look. Because you were inside what it was for. Tobias held her look. The specific Tobias quality of organizing a precise answer. But there was no answer coming. She watched him understand this about himself, that there was no precise answer to give here, that this was not a problem to be organized, that this was simply something to be received. He held the table. He held it for a long time. I was in the facility for 7 weeks, he said, making maps because it was the only thing I could control. He held the table. I thought about what would have reached me, what would have made a difference. He held the table. I thought I was solving a small problem, a specific problem. He held the table. A 15-year-old problem. Yes, Carrie said. It's not a small problem, he said. No, Carrie said, it is not. He held the table. The people in the fracture of the 1990s, he said. The ones who were hurt, they have the same problem. He held Carrie's look. the same shape of problem as what happened to me. He held the look. People inside something are wrong when the structure of it changes suddenly. People without holding capacity. People who needed something to receive them. He held the look. I was thinking about myself, but it's the same problem at every scale. Yes, Carrie said, that's right. The threshold is a scale-invariant solution, he said. The specific Tobias formulation is precise, loaded, exactly right. Yes, Carrie said, that is exactly what it is. He held the table. I'm going to meet Solberg, he said. Okay, Carrie said. I know why I'm saying yes now, he said. She asked whether the propagation model was trying to be true rather than efficient. He held Carrie's look. I want to tell her that it is trying to be true, and that the truth it is trying to be is the scale-invariant one. He held the look. That what reaches a 15-year-old in a facility is the same thing that would have held the people hurt in the fracture of the 1990s. He held the look. I want to tell her that because she asked the right question, and she should have the full answer. Yes, Carrie said, tell her. He stood. He reached into his jacket pocket. He produced blank paper. He always had blank paper, she noted, and noted what that meant. He wrote something, folded the paper, set it on the table. The Addis a question, he said, and the answer. Written down, he held Carrie's look for the record. She held the folded paper. Thank you, she said. It's in the record, he said. That's what matters. He left. She unfolded the paper. He had written 2 sentences. What happens to the people who are hurt if the conversation goes wrong? The threshold holds them. The threshold holds them because it was built by people who needed to be held and knew what holding required. She held the paper. She thought about Harry Summers with his blank paper in his jacket pocket, always ready for the worth-noting thing. She thought about Tobias with his blank paper, always, the same instinct across 2 generations that had never met. The chain, running through things she could not account for. Yes, she said, quietly, to the paper, to the room, to the chain. Yes. That evening. She was at the Silver Quill. The late evening. The specific quality of the Silver Quill after it had closed the lights at their lowest setting, the cats fed and settled, the warmth of the building becoming its overnight self. Amber was locking the front door. Carrie was at the back room table. She had the governance documentation in front of her. She was adding the last piece to the section that addressed the Addis a question, Tobias's 2 sentences as the foundation, the full articulation from the morning's conversation. She wrote it in the same quality she had written everything precisely, with the specific quality of saying the exact thing rather than the approximate thing. What happens to the people who are hurt if the conversation goes wrong? The threshold holds them. It was built by people who needed to be held and who knew what holding required. The holding capacity exists before the conversation begins, not as a precaution, as the reason the conversation can happen differently than it has happened before. The fracture is not prevented by managing the conversation. The fracture is survived because the holding capacity is real. This is the answer to the question that has been preventing the community from having its most important conversation. The threshold is not insurance against the conversation going wrong. The threshold is the capacity that makes going wrong survivable. And what is survivable can be attempted. She read it back. Yes, she said, that's it. She saved the document. She closed the laptop. Amber came into the back room with 2 cups of tea. She set one in front of Carrie without being asked. She sat across from her. How was it, she said, the meeting? What it needed to be, Carrie said, and then more than that. Tell me more than that, Amber said. Carrie told her. The management acknowledgement, the 4 requirements, the Addis a question, the answer, Tobias's 2 sentences. Amber held her tea. She asked whether she should still be chair, Carrie said. Amber held the look. What did you tell her? The question stands. Keep asking it. Yes, Amber said. That was right. She might not be the right chair for the new world, Carrie said. I don't know. No, Amber said. Neither does she. That is the honest position. She held her tea. The honest position is not that she should step down. It is that she is asking the right question. She held Carrie's look. The person who asks the right question and keeps asking it usually finds the right answer. She paused, or discovers that the right answer requires someone else to find it. Either way, asking is the right first move. Yes, Carrie said. Amber held her tea. The Compacts Council is coming here, she said. Yes, Carrie said. The silver quill, Amber said, as a heritage site. She held the look. That is, she paused. I do not know how to feel about that yet. You don't have to know yet, Carrie said. No, Amber said, I don't. She held the tea. Your parents, she said, Harry and Valerie. She held Carrie's look. Margaret Voss said you should not be possible, the specific combination. She held the look. I have been thinking about that since she left. She paused. You are possible because of them, the specific people they were. She held the look, the blank paper in the pocket, the hands that held the thought. She paused. You are the combination of what they were and what they gave you and what you built with it. She held Carrie's look. That is what the chain is. That is why you are possible. Carrie held her look. Yes, she said. I want to say something I have not said directly, Amber said. Say it, Carrie said. I have been the silver quill's threshold for 30 years, Amber said. I have received people who needed to be received. I have maintained the counterworking on the bond. I have been your mother in the ways that I could be. She held Carrie's look. And I have been part of the chain without always knowing what the chain was building toward. She paused. Now I know, she held the look. And I want to say clearly, directly, that what you have built is more than I hoped for. She paused. I hoped for you to be safe, to be well, to build a life that was yours. She held the look. You have built something that will outlast both of us. She held the look. And you have built it from what Harry and Valerie gave you and from what I gave you and from what Lilith has been giving you every day for 12 years. She paused. The chain is real. She held Carrie's look. I want you to know I see it. Carrie held her look. She thought about Valerie Summers, who always knew where the exits were. She thought about the warmth of the silver quill that had been her first safety. She thought about the lilac and mint that was the same. I know you see it, Carrie said. I have always known. She held Amber's look. You have been seeing me for 12 years. She held the look. That is what you have given me. She paused, being seen. She paused. By someone who was not afraid of what they saw. Amber held the look. Something in her expression. The fully present thing. No management. No performance. Simply Amber Silver at the backroom table with her tea and the silver quill around her and the daughter she had been receiving for 12 years. Yes, she said, that is what I have given you. She paused. And what you have given me is you. She held Carrie's look. Simply that, you being here, building this. She paused. Every morning you come through that door. She held the look. The chain continues. Carrie held her look. She was humming. She had been humming since she saved the document. The complete song, beginning to end. Amber heard it. She always heard it. She held her tea and listened to the whole thing, not just the middle, not the part she had been hearing for 12 years. The whole thing, beginning to end. Your father's song, she said, softly. Yes, Carrie said. He would be glad, Amber said, to know it is still running. Yes, Carrie said, he would. The silver quill, the late evening, the chain continues. What we are made of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 12. Addisa called on Thursday. Not to the silver quill, to Elias. She called Elias' direct line at 8 in the morning and told him she would come on Friday and that she would come alone and that she did not want it arranged as a meeting. She wanted to see the silver quill without the meeting structure around it. Elias called Carrie at 8:15. She's coming tomorrow, he said. She said alone, no meeting. Good, Carrie said. She also said, Elias said carefully, that she is coming to assess. Not to decide anything, not to commit to anything, to assess. Yes, Carrie said, that's right. She said, Elias continued, that she wants to encounter the silver quill on its own terms, before any conversation happens. He paused. She said that if she had encountered it on its own terms in the 1990s, the fracture might not have been as bad as it was. Carrie held the phone. She said that, she said. Yes, Elias said. She said it directly. I wrote it down. He paused. I wanted you to have the exact words. Thank you, Carrie said. Tell her she is welcome tomorrow. I'll tell her, he said. She ended the call. She was at the Silver Quill's back room table. She had been there since 7:30. The early arrival had become her default when there was something significant on the week's horizon, the specific need to be in space before the space needed to do something. She told Amber. Amber received this with the very still thing. Then, what does she want from tomorrow? To encounter the Silver Quill on its own terms, Carrie said. Her words. Then we give her exactly that, Amber said. The Silver Quill on a Friday, ordinary. Yes, Carrie said, exactly that. No preparation, Amber said, no arrangement. No, Carrie said, just the Silver Quill being the Silver Quill. Amber nodded, the nod of someone who understood exactly what was being asked and was prepared to provide it. Tell no one she's coming, Amber said. The room should be what it is, not what it is when it knows it's being observed. Yes, Carrie said, good. She told no one. Not Lilith, not Jimmy, not the Thursday table. The Silver Quill on Friday would be the Silver Quill on Friday. Friday. Tobias arrived at 8:30 the way he arrived on non-school Fridays with his materials and the quality of someone who had been thinking since Wednesday and was ready to continue. He sat up at the back room table without comment and opened his notebook. Mary arrived at 9. She had the quality she always had, the frequency running, simply herself with it. She made tea because the Silver Quill's back room had a specific morning tea process, and Mary had become part of it. Priya came downstairs at 9:15 from the upstairs room. She was carrying one of the lineage texts Amber had sourced from the Ashworth archive. She had been working through it since Monday with the specific intensity of someone who was building a foundation before building anything on top of it. She sat at the front room table near the window and opened the text and did not look up. Danny came in at 9:30. She had been coming most mornings. The Thursday submission had been followed by the specific ongoing presence of someone who was learning what the threshold was by being in it rather than being told about it. She sat with Tobias and began the peer support documentation review they had been working through together for 2 weeks. The Silver Quill being the Silver Quill. At 10:15, the front door opened. Counselor Addisa was 71 years old. She was a wolf shifter. She had been in the supernatural community's governance for 31 years and was one of the few people on the Compacts Council who was not a witch or a practitioner. She moved through the Silver Quill's front room with the quality of someone who had been in significant spaces for a very long time and was not performing the not being impressed. She looked at the shelves, the unlabeled section, the cats, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint. She looked at Priya at the window table with the lineage text. Priya did not look up. Addisa stood in the front room for a moment. Amber appeared at the back room doorway. She looked at Addisa. The assessment of the hearth witch's specific reading of a presence. Tea, Amber said. Yes, Addisa said, thank you. She came into the back room. Carrie was at the table, Tobias across from her with his notebook, Mary with her tea, Danny at the table's end with the peer support documentation. Addisa looked at the room. She looked at Carrie. You're younger than I expected, she said. Yes, Carrie said, sit down. Addisa sat, not across from Carrie at the table's side, the position of someone who was in the conversation without being in the confrontation. Amber set tea in front of her. She held it without drinking. She looked at the room, Tobias working with his notebook, at Mary with the frequency running, at Danny and the peer support documentation. They don't know who I am, she said. No, Carrie said. Tobias, Danny, this is Counselor Addisa, Compacts Council. Tobias looked up. The assessment is rapid, thorough, then back to his notebook. Good morning, he said, without elaborating. Danny nodded. The specific Danny nod of someone who had been learning the Silver Quill's social register and was implementing it. Mary looked at Addisa. The quality of her looking when the frequency was running was not intrusive, simply present. She looked for a moment and looked back at her tea. Addisa held her tea. They're not performing, she said, quietly, to Carrie. No, Carrie said. The boy is building something, she said. The one with the notebook. Yes, Carrie said. The woman paused. She held her tea and held the quality of the room. There's something in this room. She held the look, not the warmth, something underneath. She held the tea, something that is oriented. She paused, like a direction that is simply present. Yes, Carrie said, that's Mary. Addisa looked at Mary. Mary held her tea and did not look up. She produces it, Addisa said. Yes, Carrie said. Addisa was quiet for a moment. In the 1990s, she said, when the fracture happened, she held the look. There was a community in Manchester that had been trying to surface the plain sight consensus question, a wolf pack. They had been arguing for revisiting the consensus for years, and they had found allies, and they had pushed the question into the compact's formal channels. She held the look. The compact managed it, the way we managed everything. The allies dispersed. The Manchester pack found themselves isolated. She paused. And then 3 months later, someone on the compact's council made a decision that affected that pack directly and badly. And the pack isolated, their question managed, their allies went outside the compact's channels. She held the look. They made contact with people who were not inside the community's governance. Mundane journalists. She paused. Nothing published. The compact managed that too. She held the look. But the damage was significant. 2 other communities broke their compact relationships. A coven in Edinburgh went dark and stopped communicating with the compact entirely for 18 months. She held the look. That is what I have been trying to prevent for 31 years. The back room. Carrie held the account. The Manchester pack, she said. Are they still? They are still a pack, Addisa said, still in Manchester. Their alpha is different. He was 17 in 1993 and he is the alpha now. She held Carrie's look. He has never trusted the compact. She paused. I cannot blame him. She held the look. I am in the institution that failed his pack and made the situation worse. She paused. I have spent 31 years trying to make the institution better at not failing packs like his. She held the look. The management is my answer. Keep the question managed so it doesn't fracture. Keep everyone inside the compact's channels so there is no going outside. And the question remains unasked, Carrie said. Yes, Addisa said. The question remains unasked. She held the look. And the Manchester pack's alpha does not trust the compact. She paused. And the coven in Edinburgh took 18 months to return and has been distant since. She paused. The management contains the damage. It does not repair it. No, Carrie said. It doesn't. Addisa held her tea. Margaret told me, she said, that you have an answer to my question. She held Carrie's look. What happens to the people who are hurt if the conversation goes wrong? Yes, Carrie said. Tell me, Addisa said. Carrie told her. The same account she had given Margaret Voss. The threshold as the holding capacity, built before the conversation began, not insurance infrastructure. What makes going wrong survivable? What is survivable can be attempted. Addisa listened with the quality of someone who had been waiting for 31 years and was receiving something they had not been certain would ever arrive. When Carrie finished, Addisa was quiet for a long moment. The Manchester pack, she said. If the threshold had existed in 1993, she held Carrie's look when they were isolated, when the compact managed their question. She paused. They would have had somewhere to go. She held the look. The isolation was the thing that drove them to the journalists, not the anger, not the injustice. She held the look. The isolation. She paused. If there had been somewhere that received them, if the door had been open, they might not have gone outside the channels. Yes, Carrie said. That's what the threshold is for. Addisa held her look. The Edinburgh coven, she said. 18 months of silence. Coming back distant. She paused. If someone had been running a signal that said the door is open, if they had been able to find something, she held the look. They might not have gone dark. Yes, Carrie said. Addisa held the tea. You're telling me, she said, that the fracture of the 1990s was not caused by the conversation being surface. It was caused by the conversation being managed without holding capacity. She held Carrie's look. That the management was the wrong response to a question that needed holding capacity rather than management. Yes, Carrie said, that's what I'm telling you. And if the holding capacity exists before the conversation begins, Addisa said, the conversation can happen differently. Yes, Carrie said. Addisa held the look for a very long moment. The Manchester Pax Alpha, she said. His name is Marcus Webb. Carrie held very still. Marcus Webb, she said. Yes, Addisa said. His father was the Alpha in 1993. His name was also Marcus. She held Carrie's look. The son took the name. She paused. It is a wolf-shifter tradition in some lineages the son who inherits takes the father's name as a way of carrying the father's burden. She held Carrie's look. The Manchester Pack has been carrying the burden of 1993 for 30 years. Carrie held the look. Marcus Webb, she said. The boy from the facility, he was 16. Addisa held her look. Yes, she said. He mentioned in the Compact's processing interviews that his family had been in a pack in Manchester. She held Carrie's look, that he had come to the United States with his mother when he was 4. She paused. When I read the processing files, I noted the name. She held Carrie's look. It is not a common name in wolf-shifter communities. She paused. I believe Marcus Webb, the 16-year-old from the facility, is the Alpha's cousin, possibly his nephew. The back room was very still. Tobias had not looked up, but the quality of his not looking up had changed. Mary was very still. Danny was looking at the table. Carrie held Addisa's look. He counted everyone out, Carrie said. He sat on the wet pavement for 40 seconds when the numbers matched. Yes, Addisa said. I read the account. She held Carrie's look. He was in the facility because his community was targeted. She paused. His family's pack was targeted because the Awakening identified them as having grievances against the Compact. She paused, which they do. She paused. 30 years of grievances. She held Carrie's look. The Awakening found them because the management left them isolated. She held the look. And then their child was taken. The back room. The management, Carrie said, produced the exact thing it was designed to prevent. Yes, Addisa said. I know. She held Carrie's look. That is why I am here. She paused. I have been defending a model that produced the exact thing I built it to prevent. She held the look. I have known this for 3 months. Since I read the Awakening's targeting files in the Compact's processing work. She held the look. I read who the Awakening targeted and why. She paused. The isolated communities. The ones whose grievances had been managed. The ones who had been contained. She held the look. The Awakening was not random. It was strategic. It went where the management had created vulnerability. She held Carrie's look. It went where I had created vulnerability. You didn't create it deliberately, Carrie said. No, Addisa said, but I created it. She held the look. The management created isolated communities. The Awakening found those communities. The Awakening put their children in facilities. She held the look. That is the chain of consequence. She paused. I have been sitting with that chain for 3 months. The back room. You came here, Carrie said, because you have been sitting with it, and you needed to see if there was something that was not the management, and that was not the fracture. Yes, Addisa said. That is exactly why I came. Is there, Carrie said. Addisa looked at the room, the silver quill. Tobias, with his notebook he had stopped working, she noticed, was simply holding it. Mary with the frequency running, Danny at the table's end. She looked at the front room, visible through the doorway. Priya at the window with the lineage text. She looked at Amber at the counter. She held the back room with her eyes for a long moment. Yes, she said, there is. She held the room. The Manchester Pax Alpha, she said. Marcus Webb, Sr. She held Carrie's look. He has not trusted the Compact for 30 years. She paused. I want to bring him here. She held Carrie's look, not to the Compact. Here, she paused. I want him to see this. She held Carrie's look. Before the Compact's council comes, before any formal process. She paused. I want him to see what exists now that did not exist in 1993. She held the look. And then I want to introduce him to you. She held Carrie's look. And then if he is willing, I want you to meet his nephew, or his cousin. She paused. Marcus, 16 years old, who counted everyone out. Yes, Carrie said, bring him. Addisa held the look. That is the holding capacity in practice, she said. Not a program, not a policy. She held the look. A door. Yes, Carrie said, a door. Addisa held the room. I am going to stop resisting the 4 requirements, she said. I want you to know that. I am going to tell Margaret on Monday. She held Carrie's look. I cannot promise the full council will accept them, but I will not be the resistance. She paused. I have been the resistance for 31 years. She held Carrie's look. I am done. Thank you, Carrie said. Don't thank me, Addisa said. I should have stopped sooner. She paused. The Manchester Pack, Marcus Webb Sr. His son carried the name. She held the look. His nephew is in a facility because I created a vulnerability. She paused. I should have stopped sooner. Yes, Carrie said. You should have. She held Addisa's look. And you are stopping now. Both things. Addisa held the look. Both things, she said. Yes, Carrie said. Addisa looked at Tobias. What are you building, she said, in the notebook. Tobias looked up. A framework, he said, for community health monitoring. He held Addisa's look. The specific conditions that make the accountability inside the honest walls real rather than performed. He held the look. The relationship conditions. He paused. I've been refining it since Thursday. Addisa held his look. What prompted Thursday's refinement, she said. Carrie told me, Tobias said, that what I built is the answer to the question that has been stopping the community's most important conversation for 31 years. He held Addisa's look. I needed to make sure it was actually adequate to that. Addisa held his look. Is it, she said. I think it's approaching adequate, he said. The Thursday refinement addressed a specific gap, the transition period. When communities are in the conversation and things are difficult and the holding capacity is under pressure. He held her look. The framework for that transition period was underdeveloped. He held the look. I've been working on it. Show me, Addisa said. Tobias held her look. Then he opened his notebook and turned it so she could read. She read. She read for 4 minutes. He did not speak. She did not speak. The back room held the specific quality of someone encountering significant work and giving it the attention it deserved. When she looked up, she held Tobias's look. The transition period framework, she said. The section on community health under pressure. She held the look. Add a subsection. She held the look. For the communities whose grievances predate the conversation's beginning, who have been isolated for years before the conversation starts. She held the look. Their specific transition is different. They are not transitioning from participation to uncertainty. They are transitioning from isolation to participation. She held the look. That requires a different kind of holding. Tobias looked at the notebook. Yes, he said. You're right. He picked up his pen. What does that holding look like, from your experience of what those communities have needed? Addisa held the look. She told him. She told him for 20 minutes. The Manchester Pack. The Edinburgh Coven. 12 other communities she had been watching for years, communities whose grievances had been managed, who were isolated, who had been on the edges of the fracture. She told him what they had needed and what they had not had and what the absence had cost. Tobias wrote. He wrote quickly, the specific Tobias efficiency of someone who was receiving significant information and filing it with precision. He asked 3 questions. She answered all 3. He wrote more. When she finished, he read back what he had written. Yes, she said, that is accurate. I'll have the subsection written by Monday, he said. Yes, she said, good. She held the notebook for a moment. You were in the facility, she said. Yes, Tobias said. 7 weeks, she said. Yes, Tobias said. The awakening targeted your community, she said, because they had identified grievances. My original Pack Alpha, Tobias said, did not report my disappearance immediately. He held her look, because he was afraid it would look like Pack weakness. He held the look, because the Compact has made reporting things to the Compact feel like a vulnerability rather than a resource. He held her look. That is also the management. He paused. The management made my Alpha more afraid of the Compact's perception than of what was happening to me. Addisa held his look. Yes, she said. That is also the management. She held the look. I had not thought of it that way. She held the look. I am adding it to the list of things I should have stopped sooner. The list can be long, Tobias said. The stopping is the thing that matters. Addisa held his look. You are 15 years old, she said. Yes, Tobias said. People keep nodding that. Something in Addisa's expression. The specific thing that had been in Elliot Marsh's expression in the council chamber was the brief something beneath whatever was on the surface. A man who had not been moved by a presentation in 22 years had written 3 words. Addisa, who had been resisting the conversation for 31 years, was at the back room table adding to Tobias's framework. The chain. She stayed for 3 hours. Not in formal conversation in the back room, simply present, the way the thresholds people were simply present. She drank her tea and then asked for more, and Amber brought it without comment. She read through the governance documentation that Tobias produced from his bag at some point. She asked Danny, at the table's end, specific questions about the peer support model's application to communities that had been through the awakenings process. Rather than constructed communities, the specific transition needs of wolf shifters who had chosen the awakening for ideological reasons versus the constructed leopards who had not chosen what they were at all. Danny answered precisely. She had been working on this exact distinction for 2 weeks. She had notes. Addisa read Danny's notes. You were Vospak Inner Circle, Addisa said. Yes, Danny said. You submitted in October, Addisa said. Yes, Danny said. What was the thing, Addisa said, that made you submit? The specific thing. Danny held the look. Carrie told Kane the truth about the bond, she said. In the Silver Quill's front room at midnight, she held the look. She told him it was not a connection between them. It was a mechanism. She paused. She told him this in the middle of a situation where she could have simply ended the situation through other means. She held the look. She stopped. She told him the truth. She asked for his consent before using what she was capable of. She held the look. I had never seen anyone do that. She paused. In the Voss pack in any context, I had been in you used what you were capable of when you had the advantage. You did not stop to tell the truth first. She held the look. She did. She paused. I decided that whatever was producing, that was something I wanted to be inside. Addisa held her look. 31 years, she said. I have been managing communities, making decisions about what they could handle, what information they could receive. She held Danny's look. I have been using what I was capable of when I had the advantage. She paused, without stopping to tell the truth first. Yes, Danny said. That is the management. Yes, Addisa said, it is. They held each other's eyes for a moment. The peer support framework, Addisa said. The section on communities that chose the awakening for ideological reasons. She held Danny's look. You have identified a specific gap. She held the look. The communities that chose it because of legitimate grievances and who are now where. She held the look. Who do they trust? Where is their holding capacity? She held the look. The Harrow pack is going through the threshold. What about the others? That is what I am working on, Danny said. Identifying the others. She held Addisa's look. Jonna Reeves has contacts in the Harrow communities. Mary White has contacts in the constructed communities. She paused. The ones who chose the awakening for ideological reasons are the gap. She held the look. They don't trust the compact. They don't identify with the constructed communities. They are between the things that exist. She held the look. I am trying to identify what would reach them. What have you found? Addisa said. That they need someone who chose the same thing and came out, Danny said. The same principle as the propagation model. She held Addisa's look. Someone who chose the awakening's ideology and found their way to the honest walls. She paused. I don't know if that person exists yet. Addisa held the look. Vincent Harrow, she said. Danny held the look. Yes, she said, I think so, when he's ready. Is he ready? Addisa said. I don't know, Danny said. Jonna says he's working on it. She paused. He's coming to the Thursday table next week. Addisa held the look. I would like to be at the Thursday table next week, she said, if that is appropriate. Danny looked at Carrie. Carrie looked at Addisa. Yes, Carrie said, it is appropriate. Good, Addisa said. She went back to the framework. At 1:30, she stood to leave. She looked at the back room one more time. The table, the people at it, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint. She looked at Priya's visible back through the front room doorway, still at the window table, still with the lineage text, still not looking up. "The girl at the window," she said. "Priya Anand," Carrie said. "She was in the facility." "She's studying something," Adisa said. "Elena Voss's lineage texts," Carrie said. "She's building the foundational framework before she builds anything on top of it." Adisa held the look. "She found the escape in the lock," she said. "You told Margaret." "Yes," Carrie said. "How old is she?" Adisa said. 14, Carrie said. Adisa held the look. "Good God," she said, not performing the flat statement of someone arriving at a conclusion. "Yes," Carrie said. "She is significant." "She's going to be very significant," Adisa said, "in ways that will be uncomfortable for the establishment." She held Carrie's look. "I am old enough to recognize the specific kind of significance that is uncomfortable for the establishment." She paused. "I have spent 31 years being that kind of significant for the compact." She held the look. "I want you to know I will not be among the people who make it difficult for her." "Thank you," Carrie said. "No," Adisa said. "That is the minimum." She held the look. "The minimum is not resisting people who are building something right. The minimum is not being among the obstacles." She paused. "I have been an obstacle for 31 years. She held Carrie's look. "I am trying to understand what being something other than an obstacle looks like." "Come to the Thursday table," Carrie said. "That is what it looks like." "Yes," Adisa said. "I'll be there." She stopped at the front room doorway. "The Manchester Pack," she said. "Marcus Webb Sr. I will call him this weekend." She held Carrie's look. "I will tell him what I found here." She paused. "I will tell him the truth about what I found and let him decide whether he wants to come." She held the look. "I am not going to manage what I tell him." She held the look. "No version designed to produce a particular response." "The truth." "Yes," Carrie said. "That is the right way." "Yes," Adisa said. "It is." She went into the front room. She paused at Priya's table. Priya looked up. Adisa held her look. "You found the escape in the lock," she said. "Yes," Priya said. "Elena built it deliberately," Adisa said. "Yes," Priya said. "She knew it was wrong while she was building it." Adisa held the look for a moment. "That must be a significant thing to sit with," she said, "knowing that someone built the escape into the wrong thing they were building." "Yes," Priya said, "it is." "Does it change," Adisa said, "what the wrong thing was?" Priya held the look. "No," she said, "it doesn't change what it was. It changes what it produces." She held Adisa's look. "The wrong thing produced the escape. The escape is being used to repair the damage." She paused. "Both are true." She held the look. "The damage is not excused by the escape. The escape is not diminished by the damage." She held the look. "Both are real." Adisa held the look. "Both are real," she said. "Yes," Priya said. "That is always the answer." She held the look. "Both are real." Adisa held the look for a moment. "Yes," she said. "I think I have known that for 31 years and have been trying to make it otherwise." She held Priya's look. "The damage and the escape. Both are real." She paused. "I have been trying to manage the damage instead of building the escape." She held the look. "You have helped me understand the difference." "I have been building the escape from the lock Elena left for me," Priya said. "That is all." She paused. "The difference you understand you found it yourself." Adisa held the look. "Yes," she said. "I suppose I did." She went through the front door. The silver quill after. The specific quality of the silver quill after someone significant had come through it. The room holding what had happened in the way rooms held things. The air in it slightly different. Tobias set down his pen. "The Manchester Pack," he said. "Yes," Carrie said. "Marcus Webb," he said. "The Alpha's name." "Yes," she said. "The boy from the facility," he said. "He has the Alpha's name." "Possibly his nephew," she said. "Possibly his cousin." She held Tobias's look. "Adisa is going to call the Alpha this weekend." Tobias held the look. "He counted everyone out," Tobias said. "He sat on the wet pavement for 40 seconds." "Yes," Carrie said. "He's been carrying 30 years of his family's history in that name," Tobias said. "And then he was inside the facility. And now." Now he's going home, Carrie said. He went home a week after the rescue. Tobias held the table. The transition period framework, he said. The subsection Adisa helped me build. He held Carrie's look. It's for him, for his family, for the Manchester pack. He held the look, even though I didn't know that when I was building it. Yes, Carrie said, the chain. The chain runs through things we can't account for, Tobias said. Yes, Carrie said, it does. He looked at his notebook. I want to send him something, he said. Marcus, the one from the facility. He held Carrie's look, not a formal communication, something personal. He paused. I was in the facility with him for 7 weeks. We didn't talk much. But I knew he was mapping. I knew he was doing the only thing he could do. He held the look. I want to tell him I know. Yes, Carrie said, do that. He wrote it in the notebook, not the framework or something else. A few lines, personal. He tore out the page. He folded it. Can you get it to him? He said. Through Adisa, she said. Yes. He held the folded paper. Tell him, he said, that the counting mattered. He held Carrie's look, 40 seconds on the wet pavement. The counting. He held the look. Tell him that was the holding capacity in practice. That was what it looks like when someone does the only thing they can do and it is enough. She held the paper. I'll tell him, she said. Saturday, the kitchen table. The full assembly. Adisa had come not announced, simply appeared at the pack house's front door at 9, with the quality of someone implementing a decision, and Donna had let her in with the specific efficiency of someone who had been managing surprising arrivals for long enough to do it without comment. She sat at the table's end. The compact's counsel position is present without imposing. She had a notebook. She did not open it for the first hour. She listened. Vincent Harrow was there. He had come from wherever he had been staying in Seattle. He had arrived in the city on Thursday and had come to the Thursday table and had sat with the quality of someone learning the room's rhythm. He was learning it, slowly and honestly. Rivau was there. Costa, 2 more of the Harrow Pax 8 who had submitted during the week. Delia, still watching, now sitting at the table rather than the room's edge. Jana was at Harrow's side, not performing support present in the specific Jana way that was presence without imposition. The table did what it did. The building conversation with more people in it, the circle expanding without losing the thing that made it a circle. At some point, Adisa opened her notebook. At some point, Vincent Harrow and Adisa looked at each other across the table. 31 years of the compact's management, and the person whose pack the management had failed to reach looking at each other in the Walker Pack's kitchen on a Saturday morning. Neither of them performed anything. The Manchester pack, Adisa said, to Harrow, across the table, is known to me. She held his look. I called Marcus Webb Sr. on Friday. She paused. He is coming to Seattle. Harrow held her look. Good, he said. The flat delivery of someone receiving news that is simply right. His nephew, Adisa said, Marcus, 16, he was in the facility. I know, Harrow said. Jana told me. He held Adisa's look. The awakening targeted his family because the compact's management created vulnerability. He held the look. I was part of the awakening. He held the look. I am carrying that. Yes, Adisa said. I am carrying the management. She held his look. We are carrying different parts of the same problem. Harrow held the look. Yes, he said, we are. The kitchen table held this. Tobias was looking at his notebook. He had added something during this exchange. Carrie could see from across the table that it was not framework material, it was something else. Something he was writing for himself. She did not ask what. The table continued. Sunday evening. She was in the Silver Quill's back room. Alone, genuinely alone, the Silver Quill closed, Amber having gone upstairs to the living space above the shop that was hers. The specific quality of the Silver Quill when it was closed and dark outside, and the warmth inside was the accumulated warmth of the day rather than the maintained warmth of ongoing operation. She was not working on anything. She was simply there. She thought about the week, Adisa, the Manchester pack, Marcus Webb Sr. calling back Addisa had texted her on Saturday evening. He said yes. He's coming. Tobias's folded note that she had photographed and would send through Addisa's contact. The counting mattered. She thought about Priya at the window table with the lineage text. Both are real. That is always the answer. She thought about Tobias and Burns and the propagation model that was a scale-invariant solution. The threshold was the answer to a question that had been stopping the community's most important conversation for 31 years. She thought about the compact chair standing outside for 15 minutes, something that simply is what it is. She thought about Addisa building the transition period subsection with Tobias. I have been an obstacle for 31 years. I am trying to understand what being something other than an obstacle looks like. She thought about Daniel Harrow. I am 24 years old, who kept everyone's spirits up during the hard months. She thought about Harry Summers reading in the chair, the blank paper in the pocket, ready for the worth-noting thing. She was humming. The whole song, beginning to end. Harry Summers' love song, running through the silver quills back room on a Sunday evening in February. She thought about what Amber had said. He would be glad to know it is still running. She thought about the chain, the full chain Alina to marry, but also the silver quills 30 years, and Harry and Valerie, and everyone who had held a door open without knowing. The chain running through things she could not account for. The Manchester Pax Alpha carries the name. Marcus at 16 counting everyone out. Tobias with blank paper in his jacket pocket. The chain continues. She picked up her phone. She called Lilith. Lilith answered on the second ring. Hey. Hey, Carrie said. What are you doing? Reading, Lilith said, at the pack house. Third floor, a pause. How's the silver quill? Quiet, Carrie said. Good quiet. Yes, Lilith said. What are you thinking about? The chain, Carrie said, and blank paper. She held the phone, and whether my father knew when he was carrying the blank paper that the thing he was ready for was going to be us. What do you mean? Lilith said. He carried blank paper, Carrie said, in case the worth-noting thing arrived. She held the phone. The chain from him to me, from the song, from the door, from everything he and my mother gave me. She held the phone. I don't think he knew what the worth-noting thing was going to be. She paused. He was just ready. She held the phone. And the worth-noting thing was all of this. The threshold, she paused. The chain. Lilith was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said, I think so. He would have been glad, Carrie said, of all of it. Yes, Lilith said, he would. The phone, the silver quills back room, Sunday evening. Come here, Carrie said, if you want. I'm already in the car, Lilith said. Carrie held the phone. You were already in the car, she said. Yes, Lilith said. You called from the silver quill on a Sunday evening. I knew you would want company. A pause. I'll be there in 20 minutes. Yes, Carrie said. Okay. She ended the call. She set the phone on the table. She looked at the silver quills back room. The warmth, the smell of lilac and mint, the specific quality of a place that had been holding people for 30 years and would hold them for 30 more. She was humming. She let it continue. In 20 minutes, Lilith came through the silver quills front door. She came into the back room and sat across from Carrie at the table. She had brought 2 coffees from wherever she had stopped on the way. She set one in front of Carrie. She did not say anything. Carrie held the coffee. The chain, she said. Yes, Lilith said. It continues, Carrie said. Yes, Lilith said, it does. The silver quill, Sunday evening. The coffee is warm in Carrie's hands. The song running underneath everything is complete, present, hers. The chain continues. Tell me something, Lilith said, about what's coming, what you think comes next. Carrie held the coffee. She thought about the Compact's council visit, the Manchester Pax Alpha. The convening process is beginning to take shape. Addisa at the Thursday table. Vincent Harrow building toward something, Priya with the lineage texts, Tobias with his blank paper. Burns and the Parliament's network, the frequency running through it, Mary and the council sessions. The plain sight consensus document. The adequate conversation waiting for the relationships to be strong enough. The world is about to get more complicated, Carrie said. The Compact's council is coming here. Marcus Webb Sr., the convening process. She held the look. The conversation that has been managed for decades is starting to happen. She paused. It is going to be difficult. People are going to be hurt. The holding capacity is going to be under pressure. She held Lilith's look. We have built toward this. She paused. We have built the threshold for exactly this. She held the look. And it is still going to be difficult. Yes, Lilith said, it is. Are you ready? Carrie said. Lilith held her look. Is it difficult? She said. Yes. She held the look. I have been beside you for 12 years. The difficulty is where we do our best work. Yes, Carrie said. And you, Lilith said, are you ready? Carrie held the coffee, the warmth, the silver quill around her. Yes, she said. I think I've been ready since Missouri. She held Lilith's look. Since Alina released and the bond went and I stood in my parents' house with the complete song and the full memories and myself entirely. She paused. I have been ready since then. She held the look. This is what being ready was for. Yes, Lilith said. This is what being ready was for. She reached across the table and found Carrie's hand. They sat in the silver quill's back room on a Sunday evening in February. The warmth, the smell of lilac and mint, the coffee in their hands. The chain continues. The song is running. The door opened. The light is on. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 13. Marcus Webb Sr. arrived on a Wednesday. He flew from Manchester 16 hours layover in Dublin, the specific exhaustion of transatlantic travel that settled into a person's posture and expression in ways that sleep on planes did not fully address. He was 54 years old and had been alpha of the Manchester pack for 11 years, and had his father's name and his father's weight in the way of people who inherit both. He came to the Silver Quill directly from the airport. Addisa had offered to meet him at the hotel to give him time to rest, to arrange the meeting for Thursday with appropriate preparation. He had told her no. He wanted to come directly. He had been waiting 30 years. Another night of managed approach was not what he wanted. She had called Carrie on Tuesday evening. He wants to come directly from the airport, she said. Wednesday morning, early. Yes, Carrie said. Tell him to come. She was at the Silver Quill at 7 on Wednesday. Amber was already there. She was always already there. The Hearth Witch's relationship to her threshold, not requiring the same distinction between arrival and presence that other people maintained. The Silver Quill at 7 in the morning in February. The specific quality of early light through the front windows, not the dramatic light of summer or the gray of deep winter. Something in between, the February light that was beginning to argue for the possibility of spring without committing. She made coffee. She sat at the back room table. She thought about what Addisa had told her. The Manchester pack in 1993, the Compact's management of their question, the isolation that had driven them toward the journalists, the damage that had lasted 30 years. She thought about Marcus at 16, the facility, the 7 weeks of making maps, the counting. She thought about the folded note Tobias had written, 40 seconds on the wet pavement. She had sent it through Addisa's contact 3 days ago. She did not know if Marcus Jr. had received it yet. At 8:15, the door opened. He was large. The specific largeness of a wolf shifter alpha who had been carrying significant weight for a significant amount of time. Not just physical, the quality of someone whose presence in a room was more than their body. He moved through the Silver Quill's front room with the careful quality of someone who had been in unfamiliar territory before and was reading it correctly before committing. He stopped in the front room. He looked at the shelves, the unlabeled section, the warmth, the smell. He looked at Amber. Amber looked at him. The Hearth Witch's read thorough, immediate, the specific assessment of someone who understood what people carried when they came through her threshold. She did not say anything for a moment. Then, tea. He looked at her. Yes, he said, thank you. He came into the back room. Carrie was at the table. She stood when he entered, not performing deference, the specific acknowledgement of an alpha in unfamiliar territory. He noted it. He sat. Addisa was behind him. She had come from wherever she had been staying in Seattle with the quality of someone who had been preparing for this conversation for 30 years and was not performing that preparation. She sat at the table's side. The position she always took was present without imposing. Amber brought tea, set it in front of Marcus Webb Sr., went back to the counter. He held the tea. He looked at the back room. "It smells like something," he said. "Lilac and mint," Carrie said. "Amber's magic." She held his look. "It's been this way for 30 years. "Yes," he said. "I can feel the 30 years in it." He held the tea, not drinking. "You know what happened to my father's pack?" "Yes," Carrie said. "Addisa told you," he said. "Yes," she held his look. "And I know your nephew was in the facility." He held the tea. "Marcus," he said. "We named him after my father." He paused. "My brother's son. My brother left the pack when Marcus was 4 and came to the United States for work, built a life here." He held the look. "We stayed in contact. The pack stayed in contact." He paused. "When my nephew was taken," he stopped. "When he was taken, my brother called me first." He paused. "Before the compact, before anyone." He paused. "He called me." "Yes," Carrie said. "Family." "Family," he said. "And because he didn't trust the compact." He held the look. "Neither did I, neither did my brother." He paused. "We have not trusted the compact for 30 years. He held the look. "So when his son was taken, we worked our own channels first." He held the look. "And then the Walker pack found him and got him out, and we still had not formally reported to the compact that he was missing." "Yes," Carrie said. "I know." "Do you know," he said, "what it costs a family to not trust the institution that is supposed to protect them?" He held the look. Not the obvious cost, the specific cost. He paused. "My brother spent 4 weeks in this city trying to find his son through channels that were not the compact because he did not trust the compact to handle it without using it." He held the look. "Using it as leverage against us. Against the Manchester Pack's position." He paused. "We were right not to trust them for 30 years. He held the look. "We were also paying a price for that distrust that we have not fully accounted for." "Yes," Carrie said. "That is the chain of consequence." He held the tea. "Addisa called me on Friday," he said. "She told me she was stopping." He held the look. "She said she had been an obstacle for 31 years and she was done." He paused. "I have been waiting to hear that from someone at the compact for 30 years." He held the look. "Longer than that." He held the look. "I did not expect to feel what I felt when she said it." "What did you feel?" Carrie said. "Tired," he said. "The specific tiredness of someone who has been carrying something for a very long time and has just been told they can put it down." He held the look. "I have been managing the grievance for 30 years. Making sure the pack did not go outside the channels again. Making sure we did not do anything that gave the compact reason to act against us." He held the look. "Managing the grievance the way the compact managed us." He paused. "When Addisa said she was stopping, I felt what 30 years of managing felt like all at once." He held the look. "Tired." The back room. Carrie held his look. "The grievance is real," she said. "Everything your pack lost in 1993 was real. The damage was real." She held his look. "The threshold is not asking you to set that down." She held his look. "The threshold is asking if you want somewhere to put it that is not just the pack carrying it alone." He held the look. "Tell me what the threshold is," he said. "Not from the documents, from you." She told him. "The chain, Alina, Mary, the door, the holding capacity. The convening process is beginning to take shape. The honest walls, what they were and what they were not." She told him about Marcus Jr. The maps, 40 seconds on the wet pavement, Tobias's note. He received the note part, with the quality of someone holding something carefully. "Has he received it?" he said. "I don't know," she said. "I sent it through Addisa's contact 3 days ago." He reached into his jacket pocket. He produced his phone. He looked at it briefly. "Yes," he said. "He received it. He held the look. He called my brother when he read it." He paused. He said he stopped. He held the look. "He said he wanted to go back to the Silver Quill." He paused. "When he said that, my brother called me." "Yes," Carrie said. "When can he come?" he said. When he's ready, she said, the door is open. He held the look. I want to understand something, he said. The door is open. He held the look. I have been told doors were open before, in the compact's language. Channels, processes. He held the look. What makes this door different? The honest walls, she said. The door is open and the walls are honest. She held his look. When you come through the door, you get an accurate picture, what the threshold is and what it is not, what it can hold and what it cannot. She held the look. The compact told you the door was open and then managed what you found when you came through it. She paused. The threshold does not manage what you find. What you find is what is here. She held his look. What is here is what you have been in for the last 40 minutes. He held the room with his eyes. The back room, the warmth, the smell, the specific quality of the silver quill on a Wednesday morning in February. I felt it, he said. When I came in, he held the look. Before I sat down, he paused. Something that was oriented toward something. He held the look. Like a direction, he paused. I have not felt that before in an institutional space. That's Mary, Carrie said. The frequency, he said. Addisa told me. Yes, Carrie said. The woman who was in the Voss pack, he said. Yes, Carrie said. He held the look. She was inside the wrong thing, he said. And now she produces something that points toward the right thing. Yes, Carrie said. That is the chain. He held the look. My father's pack, he said. In 1993, they were trying to surface the plain sight consensus question. He held the look. They were inside the right question and were pushed toward the wrong answer because there was nowhere to hold them. He paused. They are part of the chain, too. Yes, Carrie said, they are. He held the look. They did not know it, he said. No, Carrie said, they didn't. She held his look. The chain runs through people who don't know they're part of it. She paused. That is the most important part of how it works. He held the tea. He drank some of it. He set it down. I want to bring the Manchester pack into the Thresholds community, he said. Formally, he held Carrie's look. Not because I trust the compact yet, because I trust this. He held the look. What I have been in for the last hour. He paused. Because the holding capacity is real and I can feel that it is real. He held the look. And because my nephew wants to come back. Yes, Carrie said. The process, he said. What does it require? She told him. The same process as the other communities. The governance documentation review. The formal engagement statement. The specific relationship with the Thursday table and what that meant practically. He listened with the quality he had brought to the whole conversation: precise, thorough, not performing engagement, actually paying attention. The Thursday table, he said. Vincent Harrow is there. Yes, she said. He held the look. He was part of the coalition, he said. The awakening. Yes, she said. His pack and my pack have different histories with the plain sight consensus question, he said. His pack chose the awakening's answer. My pack tried to surface the question through legitimate channels and was managed. He held the look. Different paths to the same table. Yes, Carrie said. That is what the table is for. Is there difficulty between them? He said. The communities whose grievances led different directions. Yes, she said. There is difficulty. It is being held honestly. She held his look. The honest walls apply to the difficulty too. It does not get managed. She paused. It gets named and held and worked through. She held his look. Slowly, at the pace that is real. He held the look. That, he said, is different from every institutional space I have been in. Yes, she said. Good, he said. That is what I need it to be. Addisa had been quiet for the entirety of the conversation. Not absent, present with the quality she had been developing since Friday. The compact's council member who had stopped being an obstacle and was learning what being something else looked like. When Marcus Webb Sr. finished his conversation with Carrie, he turned to her. He held her look for a moment. I have been angry at you specifically, he said, and at the institution you represent. He held the look for a long time. He paused. I want you to know that I am aware the anger has been directed at both and has not always distinguished between them. He held the look. The institution failed my father's pack. You have been part of that institution. He held the look. You have also been trying for 31 years to make the institution less likely to fail communities like mine. He paused. I did not know that until Friday. He held the look. It does not change what happened in 1993. It changes what I understand about the 30 years since. Addisa held his look. Your anger is accurate, she said, at me and at the institution. She held the look, both. She paused. The institution failed your pack. I was part of the institution that failed your pack. She paused. 30 years of trying does not undo the failure. She held the look. I want to be clear that I am not offering the 30 years as mitigation. She paused. I am offering it as context for what comes next. She held the look. If you are willing to allow what comes next. He held the look. I am here, he said. That is my answer. She held the look. Yes, she said, that is sufficient. They held each other's eyes for a moment. 31 years between them, the compact's management, the pack's damage, the anger that had been accurate, the stopping that had just begun. Not resolved. Present. Both are real. The Manchester Pack's formal engagement statement, Addisa said, I will process it through the compact's channels myself. She held his look. Not because you are required to go through the compact, because I want the compact to formally acknowledge the engagement. She paused. I want it on record that the Manchester Pack has come to the threshold. She paused. And I want it on record that they came because the threshold offered what the compact did not. That is, he paused. That is a significant thing for a compact council member to put on record. Yes, Addisa said, it is. She held his look. The honest walls apply to me too. He held her look. Yes, he said, they do. He stayed for 2 hours. At some point during the second hour, Tobias arrived. He came in through the back door of the Silver Quills Alley entrance, which he used when he did not want to interrupt whatever was happening in the front room. He came into the back room. He saw Marcus Webb Sr. He assessed the specific Tobias assessment that was rapid and thorough. He looked at Carrie. She held his look briefly. A communication. He sat at the table's far end. He opened his notebook. He did not speak. Marcus Webb Sr. looked at him. You're Tobias Grant, he said. Yes, Tobias said. You were in the facility with my nephew, he said. Yes, Tobias said. You wrote him a note, he said. Yes, Tobias said. He held Tobias's look. The counting, he said. You told him the counting mattered. Yes, Tobias said. It did. He held the look. He knew where everyone was. He had been tracking everyone for 7 weeks. When the field collapsed and everyone could shift again, he was the one who knew where to move people. He paused. He did that because he had been counting and mapping the whole time. He held the look. That is what made the extraction work. He held the look. He didn't know that's what it was for. He was doing it because it was the only thing he could control. He held the look, but it mattered. I wanted him to know. Marcus Webb Sr. held his look. He has stopped. Since he came home, he has been paused, quiet, precise, doing things that matter and not talking about them. He held Tobias's look, like his grandfather. He paused. My father was like that. Quiet and precise, doing things that mattered. He held the look. The name carries it. Yes, Tobias said. I know. He held the look. The counting is the same impulse, the making of maps. Doing the only thing you can control because control is what you need. He held the look. He was doing what his grandfather's line has always done. He held the look, making something useful out of impossible circumstances. Marcus Webb Sr. held the look. How do you know about his grandfather? He said. I don't, Tobias said. I know about him, the 16-year-old who counted everyone out. He held the look. And I know what it feels like to do the only thing you can control because it is what you need. He paused. The grandfather must have been similar. The name carries it, you said so. Marcus Webb Sr. held the look for a long moment. He called me Monday, he said. After he received your note, he paused. He called me before he called his father, he paused. He said he wanted to talk to someone who knew what the Manchester Pack was. He held Tobias's look. Who knew what his grandfather had done and why the name mattered. He paused. We talked for 2 hours. He paused. He told me he wanted to come back to Seattle, to the Silver Quill. He paused. He said there was something here he wanted to be part of. Yes, Tobias said, there is. He's 16, Marcus Webb Sr. said. Yes, Tobias said. That's young enough to build from the beginning. He held the look, and old enough to understand what he's building. Marcus Webb Sr. held the look. Yes, he said, I think you're right. He held Tobias's look for a moment. You're 15, he said. Yes, Tobias said. People keep nodding that. Something in Marcus Webb Sr.'s expression. Brief. The quality that was becoming recognizable was the thing that happened when people encountered Tobias and arrived at the conclusion they had not been expecting. I'll tell Marcus, he said. There is a 15-year-old here who built the framework. He held Tobias's look. Who will be here when he comes back? He paused. That might be why he paused. He has been having trouble talking to people since he came home. His parents, his friends, his pack members. He paused. He has not found anyone who was in the same situation. He held Tobias's look. You were in the same situation. Yes, Tobias said. I know what the facility is. He held the look. And I know what it's like to come home to people who love you and who cannot quite understand what you came home from. He held the look. Tell him I'm here. He paused. Not as a peer support program. As someone who was in the same facility and came out and is building something because of it. He held the look. Tell him what I built. He held the look. He'll understand the impulse. Marcus Webb Sr. held the look. The making of something useful out of impossible circumstances, he said. Yes, Tobias said, exactly that. He left at noon. At the front door he stopped. He looked at the Silver Quill's front room one more time. The shelves, the warmth. The light through the front windows was the February light that was arguing for spring. He looked at Carrie. The door is open, he said. Yes, she said. My father's pack tried to come through a door for 30 years and it kept being managed shut, he said. Or managed partway open. He held her look. I want to know that this door is actually open. He held the look, not managed. Yes, she said. This door is actually open. She held his look. The honest walls include that. The door is what I say it is. She held the look. You have been here for 2 hours. You have seen what is here. She held the look. Is it what I said it was? He held the look. Yes, he said, it is. Good, she said. He left. Addisa followed him out. They were having a separate conversation. Carrie could see it through the front window, the two of them on the Capitol Hill sidewalk, the Compact's council member and the Manchester Pax Alpha, 31 years between them, standing in the February morning and talking. She did not try to hear it. It was theirs. At 1 o'clock, Tobias looked up from his notebook. He's going to come back, he said. Marcus, the 16-year-old. Yes, Carrie said. I want to be here when he does, he said, not to perform anything. He held her look, just to be here. Yes, Carrie said, you'll be here. He held the look. The framework, he said, the transition period subsection, the specific holding for communities that have been isolated before the conversation begins. He held the look. That subsection is for the Manchester Pack. He paused. It is also for every community that has been managed into isolation. He held the look. The Compact's management has been producing isolated communities for decades. He held the look. There are more Manchester Packs. He held the look. We don't know how many. No, Carrie said. We don't. She held his look. That is the work the convening process will surface. She paused. When the Compact begins to convene rather than manage. She held the look. The communities that have been managed into isolation will become visible. She held the look. And the threshold needs to be ready to hold them. Yes, Tobias said. That is the work. He looked at his notebook. I'm going to need more blank paper, he said. Yes, she said. You are. He reached into his jacket pocket. He produced a small stack of blank pages, folded together, that he had been carrying. I already have it, he said. She looked at the pages. She thought about Harry Summers, the blank paper in the pocket, ready for the worth-noting thing. Yes, she said, I know. Thursday, the Compact's council came to the Silver Quill. Margaret Voss had arranged it with the specific care of someone who had been managing things for 19 years and was learning to arrange them differently. Not a scheduled meeting. An open afternoon. The Silver Quill would be what it was the council was invited to encounter. She had told them exactly that. We are going to the Silver Quill. It will be what it is. We are encountering it. She had not told them who would be there or what would happen. She had told them 2 hours, Silver Quill, encounter it on its own terms. 14 compact council members arrived between 1 and 1:15. They were various, the specific variety of a body that had been assembling the supernatural community's governance for decades. Witches, primarily. 2 wolf shifters. 1 bear shifter. 1 who was a practitioner of a tradition that Carrie did not recognize and had made a note to ask Amber about. Ages ranging from Hadley, who was the oldest at 78, to a woman named Petra who was 51 and had been on the council for 3 years. Carrie watched them enter. Not staged, the Silver Quill was what it was. Priya at the window table with the lineage text. Tobias at the backroom table with his framework. Mary makes tea with the frequency running. Danny reviewing the peer support documentation. Amber behind the counter. The 14 council members came through the front door one by one, and the Silver Quill received them the way it received everyone, with the warmth and the smell and the light and the specific quality of a place that simply was what it was. Hadley came in second to last. He moved through the front room with the quality she had assessed in the council chamber, the man who had been in intelligence work long enough to have stopped being moved by things. He looked at the shelves, the unlabeled section, the cats. He stopped. He looked at Priya. Priya was reading the lineage text. She did not look up. He looked at Carrie. "She's the one who found the escape in the lock," he said. "Yes," Carrie said. "How old?" he said. 14, Carrie said. He held Priya with his eyes for a moment. He said nothing. He went into the back room. The 2 hours. She did not direct them. She did not present. She was simply in the Silver Quill, moving through it, available, answering questions when questions arrived, not performing. The council members dispersed through the front room and back room, the way people dispersed through spaces that did not have a staged flow. Some stayed in the front, looking at the shelves, encountering the warmth. Some came into the back room and sat at the table where Tobias was working. Tobias answered questions, precisely, directly, without elaborating beyond what was asked. He showed his notebook to the people who asked to see it. He explained the framework to the people who asked what it was. Mary was at the counter with Amber. They were in their specific morning configuration tea, the Silver Quill's ordinary running. Council members came to get tea and stayed to talk to Mary without quite knowing why. She did not produce the frequency deliberately. She was simply herself, and the frequency was what she produced when she was simply herself, and the council members who were sensitive enough to receive it received it. Carrie watched. Petra, who had been on the council for 3 years, found herself in a conversation with Danny about the peer support model. She was asking questions that suggested she had specific knowledge of communities, that the model was designed for not the constructed leopard communities, but others. The awakening adjacent communities the model's gap section addressed. She was asking about those. She was one of the 2 wolf shifters on the council. She was 51. She had been on the compact for 3 years. "Your pack," Carrie said, approaching when the conversation had found a natural pause. "Which one?" Petra held her look. "A pack in Ontario," she said carefully. "Not the Harrow pack." She paused, a smaller affiliation, less organized. The compact's assessment of our awakening involvement was, she paused, peripheral. We did not formally join the coalition. She held the look. We had contacts in it. We received information from it. She paused. We did not act on the ideology, but we were, she held the look. Adjacent. "And your pack is watching," Carrie said, "to see what the threshold does with the communities that were more than adjacent." "Yes," Petra said. "And you joined the Compact's council," Carrie said, 3 years ago, when the threshold was not yet existing. "I joined the Compact," Petra said, "because I wanted to be in the room where decisions were made." She held Carrie's look, "Because my pack had been outside the room for too long." She paused. The adjacency kept us outside the room. Not fully inside the awakening, not inside the Compact's good standing. She held the look. Between things. She paused. "I joined the council to change that." Has it, Carrie said. Petra held the look. No, she said. Not yet. She paused. The council manages. She held the look. I have been in the council for 3 years and I have been inside the management. She held the look. I have been doing what Addisa has been doing for 31 years. She paused, learning the management to survive it rather than changing it from inside. She held the look. I have not been able to change it from inside. The threshold is not inside the compact, Carrie said. It is adjacent to it. She held Petra's look. The same way your pack was adjacent to the awakening. She paused, but adjacent to the right thing. Petra held the look. Yes, she said. That is, she paused. That is exactly the distinction I have been trying to find for 3 years. The threshold is building the convening capacity, Carrie said. The space where the conversation the compact has been managing can actually happen. She held Petra's look. Your pack's adjacency is information the convening process needs. She held the look, not as a liability, as knowledge. She held the look. The communities that were between things, what it looks like from there, what they needed that they did not have. She held the look. That belongs in the conversation. Petra held the look. We would need, she said carefully, to not be positioned as having been complicit. What you were adjacent to, Carrie said, receiving information, not acting. She held the look. The honest accounting of that is adjacent, not complicated, not innocent. She held the look. Adjacent. She held the look. The honest walls hold the accurate picture, not the managed one. Petra held the look. The accurate picture is uncomfortable, she said. Yes, Carrie said. The accurate picture is always uncomfortable. She held the look. But it is better than carrying the managed one. Petra held the look for a long moment. My pack, she said, has been carrying the managed version for 3 years. She paused. Since I joined the compact. She paused. I have been managing what we tell the compact about our adjacency. She held the look. I am tired of it. Yes, Carrie said. I know that I'm tired. Petra held the look. The honest walls, she said. Yes, Carrie said. They apply to adjacent communities too, Petra said. Yes, Carrie said. They apply to everyone. Hadley found her at the back room table at 2 o'clock. He sat across from her. He held his tea. He looked at the room. Tobias at the far end still working, Mary no longer there, Danny gone to a conversation in the front room. He held Carrie's look. You're going to ask me, he said, what I'm doing here. No, she said. You're here, that is sufficient. He held the look. I voted against, he said, in the council chamber. Yes, she said. I voted against because I believe managed networks are the only sustainable model for intelligence work, he said. I have believed this for 35 years. He held the look. I have seen organizations built on principle fail when the principle was tested against reality. He held the look. I have seen managed networks survive because they adapt to reality rather than holding to principle when reality pushes. He held the look. I have not changed that belief. I know, Carrie said. And yet I am here, he said. Yes, Carrie said. Why? He held the look. Because Elliot Marsh came to me on Thursday, he said, after the council chamber. He paused. Marsh has been on the council for 22 years. He has never in 22 years been moved by a presentation. He held Carrie's look. He came to me on Thursday and he showed me his notebook. He paused. The 3 words he had written. He paused. The question stands. He held the look. He told me that he had been asking himself that question, are you honest, since the council chamber. He held the look. He told me it was the most significant question he had encountered in 22 years on the council. He held the look. Marsh does not say things like that. He paused. He showed me his notebook and he said, come to the silver quill. See what is here. He held the look. I came. Yes, Carrie said. I voted against, he said. And I came. He held the look. Those are not in contradiction. He held the look. I voted against it because I believe the managed network model is sustainable. I came because Marsh asked me to, and because Marsh is the most rigorous thinker I know, and he had been asking himself if he was honest for 4 days. He held the look. That is significant evidence. Yes, Carrie said, it is. He held the look. The question, he said, are you honest? He held the look, applied to the managed network model. He paused. I have been applying for it for 4 days. He held the look. I have not arrived at a conclusion. No, Carrie said. You won't arrive at a conclusion in 4 days. She held his look. The question doesn't resolve. It continues. She held the look. That is the point. She held the look. The honest walls are not built on an answer. They are built on continuous asking. Hadley held the look. The managed network, he said, does not ask the question. He held the look. It manages around the need for the question. He paused. That is the thing Marsh was trying to tell me. He paused, that the question stands regardless of whether you ask it. He held the look. The managed network does not ask whether it is honest. It asks whether it is effective. He held the look. Those are different questions. Yes, Carrie said, they are. And the managed network, he said slowly, can be very effective and not honest. He held the look. Those are not in contradiction. No, Carrie said, they are not. But he said, a network that is not honest is eventually not effective, because the things it is managing around are still there. Compounding. He held the look, like the Manchester Pack. He held the look. The compact managed around them for 30 years. The management was effective for 30 years. He held the look. And then a 16-year-old from their family was in a facility. Yes, Carrie said. He held the look. The managed network produces deferred consequences, he said, not absent consequence. He held the look. I have been thinking about this for 4 days. He held the look. I voted against it because I did not believe the honest walls model was sustainable. He paused. I am beginning to think that the managed network model is not sustainable either. He paused, just more slowly. The back room. Carrie held his look. The question, she said, are you honest? She held the look. You are asking it, right now. That is the honest walls working. He held the look. Yes, he said, I think it is. He was quiet for a moment. I am not going to change my vote, he said. I want to be clear about that. I voted against and I voted honestly. He held the look. But I am going to keep asking the question. He paused. And I am going to come to the Thursday table. He held Carrie's look. Not because I have changed my position. Because the question stands and this is the place where people are asking it. Yes, she said. Come to the Thursday table. Good, he said. He picked up his tea. He looked at the Silver Quill's back room one more time. Marsh was right, he said. I see what is here. Yes, Carrie said. What do you see? He held the room with his eyes. Something that simply is what it is, he said, without trying to be anything else. He paused. I have been in networks for 40 years. I have never seen that before. He held the room. A managed network is always trying to be something. Effective. Significant. Durable. He held the look. This is not trying to be any of those things. He paused. And that is all of them. Yes, Carrie said. Because, he said, the honest walls make the trying unnecessary. He held the look. The thing that simply is what it is does not need to try to be effective. It is. He held the look, by being what it is. Yes, Carrie said. That is exactly right. He held the look. I'm going to put that in my notebook, he said, alongside Marsh's 3 words. Yes, she said, you should. He stood. He looked at Tobias. The framework, he said, show me. Tobias looked up. He turned the notebook. Hadley read. He read for 7 minutes. He asked one question. Tobias answered. Hadley held the notebook for a moment. Add a cross-reference, he said, between the community health section and the intelligence function section. He held Tobias's look. Community health monitoring is an intelligence function. He held the look. It should be documented as such. He held the look, not surveillance. The specific intelligence function of understanding whether the community is strong enough to hold what it is being asked to hold. He held the look. That is intelligence work. He held the look. Done honestly. Tobias held the look. Intelligence work done honestly, he said. That is, he paused. That is the honest walls applied to intelligence. He held Hadley's look. That is what the Thursday table does. He held the look. That is what the whole framework is. Hadley held the look. Yes, he said, I think it is. He handed the notebook back. Good framework, he said. The cross-reference needs to be explicit. He held Tobias's look. Make it explicit. Already nodding it, Tobias said. Hadley held the look. 15 years old, he said. Yes, Tobias said. People keep nodding that. Yes, Hadley said. We do. He held the look. We keep nodding it because it is the most significant variable in the room and we have not yet fully accounted for it. He left. The Compact's council dispersed through 2:15 and 2:30. Not all at once, one by one, the natural dispersal of people who had been in a space and had received what they were going to receive and were beginning to process it. Margaret Voss stayed. She was in the front room, in the armchair near the window of Tobias's armchair, which he had vacated when the council arrived and had not returned to. She was looking at Capitol Hill through the front window, the February afternoon, the light that was beginning to argue for spring. Carrie came and sat in the adjacent chair. They sat for a moment without speaking. Hadley, Margaret Voss said. He's going to come to the Thursday table. Yes, Carrie said. He voted against, she said. Yes, Carrie said. He told me. She held the look. He is still voting against. He is also asking the question. The question stands, Margaret Voss said. Yes, Carrie said. It does. Margaret Voss held the window. The council will not vote to formally change the Compact's approach to the plain sight consensus question in the next 30 days, she said. I want to be honest about that. She held the look. The 4 requirements you gave me, I will advocate for them. Some council members will resist. She held the look. Hadley's presence at the Thursday table is significant, but it is also not a vote. She held the look. The institutional change will be slow. Yes, Carrie said, I know. And the threshold, Margaret Voss said, cannot wait for the institutional change to proceed. No, Carrie said, the threshold is proceeding. She held the look. The Manchester PAC is engaging. The Harrow communities are engaging. The convening process is beginning to take shape. She held the look. The Compact's formal change will follow the reality. She paused, or it will not, and the threshold will have built the convening infrastructure regardless. Margaret Voss held the look. You are willing to proceed without Compact recognition of the process, she said. The threshold has Compact recognition, Carrie said. That recognition was unanimous. She held the look. What the threshold is doing now is what the threshold said it would do. She held the look. The Compact recognized it. The threshold is doing it. She paused. Whether the Compact's council formally changes its approach to the consensus question is separate from whether the threshold builds the convening infrastructure. She held the look. The threshold is building it regardless. And the Compact's role, Margaret Voss said, in the convening process is to convene, Carrie said. When it is ready, she held the look. The threshold is building the relationships that make convening possible. When the relationships are strong enough, the Compact convenes. She paused. That is the sequence. She held the look. The Compact does not need to change its formal approach before then. It needs to not interfere with the threshold building the relationships. She held the look. That is all it needs to do right now. Don't interfere, Margaret Voss said. Yes, Carrie said. That is a low bar, Margaret Voss said. Yes, Carrie said, it is. She held the look. It is the bar for right now. She paused. The bar will be higher when the relationships are stronger. She held the look. We get there step by step. Margaret Voss held the look. You trust the process, she said. Yes, Carrie said. Even though you cannot control the outcome, she said. Yes, Carrie said, especially because of that. She held the look. The honest walls mean the outcome is what it actually is. She held the look, not what I have managed it to be. She held the look. Whatever the community decides, that is the outcome. My job is not to manage the outcome. My job is to build the capacity for an honest decision. She held the look. The decision belongs to the community. Margaret Voss held the look. That, she said quietly, is not how any institution I have been in has operated. No, Carrie said, it is not. It requires a very specific kind of trust, Margaret Voss said, in the community, in the process, in the honest walls holding. Yes, Carrie said, it does. Are you afraid, Margaret Voss said, that they won't hold? Carrie held the look. Yes, she said, sometimes. She held the look. The fear is information. She held the look. It tells me where the community health work needs to happen, where the relationships need to be stronger. She paused. I do not manage the fear, I use it. Margaret Voss held the look for a long moment. The honest walls, she said, applied to fear. Yes, Carrie said, applied to everything. The front room, the February afternoon, the light through the window. I'm going to recommend, Margaret Voss said to the council. Next week, she held Carrie's look, that the compact formally adopted a policy of non-interference with the threshold's community building work. She paused, not the full 4 requirements, not yet. She held the look, but the first step. She paused, non-interference. The compact does not manage the communities the threshold is engaging with. She held the look. The compact lets them. Yes, Carrie said, that is the first step. Hadley, Margaret Voss said, will vote for it. She held the look. He voted against the partnership terms. He will vote for non-interference. She held the look. Those are different things. She held the look. He is asking the question. The question is producing a different vote. Yes, Carrie said, that is the question working. Yes, Margaret Voss said, it is. She stood. She looked at the Silver Quill's front room, the window, the light. My tenure, she said, as chair. She held Carrie's look. I asked you whether I should still be chair for the new world. You said the question stands. Keep asking it. She paused. I have been asking for it. She held the look. I have not arrived at a conclusion. No, Carrie said. You won't arrive at a conclusion in a week. She held the look. Keep asking. Yes, Margaret Voss said. I will. She left. Evening. The Silver Quill after the council had come and gone. The specific quality of the back room at the end of a significant day, the air holding what had happened, the warmth structural and real. Tobias was still there. He was always still there. He had his notebook and the cross-reference Hadley had identified and 3 new pages of notes from conversations during the 2 hours. Amber was at the counter, making something that had the smell of substantial evening food rather than tea. Mary had come back when she had been out during the council visit, something she had arranged in advance with the specific awareness of someone who understood that the frequency running through a room full of compact council members required careful management of the conditions. She was back now, at the table, with the settled quality. Carrie was at the table. She had not moved from it in the last hour. The day had been significant, and she was holding it without trying to summarize it. Lilith appeared at 5:30 with the quality of someone who had been managing Walker Pack operations all day and had determined that the Silver Quill was the right end-of-day destination. She came into the back room. She looked at the room, at Tobias, at Mary, at Carrie. She sat beside Carrie, default arrangement. Tell me, she said. Carrie told her, condensed the essential pieces, Marcus Webb Sr., Hadley, Petra, Margaret Voss, the non-interference recommendation. Lilith listened. Hadley, she said. He voted against and he's coming to the Thursday table. Yes, Carrie said. Because Marsh asked him to, Lilith said. And because Marsh is the most rigorous thinker he knows, and Marsh had been asking himself if he was honest for 4 days. Yes, Carrie said. The question propagated, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. Through the council, Marsh to Hadley, she held Lilith's look, the frequency running through the carrier. Mary wasn't in the room, Lilith said. No, Carrie said. She was out. She held Lilith's look. The question propagates without the frequency, because Marsh asked it genuinely in the council chamber and carried it to Hadley genuinely. She paused. The question is its own frequency. She held the look. Once someone asks it honestly, it propagates through the people they are honest with. Lilith held the look. Are you honest? She said. Yes, Carrie said. That is the question. Tobias looked up from his notebook. I've been thinking about something since Hadley left, he said. They looked at him. Intelligence work done honestly, he said. That is what he said. He held Carrie's look. The community health monitoring as an intelligence function is done honestly. He held the look. I've been thinking about what that means for the Burns Parliament. He held the look. The Parliament is an intelligence network. If the honest walls are running through it through Mary's frequency, if the question is beginning to propagate through it through Burns and the council, he held the look. What does the parliament become? If it starts asking the question. The back room. Carrie held this. An intelligence network that is honest about what it is and what it is for, she said slowly. Yes, Tobias said, and what intelligence is for when it is honest. He held the look. Not managing, not positioning, he held the look. If the honest walls run through the parliament starts asking what intelligence is for when you are not managing the outcome. He held the look, and the answer is. Holding the accurate picture, Carrie said. Yes, Tobias said, the accurate picture. He held the look. Intelligence work done honestly is the holding of the accurate picture so that decisions can be made from it. He held the look, not the management of the picture to produce decisions. He held the look. The honest intelligence function is the threshold's intelligence function. He held the look. The community health monitoring, the propagation model, the relationship tracking. He held the look. What we are doing is intelligence work done honestly. Mary looked at him. And what the parliament is becoming, she said, is an intelligence network learning to be honest. Yes, Tobias said, that is what is happening. Through Beaumont, Mary said, through Burns asking the question. She held Tobias's look. The frequency running through the carrier and the carrier beginning to change. Yes, Tobias said, that is the chain. The back room, the evening, the silver quill holding them. Carrie held the full weight of it. The Compact's council coming to the silver quill. The question propagated through Marsh to Hadley. The Parliament's network began to hold the accurate picture rather than manage it. The Manchester pack coming through the door. Addisa stopped after 31 years, Marcus Jr. wanting to come back. The chain continues through every person and every question and every honest conversation. The chain that ran through things she could not account for. She was humming. She let it continue. There it is, Lilith said, softly. There it is, Carrie said. Amber put food on the table, the substantial evening food that had been producing the smell for the last hour. She sat down, not at the counter, at the table, among them. This was its own piece of information, Amber, sitting at the table with her people, at the end of a significant day. Tell me something I don't know yet, Amber said, about the day. Hadley, Tobias said, he's going to add intelligence work done honestly to his notebook alongside the question stands. He held Amber's look. I don't know yet if that changes anything, but it is in the notebook. Yes, Amber said, things in notebooks matter. She held his look. Your blank pages have produced significant things. She paused. The notebook belongs in the chain. Yes, Tobias said, I think so. Amber held the table. The silver quill, she said. As a heritage site, she held the room's look. Margaret Voss told me this morning she is moving the formal recommendation forward. She paused. I have been thinking about what that means. She held the look. What it means for the silver quill to be formally recognized. She held the look. I have been running a threshold for 30 years without recognition. I know what it is without the recognition. She paused. The recognition does not change what it is. She held the look. But it makes what it is visible. She paused. Visible to people who might need to know it is here. She held the look. It makes the silver quill findable. She held the look. The way the threshold makes itself findable. The door, Mary said. Visible. Yes, Amber said. The door is visible. She held the room. That is what the recognition is for. She paused. Not the recognition itself. The visibility it creates. She held the look. The people who are looking for this place should be able to find it. Yes, Carrie said. The chain continues. Yes, Amber said. The chain continues. They ate. The silver quill holding them. The evening, the warmth, the smell of lilac and mint. The chain continues. The song runs underneath everything. What we are made of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 14. Marcus Jr. came back on a Saturday. Not announced his father had called Carrie on Thursday to say he was coming, that Marcus had decided he wanted to come on Saturday, that he would come with his father or alone, depending on how Saturday morning felt. He came alone. He arrived at 10:15. She heard the door, the specific quality of the silver quill's threshold, receiving someone who had been here before and was coming back. Not the first-time quality, the return quality. Something the building recognized. She was in the back room. She did not go to the front. She let him come through. He appeared in the back room doorway. 16 years old. Taller than she remembered from the facility's exterior, she had seen him briefly in the parking lot, in the dark, the specific quality of someone who had just done something significant and was sitting down. He was taller in the daylight. He had his grandfather's name, and apparently something of his grandfather's line, the specific quiet precision that his uncle had described and that Tobias had recognized. He looked at the back room. He looked at Carrie. "You got everyone out," he said. "Yes," she said. "I counted," he said. "Everyone in and everyone out." He held the look. "I had been counting for 7 weeks. He paused. "When it mattered, I could count because I had been counting." He held the look. Tobias's note said the counting mattered. He held the look. "I want to know if that's true or if it was something kind to say." "It's true," Carrie said. "The counting is what made the extraction possible." She held his look. "When the field collapsed and everyone could shift again, there was chaos. You were the only one who knew where everyone was. You started moving people before our team reached them." She held his look. "That is why everyone got out in the window we had." She held the look. The counting was not incidental. It was load-bearing. He held the look. "I did it," he said, "because it was the only thing I could control." "Yes," she said. "I know." She held his look. "Tobias told you that. He did the same thing." She held his look. "The only thing you could control became the thing that mattered." "Yes," he said. He stood in the doorway. "Come in," she said. "Sit down." He came in. He sat. He held the table with his eyes for a moment, the specific quality of someone reading a space before committing to being in it. "Is Tobias here?" he said. "Not yet," she said. "He's coming at 11. She held his look. "I wanted you to have some time before he arrived." "Why?" he said. "Because," she said, "the specific thing Tobias can offer you is different from what I can offer you. And I wanted to give you the choice of what you wanted first." He held the look. "What can you offer?" he said. "The full picture," she said. "What happened in the facility, what the threshold is, what you are part of if you want to be part of it." She held his look. "The accurate account." "And Tobias," he said. "Someone who was in the same facility," she said, "who did the same thing you did, who came out and built something from it." She held his look. "Not a program, a person who knows." He held the table. "I've been having trouble," he said. "Since I came home." He held the table, talking to people. He paused. "My parents, my friends, my pack members." He paused. "They love me. They want to help." He paused. "They don't know what they're reaching for when they reach for me." He held the look. "I can feel them reaching and I can't. I don't know how to reach it." He paused. "I know what I went through. They don't." He paused. The distance between knowing and not knowing as he stopped. "I don't have the word for it." "I know," Carrie said. He looked at her. "You don't know what it was like in the facility," he said. "You weren't in it." "No," she said. "I wasn't." She held his look. "I know a different version of what you're describing." She held the look. "The distance between what you've been through and what the people who love you can reach." She paused. "I spent 12 years with memories behind glass. Things that had happened to me that I could see the shape of but not the specifics." She held his look. "The people around me reached for me and I could feel them reaching and I couldn't. I didn't know how to let them in." She held the look. "The distance is real." She paused. "And it doesn't require having the same experience." She held the look. "It requires having experienced a distance." He held the look. "You understand the distance," he said. "Not the specific thing, the distance." "Yes," she said. "That's right." He held the table. "Tobias," he said. "He understands the specific thing." "Yes," she said. "He does." He held the look. "Both," he said. "I need both." "Yes," she said. "That is why you are here and why Tobias is coming at 11. He held the table. "The note," he said. He wrote, "The counting mattered. That is what the holding capacity looks like when someone does the only thing they can do and it is enough." He paused. "I have been reading that sentence every day since I received it." He held the look. "I want to know what the holding capacity is." He paused. "The framework he built." He held the look. My uncle told me, he paused, but I want to hear it from him. Yes, she said. He'll tell you, she held his look, and you can tell him what it needed to be from the inside. She held his look. He wants that. She held the look. He told me to tell you that the framework is for people like you, that he wants to know if it is actually adequate. Marcus held the look. He wants my assessment, he said. Yes, she said, he does. Something in his expression. The brief thing was the recognition of a register he had not expected. He's 15, Marcus said. Yes, Carrie said. He's asking a 16-year-old for an assessment of a framework he built, Marcus said. Yes, she said, because the framework is for 16-year-olds who have been through what you have been through, and you are the most accurate available source. He held the table. That is, he said slowly, a different kind of reaching. He held the look, not reaching across the distance, asking me to be useful from where I am. He held the look, that is different. Yes, Carrie said, that is what the threshold does. Tobias arrived at 11. He came in through the back door, the alley entrance, with the quality of someone who knew the space and had chosen the quieter entry. He came into the back room and looked at Marcus Jr. They held each other's eyes for a moment. I'm Tobias, he said. Marcus, he said. They sat at the table. Carrie moved to the counter, not leaving, making space. Tobias held Marcus's look. You were on the south side, he said, second row from the east wall. Marcus held the look. You were near the north partition, he said. You had the corner position. Yes, Tobias said. I could see the supervisor's approach from there. He held the look. That's why I took it. I know, Marcus said. I watched you take it. First day. He paused. I thought you were going to try something immediate. He paused. You didn't. He held Tobias's look. You waited. I needed more information, Tobias said. Immediately without information, he paused. Expensive. He held the look. I waited until I had enough. 7 weeks, Marcus said. Yes, Tobias said. 7 weeks. He held the look. How long were you there? 5 weeks, Marcus said. I came in 6 weeks after you. He paused. You had already been planning for a month. He held the look. I could tell the quality of your watching. He paused. It was different from the others. He paused. More he searched. Patient. Organized. I was making maps, Tobias said. Yes, Marcus said. I know. He held the look. I started making them too. He paused. After watching you watch. He held the look. I didn't know what you were building, but I could tell you were building something. He paused. So I started building something too. Tobias held his look. What were you mapping? He said. Weight distribution, Marcus said. On the floor. He held the look. Bare shifters can feel structural variations through surfaces. He held the look. I was mapping the building's structural weak points. He held the look. If the warding dropped, I wanted to know where the walls would give. Tobias was quiet for a moment. That is why the wall section was held, he said. When the field collapsed and people were shifting in panic. He held Marcus's look. You were moving people away from the structural weak points before they found them on their own. Yes, Marcus said. I knew where the floor was weakest. He paused. I moved the smaller shifters to the stronger sections. He held the look before anyone asked me to. You were already doing the holding capacity, Tobias said, before the framework existed. Marcus held the look. I was doing what I could do, he said. Yes, Tobias said. That is the framework. He held the look. The people who do what they can do. The holding capacity is not a program. It is what people do when they have a community strong enough to let them do it. He held Marcus's look. In the facility, there was no community structure designed to let you do it. He paused. You did it anyway. There was enough, Marcus said. The other people. He held the look. Sierra, the way she held the younger ones. He held the look. You, the quality of your watching. He paused. It was enough to make the doing possible. Yes, Tobias said. The relationships were there even inside the wrong thing. He held the look. That is what the framework is trying to build outside the wrong thing. He paused. So people have what you have, not in a facility, in their lives. He held Marcus's look. The relationships are strong enough to let them do what they can do. Marcus held the look. Tell me about the framework, he said. All of it. Tobias told him. The community health section, the peer support model, the propagation model, the transition period subsection that Addisa had helped build, the frequency accountability section, the cross-reference to the intelligence function that Hadley had identified. He told it with the quality he always told things precisely, directly, the specific delivery of someone accounting for what they had built. Marcus listened. He did not interrupt. He asked 4 questions, specific, structural, the questions of someone who was reading the framework against their own experience and checking for gaps. Tobias answered 3 of the 4. The 4th question about the transition period for someone who had been inside a constructed community but had not been held by it, who had been isolated within the wrong thing as well as by the wrong thing, he did not answer. I don't know, he said. I haven't had that experience. He held Marcus's look. What does it feel like? Marcus held the look. My pack, he said, in the facility was me. He held the look, just me. No one from my actual community. No one knew my grandfather's name or what it meant. He held the look. I was isolated within the wrong thing. The wrong thing was not my community, but I was alone in it. He held the look. The isolation within was different from the isolation of. He paused. The isolation of being outside is the right thing. The isolation within is being alone inside the wrong thing. He held the look. They need different holding. Tobias was writing. The isolation within, he said. What does the holding need to be? Contact with the actual community, Marcus said. Not the generic community, the specific one. He held the look. I needed someone from the Manchester pack. He paused. Not any wolf shifter, not any supernatural community member. He paused. My pack. He held the look. The specific people who know what the name means. He held the look. Generic community support for isolation within doesn't work because the isolation is specific. He held Tobias's look. The holding has to be specific too. Tobias was writing. Specific community contact, he said. For isolation within. He held the look. Not generic peer support. Connection to the actual community the person belongs to. He held the look, which means the threshold needs to facilitate that connection. He held the look, not replace it. Yes, Marcus said, the threshold facilitates. The actual community provides. He held the look. The threshold gets the person to a place where the actual community can reach them. He held the look. And the actual community does the holding. Tobias held the look. That is a significant addition, he said, to the framework. He held Marcus's look. That the threshold's function for isolation within is facilitation, not provision. He held the look. That is different from the isolation of the case. He held the look. In the isolation of case, the person may not have a community to facilitate connection to. The threshold may be the community. He held the look. In isolation, the person has a community. The threshold gets them to it. Yes, Marcus said, that is the distinction. Tobias was writing. The blank pages filled with the specific precision of someone building something more accurate than it had been before. He looked up. Thank you, he said. Marcus held the look. I was doing what I could do, he said. Yes, Tobias said, that is the framework. Carrie watched from the counter. The two of them at the table 15 and 16, Tobias's notebook filling, Marcus's precise assessment making the framework more adequate than it had been. The specific quality of two people who had been inside the same wrong thing doing the only work available to them, finding each other on the other side, building something from what they had carried out. She thought about Alina, doing what she could do from inside the binding, the seams, the frequency, the decades. She thought about Harry Summers with the blank paper, Valerie Summers who always knew where the exits were. She thought about Mary's hand in the dark. The chain, running through things she could not account for. She was humming, she noted it, the whole song beginning to end. Amber, beside her at the counter, heard it. Marcus, Amber said quietly, the 16-year-old. She held Carrie's look. He is going to be someone. Yes, Carrie said, he is. The Manchester pack, Amber said. 30 years of damage and 30 years of carrying it. She held the look. And the person carrying the name wants to build something. Yes, Carrie said. The chain, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said. They stood at the counter. The two of them at the table, still working, the silver quill holding them, the warmth, the smell. The February light through the front windows begins to make its argument for spring more convincingly. Amber, Carrie said. Yes. The silver quill as a heritage site, she said. What you said Thursday. She held Amber's look. The visibility, she paused. The door is visible. She held the look. I want to add that to the history document. She held the look. The silver quill's 30 years not as background to the threshold, but as part of the chain. She held Amber's look. The heritage site recognition as the community acknowledging what the silver quill has been doing. She held the look, not honoring the past, nomming what is present. Yes, Amber said, that is the right framing. Can I say it your way, Carrie said. In the document, the way you said it on Thursday. What way did I say it? Amber said. The people who are looking for this place should be able to find it, Carrie said. Amber held the look. Yes, she said, you can say it that way. At noon, Reva arrived. She came from the pack house, the Saturday table having ended early, an operational matter calling people away. She had come to the silver quill because the silver quill was becoming part of her regular pattern. She was learning the space, the way people learned spaces they were going to be in for a long time. She came into the back room. She saw Tobias and Marcus at the table. She assessed the rapid read of a 38-year-old wolf shifter who had been in packs long enough to read rooms accurately. She looked at Carrie. Who, she said. Marcus Webb, Carrie said. His uncle is the Manchester Pax Alpha. She held Reva's look. He was in the facility. Reva held the look. She went to the table. She sat. She looked at Marcus. I was in the Harrow Pack, she said. We chose awakening. She held his look. Your family did not. Your family had their question managed by the compact for 30 years. She held the look. We chose the wrong answer to a question the compact should have been convening. She paused. Both of us ended up adjacent to the facility. She held the look. Different paths. Marcus held her look. Different paths, he said. Same destination. For our families, she said. Yes, she held the look. The Harrow Pack lost something different than the Manchester Pack lost. But we were both losing things to a system that was not working. She held the look. I am trying to understand the difference. She paused. Between losing something to a system that was not working and then choosing to break the system in the wrong way, as opposed to losing something to a system that was not working and trying to fix it through legitimate channels. She held his look. Your family chose the legitimate channels. We chose otherwise. She held the look. I have been thinking about that distinction for 3 months. Marcus held the look. You are thinking about it honestly, he said. That is different from most people who have made the wrong choice. He held her look. Most people who make the wrong choice spend their energy defending the choice. He held the look. You are not defending it. No, Reva said, I am not. She held the look. I cannot defend it. She held the look. What I can do is understand the distinction so I know what I am building toward now. She held the look. The threshold has both of us. The Manchester Pack and the Harrow Pack. She held the look. I want to understand what that means. She held the look. What the honest accounting of both paths at the same table looks like. Marcus held the look. It looks like this, he said. 2 people asking the question honestly. He held the look. That is sufficient. He paused. The accounting does not require resolution. It requires honesty. He held the look. You are being honest about the distinction. He paused. That is accounting. Reva held the look. You sound like your uncle, she said. Yes, Marcus said. People tell me that. She held the look. How old are you? She said. 16, he said. My God, Reva said. Yes, Tobias said from across the table. People keep having that reaction. Reva looked at Tobias. You too, she said. 15, Tobias said. Reva looked at Carrie. You have built the threshold, she said, on the work of a 15-year-old and a 16-year-old. Among others, Carrie said, yes. Reva held the table. Daniel Harrow, she said, 24, who kept everyone's spirits up. She held Carrie's look. He did not get to build anything from what happened to him. She paused. These 2 did. She held the look. I want to make sure that is not incidental. She held the look. That it is named. That what they have built is connected to what he did not get to build. She held the look, that his death is part of why this exists. She held the look, not as causation, as acknowledgement. The back room. Carrie held her look. Yes, she said. That is in the history document. She held Ravaz's look. His name is in the record. She held the look. The threshold exists in part because of what was lost. That is acknowledged. She held the look. The acknowledgement does not make it sufficient. It makes it present. Yes, Ravaz said. Present. She held the look. That is what I needed to know. She held the table. She looked at Marcus, at Tobias, at the notebook. What are you building, she said, right now, in this session? A more accurate framework, Tobias said. Marcus is giving me the distinction between isolation of and isolation within. He held Ravaz's look. The specific holding each requires. He held the look. The Harrow communities have a version of this too. He held the look. The people who were inside the awakening became isolated within it when it started failing. He held the look. When the coalition fractures. When Cain escalated past what some of the members had signed up for. He held the look. Some of them became isolated within the wrong thing. He held Ravaz's look. What does that isolation feel like? What does the holding need to be? Ravaz held the look. She held the table. It feels like, she said slowly, being inside something you chose and having the choosing stop being the reason you're there. She paused. The awakening gave the Harrow pack a framework. A reason, a direction. She paused. When Cain took over, the framework became something I had not chosen. She held the look, but I was inside it. And getting out required acknowledging that I had been inside something wrong. She paused, which meant acknowledging that I had been wrong. She held the look. That is a specific kind of isolation. She paused, being inside your own wrong choice while it becomes worse. She held the look. The holding for that requires someone who will not shame the choice. She held the look, not an excuse, not ashamed of it. She held the look. The shameless acknowledgement that the choice was wrong and that being inside it while it got worse was its own kind of suffering. She held the look. And that the suffering does not excuse the choice. She held the look. Both things, without using one to cancel the other. Tobias was writing. Both things without using one to cancel the other, he said. That is, he held the look. That is the honest walls applied to the interior experience. He held the look. The choice was wrong and being inside it while it got worse was suffering. Both are real. Neither cancels the other. He held the look. The holding acknowledges both. Yes, Ravaz said. That is what I needed when I came through the silver quill's door. She held his look. Someone who would hold both without canceling either. She held the look. Carrie did that in October. She held the look. In the front room at midnight. She held the look, not an excuse, not shamming, holding both. Yes, Tobias said. That is the framework. He held the look, all of it. He held the table. The holding that holds both without canceling either. He held the look. Both are real. He held the look. That is the honest walls applied to people. The back room. Marcus held the look. Priya, he said, the girl at the window. He had noticed her when he came in. She said that. Both are real. That is always the answer. Yes, Carrie said. She said it to Adisa. She found it, Marcus said, in Alina Voss's framework. He held the look, the escape built into the lock. He paused. The wrong thing contains the right thing. He held the look. The right thing not canceling the wrong thing. Both are real. Yes, Carrie said. He held the look. That is what I needed in the facility, he said. Both are real. He held the look. The mapping was not a denial of the wrong thing. It was the right thing inside the wrong thing. He held the look. I was holding both. He paused. Without knowing that was what I was doing. Yes, Tobias said, we both were. They held the look. The two of them, 15 and 16, the framework on the blank pages between them. The specific work of building, something more adequate than it had been. The holding capacity, both are real. Saturday afternoon. Mary arrived at 2 with the quality she always arrived with, simply herself. The frequency running, no announcement. She came into the back room and looked at the configuration. Tobias, Marcus, Ravaz, Carrie, Danny, who had arrived at 1. The table is full of people at various stages of the building conversation. She sat, she made tea, she was simply there. At some point Marcus looked at her. You're Mary White, he said. Yes, Mary said. The frequency, he said. My uncle told me he held her look. He said he felt it when he came in. He paused, something oriented. He paused. I felt it too. He held her look. When I came in this morning, he paused. Before I knew what it was, he held the look. It felt like he searched. Like someone had left a light on. He held her look, specifically for me. Mary held his look. Yes, she said. That is what it is. She held the look. I do not direct it. She held the look. It goes where it goes. She paused. But it goes toward the people who need the light. She held the look. You needed it. Yes, he said. It will be there, she said. When you come back, she held his look. The door is open. The light is on. She held the look. You have been here today. The frequency knows you now. She held the look. It will find you. He held her look. The frequency knows people, he said. Yes, she said. It is not a broadcast. She held the look. It is specific to the person. She paused. I do not know exactly how. She held the look. Amber has theories. She held the look. What I know is that the people who have come through the door, the frequency is specific to them. She paused. When you leave today, the frequency will go with you. She held the look, not as a tracking mechanism. She paused, as the light that is on, he said. Yes, she said, as that. He held her look for a moment. Elena, he said, she built something similar. He paused. Her frequency ran through the constructed line. He held the look. Yours runs through people who have come through the door. Yes, Mary said. The chain. She held his look, continuing through different carriers. You were in the constructed line, he said. You received Elena's frequency. He held her look. And now you produce something. He held the look. The chain is not just the people. It is the frequency. He held the look, one generating the next. Mary held his look. Yes, she said. I have not thought of it that way. She held the look. The frequency chain. She paused. Elena's generating mine. She paused. Mine. She stopped. The back room was very still. Mine may generate something in the people it reaches, she said quietly. Yes, Tobias said, from across the table. He had been listening. That is the propagation model. He held Mary's look. The people who have been touched by the threshold carry something outward. He held the look. They are propagation points. He held the look. I described it as the frequency running through people. He held the look, but it might be more specific than that. He held the look. The people who receive the frequency may begin to produce something of their own. He held the look, not the same frequency. Something generated from the receiving. He held the look, the chain of frequencies. Mary held the look. That would mean, she said, that the threshold is not just connecting people to the door. She held the look. It is generating capacity. She held the look, in the people who come through. Yes, Tobias said, the holding capacity is not just in the threshold. It is in the people who have been held by it. He held the look. They carry it outward. He held the look. Elena generated a frequency. The frequency reached you. You generate a frequency. Your frequency reaches the people who come through the threshold. He held the look, and they may generate something in the people they hold, Mary said. Yes, Tobias said. The back room. Carrie held this. The chain of frequencies. Elena to Mary. Mary to the people who came through the door. Those people carried something outward. The holding capacity propagates through the chain. Not a program, not a network. A living thing, growing through the people it touched. Add that, she said to Tobias. He was already writing. The chain of frequencies, he said. The threshold generating capacity in the people it holds. He held the look. That is not in the framework yet. He held the look. It belongs in. Yes, Carrie said. It changes, he said, what the threshold success looks like. He held the look. Success is not the number of people who come through the door. Success is the capacity generated in the people who come through it and what they carry outward. He held the look. The frequency chain. He held the look. Unmeasurable directly. Visible in what people do after they leave. Yes, Carrie said. Marcus held the table. My uncle, he said, coming to Seattle. He held the look. He spent 30 years managing the grievance. He held the look. He came to the Silver Quill and felt the frequency and had the honest conversation with Addisa. He held the look. He went back to Manchester. He held the look. I want to know what he is different now. He held the look, what he carries outward. Yes, Carrie said. so do I. He called me Monday, Marcus said, after I received Tobias's note. He paused. He talked to me for 2 hours. He paused. He told me about my grandfather. He paused. He has not talked about my grandfather for as long as I can remember. He paused. It was not easy for him. He paused, but he did it. He held the look because I asked. He paused. And because he had come here and felt what was here, he held the look. He carried something outward. He held the look. The willingness to talk about my grandfather. He held the look. That is not a small thing. No, Carrie said, it is not. The back room. The chain of frequencies. I'm going to talk to Amber, Mary said, about what Tobias has identified. She held Carrie's look, whether the receiving generates produce. She held the look, whether there is a mechanism she can describe. She held the look. Ashworth may know. Yes, Carrie said, talk to Amber. And if it's real, Mary said, it changes the assessment of what I am. She held Carrie's look. I thought I was the source. She paused. If the receiving generates producing, then I am not the source. She held the look. I am a link. She paused, a significant link, but a link. She held the look. Alina was a source. I am a link, and the people who come through the threshold are links. She held the look. The chain continues through all of us. Yes, Carrie said, the chain. Alina built it, Mary said. She built the chain. She did not know who would be in it. She held Carrie's look. She just built the chain and ran the frequency and waited for the links to arrive. Yes, Carrie said, that is what she did. Mary held the look. I want to do the same, she said. Not built. Run the frequency and wait for the links. She held the look. Trust the chain. Yes, Carrie said, that is right. At 3, Marcus stood to leave. He had been at the Silver Quill for 5 hours. He looked at the room one more time at the specific quality of someone who had come and found what they had come to find and was integrating it. He looked at Tobias. I'm going to come back, he said. Yes, Tobias said, I know. The framework, Marcus said. The isolation within distinction. He held Tobias's look. It was accurate to my experience. He paused. Keep it. Yes, Tobias said, I will. Marcus held the look. The chain of frequencies, he said. That is going in the framework too. Yes, Tobias said, it is. Marcus nodded, the specific nod of someone confirming the accurate accounting. He looked at Carrie. The counting, he said, it mattered. Yes, she said. The mapping, he said, it mattered. Yes, she said. The holding both without canceling either, he said. It matters. Yes, she said. He held the look for a moment. My grandfather tried to ask the question through legitimate channels for 30 years, he said. The compact managed it. He held the look. The Manchester pack carried the damage. He paused. My uncle came to the Silver Quill and felt what is here. He paused. I came to the Silver Quill and found what is here. He held the look. I'm going to be part of what comes next. He held the look, not because I owe it. He paused. Because the chain continues through me now. He held the look. And I want to carry it correctly. Yes, Carrie said. That is the right reason. He left. The Silver Quill received his departure, the way it received everything, the specific warmth of a place that understood what was passing through it. Evening. Lilith at 6 with coffee. Carrie at the back room table with the day's notes. The specific quality of a Saturday that had been significant in the specific way of Saturdays that held more than they announced. Tell me, Lilith said. Carrie told her. The day's full account of Marcus in the morning, the framework growing. Ravaz both real without canceling, the chain of frequencies, Mary and the links. Lilith listened with full quality. The chain of frequencies, she said. Yes, Carrie said. Alina to Mary, she said. Mary to the people who come through the door. She held the look. Those people carried something outward. She held the look. Generating capacity in the people they hold. Yes, Carrie said. That means, Lilith said, the threshold is not the end of the chain. She held Carrie's look. The threshold is a link. Yes, Carrie said. A significant link. She held the look, but a link. Lilith held the look. The blank paper, she said, ready for the worth-nodding thing. She held the look. Your father is carrying it. She held the look. Tobias carrying it. She held the look. The chain of frequencies is the same thing. She held the look. Each link carries something outward. She held the look, not knowing who the next link is. She held the look, just carrying. Yes, Carrie said. That is exactly right. She was humming. Beginning to end. Your father's song, Lilith said, is a link. Carrie held the look. Yes, she said, I think it is. She held Lilith's look. He wrote it for my mother, she received it. The receiving generated something the yes before the second verse was finished. And then she paused. And then they made it a lullaby. She paused, and I received it. She paused. And I have been carrying it for 22 years. She held Lilith's look. And you have been listening to the middle of it for 12 years. She paused. And now you know the whole thing. She held the look. What do you carry from it? Lilith held her look. You, she said. I carry you from it. She held the look. The song is what led me to understand what you were carrying, what you came from. She held the look. Your father wrote it and you carried it and I received it, and she paused. I carry the understanding of what you are. She held the look. That is the link the song generated for me. The back room, Saturday evening, the silver quill holding them. The chain of frequencies, Carrie said, runs through everything. Yes, Lilith said, everything. She reached for Carrie's hand. Found it. The song continued. The chain continued. The door was open. The light was on. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 15. The Compact voted on non-interference on Tuesday. Margaret Voss had brought the recommendation to the council on Monday. She had told Carrie she would. She had also told Carrie what she expected. 11 in favor, 2 abstentions, 1 against. She had been specific about who would be where. Hadley, she had said, will vote for it. He told me Sunday. She had paused. He said the non-interference policy was compatible with his position on managed networks. She had paused. He said, and this is his exact language, that not interfering with something he has not yet fully assessed is different from endorsing it. She had held Carrie's look. He is still asking the question. The question is producing votes he did not expect from himself. Yes, Carrie had said. Petra, Margaret Voss had said, will abstain. Her compact position does not allow her to vote against an interference policy that would benefit her own pack. But she has not yet formally disclosed the adjacency, and she will not vote in favor of something that might be seen as self-serving before she has been honest about her situation. She had held Carrie's look. She is building toward honest disclosure. She had paused. It will come. Yes, Carrie had said, I think it will. The vote had been 11 in favor, 2 abstentions, 1 against. The 1 against was the counselor whose tradition Carrie had asked Amber about, a practitioner in a lineage that ran its governance through managed consensus rather than votes, who had been on the Compact's council for 8 years, and who had voted against because the non-interference policy represented the Compact formally acknowledging limits to its authority that his tradition did not recognize. Not hostile, principled, he had explained his position to Margaret Voss clearly. She had told Carrie. Carrie had noted it as information about his tradition and what it required. The door was open for his tradition too, when his tradition was ready. The Compact's formal non-interference policy meant that the communities the threshold was engaging with the Manchester Pack, the Harrow communities, the constructed Pack communities, the awakening adjacent communities were not subject to Compact management of their engagement with the threshold. The Compact would receive intelligence through Elia's ongoing reporting. It would not intervene. Not interfering, Margaret Voss had said, when she called Carrie with the vote result, is a low bar. You said so yourself. She had paused. But the Compact meeting matters. She had paused. Because the Compact has been setting the bar high and not meeting it for decades. Meeting the low bar and then raising it incrementally is more honest than setting the high bar and failing. Yes, Carrie had said, that is the right sequence. The Compact's non-interference was formally adopted Tuesday afternoon. Carrie received the news at 5:30 when Elias called from the council chamber. She was at the Silver Quill's back room table with Amber and Mary. 11-1, Elias said, 2 abstentions. Thank you, she said. There is something else, he said. Tell me. After the vote, Elias said, Hadley asked to speak. He paused. He addressed the council. He paused. He said, and I am reading from my notes, that the compact has been asking the wrong question for decades. He paused. He said the compact has been asking whether it is effective. He said the correct question is whether it is honest. He paused. He said he is not yet certain the compact is honest. But he said the non-interference vote was a step toward asking the question. He paused. He said the question stands. The back room. Carrie held the phone. He said that to the full council, she said. Yes, Elias said. He said it clearly. He paused. The room was very quiet when he finished. He paused. Margaret Voss thanked him. He paused. She said the council would be taking up the full 4 requirements within 60 days. 60 days, Carrie said. Yes, Elias said. She moved quickly after Hadley spoke. He paused. I believe she had been waiting for him to speak. He paused. His position on the council carries weight. When he asks the question publicly, the council cannot manage around it. No, Carrie said. They cannot. Carrie, Elias said. Yes. I want to tell you something, he said. That is not in any report. Tell me. I have been the compact's representative in Seattle since October, he said. I have been writing reports that read like someone inside something trying to communicate what it is like from the inside. He paused. Margaret Voss told me she approved that. He paused. I want you to know that the reports were honest. He paused. Everything I wrote was what I actually saw. He paused. And what I saw every week since October has been changing what I understand the compact should be. He held the phone. I have been inside the honest walls for 4 months. He paused. I am beginning to ask the question myself. The back room. The chain of frequencies. Thank you, Carrie said, for telling me. Yes, he said. I thought you should know. She ended the call. She set the phone on the table. Amber and Mary were looking at her. Hadley spoke, she said, to the full council. She held Amber's look. He said the correct question is whether the compact is honest. She held the look. He said the question stands. Amber was very still. He voted against, Mary said, in the council chamber, and now he is asking the question publicly. Yes, Carrie said. The question propagated, Mary said, from the Silver Quill to Marsh to Hadley to the full compact's council. Yes, Carrie said. Mary held the table. Alina's frequency, she said, ran through the constructed line for decades. It was slow. She held the look. This is faster. Yes, Carrie said. The threshold is not inside a binding. She held the look. It is outside, building from the outside. The chain moves faster from outside. The true blood closed what Alina could not close from inside, Mary said. Yes, Carrie said, and then continuing to build after the closing. The back room, Tuesday evening. The compact's non-interference was formally adopted. She was humming. She let it continue. Wednesday, Priya came downstairs. Not at 9:15, at 8. Early for Priya. She came into the back room with the lineage text under her arm and the quality of someone who had been working since before it was reasonable to be working and had arrived at something. She sat at the table across from Carrie. She set the text on the table. I found something, she said. Tell me, Carrie said. Alina built the reversibility into the framework, Priya said. We know that. She held Carrie's look, the escape in the lock. She held the look. I have been working through the theoretical basis for reversibility since Monday. She held the look. The specific architectural reason it functions. She held the look. And I found something else. What, Carrie said. The reversibility is not just in the binding structure, Priya said. It is in the rheomancy itself. She held Carrie's look, the original working, the thing the architects built. She held the look. Alina introduced reversibility into the foundational framework, not just the binding she constructed, the whole tradition. She held the look, which means... She paused. She organized it. Which means, she said, every application of the rheomancy that came from Alina's lineage has reversibility built in. She held the look, not just the Voss-Pax construction, any rheomantic working done in this tradition. She held the look. Alina built the escape into every lock she ever made. The back room was quiet. Carrie held this. The renegotiation is working, she said. The one Hessa documented. Yes, Priya said. It functions because Alina built the reversibility in. She held the look. The renegotiation working is using the exit Alina built into the original tradition. She held the look, which means... It is not specific to the Voss line, Carrie said. No, Priya said. It is not. She held the look. Any constructed community that was built using Alina's lineage's tradition has the same exit available. She held the look, not just the constructed leopards. She held the look, any of them. She paused, the 8 communities. The 9, however many there are. She held the look, if any of them were constructed using Alina's tradition's framework which, given how the Ryamancy was preserved and transmitted, it is likely they have the exit. Hessa would know, Carrie said, whether the communities were constructed in Alina's lineage. Yes, Priya said, I'm going to ask her on Monday. She held Carrie's look. I wanted to tell you first. She held the look, because if I am right. The renegotiation work is available to every constructed community that came from Alina's tradition, Carrie said. Not just the ones we have already identified. She held Priya's look. That is significant, Priya said. Yes. She held the lineage text. She built it into everything, Priya said. Alina, she held the look. Every lock she ever made. She built the exit into all of them. She held the look. She knew she was going to make more locks after the Voss construction. She built the exit into the tradition itself. She held the look, so that anyone who used her tradition, anyone she taught, anyone in her lineage was building with the exit already in it. She held the look without knowing. She held the look. She didn't tell her students she had done it. She held the look. She just built it in. The back room. Carrie thought about Alina in the binding. The decades of sabotage. The frequency running through the constructed line. The seams were visible. She thought about Alina building the exit into the tradition itself years before the binding, years before the frequency. Building the exit into every lock anyone in her lineage would ever make. She was trying to repair it from before she built it, Carrie said. Not just the Voss construction. She held Priya's look, everything. Yes, Priya said, everything. She could not undo what the architects built, Carrie said. She could not undo what was already done. She held the look. But she could build the exit into everything that came after. She held the look. She built the exit into her own tradition. She held the look, so that whatever she or her students built could be exciting. Yes, Priya said. That is not a small thing, Carrie said. No, Priya said, it is not. She held the look. It is the most significant thing I have found in the lineage texts. She paused. It means the renegotiation working is not specific to the Voss case. It is general. It belongs to the whole tradition. She held the look. The tradition itself is an exit tradition. She held the look. Alina made it one. Carrie held her look. Does Hessa know? She said. I don't think so, Priya said. I think she knows reversibility exists. I think she has worked with it practically. I don't think she knows Alina built it into the tradition deliberately. She held the look. I think if she knew, she would have told us. Yes, Carrie said. I think so too. I will tell her on Monday, Priya said, with Amber present. She held Carrie's look. I want Amber there. She paused, not to manage the conversation. She held the look because Amber is in the lineage tradition. She was trained in it. She held the look. She should know first. Yes, Carrie said. Tell Amber today. Yes, Priya said. I will. She held the lineage text. One more thing, she said. Tell me. The exit tradition, she said. If Alina built the exit into the whole tradition, then every working anyone in her lineage has ever done has the exit in it. She held Carrie's look, including things that are not the Ryamantic. She paused, including things that Amber has built. She held the look. The silver quills wards, she held the look. The counterworking on the bond. She held the look, all of it. She held Carrie's look, built in Alina's lineage, with the exit built in. Carrie held the look. The silver quills wards have the exit in them, she said slowly. Yes, Priya said. I don't know what that means practically. She held the look, but it means Alina's tradition is in the silver quills structure. She held the look. It has been from the beginning. She held the look. Amber building in Alina's tradition. She held the look. Without knowing, the tradition had been built to include the exit. The back room. Carrie looked at the silver quill. The warmth. The smell of lilac and mint, the 30 years of accumulated intention woven into the walls. Alina's tradition is woven into it. Alina's exit woven into it. The chain runs through the silver quill's structure, she said. Literally. Yes, Priya said. The chain runs through everything Alina touched. She held the look. She built it that way. Carrie told Amber at noon. She went to the counter. She stood beside Amber. She said, Priya found something in the lineage texts. Amber turned. She looked at Carrie's expression. Come sit down, she said. They sat at the back room table. Carrie told her. The exit tradition. Alina built reversibility into the whole lineage. The silver quill's wards are built in that tradition. Alina's tradition is woven into the structure of the silver quill. Amber listened. She was very still throughout. When Carrie finished, she was quiet for a long time. I trained in her lineage, Amber said, without knowing Alina specifically. She held the look. My teacher's teacher's teacher was a student of Alina's. She paused. 4 generations. She held the look. I have been building in Alina's tradition for 30 years. She held the look every ward, every working day, every piece of the silver quill's structure. She held the look, built with the exit already in it. She paused, without knowing. Yes, Carrie said. Amber held the table. The chain ran through my hands, she said. For 30 years, she held the look. I was building Alina's exit tradition into the silver quill's walls. She paused. Every time I reinforced a word. Every time I renewed the counterworking on the bond. She paused. Alina's exit was in it. She held Carrie's look. The silver quill is not just a threshold. She held the look. It is an exit tradition built into a physical space. She paused. A place where the exit is structural. She held the look. Where the escape is woven into the walls. Yes, Carrie said. Amber was quiet for a moment. When you came through the door at 10 years old, she said, you walked into Alina's exit tradition. She held Carrie's look, built into a space by someone who did not know she was carrying it. She paused. The chain reached you before Mary reached you. She paused. It reached you through the walls. Carrie held the look. She thought about the specific quality of the silver quill's back room, the warmth, the feeling of safety that had arrived before she was fully conscious. The leopard went to the lower gear before she knew where she was. The leopard felt it, she said. That first morning, she held Amber's look. I was unconscious. And the leopard felt the exit in the walls and went still. She paused. It recognized Alina's tradition. She paused. The true blood recognizes the exit tradition that Alina had built. She held the look, before anything conscious, in the walls. Yes, Amber said. I think that is what happened. They held the look. Priya, Amber said, 14 years old, found this in the lineage texts. Yes, Carrie said. Alina built the exit into the tradition, Amber said. And then someone 4 generations later trained someone who trained someone who trained me. She paused. And I built the exit tradition into a building in Seattle. She paused. And a true blood came through the door and the leopard recognized it. She paused. Alina built it this way. She held Carrie's look. She built it so that eventually the true blood would find the exit tradition. She held the look. She did not know it would be me. She did not know it would be Seattle. She just built it into the tradition and trusted the chain. Yes, Carrie said. That is what she did. Amber held the table. I want to talk to Hessa, she said. Yes, Carrie said. Priya is talking to her Monday. I want to be there, Amber said. Not to manage, she held Carrie's look. To be present when Hessa learns that Alina built the exit into the whole tradition. She paused. It is going to land differently for Hessa than for anyone else. She held the look. Hessa has been working on the renegotiation. She has been using Alina's exit tradition without knowing that is what she was using. She held the look. She has been doing Alina's repair work. She held the look, without knowing. Yes, Carrie said. The chain runs through Hessa too. Yes, Amber said. It does. She held the table. The silver quill was a heritage site, she said. Margaret Voss's recommendation. She held Carrie's look. It is more accurate than she knew. She paused. The silver quill is not a heritage site because of what has happened here in the last 4 months. She held the look. It is a heritage site because Alina's exit tradition is in the walls. She paused. The chain runs through the structure itself. She held the look. This building is part of Alina's repair project. She paused. It has been for 30 years. She held the look. Since the day I first made a ward here. Yes, Carrie said, and now it is recognized. She held Amber's look. The chain reaches the institution. She paused, the institution nomming what is here. Yes, Amber said. She looked at the Silver Quill's back room. I want to add this to the history document, she said. Priya's finding. She held Carrie's look, the exit tradition. Alina built it into the whole lineage. She paused. The Silver Quill's walls. She held the look. It belongs in history. Yes, Carrie said. It does. Thursday, the table. The full assembly. Riva, Costa and the others submitted Harrow Pack members. Adisa had been coming every Thursday since the council visit. Petra, who had sent Carrie a message on Wednesday that said simply, I am ready to disclose the adjacency. Is Thursday appropriate? Carrie had replied, yes, Thursday is the right time. Hadley was there. He had come for the first time since he told Carrie he would. He arrived at 8:50 with the quality of a man implementing a decision with the specific directness of someone who did not do provisional gestures. He sat at the table. He opened his notebook. He did not speak for the first 40 minutes. He listened. He watched the table's rhythm, the building conversation, the circle holding more people than it had before while remaining a circle. At the 40-minute mark, Jimmy presented an intelligence update. The Burns Parliaments Network had made contact with 2 more communities in the last week, one in Brazil, one in South Korea. The propagation model was active, the frequency running through the network's carriers. After Jimmy finished, Hadley looked at Tobias. The propagation is measurable, he said, through the network's contact data. Yes, Tobias said. That is the intelligence function. He held Hadley's look. Honest intelligence tracks the propagation accurately so we know where the chain is and where the gaps are. The gaps, Hadley said. Yes, Tobias said. The communities the network has not yet reached. The ones that are isolated and have not felt the frequency yet. He held Hadley's look. The gaps are the work. Hadley held the look. In managed network intelligence, he said, the gaps are liabilities. He held Tobias's look. Places where the network does not have coverage. Places where other networks might fill the gap. He held the look. In honest network intelligence, the gaps are. Directions, Tobias said. Yes, Hadley said. Directions. He held the look. The gap tells you where to build next. He held the look, rather than where you are vulnerable. Yes, Tobias said. That is the distinction. Intelligence work done honestly, Hadley said. Gaps as directions rather than liabilities. Yes, Tobias said. Hadley wrote in his notebook. Carrie watched him write. The notebook that had the question stands, and the thing that simply is what it is does not need to try to be effective. It is, and now, gaps as directions rather than liabilities. The chain of the question runs through Hadley's notebook. Petra disclosed the adjacency at the table's midpoint. She said it directly. The Ontario Pack, the contacts in the Awakening Coalition, the information received, not acted on, the 3 years of managing the managed picture inside the compact. I have been on the compact's council for 3 years, she said, voting on the threshold's recognition, voting on the non-interference policy. She held the table, while carrying the managed picture of my own pack situation. She paused. That is not the honest walls. She held the table. I am disclosing it now because it belongs in the honest picture. She paused, not because it changes my votes. She held the look because it should be known. The table received this. Adisa looked at Petra across the table. The adjacency, Adisa said, is known now. She held her look. What do you need from the threshold? The same thing, Petra said, as the other communities. She held Adisa's look. Accurate accounting. She paused. My pack has been carrying the managed picture. She paused. I want them to be able to put it down. She held the look. The same door, the same honest walls. She paused. I want my pack to be here. Yes, Carrie said, bring them. Adisa held Petra's look. The adjacent communities, she said. The ones between things, she held the look. Danny identified them as the gap. She held the look. You are one of them. She held Petra's look. You have been on the Compact's council for 3 years trying to do from inside what the threshold is building from outside. She paused. Both strategies were necessary. She held the look. The insider is trying to move the institution. The outsider building what the institution should have built. She paused. Both are real. Petra held the look. Both real, she said. Yes, Addisa said. Neither cancels the other. After the table had ended and the room had cleared, Hadley stayed. He was at the table with his notebook. Tobias was across from him. They had been in a conversation about the Brazil and South Korea contacts that had continued after the formal table ended. Carrie was at the counter with Amber. She could hear them, not the specific words, the quality. The quality of two people who had found a register that worked between them. Hadley with the precision of 40 years in intelligence work. Tobias with the precision of 7 weeks in a facility and 4 months of building. Different precisions, finding a common language. Amber held her tea. Hadley, she said quietly. Yes, Carrie said. He voted against, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said. He is asking the question, Amber said. Yes, Carrie said. He is going to be important, Amber said. For the compact, she held Carrie's look. The person inside the institution who is asking the question changes what the institution is. She paused, slowly. She held the look, but genuinely. She paused. Hadley at the Thursday table is the chain running into the compact's intelligence function. She held the look. Alina built the exit into the tradition. Hadley is building the question into the intelligence function. She held the look. Without knowing that is what he is doing. Yes, Carrie said. The chain runs through him. Yes, Amber said. It does. Tobias looked up from his conversation with Hadley. Amber, he said. She looked at him. I want to ask you something, he said, about the chain of frequencies. He held her look. Priya's finding. He held the look. The exit tradition in Alina's lineage. The silver quill's walls. He held the look. If the exit is in everything Alina's tradition touched, and if the frequency chain runs through the people who come through the door, is there a connection? He held her look. Between the structural exit in the building and the frequency chain in the people. Amber held his look. She was quiet for a moment. Yes, she said. I think there is. She held the look. The exit tradition in the walls is what makes the silver quill a threshold. She held the look. The threshold is not just a physical door. She paused. It is a structural property of the space that received Alina's tradition and was shaped by it. She held the look. The space holds the exit. She paused. When people come through the space, the frequency they receive is amplified by the structural exit already present. She held the look. The space and the frequency are the same thing at different scales. She held the look. The exit tradition in the walls and the exit tradition in Mary's frequency. She held the look, both from Alina, both present here. She held the look. When someone comes through the door, they encounter both simultaneously. She paused. The structural exit and the frequency exit. She held the look. That is why the silver quill is different from every other space. The back room. Tobias was writing. Hadley was very still. He looked at Amber. The building is the tradition, he said. Yes, Amber said. And the tradition is the frequency, he said. Yes, Amber said. And the frequency is Mary, he said. Yes, Amber said. And Mary was shaped by Alina, he said. Yes, Amber said. He held the look. The chain runs from Alina, he said, through the tradition, through the building, through the frequency, through Mary, through everyone who comes through the door outward. He held the look, every link generated by the previous one. He held the look. The building is not incidental. The building is a link. Yes, Amber said. The silver quill is a link in the chain. He held the look. Then he wrote something in his notebook. He turned it to show Amber. He had written, the building is a link. Amber looked at it. Yes, she said, that is accurate. Put it in the history document, Hadley said. Carrie looked at him. You read the history document, she said. Yes, he said. Margaret Voss shared it with the council. He held her look. The chain needed this addition. He held the look. The building as a link. He held the look, not just the people, the physical space that was built in Alina's tradition. He held the look. The chain runs through structures as well as people. Yes, Carrie said. You're right. She held his look. I'll add it. He turned the notebook back. He held it. I voted against, he said. In January. Yes, Carrie said. I am at the Thursday table, he said. In February. Yes, Carrie said. I have been asking the question for 4 weeks, he said. Are you honest? He held the look. I have not arrived at an answer for myself. He paused. But I have arrived at something. He held the look. The question is not answerable once and set aside. He held the look. It requires continuous asking. He held the look. I have been in intelligence work for 40 years. He paused. I have never continuously asked whether I was honest. He paused. I have asked whether I was effective, whether I was accurate, whether my assessments were right. He held the look. Honesty is different from all of those. He held the look. Honesty includes all of those and requires something more. He held the look. I do not yet know what more is. He paused. But I am asking. Yes, Carrie said. That is enough. Is it, he said, enough? For now, she said. Yes. She held his look. The question stands at the beginning. She held the look. Everything else follows from the beginning. He held the look. The question stands, he said. Yes, she said, it does. Friday. She was at the pack house. The specific quality of a Friday morning in the pack house, when the week had been significant, not the aftermath's density, something settling. The week had held the compact's vote and Priya's finding, and Hadley at the Thursday table and Petra's disclosure. The week had been large. She was in the kitchen, making coffee. The specific ordinary of the kitchen at 7 in the morning, the pack house doing its household things around her, someone upstairs, the third-floor resident-specific footstep pattern on the stairs, the smell of the house. Mike appeared. He looked at her, the assessment, not the shoulder check, the other one. How are you? He said. Building, she said, still building. She held his look. The compact voted. Hadley is asking the question. Priya found the exit tradition in Alina's lineage. She held the look. The chain runs through the silver quill's structure. Tell me, he said. She told him. The full week. He listened with the quality of someone who had been present for the whole of what she was building and was receiving the week's specific developments against that larger context. When she finished, he was quiet for a moment. He picked up his coffee. The exit tradition, he said, in Alina's lineage. He held the look, built into everything she touched. He held the look, including Amber's work, including the silver quill. Yes, she said. And Hadley at the Thursday table, he said. Yes, she said. He held the coffee. You built the threshold, he said. In 4 months, he held the look. You have moved the compact's chair to advocate for the full 4 requirements. He held the look. You have Hadley asking the question. He held the look. You have Addisa stopped. He held the look. The Manchester pack is engaging. He held the look. The compact voted for non-interference. He held the look. In 4 months. The chain was already built, she said. I just recognized it. She held his look. Alina built it. Amber built it. My parents built it. She paused. I named it and gave it a structure. Yes, he said. That is what you did. He held her look. The nomming and the structure are not small. No, she said. They are not. He held the coffee. Your father, he said, in a serious tone. He held her look. He would say, she said, that the exit tradition is the most important thing Priya has found. She held his look, because it means Alina's repair project was not specific. She paused. It was general. She paused. She built the exit into the whole tradition. She held his look. Every lock she ever made, every lock anyone in her lineage ever made. She paused. The repair built into the capacity for harm. She held his look. That is the rarest kind of right. She paused. He would say it in the serious tone. She held Mike's look, and then he would pick up his book. Mike held her look. Yes, he said, he would. He set down his coffee. He looked at her. Carrie, he said, the serious tone, full weight, the frequency. Yes, she said. You are doing it right, he said. Everything you are building, you are doing it right. He held her look, not because it is working. He held the look because it is honest. He held the look. The working follows from the honest. He paused. That is what your father would say. He held the look in a serious tone. She held his look. The frequency, the weight and the stillness. Harry Summers and Mike Walker and the chain running through the serious tone. Thank you, she said. Yeah, he said. He picked up his coffee. The transition is the practical Mike resuming. Donna wants to go over the Harrow Pack's formal engagement documentation this afternoon, he said. Yes, she said, I'll be there. She was humming, she had not noticed, the whole song beginning to end. Mike at the counter heard it. He held his coffee. He did not comment. He simply stayed in the kitchen with her, while she hummed and drank his coffee and was present, and that was how he loved people, and he was going to keep doing it. Saturday, the kitchen table. The full assembly. The new people are finding their positions, the old people holding the space. At some point during the conversation, Tobias looked at Carrie. The compact's convening session, he said. When does it happen? When the relationships are strong enough, Carrie said. That is the condition. How do we know when they are? He said. When the communities can be honest with each other, she said. Across the whole community. About what the consensus has cost. With each other, not just within their own groups. What does that look like in practice? He said. She held the look. Vincent Harrow and the Manchester Pax Alpha in the same room, she said. Being honest about what both of their communities lost and how both of them responded to losing it. She held the look. And the compact present. Not managing. Witnessing. She held the look. When that can happen, when the honest accounting of different costs and different responses can happen in the same room without fracturing the room, that is when the relationships are strong enough. Are they strong enough now? He said. She held the look. Not yet, she said. Getting there. She paused. The Manchester Pack and the Harrow Pack are both at the Thursday table, but they have not yet had a direct conversation. She paused. The direct conversation between Riva and Marcus Jr., between Marcus Webb Sr. and Vincent Harrow, that conversation is the test. She held the look. When that conversation can happen honestly, the relationships are strong enough. When Tobias said, Soon, she said, I think soon. He held the look. I want to be there, he said. Yes, she said, you will be. He held the look. Sierra, he said, she is coming to Seattle next weekend. Yes, she said, she told me. She should be there too, he said, for direct conversation. He held her look. She is part of the chain. He held the look. She held the door open when I ran. He held the look. She should be in the room when the room is strong enough. Yes, Carrie said, she should. He held the table. The chain, he said, it keeps getting longer. Yes, Carrie said, it does. And we keep not knowing, he said, where it goes next. Yes, Carrie said. And we carry it anyway, he said. Yes, she said, we carry it anyway. The kitchen table. Saturday morning becomes Saturday afternoon. The specific warmth of the Walker Pack house holding the people building something. She was humming. The complete song. There it is, Lilith said, beside her, softly. There it is, Carrie said. The chain continues. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 16. Sierra arrived on Friday evening. She came from Oakland, where she had been for a week. Adiz had business with a supernatural community legal matter in California, and Sierra had claimed the specific right of someone who was 17 and had been through something terrible and was done asking permission for her schedule. She had spent 3 days in Oakland being Sierra at 17 in California, and then had come to Seattle because Seattle was where the work was. She came through the Silver Quill's front door at 7:30 with the quality of someone who had been in transit and was arriving somewhere that registered as a destination. She looked at the front room, the shelves, the warmth, the smell. Still the same, she said, to no one specifically, to the Silver Quill. Yes, Amber said from the counter, always the same. Sierra looked at Amber. Tea, Amber said. Please, Sierra said. She came into the back room. Carrie was at the table, Lilith beside her, Mary across from them, Tobias at the far end with his notebook. Sierra looked at the configuration. The full Thursday table on a Friday evening, she said. We knew you were coming, Tobias said, without looking up. Did you miss me? Sierra said. The framework needed input from someone who was in the facility who is not me, Tobias said. Your specific experience is different from mine and from Marcus's. He looked up. Yes, I missed you. Something in Sierra's expression. Brief. The specific quality of 17 years old receiving something genuine without a performance around it. Good, she said. She sat down. She looked at Marcus's name and Tobias's notes on the table. He came back. Yes, Tobias said. Last Saturday. He was in the facility, she said. I didn't talk to him much. He paused, precise, quiet, counting things. She held the look like you but different. Bear shifter, Tobias said. Different instincts. The structural precision rather than the observational. He held her look. He gave me isolation within distinction. Tell me, she said. He told her. She listened with the quality she had been developing since October, the specific attentiveness of someone who had been through something significant and had learned that the precise account of significant things mattered. She did not interrupt. She asked 2 questions at the end. The isolation within, she said, being alone inside the wrong thing. She held Tobias's look. I had a version of that in the facility. She paused, not the same as Marcus. Different. She held the look. I was the oldest one, the one who was trying to hold the younger ones together. She held the look. That is a specific kind of isolation within. She paused. Being the holder when there is no one to hold you. She held the look. The isolation of being needed in a way that cannot be reciprocated. Tobias held the look. He was writing. The holder's isolation, he said. The specific variant of isolation within when the person is functioning as a holding point for others without having holding themselves. Yes, Sierra said, that is what I had. She held his look. I was holding Priya. I was holding the younger ones. She held the look. And there was no one in the facility who was in a position to hold me. She held the look. Except she paused. The orientation. She held the look. The sense that something was open somewhere. She held the look, Mary's frequency. You felt it in the facility, Carrie said. Yes, Sierra said. I didn't know what it was. She held the look. It felt like she searched. Like a question I didn't have words for yet. She paused. Something asking whether I knew there was a door. She paused. I didn't know there was a door. She paused. But I felt the asking. She held the look. And that was enough to keep going. She paused, knowing that something somewhere was asking. The back room. Mary held her tea, the frequency running, simply herself with it. You were receiving it in the facility, Mary said. Yes, Sierra said. The frequency reaches people inside wrong things, Mary said. Not just people looking for the door. She held Sierra's look. People who don't know the door exists but who are strong enough to hold others. She paused. It finds them. She held the look and asks the question. Yes, Sierra said. That is what it did. The holder's isolation, Tobias said. The specific receiving for that case. He held Sierra's look. The frequency of asking the question before the person knows there is a question. He held the look. The frequency reaches the holder first because the holder needs to know there is a door before they can point others toward it. Yes, Sierra said. That is the sequence. She held his look. The holder receives the question. The holder knows there is a door. The holder can then not take people to the door. That is not the holder's function but can hold them while they find it. She paused. The holder's role is not to lead to the door. She held the look. It is to hold while the finding happens. Tobias was writing. The holder does not lead, he said. The holder holds while the finding happens. He held the look. That is a distinction I did not have before. He held Sierra's look. Thank you. You're welcome, she said. She held his look. What else do you need? Everything, he said. Tell me everything you remember about the facility from your perspective. He held her look. Your assessment of each person. What you saw them carrying. What you saw them needing. He held the look not as testimony, as an analysis. He held the look. You were watching everything for 7 weeks. I want to know what you saw. Sierra held the look. That, she said, is the right kind of asking. Yes, he said, I know. She began. She talked for an hour. Tobias wrote. He asked precise questions at specific moments, and she answered, and he wrote more. Carrie listened. Lilith listened. Mary listened with the frequency running and the quality of someone receiving information that was directly relevant to what she produced. At some point, Amber appeared in the doorway. She looked at the configuration of Sierra in full account, Tobias writing, the room receiving. She went back to the front. At some point, Sierra stopped. She had arrived at the end of what she had to give tonight, the account of 7 weeks in the facility from the perspective of the holder, the one who watched everyone while holding the ones she could reach. Tobias set down his pen. The framework, he said, was missing this. He held Sierra's look. The holder has a distinct role in the holding capacity. He held the look, not the person being held, not the person providing holding. The person holding other people inside the wrong thing before anyone knows the door exists. He held the look. The frequency reaches the holder first so they can do their work. He held the look. This is the piece that explains why the rescue was possible. He held her look. You held the people. The people could be moved when the door opened. He held the look. The holding capacity was already there because you were already there. He paused. The threshold should recognize this as a specific function. He held the look. The holder. The person the frequency reaches first. The person who holds others while the finding happens. Yes, Sierra said. You are that, he said. Yes, she said. And Priya, he said, inside the facility with Hessa Vane paying attention to her, holding herself while Hessa assessed her. Not breaking, holding. He held the look, the holder's isolation, the specific variant. He held the look, both of you. Yes, Sierra said. The threshold needs holders, he said. Not just people who have been through the wrong thing and found the door. People who hold others while the finding happens. He held her look. That is a specific function with specific requirements. He held the look. The framework addresses it now. He held the look, because you described it. Sierra held his look. You, she said, are 15 years old and you are building something that addresses everything that was wrong about what happened to us. I'm trying, he said. You're succeeding, she said. He held the look. Not performing the modesty, receiving what she said with the specific quality of someone who was checking it against the framework and finding it accurate. Not yet, he said, but approaching. Good, she said, keep approaching. Saturday morning. She had come to the pack house. Adiz had arranged accommodation, but Sierra had determined that the pack house was the better destination for a Saturday morning in February. She arrived at 8:30 with coffee she had bought on the way, because she had learned that showing up to the Walker Pack's kitchen without contributing something was bad form. She set the coffee on the table. She sat across from Carrie. The direct conversation, she said, Tobias told me. She held Carrie's look. The test for whether the relationships are strong enough. She paused. When is it happening? This weekend, Carrie said, if the people are ready. She held Sierra's look. Marcus Webb Sr. is in Seattle until Monday. Reva is here. Vincent Harrow is in the city. She held the look. The people are here. She paused. The question is whether the moment is right. How do you know when the moment is right? Sierra said. When the people are ready to be honest with each other, Carrie said. Not prepared, not arranged. She held Sierra's look. Ready. Are they ready? Sierra said. Carrie held the look. I think so, she said. I'm going to ask. She asked Marcus Webb Sr. at 9. He was at his hotel. She called him directly. There are people here, she said, who have different parts of the same problem. Vincent Harrow from the Harrow Pack who chose the Awakening, Reva who was in the Harrow Pack. Your family's pack had their question managed and tried to surface it through legitimate channels. She held the phone. The conversations have been happening separately. I think they need to happen together. She paused. Not managed, not arranged. She paused. Just present each other. She held the phone. Today, if you're willing. He was quiet for a moment. At the Silver Quill, he said. Yes, she said. The Silver Quill. Yes, he said. I'll come. She called Reva. Reva said yes immediately to the flat yes of someone who had been ready for this and was glad it was arriving. She found Vincent Harrow at the pack house. He had come for the Saturday table and had stayed after for a conversation with Jonna about the Harrow Pack's formal engagement documentation. She told him what she was proposing. He held the look for a long moment. He had the quality he always had, the specific quality of someone who had been through something significant and was doing the slow, honest work of accounting for it. Not performed. Real. Marcus Webb Sr., he said. Yes, she said. The Manchester pack, he said. Yes, she said. They tried the legitimate channels, he said. For 30 years. He held her look. We chose the awakening's answer. He held the look, the same question, different paths. He held the look. And now both paths have led here. Yes, she said. He held the look. I am not ready, he said, in the sense of having resolved what I need to resolve. He paused. I do not think I will be ready in that sense for a long time. He held the look. But I am ready to be honest about not being ready. He paused. That might be sufficient. Yes, Carrie said, that is sufficient. Then yes, he said, I'll come. They gathered at the Silver Quill at 2. Not the full table, the specific people. Marcus Webb Sr., Vincent Harrow, Rava, Jonna. Addisa she had asked to be present and Carrie had said yes because Addisa being present was itself part of the honest accounting. The Compact's council member who had been the management, present when the thing the management had prevented was finally happening. Tobias. He had asked quietly on Saturday morning whether he could come, and Carrie had said yes. He was 15 and he had been in the facility, and he was part of what this was. Sierra. Tobias had asked, and Carrie had expected no less. Lilith, beside Carrie always. And Mary, not performing the frequency, simply present. Herself, the chain visible in her presence. Amber at the counter, the Silver Quill holding them. The back room at 2 in the afternoon on a Saturday in February. The specific quality of the Silver Quill holds something significant. Carrie looked at the room. I am not going to frame this, she said. I am not going to manage it. She held the room. I am going to ask you to say what is true. She held the look. That is the only instruction. She looked at Marcus Webb Sr. He held the room. He said, my father's name was Marcus Webb. He was the alpha of the Manchester pack in 1993. He tried to surface the plain sight consensus question through the Compact's channels. The Compact managed it. The pack was isolated. He paused. My father spent the rest of his life carrying the damage from that isolation. He paused. I carry his name. He paused. I have been carrying the damage too. He paused. My nephew was in a facility because the awakening found the vulnerability the management created. He paused. My nephew is 16 years old, and he was in a facility because my family's question was managed instead of heard. He held the room. That is what I am carrying. The room held this. Rava held the table. She said, the Harrow pack chose the awakening because Daniel Harrow died on pack territory and the Compact managed our grief. She paused. We chose the wrong answer to a real question. She paused. Daniel was 24. He kept everyone's spirits up during the hard months. She paused. We told ourselves his death would mean something. She paused. The awakening was using his death the same way it used everything else. She paused. We did not know that. She paused. We knew it was wrong when it became something other than what we had signed up for. She paused. We did not get out immediately. She paused. That is also what I am carrying. The room held this. Vincent Harrow held the table. He said, I led the Harrow pack into the awakening. He held the room. I made the choice. My pack followed because I led. He paused. I chose the wrong answer to a question the Compact had been managing instead of hearing. He paused. In choosing the wrong answer, I made it possible for children to be taken. He paused. Marcus Webb's nephew. He held Marcus Webb Sr.'s look directly. My choice contributed to the circumstances that made that possible. He paused. I cannot undo that. He held the look. I can say it plainly. He paused. I am saying it plainly. Marcus Webb Sr. held Vincent Harrow's look. The room was very still. You chose wrong, Marcus said. My family tried right and was managed into damage. He held the look. Both of us lost. He held the look. My nephew was in a facility and your pack's Daniel is dead. He held the look. Different losses. Same broken system. He paused. I am not going to tell you your loss is less than mine because you chose wrong. He held the look. The Compact managed both of us. He held the look. It took different things from both of us. He paused. And we are both here. He paused. That is what I want to say. Harrow held the look. Yes, he said, that is right. He held the look. Both of us are here. He paused. I did not expect to receive that from you. He held the look. I did not think I deserved it. You don't, Marcus said. Not yet. He held the look. But I am not withholding it because you don't deserve it. He paused. I am offering it because honest accounting requires it. He held the look. You made the wrong choice. I acknowledge that. He held the look, and we are both here. I acknowledge that too. He paused. Both are real. The room. Both real, Harrow said. Yes, Marcus said. Addisa held the table. She was very still. The specific stillness of someone who had been managing the distance between these two communities for 31 years and was watching the distance close not through management, through honesty. She said, the compact managed your family's question to Marcus Webb Sr. I was part of the institution that managed it. She held the look. I was not on the compact in 1993. I was on it for 30 years. She held the look. I continued the management. She held the look. I believed it was necessary. She held the look. I was wrong. She paused. Not wrong that the question was dangerous. Wrong that management was the right response to the danger. She paused. The right response was building the holding capacity before surfacing the question. She paused. We did not build the holding capacity. She paused. The threshold is building it. She paused. 30 years later. She held the look. I am sorry it took this long. Marcus Webb Sr. held her look. The room held the apology. Thank you, he said, for saying it. He paused. It has not been repaired in 30 years. He paused, but it is real. He held her look. Honest accounting requires acknowledgement. He held the look. You gave it. He paused. That is the beginning. Yes, Addisa said, the beginning. The room. Tobias, at the table's end, held his notebook. He was not writing. He was holding it to the specific quality of someone who had decided to receive this fully rather than process it for the framework. He would write it later. Right now, he was simply in it. Sierra was beside him, the holder, the one who had held others inside the wrong thing. She was holding the room, now not performing, simply present with the quality that was hers. The frequency's first recipient. The holder who had known there was a question before she knew there was a door. Mary was across from them, the frequency running. The chain is visible in her. I was in the Voss pack, Mary said. Not the Harrow pack, not the Manchester pack. She held the room, a different wrong thing. She paused. I carried the management from the inside. She paused. I made choices I cannot take back. She paused. And I made choices that matter. She paused. Both are real. She held the room. I am here. She paused. The frequency I produce it comes from being inside the wrong thing and finding the door. She held the room. It goes toward people who need to know the door exists. She paused. Everyone in this room has been inside something wrong. She held the room. Everyone in this room found the door. She paused, or is finding it. She held the room. The frequency goes toward all of you. She paused, because you are all finding it. The room. The specific quality of a room that had held something honest. Carrie held it. She looked at the people around the table. Marcus Webb Sr. with his father's name and 30 years of damage. Vincent Harrow with the wrong choice and the accounting. Rava with the carrying and the stopping. Jana with the intelligence that had contributed to the awakening and the 30 years of being inside the institution and the specific honesty of coming to this room. Addisa with the management and the stopping. Tobias with the facility and the blank pages and the framework. Sierra with the holding. Mary with the frequency. Lilith beside her. The relationships, she said, are strong enough. Not loudly, not performed, simply stating what was true. The room received it. Yes, Rava said. Yes, Marcus said. Yes, Harrow said. The convening session, Carrie said, when the compact convenes formally, when the community has an honest conversation about the plain sight consensus. She held the room. The relationships need to be strong enough for the conversation to happen without fracturing. She held the room. We have been building toward that. She held the room. I think we are approaching strong enough. She held the room. Not yet, but approaching. How do you know when we are there? Marcus said. When this room, she said, can hold the compact's full counsel and the awakening adjacent communities and the constructed communities and the isolated communities, and the communities that paid the costs and the communities that benefited when this room can hold all of them and the conversation is honest. She held the room, not when everyone agrees, when everyone can be honest in the same space without the space fracturing. She held the room. That is when the relationships are strong enough. How long, Harrow said. I don't know, she said. Not tonight, not next week. She held the look. But I think what happened here today moved us significantly closer. She held the room. The direct, honest conversation between people who had different relationships to the same broken system. She paused. That is the foundation the convening session needs. She paused. You have built part of that foundation today. The room held this. Both real, Marcus said again, without canceling. Yes, Carrie said, that is the foundation. The room dispersed gradually. Not all at once, the natural dispersal of people who had done something significant and were processing it in the specific way of people who had just been honest about heavy things. Vincent Harrow and Marcus Webb Sr. stood together at the front room window for a few minutes. Not a long conversation or brief exchanges. The beginning of something that would take much longer to develop than one afternoon. Riva and Jonna left together. The Harrow Pack members found their rhythm with the people who had been advocating for them. The work continues. Addisa left last among the guests. She stopped at the back room door. She looked at Carrie. The convening session, she said. When it happens, the full Compact's council needs to be in the room. She held the look, including Hadley. She paused. He voted against. He is asking the question. She held the look. He should be there when the community asks for it together. Yes, Carrie said. And the person who voted against for principled reasons, Addisa said. The one who runs governance through managed consensus. She held the look. His tradition deserves to be heard in the convening conversation. She held the look, not to manage the outcome. She held the look, to be heard. Yes, Carrie said. I'll arrange it. Good, Addisa said. The door is open for traditions that don't yet know how to come through it. She held the look. That is also the threshold's work. Yes, Carrie said. She left. The silver quill after. Tobias and Sierra at the table. He was now writing the notes from the afternoon, the things the framework needed. She was reading the governance documentation, the sections she had not seen yet, asking questions. Mary at the counter with Amber. Two women who had been holding things for very different amounts of time and had found a register that worked between them. Lilith beside Carrie, default arrangement. How do you feel? Lilith said. Like the relationships are approaching strong enough, Carrie said. When Lilith said. Soon, Carrie said. I think the convening session happens in the spring. She held Lilith's look. When the Manchester Pack is fully engaged. When the Harrow Packs 8 have completed their process. When Priya has the renegotiation working documented and the constructed communities know what is available to them. She held the look. When the Compact has voted on the full 4 requirements. She held the look. When the relationships are strong enough to hold the full conversation. That is a lot, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said, but it is approaching. She held Lilith's look. Every piece is moving. She held the look. The chain is moving. Lilith held her look. The spring, she said. Yes, Carrie said. The conversation the community has needed to have for decades, Lilith said. In the spring. Beginning to have it, Carrie said. Not finishing. She held Lilith's look. The beginning of the conversation. She paused, which is all that is required. She paused. The beginning. The honest starting point. From there the community decides. And you, Lilith said. You trust the community to decide. Yes, Carrie said. I trust the community. She held Lilith's look. The honest walls produce communities that can be trusted with hard questions. She held the look. Because they ask the question themselves. She held the look. Are you honest? The community is asking that of itself. She paused. A community that asks that question can be trusted with the answer. Lilith held her look. The Compact's chair asked whether she should still be chair. Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. That is the community asking the question of itself. Hadley saying the question stands to the full council, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. Vincent Harrow said plainly to Marcus Webb Sr.'s face what his choice contributed to. Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. The community asking the question, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said, everywhere, all of it. She held Lilith's look. The question is propagating, she paused, the chain of the question. She held the look, running through everyone it reaches. Lilith held her look. You built this, she said. The chain was already built, Carrie said. Alina built it. My parents built it. Amber built it. She held Lilith's look. I named it and gave it a structure. She paused. And you have been beside me every day while I built the structure. She held the look. That is not nothing. No, Lilith said. It is not. She reached for Carrie's hand. Found it. The silver quill. Saturday afternoon becomes Saturday evening. The warmth. The smell of lilac and mint. The chain continues through the building and the people and the frequencies and the question propagating outward. Carrie was humming. Beginning to end. The complete song. Your father's song, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. Still running, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said, still running. She held Lilith's hand. The chain continues. What We Are Made Of. Book 2 of the Shattered Bonds trilogy. Chapter 17 Epilogue. Spring came to Seattle the way it always came. Not dramatically, the Pacific Northwest did not do dramatic springs. It came as a gradual argument. The light changed its quality incrementally, the gray becoming a different shade of gray, and then a tentative gold, and then something that committed to being gold more days than not. The trees make their case in the specific slow way of deciduous trees in the Pacific Northwest, the bare branch quality of January giving way to the first tentative green of March, and then the full commitment of April. By the end of April, the argument had been won. Carrie noticed it from the silver quill's front window on a Thursday morning, and noted it the way she noted things that were simply true, the specific awareness of someone who had spent 3 days in Missouri in October looking at bare Ozark trees, and who had spent a winter watching bare Seattle trees, and who was now looking at those same Seattle trees in full leaf. The season had changed. The work had changed with it. The compact voted on the full 4 requirements in March. Not unanimously, the vote had been 11-2 with 1 abstention, which Margaret Voss had described to Carrie as better than she had expected and exactly as difficult as she had anticipated. The 2 against were the counselor whose tradition ran governance through managed consensus, and a second counselor who had been on the compact for 27 years, and who had voted against not from principled disagreement, but from the specific inertia of someone who had been managing things for 27 years and had not yet found a way to stop. He had come to the silver quill the week before the vote. Not arranged, he had appeared at the front door on a Tuesday afternoon with the quality of someone who had been standing outside for a while before coming in. Amber had let him in without comment. He had sat in the back room for 40 minutes and had not said very much and had left without committing to anything. He had voted against the following Monday. He had also, Elias told Carrie on Tuesday, asked to come back to the silver quill. He had left a message with Elias saying that he had not been ready on Tuesday and that he was going to keep asking the question and that he thought he would be ready eventually. The door is open, Carrie had told Elias. Yes, Elias had said, I told him. The 4 requirements formally adopted. The compact acknowledged that the Plainsight consensus was a managed arrangement rather than a freely chosen ongoing consensus. This acknowledgement had been the most contested. The language had been negotiated for 6 weeks between Carrie and Margaret Voss, and the compact's legal structure before arriving at wording that was honest without being the kind of honest that fractured the institution in the process of acknowledging what it had been doing. The compact created a formal process for revisiting the consensus, a stated timeline 18 months, and a stated commitment to genuine community decision-making rather than managed outcome. The threshold would build the holding capacity. The compact would convene when the threshold indicated readiness. The compact formally recognized all constructed communities as full members with full standing in the revisiting process, not cases to be managed, voices. And the compact acknowledged publicly that it had been managing rather than convening. Margaret Voss had read the acknowledgement into the formal record herself. Elias had told Carrie that her voice had been steady throughout. Hadley had voted for all 4 requirements. He had also, after the vote, added something to the formal record. Not a speech or a statement, 3 sentences. The compact has been asking whether it is effective. The correct question is whether it is honest. The compact is beginning to ask the correct question. The question stands. In the record, the renegotiation is working. Priya had told Hessa about the exit tradition on the Monday after Priya found it. Amber had been present. The conversation lasted 2 hours. Hessa had been very still for most of it. At the end, she had said, "She built it before I was born, before anyone in my lineage who used it was born." She had paused. She was trying to repair everything. She had paused. I have been doing her repair work. She had paused, without knowing. "Yes," Amber had said, "the chain runs through you." Hessa had held the look for a long moment. Then she said, "Then I will keep doing it." The renegotiation work had been fully documented by March. Hessa had produced a complete practitioner's guide, not just the theoretical framework, but the specific practical implementation, the handling of complications, the specific variants for different constructed community types. 300 pages. The most complete documentation of the working available anywhere. She had given it to Priya first. Priya had read it over a weekend. She had returned it with 17 specific annotations, questions, refinements, places where the theoretical basis could be made more explicit. Hessa had incorporated all 17. The document had been submitted to the Ashworth Covens archive. Ashworth himself had reviewed it and had written a formal introduction acknowledging that the exit tradition was the most significant rediscovery in his 50 years of practice. The formal introduction began. Alina Voss built the exit into every lock she ever made. The working document here is how we use it. Priya had read the introduction 3 times. Then she went to the adjacent room. Hesse had looked up. The introduction, Priya had said, every lock she ever made. Yes, Hesse had said. She is still doing repair work, Priya had said, through this document, through us using it. Yes, Hesse had said. Both are real, Priya had said. What she built was wrong, and what she built that repairs it. She had held Hesse's look. Both are real. Yes, Hesse had said. They had held the look for a moment. Then Priya had said, the formal terms, Amber's review, my voice in the determination of your situation. She had held the look. I have been thinking about what I want. Tell me, Hesse had said. Priya had told her. Not the full resolution yet, not the end of the binding or the formal conclusion of the accountability, but a specific modification. Hesse would be permitted to attend the Thursday table. As a participant, not an observer, with the conditions held and the accountability maintained and Priya's formal voice in the determination remaining. Because the work Hesse was doing, the repair work that was also Alina's repair work, required her to be more fully in the world where the repair was needed. Because the honest walls included Hesse, and Hesse inside the walls was more useful than Hesse adjacent to them. Amber had reviewed the modification. She had accepted it. Hesse had come to the Thursday table for the first time in April. She had sat at the table's end and had been very precise and had answered questions directly and had not performed anything. She had been there, and that had been sufficient. Priya had been at the same table. She had not sat beside Hesse, she had sat across from her, which was the position of someone who was in the conversation with someone rather than alongside them. They had exchanged 4 words during the table. All 4 were about the working's theoretical basis. It was the beginning of something that would take much longer than one Thursday table. Both are real. The Manchester Pack. Marcus Webb Sr. had returned to Manchester in March with the specific quality of someone who had put something down and was learning what it felt like to walk without it. He had called Carrie twice, once in March to tell her that the Manchester Pack's formal engagement with the threshold was proceeding, and once in April to tell her that the Pack had, at a formal Pack meeting, voted to formally disclose their grievance history to the Compact's new grievance acknowledgement process. The disclosure had not been easy. 30 years of carrying something, and then setting it in front of an institution that had managed it for 30 years, was not a small thing regardless of the institution's formal change of posture. It was honest. That was what Marcus Sr. had said when he called. It was honest. Yes, Carrie had said, that is sufficient. Marcus Jr. had come back to the Silver Quill in March with his uncle on the first visit, and then alone in April. He and Tobias had been in contact throughout the specific ongoing correspondence of two people who had found a common register and were using it. Not every day the specific quality of contact that was present without being constant, the kind that meant the relationship was real rather than managed. In April, Marcus Jr. had come to the Thursday table for the first time. He had sat beside Tobias. He had contributed 3 specific observations to the framework discussion, the holder to community transition point, the specific moment when someone who had been holding others was ready to be held themselves, and what that transition required. Precise, structural, built from his experience in the facility and his 3 months of watching the framework develop from outside. Tobias had written all 3 down. He had shown them to Marcus afterward and said, "These are the most accurate descriptions of that transition I have encountered." Marcus had said, "I watched you do it. In the facility. You went from holding the plan to being held by the people who came for you." He had paused. "I watched the transition happen in real time." He held Tobias's look. "I wanted to make sure the framework described it correctly." "Does it now?" Tobias had said. "Yes," Marcus had said. "Now it does." The Harrow Packs 8. By March, all 8 had submitted. Not all at the same time, the last 2 had come in late February. One of them, Delia, who had been watching since October and had finally moved when she had seen enough. She had said when she submitted, "I needed to know it was real before I could come in." She had paused. "I watched for 4 months." She had paused. "It is real." Yes, Carrie had said, "It is." Vincent Harrow had continued his attendance at the Thursday table through the spring. He was quieter than most at the table. He listened more than he spoke, and when he spoke, it was specific. He was doing the slow, honest work of a man who had led his pack into something wrong and was figuring out what accountability looked like in practice rather than in principle. In April, he had asked Carrie if he could bring Daniel Harrow's family to the Silver Quill. Daniel's parents, he had said, and his sister. He had paused. "They do not know about the threshold yet." He had paused. "I have been managing what I tell them." He had paused. "I want to stop managing it." He held Carrie's look. "I want them to know what exists." He held the look. "What is being built in part because of what Daniel did not get to build?" Yes, Carrie had said, "Bring them." He had brought them in April, a Saturday. Carrie had been there. Rava had been there because Rava had known Daniel, and the specific presence of someone who had known him was required for the conversation to be fully honest. They stayed for 3 hours. Daniel Harrow's mother had held the Silver Quill's front room with her eyes when she came in and had said, "He would have liked this, not to anyone specifically, to the room." Yes, Amber had said, "I think he would." The name in the room, present in the record. Sira. She had come back twice since February, once in March for a long weekend, and once in April for a week. The week in April had coincided with the Thursday table, and she had been at it, which produced the specific quality of a table with both Tobias and Sira present simultaneously, the two of them, in the specific conversation dynamic. They had been developing, fast and precise, and occasionally completing each other's sentences in the specific way of two people who had been through the same wrong thing and come out thinking in the same register. She was applying to attend university in Seattle. She had not told Adiz yet. She had told Carrie. "I want to be here," she had said, "for the convening session." She had paused for what comes after. She had paused. "The work is here." She held Carrie's look. "I want to be where the work is." Yes, Carrie had said, "I know." Adiz is going to have opinions, Sira had said. Yes, Carrie had said, "She will." She had paused. "She'll also want what's right for you." She had held Sira's look. "Tell her." Yes, Sira had said, "I will." She had told Adiz in April. The call lasted 45 minutes. Sierra had reported the outcome with the specific Sierra quality of someone who had prepared for resistance and received something more complicated. She said Sierra had reported that she had been watching the threshold since October and that she had been expecting this. She had paused. She said she would support it. She had paused. She also said she expected regular calls and holidays at home, and that if my grades suffered, the whole experiment would be reviewed. She had paused. I said yes to all of it. Good, Carrie had said. She also said, Sierra had added, to tell you that the Aakhafer Pride's full commitment stands. She had paused. Name what you need. Priya turned 15 in April. The Silver Quill's back room had been the location, not a party, the specific quality of a gathering of the people who had been in Priya's orbit through the previous 6 months. Amber had made food. The cats had conducted their inexplicable business. Priya had received the gathering with the Priya quality precise, present, not performing gratitude. At some point during the evening, she had sat beside Carrie. I want to tell you something, she had said. Tell me, Carrie had said. When I was in the facility, Priya had said, Hessa Vane paid attention to me. She had held the look. I have been thinking about why that was significant. She had paused, not because of what she was trying to do. She had paused, because being paid attention to being recognized as significant was the only thing that made me feel like a person in that place. She had held the look. Everyone else was a category to the people running the facility. She had paused. Hessa saw me as specific. She had paused. For the wrong reasons. She had paused, but she saw me as specific. She had held Carrie's look. I have been thinking about what it means that the only person in that place who saw me as specific was the person doing something terrible to me. She had held the look, and I have been thinking about what the threshold is trying to provide. She had paused, the specific seeing. She had held the look. The thing that makes people feel like people rather than categories. She had paused. Hessa saw me as specific. The threshold sees everyone as specific. She had held the look. That is the distinction. She had held the look. That is what the threshold is. Carrie had held the look. Yes, she had said. That is what the threshold is. I want that in the history document, Priya had said. The specific seeing, as the core function. Yes, Carrie had said. I'll add it. Today, Priya had said. Today, Carrie had confirmed. She had added it that evening. The history document's final section. The threshold sees everyone as specific, not as categories or cases or community designations, as specific people with specific histories and specific things they are carrying. The specific seeing is the core function. Everything else the threshold does follows from this. Priya had read it on Saturday morning. She had not said anything. She had simply nodded in the flat, precise Priya way of someone confirming accuracy. Burns. He had brought the Parliament's proposal to the Thursday table in March. The section of the network specifically designed to reach people who could not be reached through the existing infrastructure, built on the propagation model's principles. He had presented it to Tobias directly, as agreed. Tobias had read it. He had asked 11 questions. Burns had answered all 11. Then Tobias had said, it is approaching adequate. 2 sections need significant revision. He had marked them. Fix these and I will say yes. Burns had taken the document. He had returned 3 weeks later with the revised version. Tobias had read it again. Yes, Tobias had said, this will work. Burns had held his look. You are the most rigorous evaluator I have encountered in 40 years, he had said. Thank you, Tobias had said. The framework required it. Constance Beaumont had attended the Thursday table in April for the first time. She had come with Burns and had sat at the table's edge and had listened with the quality of someone who had been asking a question for 30 years and was in the room where the question was being asked continuously. She had said at the end of the table, I have been asking the question for 30 years. She had paused. I did not know there were other people asking it. She had held the room. I want you to know that finding this room, finding the question being asked collectively is she had paused. It is more than I expected to find. The chain, Mary had said. It runs toward the people asking the question. She had paused. You were asking for it. The frequency found you. Beaumont had held Mary's look. Yes, she had said. I think it did. The convening session. Margaret Voss had called Carrie in April with the question, "Are the relationships strong enough?" Carrie had held the phone. She had thought about everything the spring had produced. The Manchester Pack, the Harrow Pax 8, the exit tradition is documented in the archive, the 4 requirements formally adopted, the compact's acknowledgement in the record, Hadley's 3 sentences, Priya at 15 finding the specific seeing, Sierra is applying to university in Seattle, Burns Network revised, Beaumont at the Thursday table, Constance asking the question. Yes, she had said, the relationships are approaching strong enough. When Margaret Voss had said, June, Carrie had said, I think June. The compact will be ready, Margaret Voss had said. I will make sure of it. Yes, Carrie had said, I know you will. The convening session was scheduled for the 3rd week of June. Not a single event for 3 days. The first day for honest accounting, every community present, saying what was true about their relationship to the plain sight consensus and what it had cost or provided. The second day for the genuine deliberation, the community reasoning together about whether the consensus remained appropriate and what the right relationship between the supernatural and mundane worlds was. The third day for the beginning of the decision, not a final resolution, the beginning of an ongoing process. The decision that would be revisited and refined over years. The threshold would be present throughout, not managing, holding. The holding capacity is ready. The relationships are strong enough. The honest walls present. The community decides. The Thursday table in the last week of May. The full assembly, not just the original inner circle. The people who had been coming since October, and the people who had been coming since January, and the people who had started coming in March and April, and who were still finding their positions in the circle. 43 people. The first Thursday table in October had 6 people. 6 months later, it was 43. Not because the threshold had grown through management, because the chain had reached 43 people who needed what the chain was carrying and had followed the frequency to the door. Tobias was at the table with his notebook and approximately 30 blank pages folded into his jacket pocket. He had been adding to the framework continuously since October. The framework that had started as a 15-year-old's attempt to build what would have reached him was now the most comprehensive document on supernatural community health that existed anywhere. Ashworth had told Carrie privately in April that he intended to cite it in his next formal publication. He had said this with the specific quality of someone who had been in the field for 50 years and was encountering something that required citation. The author, he had said, will be noted as Tobias Grant, age 15. He'll be 16 by the time you publish, Carrie had said. I will note that as well, Ashworth had said. Priya was at the table. She had been coming since March, the 15-year-old who had found the exit tradition in Alina's lineage, who had been reading the lineage texts since January, who had been building towards something that was not yet a practice, but was more than a study. Amber said she would be ready to begin formal practice within the year. Not Hessa's practice, something of her own, built from Alina's lineage and the exit tradition and the specific knowledge of someone who had been the most at-risk captive in a facility and had come out building the escape into every lock she made thereafter. Hessa was at the table, sitting at the end, precise and present and doing the work that was also Alina's work without calling it that. Both are real, neither canceling. Mary was at the table, the frequency running. Ashworth had spent 3 sessions in April trying to model the chain of frequencies. His conclusion had been that the model was accurate, but that the mathematics required were beyond his current framework, and that he would need to develop new tools to describe it properly. The frequency chain is real, he had told Carrie. I cannot yet describe it fully. That is my limitation, not the chains. Yes, Carrie had said. Marcus Jr. was at the table. He had been coming every week since April. He had been at every Thursday table and had been adding to the framework and had been building something of his own alongside Tobias's, work the specific analysis of how constructed communities process the knowledge of what they were, the psychological architecture of the identity change, what it looked like from the inside when the seams became visible and the person had to rebuild their understanding of themselves. He was 16. He had been processing his own version of this since October. He was building the description from the inside. Tobias called it the companion framework, the structural analysis next to the community health framework. Both needed, both are real. Addisa was at the table. She came every Thursday. She was building the compact's acknowledgement process, the formal channel through which communities like the Manchester PAC could submit their grievance histories and receive the honest accounting. She worked on it at the table and brought questions to the people who could answer them and took their answers back to the compact. She had said to Carrie in April, "I have been doing more useful work in 4 months at the Thursday table than I did in 31 years at the compact's council." Yes, Carrie had said, honest work is more useful. Harrow was there, still quiet, still doing the slow, honest work, still present. Reva beside him, the holding, they are both real without canceling. The person who had watched Daniel Harrow keep people's spirits up during the hard months and who was now keeping her own version of spirits up at the Thursday table. Jana across from them, the work of reaching the communities who were between things. She had brought 4 more Harrow-adjacent communities into the threshold's orbit since March. Small communities, careful approach, the specific outreach of someone who had been in the same rooms and could speak the language. Marcus Webb Sr. was not at the Thursday table. He was in Manchester, running his PAC, building the disclosure process, being the alpha who had come to the silver quill and put something down and was learning to walk without it. He called Carrie every 2 weeks. The calls were short and specific. The work was proceeding. The Thursday table in May, 43 people. The circle holding more than it had been built for while remaining a circle. The specific quality of a community that had been built on honest walls, finding its own strength. After the table, Carrie sat in the silver quill's front room. Not the back room, the front, the armchair near the window. Tobias's armchair, which was hers when he was not using it and which had become, over the months, one of the places where the significant things settled. The May evening outside. In Seattle in the last week of May, the spring fully arrived, the light doing its Pacific Northwest evening thing, the city in the specific quality of a city that has survived a difficult winter and is now moving through the season that followed it. The silver quill had closed an hour ago. Amber was upstairs. The cats were wherever cats went at 9 in the evening. She had been sitting for 20 minutes when Lilith appeared. She came through the back room. She had her own key to the silver quill, and for years, the specific fact of someone who was in a place often enough that having a key was simply practical. She came into the front room. She looked at Carrie in the armchair. She sat on the table's edge near the armchair. The specific position she took in this room when the configuration was Carrie in the armchair and Lilith adjacent. "The Thursday table," she said. 43, Carrie said. "Yes," Lilith said, 43. She held the look, the first one was 6. "Yes," Carrie said. 6 months, Lilith said. 6 months, Carrie said. They held the May evening. The convening session, Lilith said. June. "Yes," Carrie said, 3 days. She held Lilith's look, honest accounting, the genuine deliberation, the beginning of the decision. She held the look, the community decides. "Are you afraid," Lilith said, "of what the community decides?" She held the look. "Yes," she said, "sometimes." She held the look. "The fear is information." She paused. "I use it." She held Lilith's look. "And then I trust the community." She held the look. "Because the community that asks the question can be trusted with the answer." She paused. "And this community is asking the question." She held the look. Continuously. She held the look. "That is enough." "Yes," Lilith said, "it is." The May evening, the silver quill. "Tell me something," Lilith said, "about what comes after." She held Carrie's look. Book 3, as it were. Carrie almost smiled. "Book 3, she said. "What do you think happens," Lilith said, "after the convening session, after the community begins to decide?" Carrie held the armchair. The warmth of the silver quill, the smell of lilac and mint, the spring evening outside. "The community decides something," she said. "I don't know what." She held Lilith's look. "I genuinely don't know." She paused. "It may decide to continue the plain sight consensus with amendments. It may decide to begin a structured disclosure process with the mundane world. She paused. It may decide something I haven't anticipated. She held Lilith's look. The honest walls mean I cannot know in advance. She paused. Because the honest walls mean the community decides, not me. And the threshold, Lilith said, after the community decides. Continues, Carrie said. Whatever the community decides, the threshold continues. She held the look, the specific seeing, the holding capacity. The relationships are strong enough to hold hard things. She held the look. Those are needed regardless of what the community decides about the plain sight consensus. She paused. The constructed communities need the renegotiation working regardless. She paused. The people between things need the door to be open regardless. She paused. The frequency needs to run regardless. She held Lilith's look. The threshold continues because the threshold is not about the decision. She held the look. It is about the people. She paused, and the people need it regardless. Yes, Lilith said. And Burns, Carrie said. And Hadley. And the Parliament's network reaches toward the people who haven't found the door yet. She held Lilith's look. And Priya is building a practice. And Tobias's framework is being used in communities we haven't identified yet. She held the look. And Marcus Jr.'s companion framework. She held the look. And the chain continues to people none of us have met yet. The chain, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. The chain. She held Lilith's look. Alina built it. My parents carried it. Amber held it for 30 years. Mary received it and began to produce it. She held the look. We named it and gave it a structure. She held the look. And now it continues. She held the look. Through Tobias and Priya and Marcus and Sira and Riva and everyone who has come through the door and everyone who is going to come through the door. She paused. I don't know where it goes. She held Lilith's look. I carry it anyway. Lilith held her look. We carry it, she said. Yes, Carrie said, we. She held Lilith's look. The May evening, the silver quill, spring has fully arrived. She thought about Harry Summers and Valerie Summers. She thought about the song, the specific gift of it, the thing that had traveled 2,000 miles and 12 years and had arrived complete and had been running underneath everything since October. She thought about the blank paper in the pocket, ready for the worth-noting thing. She thought about what this year had been. The bond is gone. The memories are complete. The threshold was named and built and running. 43 people at the Thursday table. The Compact's council asked the question. The convening session in June. The community is beginning to decide. She thought about Lilith. 12 years beside her. 12 years of default arrangement. 12 years of the full quality of attention and the immovable presence and the hand found in the dark. I want to tell you something, she said. Tell me, Lilith said. When we were building the threshold, she said, I kept thinking about the word beside. She held Lilith's look. You have been beside me. She held the look. Not behind, not in front. She held the look. Beside. She paused, the specific quality of beside. She held the look. It means at the same level, moving in the same direction. Present with rather than directed at. She held the look. I have been building the threshold and you have been beside me building it. She held the look, not following my lead. She paused. Beside, she held the look. Your field operations lead and your future alpha and your you. She held the look, the person who has been beside me for 12 years. She held the look, the specific quality of beside. She paused. That is what I wanted to say. Lilith held her look. Yes, she said, that is what beside is. I wanted you to know I know it, Carrie said. I know you know it, Lilith said. I have always known. She held the look. Knowing is different from saying. She held the look. Thank you for saying it. Yes, Carrie said. She was humming. She had been humming since before she sat down. She had not noticed until now, the song running underneath the evening and the conversation and the May light. Your father's song, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. Besides, Lilith said. He wrote it to be beside your mother. She held Carrie's look, from beginning to end. She held the look. The song is beside me. Carrie held the look. Yes, she said. That is what it is. She held the silver quill with her eyes. The front room, the shelves, the May evening through the window, the smell of lilac and mint, the warmth of 30 years and the exit tradition in the walls and Alina's repair project running through the structure, and the chain continued through every person who had come through the door. The convening session is in 3 weeks, she said. Yes, Lilith said. 3 weeks, Carrie said, and then the community decides. And then we see what they decide, Lilith said. And then we see, Carrie said, and we hold whatever they decide. She held Lilith's look, the threshold holding the community through the decision. She held the look, and then continuing. She paused, the door opened. The light is on, she paused, the chain is running. Yes, Lilith said, the chain is running. She crossed to the armchair. She sat on the arm of it, not a chair. The arm, the specific configuration that was beside it in the literal sense, the position that had no table between them and no space. Carrie leaned against her. The May evening, the silver quill, the chain continues. The song, Lilith said, sing it properly. She held Carrie's look, not the humming. She held the look, you know it all now, sing it. Carrie held the look. She thought about the Capitol Hill sidewalk in October, the morning after the extraction, singing it for the first time, properly, beginning to end, not making it through the second verse without stopping. She had made it through the second verse since then. She had sung it twice, once on the sidewalk and once in her parents' house in Missouri, in the empty room with the blue walls, the specific quality of singing something in the place where it was first heard. She could make it through the whole thing now. She sang it. Quietly. The specific quality of the song was her father's and her mother's, and hers the love song that had become a lullaby, that had become a thread, that had become a completion, that had become simply part of her, always present, running underneath everything. Beginning to end. She made it through the second verse. She kept going. She sang all of it. Lilith listened. The specific quality of Lilith's listening, the full attention, the knowing every note of the middle from 12 years of hearing it without knowing what it was, now knowing the whole thing and hearing the whole thing. When Carrie finished, the silver quill was very quiet. Your father wrote that, Lilith said, softly. Yes, Carrie said. For your mother, Lilith said. Yes, Carrie said. She said yes before he finished the second verse. Yes, Lilith said. I know. She held the look. I carry that from the song. She held the look every time I hear it. She held the look. She said yes before he finished the second verse. The silver quill, the May evening, the chain continues. What did you carry from the song, Carrie said, when you hear only the middle? Lilith thought. You, she said, I carried you from it. She held the look, the specific quality of someone who was carrying something they couldn't name, something that had been given to them before they could understand what it was. She paused. I carried the understanding that you were carrying something important. She paused. I did not know what it was until October. She paused, but I knew it was there. She held Carrie's look, and that it was yours. She held the look, and that I wanted to be beside you while you carried it. Yes, Carrie said, that is what you were doing. 12 years, Lilith said. 12 years, Carrie said. They held the May evening. I love you, Lilith said, for the record. She held the look, since we are nomming things today. Yes, Carrie said, for the record. She held the look, I love you, she paused. I have loved you for a very long time in ways I did not have names for. She held the look. I have names for them now. She held the look, for the record. Good, Lilith said. The record should be complete. Yes, Carrie said, it should. She was humming again, the song beginning to end. Lilith was listening. The chain continues.